Chapter 1 The Pain Insensitive Anthe chose enough suffering. How disgusting. I feel so dizzy. What's wrong with me? Lusvel taste have he been tumbling in a washing machine for 3 days, dazzled and disoriented, Hestrid led to open highseas, however, the blinding white light that greeted him faced him toskin painfully, he hard no do what had happened at his body felt wool, his mind was a blank slate, and it seemed as how full his memory had vanished. While he was slow stint out, the dazzling light was obscured by shadow. A stunning woman in height lap court, her golden hair cascading down, looked down at them with an iroof authority. Her beauty was striking, her lips, a vivid crimson, and her figure, accentuated by the contrast of her attire, exuded an alluring charm that made her slender silhouette even more enticing. The contrast of her medical gown intensified the heat that surged within him. Are you awake? How do you feel, handsome? Shes Miller. Lucy, who is sparkling with a seductive egly mast hay locked onto his bewilderers. What happened, Tom? Luke was utterly confused by his circumstances, but he instinctively realized he was like lying a hospital, restrained to a hospital. He then began to assess his physical condition. Various unfamiliar instruments were reconnected to him, he felt unwell and dizzy, yet, to raise him to no serious issue as his arms and legs appeared intact. Wait, something was off. Why was there no sensation in his right leg? Attempting to move his leg proved futile, prompting Lou settle off the sheet and inquire, why can't I feel my right leg? What am I doing, who? The doctor, with her fiery red lips, narrow-wed her reason smiled, her voice dripping with Carmen's more. Don't worry, handsome, your right leg is the same nor abrasion, it's already been treated and bandaged, there is need for consension. Abrasion? Lucifero wed his bro. How did I get injured? Let me see my leg. Seat, that might not be possible right now, the doctor replied, her tone remaining soothing. Why not? Because our right leg is in the room next door. What? Luce's mind went blank, as if struck by a sudden blow that further scrambled eyes already chaotic heads. In the next room? What do you mean? Why were smile amputated? His body flailed like a lifeless fish in the horse pit, albeit as had emptied tossage up and as his condition. Please, don't rush, a lot has happened, and you need to calm down while I explain everything slowly. Developed tears. Doctor extended her finger and gently caressed Lucy's exposed chest, pressing him back into the bed. The sensitivity in his chest and the warmth of her breath against thighs sent involuntary shivers down his spine. Since his body was restrained, Lucy had no cuspo to remain lying down, recalling fragments of his memory while listening to her words. You have just undergone a kidney transplant. Inside you now resides another person's kidney. Rejection might cause you some discomfort, so you still didn't move around. What hell, amputation and a kidney transplant, did I get into an accident? Luce felt lost, but some memories began to resurface, prompting him to instinctively ask who performed the transplant. I remember being an orphanishike. Has doing well, the doctor replied. Where is? In the morgue on the basement level. He will be cremated tomorrow. What, has dead? Luce stared incredulously at the doctor, unable to believe her eyes ears. He died just of me kidney. No, ha passed away from later stage kidney cancer, the doctor clarified. Luce? His head throbbed, as if his brain were beginning to function again. Sawyer transplanted his kidney into him? He exclaimed, struggling once more in the bed. Wait, Don Panish is still her only healthy kidney left. Oh. However, the kidney I received is thinly affected by cancer. A rayu out of fireman. The shock finally jolted Luce's memory back to life. Even a full chords he thought his situation he found himself in was far from normal, especially with these were man before him, who hard liars and bold a legitimate editor. What kind of doctor dresses like a nightclub hostess? After a few futile struggles, who realized he thought restraints binding him were extremely secure rather than a hospital, it felt more like he was lying in some sort of torture service. Lucy attempted to kill himself, forcing his mind to clear he was an orphan, having lost both parents at a young age. After leaving the orphanage at 15, he hard to work and cool. That tragic childhood of 10 led to skirmishes with delinquents, such petty conflicts gaud not possible have elendered him whore withily amputated and a kidney replaced. He hard merely been in his way home from school to sleep. Why was in this blasino? Who are you? What have I done at a desavithis? Her, the doctor teasing Libra shed her fingers across her lips, grinning. Oh do, little handsome, you're quite clever, aren't you? Have you figured it out? The game has begun, and the irony of first look high participants exciting, isn't it? Lucifero with his bro, what game? The doctor interrupted, you're a quite popular I'd know when I people watching your live stream. Asha spoke, she waved her hand casually, and a pale blue, ethereal screen materialized before Lucy, filled with a stream of comments. Exciting. Cute off the earth leg. Awesome. I love watching this finally, I just experience it. Where did this screen come from? Can I buy it? This kid wasn't awake before, so it was boring now that he's awake. Let's see his reaction, har. Erathorianio Theravants? Hurry up. What kind of live stream is this? The comments, though not overwhelming, flowed continuously, indicating that this live stream was far from deserted. Reading the messages, Lucy felt her jolt of fear. The dark web? Could it be Hugh was captured? Don't think too much, little handsome. Your world is about to undergo an unprecedented transformation 1 year cannot have emerging. All I need to do's enjoy this game. Why don't you take a look at this? Femarla Dr. Greedy look here est Lucy's chest musclisa shirpanadan of the video. Footage Eshuider womaner singa chain sortos for Lucy's right leg, blood splatter and everywhere making him feel nauseous while Haliont heaved, completely still. Ashuichet had preserved video, the doctor's crimson lips curled into a twisted, morbid smile, her face flushing with excitement, here is himmering liquor rippling water. Lucy could even sense her hand trembling slightly, as if suppressing a frenzied killing Ginton. This woman is definitely a psychopath. How does it feel? Isn't it thrilling? Are all Sandrin Guio CM to feel no pain? Asha spoke, the doctor cursorily pointed to the machine connected to Luce Esperty. She continued her monologue, under Thurthan answering Luce's questions, it felt more like Eshu's indulging her own twisted desires. Do you recognize this? Of course you don't. This technology is at least 300 years ahead of our planet's capabilities. It can manipulate our nerves. Right now it's set a pain mode, controlling Alaya sensations of pain. I had it disabled for the sake of the procedure, but now. With that, the doctor finally moved her hands from Lucy's body and placed him in the machine beside her, looking at them with a disturbingly gleeful smile. Sincerely Wakanow, let me enjoy myself a bit more. Sheklo said Hiris, savouring the moment she pressed a button. The previous spin blockade is returned to latence. Silence. Loose. At that moment, both the doctor and the audience watching the live stream zemer asked how time might self have been suspended, staring blankly, the anticipated screams failing to materialize. Female doctor? Her expression clearly betrayed her confusion as gazed into Lucy's clear eyes, utterly baffled. Is dot something wrong? Lucy skid weakly. Wait, is this nonsense about manipulating nerves? Should I tell her that I was born without the ability to feel pain? Doesn't she Leggert? The doctor stared at Lucy in disbelief, expecting him to be experiencing the restored sensation of pain. My leg do estert. Why? My leg is next door, I can't hurt anymore. Female doctor. After a brief moment of stunned silence, seeing Lucy still maintaining a humour, her expression twisted into neo-fars, a prominent vein forming a hashtag upon her forehead. Very well, you have a spirit. I hope you can keep it up. Afterwards, Phil, Shekrueli adjusted several buttons, and the instruments connected to Lucy's suddenly erupted with their blinding red light. In an instant, the most excruciating pain imaginable descended upon him. Theinton Segan coursed his muscles to spasm, a pince of parsing the limits of humane endurance, a level 10 torment capable of shattering the strongest will in an instant. Then come the screams, the convulsions, the plesformer such exquisite beauty. Of course, Alaphice was merely a figment of the doctor's imagination. In reality, when the machine's red light illuminated the room, Lucy merely flinched slightly before returning to his touch of calm, showing no further reaction. The two continued to stare each other, Lucy surveying his surroundings while contemplating his predicament and potentialscape. Theoretically speaking, shouldn't I be reacting a bit now? His calm voice ignited a spark of fury within her, transforming her rage into a deranged smile. Very well, this is your own doing. With that, she pushed off the bed, leaping onto Lucine, pinning him beneath her. In her swift movement, her lubkurt slipped away, revealing scanty clothing beneath. Luce felt her cipher flash of white light crossed his vision, and then he found himself firm like in a buyer, the pressure and elasticity overwhelming. Luce? Wait. What are you doing? Don't dot this. In an instant, Luce's face flushed crimson, and he began to struggle violently. He instinctively wanted to shout for her to stop, but hebser de chofser corply ain't this life and death moment felt too humoroused overs. Moreover, it felt inappropriate towards someone he had just met her continue. The woman, her face contorted with a twisted intensity, gritted hurted hands said, I hope you're ready. Let me bring you pleasure. The machine beside them surged to maximum power, the light blaring forth with an ominous roar. An azul tingling sensation enveloped Luce's entire body, and simultaneously a versiki coedenhind. Threshold breached. Unlocking, binding, initializing. Chose enough pain. Pain value 9. Initial gene lock, awaiting activation required pain value 11100. Huh. What, this time? It was Lucy who was left bewildered. Chapter 2 Add a bite of pain, no pain sensation freely add points. Bang. Lucy's expression was still frozen in confusion as she called these endocrines in his mind. At that moment, the family doctor, Philip Withridge, struck him with a powerful slap. He felt taste half he had been struck by heaviness, letting out a muffled grunt. It was then that Luke was terrified to discover the extraordinary strength of the man before him, rendering him unable to resist. Har. The doctor gasped for breath, his ablaze with a twisted fury as he gazed at the man beneath her, who resembled helpless prey, that disobedience of her car shattered all her prior plans and the exquisite sensation she had imagined. This was not how the script was supposed tenfold. Why dot array in hand? She gritted her teeth, her hands, imbued with terrifying power, slowly exiting pressure on him. Luce's pupils constricted and Shakash felt that strange sensation of his muscle-less during a part, or with human terrifying strength, this was far beyond what an ordinary femal human should possess. He still restrained a morel to the slaughter, just because he felt no pain did no mean he's immune to death. Annie D. spurred within him, observing fiery intensity in her eyes. Lucy realized he needed to play along. After a dramatic Livnet scream, he began to wreath untheebed. If it's stomach, I forgot, The doctor paused, her fiery gaze as sudden faltering, her expression turning blank. Do you really just say forgot? How could one forget pain, hem is the veritable heart. Yet, witnessing Luce's performance after her grotesque repression softened considerably, and Shekhar Khalidi namina reminiscent of venting frustration in a moment of distraction, Sheprasta button the nearby machine. A red light blazed forth. Pain chosen, pain value 8. Initial gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value 19100. The same are versichoid in Luce's Minden Semery, and he understood her to waste time for him to truly feel pain. Once again, in synchrony with the voisinishid, Luce continued his octave screaming. He felt that this performance was a lightly exaggerated. Having never experienced pain since a childhood, he was doing his best to act convincingly. At this moment, he heard not a means of escape occult and light and poor focus on accumulating points until he reached 100, hoping that the initial genlock would prove verseful. Although Luce's cry sounded simulated and sincere, the doctor's demeanor aid improved significantly compared to before. She exhaled a cough relief, the murderous intent anticipating from her face, replaced on more seductive and perverse smile. As she continued to manipulate the machine beside her, she adjusted her position atop Lucy, her clinical attire beginning to slip away piece by piece. That scant fabric left was no barely sufficient to conceal her creamy skin. Given her posture, expression, and the immediate covering, all the viewers in the live stream were acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Wow, this doctor is quite a catch, isn't sure? Couldn't tell at all beneath that lab coat, my apologies. Just moments ago she was cutting legs, and no it seems sabout volvine toes a me thing farmer intimate. Wait don't you think this guy screams and a bit frick? It's Salanact, right? Some viewers begin to notice at the discrepancies, their skepticism growing. Yet, the female doctor core to pin her excitement, remaining oblivious to any inconsistencies. Pain chosen, pain value 8. Pain chosen, pain value 9. Wavy after a final stimulus surged forth, capable of shattering a person's psyche, yet they had no effect on Lucy. A cold and continuetto accumulative parents playing along with the doctor's performance. R. Ist hath maximum power? Can it go even higher? If you increase it anymore, it might just please, no more. Dude, this acting is terrible. Honestly, I'm feeling gubby talk ward how. Is even trying talk no more, I must say, the plot of domestic film still leave as much hope desired. The guy above, you should lend a voice to this discussion. The doctor's perverse grind began to stiffen on her face, even in Petros off her list, she seed something ways amiss. In her past experiences of tormenting prey, the uncontrollable must lend nerve reactions during their suffering Hadel was being her sustenance. But why waste this man beneath her devoid of such responses? Thys waste this kind time he had interrupted her from that intoxicating state. Kid areo you playing me for fool. Ere you asking if you want to, Lucera retorted. Bang. With a thunderous crash, fire a woman slammed her palm onto the machine, their red light flaring, signalling that should officially lost their patience. You've angered me, little one. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you've ruined my fun. Saying this, Sherrich had been either, retrieving Gallagher. Wait called you plane where you got that knife from? Swish. A flash of white light erupted as she struck, followed by a burst of red. While Lucy was still bantering, the doctor's scalpel had already pierced his chest. Pain chosen, pain value 2. The pain value was low, indicating that his wound was far less tormenting than the previous instrument. However, it made Lucy's pupils contract in an instant. Just because he felt no pain did no mean he was immune to death. I'm starting to feel like I don't want her playing with you anymore. The doctor tossed her hair back, adjusted her position, and casually rubbed against Lucy. As she spoke, her hand wielding then began to move, resembling a paintbrush dipped in red paint, creating strokes on a canvas. Pain chosen, pain value 2. Pain chosen, pain value 1. I had intended to indulge this thoroughly, but you've made me quite displeased. So I suddenly thought, we're not cutie to find see you reactin'? Her alluring voice echoed in his ears, and beyond her physical torment, it weighs up psychological assault that ensued. As Lucy's expression grew increasingly serious, the doctor's demeanour shifted once more to me of triumphant delight. The pain value increased slowly, but Lucy knew his time was running out. The doctor's other hand had already grasped his trousers, how Dave thought that his first experience of being undressed by a woman would be an attempt to castrate him. Crack, suddenly, Adel, teeth-gritting sound resonated in the room, capturing the doctor's attention. Shedlands down, on light of to pull off crimson Lucy's fingernails were digging into the hard cuffs, seeming like trying to break hem with sheer force, yet, it was evident that weight was breaking was not he cuffs. When she turned back, she was met with Lucy's expressionless face. What are you doing? Accustomed to various tortures, the red-eye twisted to sudden lies and seed something ways amiss. Lucy's mild he felt no pain, all he cared about was the notification sound that accompanied he breaking off his nails. Pain chosen, pain value 4. Crack, crack. The consecutive sounds rang out almost simultaneously as all of Lucy's fingernails in his left hand were forcibly ripped off. Pain chosen, pain value 3. Gene lock, awaiting activation, required pain value 101100. Condition met, gene lock activated. Bang. A flash of lightning carried through Lucy's mind, a cipher-grade doorway slowly opening, simultaneously, the ensuing-yielding steel handcuff suddenly shattered. Chapter 3, Special Event Rewards, World Number 1, the genetic lock has been activated. Every cell within him felt as if it were ablaze, his heart thundering like an internal combustion engine. The sensation of transformation made Lucy acutely aware that he was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. Along with this change came power. The metallic restraints, robust enough to secure a bull, shattered explosively, releasing steam, as his arms rose triumphantly like a boiling cauldron. In the astonished eyes of the doctor, the cold light of the severed metal was reflected. Both bodies sprang forth like leopards, reversing their positions in an instant. The female doctor was pinned to the bed as Lucy seized the knife, twisting and turning with an ease that suggested countless rehearsals. The earlier frivolity in her gaze had vanished entirely. Now, liberated, Lucy uttered not a single word, his eyes glinting with a wolfish ferocity as he plunged the knife forcefully towards the woman's exposed chest, aiming for her heart. At that moment, the audience, previously engrossed in what they believed to be a sordid and twisted live broadcast, began to sense that something was amiss. Wait, isn't this situation a bit off? Has something gone wrong? How did he suddenly break those handcuffs? Is this all an act? I wonder what the next plot twist will be. Are we shifting to a traditional male-on-female dynamic? However, the two individuals at the center of attention understood that this was no mere jest. The female doctor's eyes widened in horror as she grasped Lucy's knife-wielding hand with both of hers, incredulous at how this man had escaped his restraints. Carbon-based life form, 18 years old, low-tier physical energy, impossible. What have you done? Her sharp voice echoed through the room, veins bulging on her forehead like a struggling caged beast, yet Lucy remained utterly unmoved, one leg pressing against her abdomen as he exerted relentless pressure, the dagger descending steadily against her resistance. The blade's tip had already pierced the soft flesh of her chest, a form that could drive countless men into madness, yet it elicited no reaction from Lucy. He was akin to a precision machine, intent on slaughtering his prey. Stop. Please, this is just a game, nothing will happen. The female doctor, realizing Lucy was impervious to her pleas, hurriedly donned a conciliatory smile, imploring, "This is a paradise chosen by the gods. You are the chosen one, this is merely an initial trial. You've passed, you performed admirably, and you will receive many rewards after this. I'm sure you're curious about what is happening, just let me go. I know everything, I can tell you anything you wish to know. Tell me what you want, I can agree to it, I am yours, you can do anything." In her frantic tone, her voice fluctuated from pleading to flattery, even enticing and alluring, yet Lucy's expression remained unchanged, his gaze firmly fixed on the knife in his hand. The woman beneath him sparked no interest, her nearly bare attire and pitiful words only compelled him to press down harder with both hands on the blade. Lucy understood that with his ability to shatter the handcuffs, this woman's resistance indicated she was no ordinary individual. Life and death, there was no need for further words, blood seeped forth, vitality gradually ebbing away. "You cannot kill me, I am," crack, the sound of the dagger piercing her sternum and nailing her heart silenced her unfinished words forever. At that moment, Lucy gazed into her wide, astonished eyes, uttering his first words after breaking free. "I was an orphan since childhood, it has not been easy to survive until now. Over the years, I've learned one crucial lesson, never relinquish your chance to survive to another." After saying this, the sharpness in his eyes vanished in an instant, his body collapsing limply into the warm embrace of the woman beneath him. Such declarations of victory should only be uttered once the opponent is truly dead. Har har. He forced a laugh, glancing at his right leg, which had truly vanished, and found it hard to muster any mirth. In the previous life and death crisis, he had been acutely aware that only by killing the enemy could he live, but now, his mind was a tumultuous storm. What game, what trial, why had his legs suddenly failed him? Clenching his fists, the extreme strength bestowed by the genetic lock granted Lucy a glimmer of confidence. He turned to the screen connected to the so-called live broadcast, seeking answers. The large screen, once stunned into silence by the abrupt turn of events, erupted with activity. Game. What game? Does this mean we are also the chosen ones? After all, why did this video appear out of nowhere before my eyes? I appeared out of thin air on the computer and now cannot close it. Incredible. ILL remember you, the counterattack brother. Already reported to the police. After skimming through the fragmented information, the entire room suddenly began to shake, and the large screen went dark, colliding with Lucie's vision. A surge of alarm gripped him as he instinctively attempted to move, yet his body felt completely unresponsive, as if floating in the void of space. Before him lay a data stream resembling a time-space tunnel, accompanied by strange mechanical sounds, while lines of subtitles materialized before his eyes. Initial game concluded. Welcome to the global large-scale game, Paradise of the Chosen. Initial number of selected participants: 14, 569, 812. Initial number of competitors: 1, 652, 348. Number of finishers: 926, 357. Note: initial levels do not result in true death, but those who do not finish will be disqualified from the game. Number of perfect completions: 3, 549. Your initial completion evaluation: SSS grade, perfect completion. Current consecutive perfect completions: 1. Reward settlement in progress. I. Why? As he stared at the lines of subtitles before him, Lucie felt himself become. It was only now that he truly comprehended what it meant for the world to have changed. Special event triggered, killing the initial divine guide, achievement badge obtained, Godslayer. Special event triggered, seizing a 003 level sealed object, sensory manipulator. Item special has been recovered. Reward equivalent sealed object has been placed in the backpack. Initial reward points: 3000. Initial reward items: intermediate healing potion 3, placed in the backpack. Your current world ranking: 1726, 357. Ranking updates after each game. Continuous perfect performances and high rankings will yield surprises. Please continue your efforts. Am I world number 1? Lucie gazed at the 1726, 357 before him, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 4: The Chosen Paradise. Global game. Perfect completion reward. Free body restoration function. Please relax. This was the final sentence. Upon hearing it, an irresistible wave of drowsiness enveloped Lucie, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Ding ding ding, the incessant ringing echoed. It was uncertain how much time had passed. It felt like mere minutes before Lucie was abruptly roused from his slumber by his alarm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar dimness of his room, the well-known 10-square-meter dormitory bathroom, the mouldy corner of the wall, the aged second-hand red rice phone resting on his bedside. Lucie was startled and glanced beneath him. His legs were intact. Is this a dream? So vivid. A sigh escaped him, tinged with a hint of disappointment. As he pondered this, he inadvertently smacked his phone in an attempt to silence the alarm, producing a thunderous bang. The volume jolted him fully awake, and out of curiosity, he flicked on the light, his gaze falling upon the deep impressions left on the bed, which left him perplexed. Had it not been for the layer of bedding, this luxurious phone in his possession might have truly met its demise. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly unlocked his phone, connecting to the dormitory Wi-Fi before casually opening a social media platform. The first trending topic in the search bar blazed with fiery colors, its description succinct, consisting of only 8 simple words: The Chosen Paradise, global game. The number of individuals searching alongside has surged to a staggering 180 million. It is noteworthy that the platform's highest trending topic in history merely reached 40 million, with 180 million being a figure that no celebrity agency would dare to fabricate during a promotional stunt. Lucie hastily clicked in, beginning to sift through the plethora of news articles. At midnight, a significant number of individuals vanished without a trace. A Canadian Airlines plane crashed, and the crew reported that both the captain and co-pilot had mysteriously disappeared from the cockpit. Many people's mobile phones, computers, and electronic devices suddenly began streaming live broadcasts, with screens inexplicably appearing on their retinas, impossible to turn off. An Australian man demonstrated extraordinary abilities, claiming to be a perfect player, declaring that a new era has dawned, and that he would eventually become the ruler of the world. A multitude of individuals have proclaimed themselves as the chosen ones, yet there was no coercion to enter the game. They asserted that participation would be voluntary. Experts suggest it may be a case of mass deception. The police are investigating and hope that those truly involved in the game will proactively reach out to the authorities. The screen was filled with an array of messages, predominantly official announcements, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Lucy noted that the earliest timestamp of this news was less than 20 hours ago, yet it had already disseminated so widely. The entire interface was devoid of any other news. Various media outlets flocked in, inundating the platform with an array of enigmatic videos, saturating the software. This was the first time everyone witnessed what a global upheaval truly entailed. Yet Lucy himself was among the first to experience this upheaval, and indeed, he was the very first. According to all current interviews, every first-hand participant has stated that after the conclusion of the initial game, the screen abruptly entered their vision, allowing them to access data and the timing of the next game at will. However, all volunteers currently in the hospital have shown no signs of ocular or cerebral abnormalities. As Lucy perused the various interview details, he suddenly realized something amiss. With a mere thought, the screen manifested before his eyes. This manipulation felt instinctual, akin to the innate control of one's own body, requiring no instruction whatsoever. At that moment, the screen appeared hollow, displaying only a few simple lines of text. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Of course, we believe the world welcomes players, and that players shall ultimately possess the world. Time remaining until the next game commences. 47 hours 54 minutes and 43 seconds. This is a divine challenge, the divine chosen paradise. Welcome to your visit. Is that so? The time until the next game begins is merely 2 days. According to the news, time within the game is continuous with that of reality. The time experienced in the game coincides with that of the outside world. If participants vanish into the game, it suggests that this game resembles a form of time travel, transcending mere mental entry. As Lucy continued gathering information, he muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that despite seemingly being the first, he was utterly uninformed. The other participants online appear to possess an abundance of knowledge. According to yesterday's accounts, there was a guide during the initial game, yet it seemed he had eliminated that individual. It marked the first instance of taking a life, yet inexplicably, he bore no psychological burden. He could also vaguely sense that the moral compass and order of the entire world were on the brink of a monumental upheaval. After approximately half an hour of reading, he abruptly realized he was likely late. Hastily leaping up to wash and groom himself. 5 minutes later, he successfully stepped out. "Oh, it's young Lou. Why are you up so late today? I thought you had already left." Most of the students had already departed, and Mr. Wang, the dormitory supervisor, was tidying up the rooms when he greeted Lucy. Due to being an orphan, Lucy was classified as a low-income student and ultimately applied to reside in a sanitary officer's compartment within the building. Although the living conditions were poor, it spared him significant expenses and alleviated many complex interpersonal relationships. Yes, you carry on," he quickly replied, rushing towards the school. "Report?" Standing at the door of the third-year Class 7, Lucy announced his tardiness. The atmosphere in the classroom felt notably different today, as if a palpable sense of restlessness permeated the AIR.IN. The third-year class, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, was still at the podium, yet all the students were engaged in hushed conversations, while the teacher remained engrossed in his phone, indifferent to the chatter. After his announcement, the classroom fell into a sudden silence, as every eye turned towards the entrance, and Mr. Liu set his phone aside. This silence endured for at least 5 seconds before Mr. Liu took a deep breath and inquired, "Why are you late?" Lucy had never encountered such a level of scrutiny for his tardiness, momentarily stammering, "I overslept." Instantly, the classroom erupted into noise, even eliciting a collective "tch" from the crowd. Mr. Liu's expression dimmed. He had initially thought a notable player from the rumors had emerged from his class. Given that the conclusion of the game coincided with the early hours of that very day, it was no surprise. Noticing that no one was paying him any further mind, Lucy returned to his seat. A third-year class had momentarily set aside their studies and lessons, all faces alight with excitement as they eagerly anticipated the arrival of a new world. Well then, now that everyone is here, let us settle down." According to the schools and the Ministry of Education's directives, classes are suspended today to discuss and organize certain matters. As for the subsequent course arrangements, they shall depend on the specific organizational situation in society, and even how the college entrance examination will proceed will be contingent upon circumstances. At present, the significance of that matter surpasses all else. The homeroom teacher's grave demeanor failed to elicit any seriousness from the students. Instead, their excitement only intensified. All right, I believe everyone knows what I am referring to. That divine chosen paradise. In our class, is there anyone who has been selected to become one of those so-called chosen ones? Chapter 5, So fair, long, and tender, may I touch it? As their words fell, Lucy instinctively lowered his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at each person in the classroom. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted, everyone began to glance around and buzz with excitement, eager to discover if anyone among them had first-hand experience. Lucy buried his head deeper, acutely aware of his lack of friends and his low profile. No one cared about him. He silently mused, in the face of supernatural events that defy scientific explanation, it is wise to remain observant, especially when the future remains uncertain. Anyone who carelessly reveals themselves must be a fool. Surely no one else, teacher, I have been chosen. A boy seated by the window proudly raised his hand, his face alight with an almost uncontrollable expression of triumph, surrounded by a throng of classmates who had previously been engaged in conversation with him. Lucy recognized the hand-raiser as Zhang Dao, someone with whom he shared a mediocre relationship, a type who, having a modicum of wealth, sought to flaunt in school. When they first met, upon discovering Lucy was an orphan, Zhang Dao had entertained thoughts of bullying him, but after receiving a beating from Lucy, their interactions dwindled. Though Lucy found it difficult to suppress his disdain for Zhang Dao's foolishness, he turned his gaze towards him, curious about the perspectives of others who had been selected. Oh! Old Liu's eye sparkled with interest as he addressed Zhang Dao. You have been chosen, Zhang Dao. Are you participating in the game directly, or merely as an observer? I am an observer, I witnessed the live stream, Zhang Dao replied softly, quickly adding, however, I am eligible to participate in the next game. As his words echoed, a chorus of wow erupted within the classroom, for in the stagnant routine of their senior year, such world-altering news was exceedingly thrilling. Zhang Dao reveled in the envy directed at him, his lips curving into a smile that was difficult to suppress. Is there anyone else? Teacher Liu sent a message on his phone, continuing to survey the class. I hope everyone will be forthcoming. This matter is of great importance to our nation and, of course, to you as well. In the ensuing silence, no other hand was raised. All right, class, please engage in self-study. Zhang Dao, please accompany me. With that, Zhang Dao strode out of the classroom like a victorious general, chest puffed out in pride. Wow, I'm so envious, why is it him? Zhang Dao doesn't he even study, does he? Old Liu used to say he was utterly useless, and now he is being treated so courteously. Study. What is the point? These supernatural events are beyond the realm of current scientific understanding. Who can we learn from? Have you seen the videos circulating online? That game seems to take place in an alternate dimension, where one can gain supernatural abilities. Superpowers. Is that for real? Will we have a chance to be chosen afterwards? Aren't the first batch of chosen ones already selected? With their teacher gone, the classroom buzzed with conversations, students eagerly sharing the latest news and videos they had encountered. Lucy, initially perplexed by their excitement, pondered why they were so animated. After all, his own experience in that so-called game was far from enjoyable. He had been abducted and strapped to an operating table, subjected to mutilation and grotesque surgeries performed by a deranged woman. Fortunately, he had been devoid of pain sensation since childhood, having endured much suffering, and with the intervention of a divine force, he had managed to alter his fate. Otherwise, the extent of the torture, few ordinary students could withstand it. Gradually, however, Lucy came to realize a crucial fact through the discussions around him. It appeared that each individual's initial game was uniquely different. While most involved trials of human endurance, cases like his, characterized by extreme torment and slaughter, seemed to be rare. Furthermore, during the conclusion of his game, the announcement had been unequivocal: initial levels do not result in true death, but those who do not finish will be disqualified. This suggested that, under normal circumstances, true death might indeed be a possibility within this game. Yet, it seemed that none of his classmates cared or were even aware of this alarming detail. They perceived the divine selection as merely a game, akin to entering a realm to slay monsters and level up, with no contemplation of the potential consequences. However, Lucy, having lived through the harrowing reality, could acutely sense the underlying brutality. This was a matter of life and death. I just saw that someone from the US who participated in the game claimed there's some sort of temporary ranking. That Special Forces soldier said he ranked 6 to 7th and received a reward for physical enhancement. He claimed he could now crush bottle caps with his fingers. Really, if he continues to participate, won't he become a superhuman? Listening to the incessant chatter around him, Lucy remained indifferent, his hand slipping into the pocket of his desk to grasp a bottle cap. With a firm grip, he crushed it effortlessly, reducing it to a small ball. A faint smile graced his lips as he savored the power he possessed. The game was undeniably cruel and twisted, yet Lucy found himself longing for it to be even more so. Compared to the rigid constraints of the real world, he preferred that realm where life and death were dictated by one's abilities. Hey, what are you smiling about? Did you have a spring dream last night? As Lucy's smile twisted into something more sinister, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. It was his desk mate, Xie Antong. Xie Antong had been Lucy's companion for 3 years. His past experiences had endowed him with a keen ability to read others. Though Antong had never exuded an air of superiority, he discerned that they inhabited different worlds based on her attire and demeanor. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the more he sought to maintain distance, the more Antong seemed to provoke him with playful teasing. Nothing much, I merely recalled something joyous, Lucy replied, discreetly concealing the small ball he had fashioned from the bottle cap within his desk, refusing to turn his head. Suddenly, he felt a tickling sensation by his ear as Xie Antong leaned in closer, whispering, "Are you pretending you've been chosen as well, haven't you?" Taken aback, Lucy feigned calmness, inquiring, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you ask that?" As their gazes locked once more, all Lucy could see were her eyes, narrowed in a playful smile, which left him feeling inexplicably guilty. After all, his initial game had also included spectators. What a coincidence that she would inquire so pointedly. His harrowing experiences, the divine selection, the unlocking of genetic codes, and his ruthless acts of violence, were far more graphic than the discussions shared among his classmates and must remain confidential. Thus, he cast a cautious glance at Xie Antong and tentatively extended his right leg, which had been severed during the game. "Look, my leg." Xie Antong glanced down, her eyes widening. "What? So fair, long, and tender, may I touch it?" With that, she reached out. Luce, Chapter 6, There are people in my local police station. Are there people in the hospital? No, I mean, could you please be a little more mindful of your influence? Lucy gazed at the wide-eyed Xie Antong, who was beginning to take liberties, and hastily withdrew his leg. Initially, he merely wished to test the waters, considering his frightening state in the game, where he had lost a leg. However, judging by her reaction, it seemed the girl before him had not coincidentally encountered his initial game self. Humans excel at projecting their own experiences onto others. When you say "I've been chosen," are you not merely concealing your own thoughts? Lucy refrained from elaborating further on his own musings and instead shifted the focus onto her. To his astonishment, Xie Antong looked into his eyes for a moment and earnestly nodded. "Yes." "Lucy, is that all you're going to tell me?" Xie Antong glanced around. Her classmates were engrossed in their own conversations, oblivious to the two of them. She turned away from Lucy and continued in a hushed tone, "In a completely unknown world, as a minority, it is entirely sensible to remain inconspicuous and observe this situation for a while." Suddenly, she pivoted the conversation. "So, for the second game 2 days from now, will you choose to participate?" Upon hearing this, Lucy's lips twitched involuntarily. "So, you're just assuming I'm one of the chosen ones, are you?" I haven't even acknowledged it. Before he could respond, Xie Antong proactively continued, "Regardless of your thoughts, I advise you not to participate. Wait and see. The temptation to alter one's fate is immense. I understand that if given the chance, you wouldn't let it slip by. However, our country's internet regulation is quite stringent. Amidst such upheaval, many pieces of news and information have not been released to maintain stability. I was among the first audience members. After a brief shock last night, I meticulously documented everything. I reviewed no fewer than 100 game streams, showcasing a myriad of individuals facing various or similar narratives. Some of the scenes were brutal, entirely absent from online discussions. Those trials were devoid of any modern moral or legal standards. As she spoke, a slight pallor crossed Sia Antong's face, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. I even witnessed a player truly perish within that game. If the game represents another world, with time and space interconnected with our reality, it would mean the players are directly transported there. Then, can they still survive? Lucy. Sia Antong gazed intently at Lucy's profile, her serious tone inducing a sense of unease within him. For the truths she articulated, Lucy was the most knowledgeable individual in this world. He was a first-hand experiencer. He had traversed the most harrowing and bizarre trials, understanding the inherent dangers and bloodshed better than anyone. Thank you. Lucy could surmise why this affluent classmate sought his company. It was merely the curiosity of a pampered young lady who, upon entering a new environment, found a poor boy who was unlike the sycophants of her past, unfazed by her status, unbothered by her presence. What else could it be? Teenage girls are often driven by such trivialities, yet, he still expressed his gratitude. A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. I hope you ponder this carefully. Sia Antong was uncertain whether Lucy absorbed her words. She could only sigh and resume scrolling through videos on her phone, perusing the latest news. Outside the corridor, various individuals wandered about, with a few students departing. Lucy even spotted the silhouette of a police officer. The internet was rife with speculation, but as time passed, the credibility of much information became highly questionable. Numerous media outlets, grasping for attention, spread outrageous claims, even suggesting that participants in the game had acquired superpowers, with the strongest now capable of crafting nuclear weapons. Lucy, why was I unaware of my own prowess? He assessed that ordinary humans were no longer his adversaries, but when it came to firearms, he was still doomed. He was far too weak, nowhere near the point where personal strength could provide him with a sense of security. Thus, the first day of upheaval concluded, and Lucy found solitude on his way home, seeking a secluded spot to quietly observe a wall. With the knuckles of his right fist, he struck the exposed corner of the wall with considerable force. A dull thud resonated, as the bricks crumbled, sending fragments tumbling down. Lucy had struck with such intensity that a crimson bruise instantly marked his fist, even causing the skin at the edges to break and ooze a trickle of blood. Examining his hand, Lucy furrowed his brow slightly. He felt no pain, unsure of the expected level of discomfort. However, the pain augmentation mechanism of the pain chosen had yet to activate. Is the level of pain insufficient, or is there some limitation? This pain chosen mechanism was his greatest reliance, enabling him to survive the initial game and temporarily securing him the title of the world's top player. He needed to swiftly decipher the workings of that mechanism. Possessing a cheat yet failing to utilize it would render him a mere laughingstock. After attempting a few more strikes against the wall, the anticipated sound of pain augmentation remained elusive, when suddenly, an irksome voice broke through his thoughts. What is this? Feeling depressed, taking it out on the wall. Do you really need to replicate every mindless act of a villain to prove your own foolishness? Lucy retaliated with another forceful punch against the wall, sending several stones flying, and turned to face Zhongdao. Zhongdao had indulged in the special treatment throughout the day, basking in the fantasy of a future life of prominence, only to emerge and belittle this once embarrassing rival. Yet, Lucy's punch somewhat dampened his fervor, prompting him to sneer mockingly. You even made a point to arrive late this morning, hoping to make everyone believe you were chosen. How many people in the world have been chosen? The chosen paradise, and you, an orphan, not even selected by your parents, yet you aspire to be chosen by the divine. Lucy had no intention of responding, instead extracting a half-brick from the crumbled wall, quietly advancing toward Zhongdao. Have you forgotten what I said when I pummeled you before? What do you intend to do? Zhongdao recoiled sharply, fearfully grasping a nearby bike lock. He had spent the entire day immersed in the world's transformation, reveling in his newfound status and powers, yet had forgotten that he still lacked any superhuman abilities and could not contend with the person before him. Let me remind you, our positions have changed. I could eliminate you without consequence. Don't come any closer, I have connections at the police station. Oh, did your father get arrested for soliciting? Lucy retorted expressionlessly as he approached Zhang Dao. What a ridiculous notion, getting arrested for solicitation. Zhang Dao felt his resolve waver, the two locked eyes, and all of Zhang Dao's previous bravado evaporated, leaving him engulfed in terror. Since that one time in high school when Lucy had bested him, he had never dared provoke him again, but he had never felt as frightened as he did today. Gazing into Lucy's eyes, he felt his legs weaken. There was a distinct difference in the gaze of one who had taken a life. Damn it! In a moment of extreme fear, Zhang Dao cursed to bolster his courage, swinging the bike lock wildly. Lucy had extensive experience in brawls. With a swift motion, he deflected the bike lock with his wrist. Pain chosen, pain points 1. Lucy paused, taken aback by the long-forgotten sound echoing in his mind, as realization dawned upon him, a twisted smile spreading across his face. I believe I've gleaned some understanding, thank you. By the way, you mentioned having someone at the police station. What about the hospital? If there isn't anyone now, there soon will be Chapter 7, re-entering the game, the mask of sin at last. In the dimly lit alley, the battered and bruised Zhang Dao lay unconscious, a victim of the game's cruel machinations. Of course, Lucy was no better off, his body adorned with a myriad of injuries, each one a testament to his own volition. He had become adept at inflicting pain upon himself. After all, it hardly hurt. The two appeared equally wounded, yet Lucy, being an orphan with no earthly possessions to tether him, knew the police would likely turn a blind eye to their plight. However, during this altercation, Lucy instinctively sensed his opponent's vulnerability. Had he so desired, countless methods to eliminate his adversary lay at his disposal, yet he refrained from such actions. Lucy was acutely aware of his current limitations. He understood that his strength had not yet reached a level where he could act with impunity. Hastily returning to his small room, he extracted a sheet of paper and began to document his insights regarding the pain god's judgments. 1. Self-harm does not count. Injuries inflicted upon oneself do not contribute to pain points. 2. The most direct method involves the harm and torment inflicted by others, which serves as the simplest means of accruing points. In such circumstances, even if one possesses the capacity to escape but chooses not to, it is not deemed self-harm. Lucy perceived this as a flaw in the system. After pondering for some time, he penned a third hypothesis. 3. If one is compelled to endure harm, whether directly or indirectly due to an adversary's actions, it can also yield points. In the first game, he had torn off his own nails in an attempt to break free, and just moments ago, he had met an object thrown at him with his own fist, yet it had proven successful. Upon concluding his thoughts, Lucy took a deep breath, gazing at his summary. In essence, that is the crux of it. TSK, my system lacks a beginner's tutorial. I must navigate this on my own. These are the rules of the pain god for now. I shall add to them as I discover more. He tucked the paper beneath his pillow and lay back, attempting to rest, yet his mind remained tumultuous. His resources were finally in place, which meant time until the next game begins, 29:24:43. Time until the next game begins, 00:30:23. A day and night swiftly passed. Lucy refrained from engaging in discussions with his classmates. His thoughts had already traversed into the game. As time ebbed away, the subtitles morphed, and a voice echoed in his mind. 30 minutes remain until the game commences. Please prepare accordingly. Please choose to be a spectator or a player. Gazing at the two options before him, Lucy recalled the earnest words spoken to him by Xie Antong 2 days prior. Hey, thank you for the reminder, yet, you are correct, how could I possibly forsake such an opportunity? When fate arrives, all choices are but illusions. Player identity has been loaded. The goddess chosen paradise welcomes your participation. May your courage propel you to the heavens. Half an hour later, a torrent of data enveloped Lucy's entire being, and in a blink, his figure vanished from the confines of the small room. Welcome to the game. You currently find yourself in a dungeon of hellish difficulty. You have 5 minutes to conduct initial settings. Observing the rapid data stream, a panel representing his player status materialized before him. Game points: 3000 pain points, 7 strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 0 bonus metal, Godslayer, legendary, equipment, none backpack, initial backpack. You have a reward awaiting collection. To his astonishment, Lucy noticed his pain points prominently displayed on the panel, with the ability to allocate points to the various attributes below. Uncertain of which attribute held the greatest importance, he decided to postpone the allocation claim. Your reward has arrived. Acquired sealed item A007, Soul of the 7 Deadly Sins. Effect of the 7 deadly sins amplifies the corresponding weaknesses of the user's humanity, while simultaneously bestowing significant enhancements. Please set your initial appearance. As the voice faded, a swirling mass of grey energy appeared before Lucy, lacking a definitive shape. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he declared, "Form it into a fluid mask." The vapor gradually morphed into a mask, conforming to Lucy's face without any sensation of wear. Please select form. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. After deliberation, Lucy chose the one he felt would be most manageable, greed. The mask twisted, transforming into a deep blue hue. Please select mode. Normal overload. Normal. Preparation time has ended. Enter the game. With a flash, Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness, and the next moment, he found himself immersed in the game. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover that the sensation of dizziness persisted, leaving him with a feeling of being top-heavy. The surrounding environment was oppressively hot, akin to being ensconced within a steamer. Once he regained his bearings, Lucy realized he was suspended upside down, a chain binding his left ankle. Below him, molten lava bubbled and seethed, mere meters away. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream shattered the air, and Lucy became aware that he was not alone in this second game. Including himself, there were 10 individuals suspended in this infernal setting, resembling roasted ducks in a fireplace. Didn't they say this was a game? What is happening? Why am I hanging here? It is so hot, so scalding. How do we get down? Among those also ensnared, several had begun to panic, the visceral reality of the situation unnerving them. Lucy cast a cursory glance at the group, dismissing them. Their capabilities were evidently limited, rendering them inconsequential as either adversaries or allies. Welcome to the game. Regrettably, you have been selected for Hell mode, yet simultaneously, you are fortunate. Each of you has a platform beneath you, and below that, the lava continues to rise. You must escape in a timely manner. If you delay, well, that would be truly unfortunate. Here comes the first escape tool. A mechanical voice resonated through the fiery furnace, and a rope descended among the 10 individuals. Attached to it was a saw stained with rust, its blade marred with nicks and dents. As they beheld the grim object and the encroaching lava below, an understanding dawned on them all regarding the meaning of escape. An overwhelming chill washed over everyone's hearts, except for one. Chapter 8, Hellish Difficulty, The Influence of Greed. Lucy gazed at the descending saw, a singular thought consuming his mind. Ho! Is this not the embodiment of pain value? The realms of reality and the gaming world are interconnected. However, in the real world, injuries necessitate a visit to the hospital, with severe cases potentially leading to disabilities. Yet, within the game, he understood clearly that if he fulfilled the conditions for a perfect clearance, he could receive free treatment for all bodily injuries. This was precisely why he had to join the game. The risks were considerable, but the potential rewards for him were undoubtedly maximized. What does this mean? Is this what you call a game? No one ever informed me of this. You are completely deceiving me. I will report you. As Lucy listened to the wailing and lamentations surrounding him, he felt a sense of numbness wash over him, turning to observe the woman beside him, who was weeping and wailing. Report? Where would one report such matters? Did she not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Although Lucy had anticipated that the commencement of the game would attract players who were oblivious, this level of absurdity exceeded his expectations. Lucy activated his personal streaming screen to check for information regarding the other 9 players. However, upon looking, he discovered an unusually high number of onlookers fixated upon him. Is this the perspective of a player achieving perfect clearance? I specifically wanted to see the skill level of the pros. This scene is a bit terrifying. I have never witnessed anything like it before. Thank goodness I decided to observe first. Let us see what kind of games there are. I might as well just be a spectator. Of the other 9 players I've seen, only 3 are clearers, while the rest are first-time participants. It seems this one is indeed the perfect clearance player. It then dawned on Lucy that although their live streams were randomly allocated, they could indeed be searched and categorized. If this was the case, those who achieved perfect clearance would soon find themselves basking in the limelight. This might not necessarily be a good thing. The world would never casually allow a solitary individual to possess superhuman abilities. Fortunately, he had chosen to wear a mask. However, his personality and habitual actions could still be discerned by the observant. I quit, I refuse to soar off my leg. Let me out, I'm done playing. Throughout Lucy's observations, the woman beside him continued her tearful tirade, clearly unable to confront the reality before her. To Lucy's astonishment, a response truly materialized in the air. A mechanical voice echoed, "Sad smiley, the shop system will soon be activated. During the game's preparation phase, exit tokens can be purchased for forced withdrawal. Once an exit token is used, the player will permanently lose eligibility for the game. During the game, entry to the shop will be prohibited. Exit tokens, such a thing exists." Lucy pondered internally, yet he displayed no outward reaction. At this juncture, he had already devised a plan to exploit the pain value. "What do you mean there's no way to exit? The lava is rising. I feel dizzy, let me down." Amidst the woman's incessant shrieks, a sudden metallic grinding sound pierced through the air, interrupting the chaos and despair, drawing the attention of the other 9 individuals. Above the rising lava, a chain began to tremble violently, the creaking sound instantly silencing the cacophony. The chain binding Lucy's right leg was now thrashing in the air, and Lucy, like an agile monkey, swung amidst the turmoil. With a decisive snap, he grasped the rusted sword suspended in the air. The quality of this iron chain is quite commendable. Despite the shaking, it shows no signs of loosening. As he effortlessly yanked down the sword, Lucy's casual tone reverberated in the confined space, causing the surrounding 9 players to widen their eyes in shock, staring at the first one to take action. Has he lost his mind? Is he truly going to soar off his leg with that rusted sword? To be honest, you guys are really generous, such a unique tool, and no one is rushing to grab it, allowing me to take it. Cutting off one's leg for survival is a rather cliché tactic. By the way, did you really pay copyright fees for sword? Holding the sword, Lucy took his time, engaging in idle chatter while swaying in the air under the gaze of the onlookers. This inexplicable sense of relaxation led those around him to seriously question whether he truly recognized that the current predicament necessitated severing his own leg for survival. However, Lucy, from the very first words he uttered, had realized a crucial point: this was not entirely his character. His current mental state resembled that of a person half inebriated, able to maintain control of his faculties but subconsciously inclined to express thoughts that were inconsistent with his usual demeanor. This might be the effect of the sinful mask he wore, amplifying the corresponding traits of his humanity while also bestowing certain advantages. Lucy was unwilling to overly restrain himself. Greed, loquacity, cunning, these traits were precisely what he required to confront the brutal challenges of the game. Furthermore, in the days to come, he could leverage such attributes to ensure that those who spied on him as audience could not easily connect his in-game persona with his real-life self. Moreover, he was curious to see what sort of enhancements their greed mode would provide him. It seems that the first step has already been taken. In the sweltering air, the mechanical voice manifested once more, this time curiously infused with a hint of humanity. However, merely acquiring the sword does not signify successful survival. I understand. It's just a matter of soaring off a leg. How significant can that be? It's not my first time. I merely believe that this game lacks a degree of fun and exploration. It's genuinely uninteresting. Lucy continued, his voice nearly cracking into a sinister laugh. After all, I am the first to obtain the sword, shouldn't there be some form of reward? Lucy finally revealed his predatory grin, the blue mask concealing a disturbing ambition and avarice. The other 9 participants fell silent, watching the figure suspended there, negotiating amidst such a terrifying scenario, as if he alone retained a sense of playfulness in the game. The game indeed contains numerous hidden achievements and special rewards awaiting exploration, but requires players to embark on their own quests. All right, how stingy. Nothing is given. I'm just inquiring, what if I soar off my leg and still don't get saved? I find that hard to believe. As I sway here, if I sever my leg and accidentally fall into the lava, what then? That will not happen. This is not part of the game. The platform beneath you is elastic. As long as you escape before the lava engulfs it, there will be no issue. So, it means that as long as I soar off my leg, I can escape, right? Correct. The blue mask shimmered with light, forming a smile akin to a cunning scheme coming to fruition. With a flash of cold light, the rusted sword pressed against his leg, and he commenced the soaring, yet the iron chain bound to him was around his right ankle. He was about to soar off his left leg. Chapter 9, The Pinnacle of Greed, Seeking Wealth in Death. What sound does metal make as it gradually soars through flesh? The answer is silence. Before the saw encounters true resistance, it produces a tactile sensation akin to the friction of leather, as if 2 hides are fiercely rubbing against one another, intent on wearing one down to the bone. Against the backdrop of this crimson inferno, the leg in question instantaneously deepened in hue. The world seemed to hold its breath for a fleeting moment, resembling a still frame from a black and white silent film, with only the sizzling sound akin to a steak being grilled filling the air. Oh! A piercing scream erupted, but it was not from Lucy. It came from the woman suspended nearby. Lucy had yet to react, yet her voice had transformed into that of a terrified animal. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Entering with a playful spirit, she had never witnessed such a scene. Was it truly so simple as to soar? Observing the masked figure beside her, she began to thrash violently in the air, her words incoherent, as fear completely consumed her reason, pushing her psyche to the brink of collapse. Chosen of Suffering, Pain Value 3. Chosen of Suffering, Pain Value 2. The incessant accumulation of pain values filled Lucy with a perverse delight, yet the woman's pig-like wailing rendered him momentarily speechless. He glanced at her, then quipped, I mean, why are you screaming? It's not like I'm soaring off your leg. Besides, you'll have to soar it off soon anyway, why not get a head start? It could be beneficial for you. What, do you wish to try it now? With that, Lucy extended the sword in her direction, as if extending an invitation. Faced with the sight of a blood-soaked hand gripping a sword, the woman fell silent. Overcome by terror, she fainted. Overwhelmed by the macabre spectacle, she could only wish to awaken, hoping it was all a mere nightmare. Honestly, it would have been nice if they had warned us to prepare psychologically before entering. Lucy nonchalantly rendered an onlooker unconscious before resuming his gruesome task. The act of severing one's own limb is not solely marked by excruciating pain, it also represents a profound psychological torment, a form of spiritual dismemberment. However, the original sin mask of greed dulled Lucy's mental anguish. As long as he beheld the rising pain values and secured what he desired, the trivial cost of discomfort was easily dismissed. A well-known adage states, when profits reach 50, people will take risks. When profits reach 100, they will dare to trample upon all laws. When profits soar to 300, they will risk their very lives. Yet for Lucy, even the slightest potential benefit, a mere fraction of 1%, was sufficient to ignite his reckless spirit. Greed allowed him to revel in the exhilarating dance upon the edge of a knife, seeking fortune amidst peril. Such exhilaration could drive one to madness. The soar had now embedded itself halfway. Apart from the woman, the other participants were equally pallid, who could witness such a graphic display without trepidation, especially with the masked fiend before them, soaring away without uttering a sound of pain, occasionally breaking into laughter. It truly felt as though they had descended into hell. Brother, you are remarkable. We may have overestimated our own capabilities by entering this game, remarked a pale-faced man to Lucy, yet, according to the audience, he too had previously participated in a novice game and emerged victorious. To sever is to sever. Your first choice to amputate a leg is commendable, your score and ranking should be quite high. But do take a look, you're currently soring your left leg. Oh. Lucy glanced at his blooded left leg. Is there a problem? The iron shackles bind your right foot. What good does soring your left leg do? Is it not permissible for me to soar as I wish? Lucy swayed defiantly, then shouted into the void, you decreed that I must soar my right leg. I simply wish to soar my left leg. Is that acceptable? This time, Lucy's outburst was directed at the enigmatic figure akin to a game organizer, who had previously conversed with the crowd. However, the mechanical voice that had emerged several times before remained silent. Lucy paid it no mind. After all, his strategy revolved around chance, win or lose, as long as the pain values continued to rise. Right, the other onlookers turned away, their expressions filled with despair. One had fainted, while another appeared to be a rather dim-witted fiend. If given the chance to survive, they would never dare to partake in such a deadly game again. Not just them, but the chosen ones among the audience also unanimously recognized the correctness of their own choices. Is this truly a game of hellish difficulty? Thank goodness I did not participate. How terrifying are all the perfect victors, such deranged individuals. Encountering such an extreme game, only a lunatic could remain so composed while sawing off a leg. Yet, it is of no consequence, he is ruthless enough, though his intellect appears rather lacking. Most spectators gazed at Lucy, their perfect victor, reflecting on the chilling scene, lamenting his audacity devoid of strategy. Yet among the onlookers, there were those who were not merely passive observers. Some astute individuals sought to gather intelligence for future endeavors and began to comprehend Lucy's intentions. One selected individual, known as Blank, now a spectator, articulated his insights on Lucy's live stream. Blank, surely you do not believe that a perfect victor could be so foolish as to soar the wrong leg. Blank. If I am not mistaken, he is engaging in a gamble with the game's rules. Do you recall his earlier question? Blank, he previously inquired what would happen if one were to soar off a leg without salvation, even illustrating the possibility of falling directly into lava. Blank. His intention was to inquire about all scenarios where soaring off a leg would not lead to salvation, deliberately diverting attention to trivial matters. Blank, in the end, he nonchalantly questioned whether soaring off a leg would guarantee rescue. This was the true essence of his strategy. The methods of amputation are manifold, including the option to not sever the trapped limb. Blank, the organizer, misled by his earlier prompts, provided a definitive answer. Blank. This, then, is the reason for his choice to soar off his left leg. Blank, though it may be merely a game of words, he executed it without hesitation, all for potential gain. Truly, every perfect victor is a monster maximizing their own interests, disregarding pain and their own limbs. Chapter 10, Fear can cloud your judgment, let us discuss the price. Blank. That is to say, from the very beginning of the game, this formidable figure harbored no fear in his mind. Blank, rusty sores and molten lava were of no concern to him. From the outset, he was solely focused on how to maximize his own interests within this game. Blank, to dare to act in such a manner, driven by extreme greed, boundless confidence, and a ruthless self-perception. The individual known as Blank spoke in a fragmented manner, as if he were contemplating while expressing his thoughts. Yet, once his words appeared on the screen, the barrage of comments in Lucy's streaming room diminished significantly, indicating that the audience was engrossed in his analysis. Previously mere spectators, they now felt as though their prior observations had been in vain. Aren't you a comrade? Why does everyone else seem so reasonable while you stand apart? Naturally, such analytical discourse would provoke dissent among some, as there are always those reluctant to acknowledge their own ineptitude. Immediately following Blank's remarks, a voice emerged, challenging his assertion. Sad smiley, how can you be so certain that your interpretation is correct? Perhaps this is merely the ramblings of a madman. Indeed, and shouldn't the organizer's voice resemble that of an automated machine? How could there be any linguistic errors unless someone is manipulating it? Paying little mind to these stubborn retorts, Blank remained indifferent. In the real world, Blank was currently transfixed by the screen, meticulously analyzing every move made by Lucy. He was resolute in seizing this opportunity to alter his fate and acquire extraordinary abilities, vowing to become a player in due course. However, he was unwilling to be a mere guinea pig. He opted to first gather intelligence, observing the game mechanics and the strategies employed by the world's top players before making his entrance. To his surprise, he stumbled upon such heavyweight competition. I must find a way to connect with players of this caliber and cultivate a rapport. With this thought in mind, Blank casually responded on the screen. Blank, think as you will. Truth be told, I am uncertain if I have grasped the entirety of this mastermind schemes. I shall observe how events unfold from here on out. The chat room buzzed with diverse opinions, yet Lucy, after casting a fleeting glance, immersed himself entirely in his task. At this moment, he continued to soar off his leg, as if engaged in a most satisfying endeavor or an intriguing pastime. He exhibited no sense of urgency. For he was accumulating pain points. From the commencement until now, he had amassed over 20 points, and for the first time, Lucy felt an appreciation for the utility of his leg. As long as he could achieve a flawless completion in the end, nothing would pose a problem. Observing the rising pain value, what did it matter whether he had a leg or not? Such an opportunity was rare indeed. He himself felt no pain and bore no psychological burden, yet those around him were suffering immensely. The woman who had fainted from fright earlier had now regained consciousness and was retching violently. The others fared little better, most drenched in sweat, their faces pale, turning their heads away to avoid witnessing Lucy's actions. The sweltering environment, the life-threatening trials, the unbearable agony before them, and the presence of a deranged fellow player rendered them dazed, as if they had truly descended into hell. Pain chosen. Pain value 1. As time progressed, Lucy realized that the accumulation of pain points had markedly slowed, indicating that the act of sawing off his leg was nearing its conclusion. Reluctantly, he detached his left leg, holding the blooded appendage in his hand, contemplating it for several moments before murmuring, One must wonder, with such an exhibition, will there not be additional benefits? The rebirth of severed limbs surely requires superior and more advanced potions than mere reconnect correct? With that, he nonchalantly discarded the severed leg into the bubbling magma below. I've sawed it off. Hey, are you still there? Wasn't it said that severing a leg would lead to liberation? Lucy's provocative voice echoed through the space, presenting his demands to the owner of this realm. Yet, no response came. Just as Lucy believed he might have failed this round, the cold mechanical voice re-emerged from above. However, this time, it bore an icy detachment, devoid of the earlier semblance of humanity, now resembling a purely mechanical entity. Relevant entry rules have been restored. Player Lucy has successfully exploited a system loophole, earning a medal, System Attacker, Epic. Related rewards will be tallied at the conclusion of the game. The mechanical voice referred to Lucy in a vague manner. Apart from Lucy himself, others could only discern a nebulous designation. Following the announcement of rewards, no further commentary was offered, as if the voice feared being ensnared in Lucy's inquiries once more. Lucy, however, paid it no mind. A satisfied smile played upon his lips beneath the mask as he hung upside down, stretching languidly. Not too shabby, quite generous indeed. Within the magma chamber, the only sound that remained was the bubbling of the lava, while the others were left in a state of stupor. No one had anticipated that the individual before them was not a mere masochist, but rather a madman willing to resort to any means for the sake of gain, to encounter such a dungeon and such players during one's inaugural game. The streaming room had long since erupted in chaos, and reflecting upon the analysis provided by the individual known as Blank, all present felt a profound sense of inadequacy. The accolades poured forth in a continuous stream. Yet, gazing upon the grotesque severed limb, few felt admiration, rather, an overwhelming sense of awe and dread prevailed. Lucy remained unfazed by the gazes of those around him. After catching his breath, he did not hastily seek to escape, but instead spoke again. To be frank, I find it perplexing why you all remain oblivious to the situation. Hearing his voice, the other 9 players paused in confusion, unsure of his meaning. You truly disregard life and death, do you? Have you not noticed that the lava is currently rising? What is this thing? Enlighten me. Lucy exclaimed, shaking the sword in his hand. You do not genuinely believe this is an instrument of suffering and torment, do you? If we are indeed in a game, this is known as a clearing tool. And right now, this soul clearing tool is in my possession, and not a single one of you has attempted to seize it. Fear has caused everyone to shy away from this sword. Do not succumb to fear, it will cloud your judgment. This so-called hellish game is, in fact, rather excessive in its ease. I hope to encounter such opportunities in the future. Ever since donning the mask of greed, Lucy had not only become insatiably greedy but had also grown somewhat loquacious. Yet, amidst his incessant chatter, the surrounding players felt an inexplicable chill, even though the ambient temperature had soared beyond 50 degrees Celsius. Enough of the idle chatter. Lucy playfully twirled the sword in his hand. Now, does anyone still wish to saw off a leg? Come, let us discuss the price. Chapter 11. The malevolence of humanity, a sudden outburst of violence as Lucy's words fell, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, their moods fluctuating as they gazed at him, still swaying in the center. Meanwhile, in the real world, the observer known as Blank, who had been meticulously watching Lucy's every move, slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming with fervor, "Damn it, I knew it would come to this." The previous tests were not merely about maximizing benefits. They held numerous deeper significances. This included probing the rules of the game, questioning what force governs this suddenly manifesting game, be it a machine, an omnipotent deity, or an alien civilization. Such examinations are crucial for the entire world, yet the big shots can execute them unknowingly, even securing advantages for themselves. Moreover, the previous brutal tactics served to intimidate other competitors, thus allowing for extortion at this juncture. Blank gritted his teeth, organizing his thoughts, growing increasingly exhilarated. He perceived no fault in such extreme avarice, with the world undergoing such tumultuous changes, where life and death hang by a thread. The powerful must resort to any means necessary to strengthen themselves in the early stages of the game. However, just as he was about to type in the live chat of this game broadcast, he slowly lowered his hands, for he had observed the comments of the majority, along with their current psychological states. This is extortion. Shouldn't we be helping one another in such a situation? The leg sawing is already horrific. In this atmosphere of fear, isn't it a bit unnecessary to threaten others? Impressive yet insane. I just hope I don't encounter such individuals in the game. Aside from these saintly remarks, the rest were mere boasts of bravado, akin to watching an American blockbuster. Either they were inexplicably infused with bizarre emotions, or they genuinely saw themselves as mere spectators. It seemed as though they had forgotten that they, too, were chosen ones with opportunities to participate in the game, all of them insiders. The world had dramatically transformed in an instant, yet people's mindsets had yet to adapt. Blank contemplated, abandoning the notion of sending bullet comments, choosing instead to focus on the unfolding scenes within the game. What do you mean? What do you mean by negotiating a price? Beside him, the woman who had been the loudest suddenly glared at Lucy with a look of hatred, fixing her gaze upon him with intensity. The literal meaning. If you don't pay, I won't provide the sword. What's the problem? Lucy turned his head, looking at her as if it were an entirely reasonable assertion. Do you have no conscience? You would profit from such money, you heartless wretch. I want to withdraw. I refuse to play this game any longer. Why must we be compelled to continue once we are in? Why is it that the organizers of this game hardly respond to us, yet they readily reply to you? How can you so easily saw off your own leg? I suspect you are in cahoots with them. This is clearly a conspiracy. Everyone, look, he is not a formidable player, he is merely allied with the puppeteers of this game. Perhaps overwhelmed by the psychological strain, the woman began to vent her frustrations frantically, her fear and pain morphing into rage directed at Lucy. Her body writhed violently, the chains clanking as she moved. Witnessing her derangement, Lucy felt an inexplicable bemusement. Silence enveloped the air for a few seconds before Lucy slowly spoke. Indeed, you are right. I am one of them. I am, in fact, an NPC of this game, not a player. I feel no pain, I can soar as I please, merely here to torment you normal players. What of it? What do you intend to do? At that moment, the blue greedy mask on Lucie's face formed a large, mockingly comical grin, as if to taunt her. Lucie understood that this vile woman was merely a magnification of human nature. He donned a mask of greed, while she likely bore a mask forged from years of a life of privilege. The weak draw their blades against the weaker. In this bizarre game world, even those who appear strong can be perceived as relatively weaker. Thus, her need for an emotional outlet manifested in her targeting him. Despite appearing fearsome and possessing the strength to eliminate her, years of social conditioning had led her to believe that provoking a human like him would bear no repercussions. Her methods were similarly crude, relying on loudness, slander, manipulation of public sentiment, and isolation. Yet, the world had shifted, and still, some failed to grasp this harsh reality. Lucie observed her with amusement. Even if he acknowledged her claims, even if he were vilified, even if he truly turned against all of them, what would it matter? His utterly unrepentant admission rendered the woman speechless, a muffled sound escaping her throat as her face turned crimson, whether from heat or from being suffocated by her own emotions remained unclear. The magma continues to rise, my friends. Lucie swung one leg in the air, as if on a swing, casually waving the sword in his hand, as if ready to drop it at any moment. How much do you want? Finally, someone spoke up, prompting Lucie to think that at least one person retained their wits. Turning to see who it was. What I desire is not money, but however, before he could finish his sentence, he turned to find a flash of red light before him. A man, propelled by the momentum of his chains, charged forward with a dagger over a foot long, gleaming with a sinister red glow. The dagger was evidently no ordinary weapon, but rather a game item. In an instant, the man's fierce glare pierced through, and as Lucie turned, the blade was already upon him, severing his throat. Amidst the ear-splitting screech of metal against metal, blood erupted as the intended lethal strike was miraculously diverted by Lucie in a split second, meeting the blade with his collarbone. The dagger became lodged firmly in his bone, immovable. The blue mask displayed no change in expression, even as the mask's smiling mouth stretched wider, almost reaching his ears. Pain Goddess chosen. Pain points 5. To his astonishment, even in this dire moment, a pleasant surprise awaited him. Kill him, quickly, kill him. The woman beside him began to writhe violently, shouting with excitement. The man, eyes gleaming with malice, aimed to capitalize on his initial success. But in an instant, the chaos came to a halt, the ecstatic cries choked in the woman's throat. A line of blood appeared on the man's neck as Lucie casually swung the sword in a motion so swift that it defied the naked eye, leaving only the terrifying sound of slicing air in its wake. Alas, what a pity! The opportunity was but a fleeting moment. Oh, additionally, I extend my gratitude for the dagger you provided. Chapter 12, a dramatic scene. He'll thank us for it. As the words fell, the man across from him, whose right hand gripped the knife, had already helplessly released his hold. His eyes widened in disbelief, hands clutching at his throat, blood gushed forth like water from a burst pipe. And no matter how he tried to stem it, he could not contain the flow. Mere seconds later, the man, suspended in the air, transformed into a grotesque figure of blood, the searing heat hastily coagulating the crimson liquid. His body twitched a couple of times in the air before falling silent. Dead, witnessing the brutal murder before their eyes jolted everyone into a state of acute awareness. Lucie found it rather amusing. Gazing at the perfectly roasted corpse, he felt inclined to share a dark jest. This red-skinned duck is quite the cosplayer. Truth be told, it's really just a hanging furnace inside. In truth, under the influence of the greedy mask, he should have exploited this audacious assailant to accrue a greater amount of pain points. However, he refrained from doing so, for the lesson etched in his mind was profoundly clear: never relinquish the chance to survive to another. If someone sought to take his life, he would not indulge in unnecessary banter. With that, he removed the dagger from his shoulder, observing the weapon description that materialized before him. Sharp blade, premium weapon, effect, armor piercing. When the user attacks with it, their strength will triple, with a strength cap, to be explored further. Description. When in doubt, just stab it in. Lucie, isn't he this description just a tad off? A premium weapon, it doesn't he sound particularly high tier, but I suppose it's better than nothing. With that, Lucie casually tossed the knife into his backpack as a trophy. Furthermore, categorizing it this way, it seemed his mask wasn't a weapon but a sealed artifact. Evidently, it was an independent and unique item. Casting a glance around, no one dared to meet the gaze of that deep blue mask. In places untouched by the laws of human fabrications, violence remains the most eloquent form of communication. All right, it's come to this, name your price. At last, the first astute individual spoke up, prompting Lucy to turn his attention towards him. I know you're not interested in money. You must be seeking leverage in this game, am I right? In my initial game, I amassed 500 points as a reward, and due to my commendable performance, the guide granted me an additional 300 points. I shall give you all these points. Just help me escape. Clearly, those who had previously experienced game completion possessed a significantly better psychological fortitude, yet, Lucy's next words nearly caused the man to choke on his own blood. 800. Is that all the points you have? The crowd, what sort of nonsense is this? 800 points is quite significant. What are you saying? This is all my points, the game has just begun, who could possibly have more? Didn't your guide enlighten you on the situation? Lucy, my guide, would you believe me if I said I had killed him? My reward was a staggering 3,000 points. Very well, a small transaction. Since you're my first customer, I shall grant you a little bonus. What? The man, caught off guard, was still grappling with the notion of having to saw off his own leg, his teeth chattering in apprehension. Lucy merely summoned his personal game panel. Strength, 10 agility, 10 speed, 10 luck, 3 spirit, 0 bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary, system attacker, epic, current pain points, 28. From the very moment he entered the game, Lucy recognized the paramount purpose of his pain points, leveling up. The values displayed on this personal panel could typically only be increased through serendipitous encounters or special items within the game, but Lucy had the capability to augment them directly. The ratios for strength, agility, and speed were all 1 to 2, while luck's ratio was 1 to 5, and spirit's was 1 to 10. To maximize his current abilities, Lucy spared little thought and allocated all points to strength. Strength amplification. 1024. His already superhuman strength swelled to unprecedented levels. Gripping the sword tightly, the wooden handle creaked ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. The surge of power brought forth a psychological inflation. Gazing at his relatively unmuscular arms, Lucy felt as if a green giant resided within him. Hey, what do you mean by that? The transaction had been completed, and the man on the other side watched as Lucy's veins bulged, his right hand gripping the saw with a vice-like grip, his mask contorting into a grotesquely human expression of alarm. Nothing much, as a conscientious merchant, how could I possibly harm you? I'm merely conducting an experiment. Amid the man's frantic struggles, a glint of ferocity flashed in Lucy's eyes, and the shape of the mask morphed into a distinctly human exclamation mark. With a swift motion, he swung the saw, its speed generating a faint sound akin to thunder. Crack, the sharp sound echoed, resembling a butcher cleaving meat on a chopping block. The rusted teeth of the saw, propelled by immense speed, transformed into a cutting tool of unparalleled sharpness. The figure fell in response, landing on the platform with a dull thud. Only upon his liberation did the man, whose leg had been severed, realize the ordeal was over, and the agony finally washed over him. After a harrowing scream, he clutched his severed leg, writhing in pain, then, drenched in sweat, fought to stifle the torment. Raising the amputated left leg, he pressed down on his arteries to stave off excessive blood loss. With a smile more grotesque than tears, he gave a thumbs up to Lucy, still suspended in the air, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Th. Thank you, boss." His gratitude was genuine. Despite his choice in the face of life and death, he truly doubted his ability to endure the agony of having his leg sawed off with a rusted tool. Lucy's divine maneuver left him convinced that the points he had spent were well worth it, at least securing his life. Hey, look at this scene. He actually has to thank us. Chapter 13, The Frenzied Bidding. She has ample time to regret. After Lucy had finished his verbal display, he revelled in his newfound strength and gave a thumbs up to the unfortunate fellow whose leg he had severed. The man seemed oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Having experienced superhuman power, he had already come to terms with the impending transformation of the world. However, others harbored different thoughts. The livestream audience was in an uproar, their emotions surged even more intensely than when they witnessed Lucy's gruesome self-mutilation. After all, it was their first encounter with someone truly wielding supernatural abilities. The allure of primal power invariably eclipses the allure of wealth and authority. Incredible, what did I just witness? Surely, I wasn't imagining things. That must be a superpower, right? What kind of force is that? To sever a leg with a rusty saw in one swift stroke. I might have raised my voice a bit too much, but wow, could I possibly get your contact information? It seems like you rarely watch live streams in this realm. Is this not the true charm of the game? If it's superpowers, I want a taste of that too. Let the recklessness commence. I just visited other player streams, most don't engage in such brutal acts. This particular player just happened to encounter a hellishly difficult game scenario. Fortune favors the bold. Stop boasting, would you dare to saw off your own leg if asked? The livestream room erupted with fervor. Previously passive observers now found themselves restless, casting aside fear and trepidation. Some had begun to seek Lucy's contact details, eager to connect with him in the real world. There were even whispers of corporate titans contemplating recruiting Lucy to their ranks. Blankly seated before the screen, one individual shook his head in disbelief. People were gradually awakening to the gravity of the situation, yet, this was merely the beginning. Lucy's superhuman strength, while extraordinary, still resembled that of a human form. When scenes of flight and thunderous might materialized, only then would the audience truly lose their minds. However, amidst the flattery and fervent excitement, a discerning voice finally broke through the noise. Wait, has no one noticed something amiss? He possesses the ability to instantaneously sever a leg, so why did he saw at his own leg so painstakingly before? The barrage of comments momentarily halted. As this timid query surfaced, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, why, with the simplest solution at hand, why subject oneself to such torment? I could undergo a painless procedure, yet I choose to suffer instead. Previously, Blank and others could rationalize Lucy's actions, but this inexplicable contradiction left everyone baffled. A multitude of analytical masters, seated before their screens, concocted 1,000 justifications for Lucy's self-inflicted torment, yet none could reconcile the inexplicable desire to inflict pain upon himself. Could it be that he was truly a masochist, or perhaps mentally unhinged? Impossible. A player of such caliber, achieving flawless completions, could not possibly be of unsound mind. Surely, there must be a deeper meaning we have yet to uncover. Let's analyze further. The depth of Lucy's intentions would forever elude them. After all, he merely sought a modicum of pain value. Below, the first person he saved had mysteriously vanished, leaving uncertainty about whether it signified the end of the game. Regardless, their disappearance ignited a surge of exhilaration among those still suspended. Before Lucy could utter a word, the remaining individuals clamored with increasing urgency. Boss, look over here, I'm willing to place a bid. I have 200 points, plus an ordinary weapon, all obtained in the initial game. I can offer them to you. As long as you can personally sever my leg. Help me with my leg, and I'll reward you with a substantial sum of money once I get out. Plenty of it, you can fill in the check. Cut mine. Come sever my leg. We're all compatriots, lend a hand. Players who had previously been too frightened to utter a word now found themselves invigorated at the prospect of a painless alternative, eagerly bidding for leg amputations. In this day and age, the auctioning of leg severance had become a reality. The broken window theory never goes out of style. Ordinarily, if one were to suggest amputating a leg without anesthesia, no one would accept. Yet now, after witnessing Lucy's prolonged ordeal with the rusty saw, people suddenly perceived the prospect of a direct amputation as a stroke of fortune. Observing the frenzied bidding, Lucy chose not to decline but awaited the highest offers. After all, those who participated in the initial game, yet failed to complete it, would possess some points, and some had signed internal agreements to allocate their game points to Lucy. Emboldened by the mask of greed, he transformed into a merciless figure, ready to sever legs for the right price. Ultimately, he acquired an unprecedented game item, along with numerous game points and promises of future rewards, as he amputated leg after leg. In Japan, he would have been hailed as a master of leg severance by now. Amidst the horrified screams, only 4 individuals remained suspended. 2 appeared utterly petrified, having seemingly relinquished all hope of survival. Lucy paid them no mind, their choice to forsake life was of no concern to him. 1 Former victor cast a final glance in his direction before vanishing, presumably having utilized a withdrawal token from previous rewards. At last, Lucy turned his attention back to the woman who had incessantly shouted and hurled insults at him. She had fallen silent for quite some time. Upon meeting Lucy's gaze once more, trembling in fear, she began, "I warn you, if you..." But this time, Lucy could not be bothered to listen. With a swift motion, he severed the leg that had been bound. His body fell onto the platform. Reaching out to the edge of the platform, he smiled and addressed the woman suspended in the air. "Magmar is approaching swiftly." In the blink of an eye, Lucy's figure vanished, and within moments, Magmar engulfed the platform. In his final fleeting glance, he observed the woman awakening to the reality of her predicament, emitting a piercing shriek as she frantically grasped at the swaying soar above. Her anguished cries echoed through the air, but it was too late. The magma had consumed the platform, yet she still had ample time to regret, though the opportunity had long since slipped away. Humanity can perish due to folly. Chapter 14, The Spoil Ceremony, reveals players who have perfectly completed the game. Whether that woman will experience regret in the final moments, whether her heart will be torn asunder, is no longer a concern for Lucy. At present, Lucy finds himself feeling a tinge of regret. Perhaps it is the insatiable greed that stirs within him. As he nears the conclusion of the game, he begins to feel that his gains are somewhat insufficient. Is this truly the extent of the punishment, a mere single instance of the leg-sawing torture? Shouldn't there be several more cruel tortures to endure, a relentless cycle of torment? Such a concept of hellish difficulty reveals a lack of imagination that hardly meets the standards of perversion expected. As he contemplates this, the familiar sensation of data flow does not materialize, indicating that upon vanishing from the platform, a direct game settlement has not occurred. With eyes wide open, he finds himself in an extraordinarily bright space. The 4 individuals he had previously rescued now sit in terror upon their chairs, anxiously surveying their surroundings. The game is not yet over. This hellish ordeal seems far from its conclusion. Just as they emerge in elation, believing it to be the end, reality delivers a staggering blow. Upon Lucy's emergence, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously turn towards him, suggesting that the game awaits the arrival of all players. Each individual is secured to a chair, arranged in the formation of a regular pentagon, while at the center stands a pentagonal column whose depths are unfathomable, devoid of any discernible purpose. Unlike the others, Lucy, aware that the game is still in progress, feels a sense of joy. After all, as long as the game continues, he still has the opportunity to profit. His mindset is evidently different. Having navigated the prior games, he finds himself somewhat enthralled. Patting the mask that perpetually displays a smile, Lucy murmurs to himself, "I did say it should not lack imagination. The game ought to be more perverse." Control yourself. While he relishes the sensation of reward, Lucy remains cautious, ensuring he does not completely succumb to the rhythm of the mask. The mask merely amplifies his corresponding emotions. He must not allow it to dominate him entirely. All players have arrived. Welcome, conquerors of the hellish game. Following Lucy's appearance, the mechanical voice that had been absent for a time returns to the space. Upon hearing this voice, the other 4 individuals shudder, uncertain whether it is from pain. "You seem to be quite pleased," that defies logic. Suddenly, the voice shifts its focus, and the group realizes that it is addressing Lucy. The controller of this game is actively engaging with the player. Lucy raises his head, glancing around before inquiring, "Is that so? That's rather delightful. So, what rewards might there be?" "What the hell, rewards? Are you addicted to milking sheep? This is a game of hellish difficulty, not a casual affair." Lucy's simple remark directly pierces the defenses of the game's controlling voice, leaving it momentarily speechless. Subsequently, the lights surrounding the 5 individuals abruptly dim, enhancing the atmosphere of loneliness and terror. Creak crackle. A sharp, peculiar sound emerges, and before the bewildered gazes of the others, the immense barrel-shaped space begins to rise, filled with black water. As they focus, a startled cry escapes someone's lips. That is not black water at all, it is an unfathomable, exceedingly vast swarm of insects. Layer upon layer, a multitude surges forth, seemingly emerging from the depths below. Moreover, the insects are far from ordinary, each one appears grotesquely repulsive. Some resemble scorpions, yet each measures nearly half a meter in length. Others are covered in barbs, their elongated tongues writhing incessantly. Some soft-bodied creatures twist and squirm, even bursting from the pressure, oozing a thick broth. The colossal barrel-shaped space fills to the brim with insects, their incessant screeching echoing throughout, inducing a wave of nausea merely at the sight. Before long, the columnar space before them is entirely filled. This colossal pillar, 5 meters in diameter and at least 10 meters high, is crammed with insects, with a rough estimate suggesting there are at least hundreds of millions within this otherworldly realm. The 4 individuals seated around the pillar now wear expressions of sheer horror, and even Lucy cannot suppress a gasp of disbelief. While some may be unafraid of ferocious beasts, in the presence of such a swarm, aside from those sorcerers from Miaojiang, it is unlikely anyone would maintain their composure. This phenomenon undoubtedly tests both physical and psychological limits, far beyond what any normal person could endure, especially considering they seem to be extraterrestrial insects. Oh my God, no way, please, this is too disgusting. I can't bear to watch, I'm leaving to check out another stream. Honestly, this is a bit too heavy. I'm done for. I think being an observer is much better. I mustn't become a player. The viewers in the live stream express their dismay. The sheer number of these insects has shattered the threshold of curiosity. Soon after, they discover that the barrier separating that space from their own chamber is a specialized glass window measuring 50 centimeters on each side. Gazing at this window, they feel faint, for it signifies that these insects will soon come pouring in. When will this end? Just let me die. Nearby, a man, unable to withstand the pressure, strikes his fist against the glass, producing a dull thud. Yet, in this moment of fury, he can do nothing. As he observes the insects, a thought crosses Lucy's mind. Perhaps there is an opportunity for a pain value to be accrued once more. Dear players, do you not feel honored? The game should have concluded already. However, due to the excessive number of surviving players, it does not align with the concept of hellish difficulty, thus necessitating a minor additional test. Originally, the fate of the game rested in the hands of this player, who could have easily ensured his status as the sole survivor. Now, this additional test will cease to exist, and he shall once again attain the title of Perfect Conqueror. Indeed, he is the only one among you to have achieved perfect completion in the novice level. And due to his merciful nature, we find ourselves in this predicament. Come now, let us all applaud his performance. The organizer's voice resonates once more, accompanied by the illumination of Lucy's chamber, clearly indicating whom he is addressing. However, this time, the tone and words carry a distinctly mocking undertone, leaving one to ponder whether Lucy has inadvertently offended him. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause reverberates through the space, intertwining with the insect's cacophony. Yet the only individual clapping at this moment is Lucy himself. Quite right, according to your words, I must be truly impressive. I believe I ought to applaud myself. So, back to the original question, given my stellar performance, are there no additional rewards? Chapter 15. The Spoils of War Game, the unluckiest position. Lucy's voice was calm, laced with a tone that was both sardonic and ironic, showing no sign of being affected by the host's mockery. In fact, he retorted with his own jibes. He was perplexed as to why he had suddenly become the target of scrutiny, as if the game held a grudge against him, placing him squarely in the line of fire. They even revealed that he was a perfect completionist, yet he felt no concern. The more he was the focus of scorn, the more opportunities arose. Targeting him was merely an invitation to seize advantage. Risk always accompanies opportunity, as a certain philosopher with the surname Gao once posited. The greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. Gao, what was his full name? Let us just assume he was referring to Gorky. All rewards and benefits from completing the game are not simply given, but earned through one's own efforts, or rather, seized. What you can obtain hinges on how far you can progress. Greed, it seems you've adapted quite well to that mask. But I wonder, will your mercy in allowing them to survive ultimately lead to your own downfall? Oh, I've become soft-hearted, have I? The way you put it almost moves me. Perhaps you should bestow an award or grant me an achievement badge, Lucy replied effortlessly, not allowing the words to fall to the ground. Observing the back and forth between Lucy and the enigmatic voice, the other four individuals felt entirely like outsiders, merely spectators to the duel of wits, too intimidated to interject. At this moment, they realized there indeed existed a distinction between merely completing the game and achieving a perfect completion. It dawned on them that this formidable player had been among the elite from the very beginning, and their gazes toward him began to grow complex. From initial trepidation and alienation, a hint of gratitude began to emerge. After all, despite his greed and madness, resembling a vampire threatening their lives, he had, in essence, saved them. If Lucy were truly a bloodthirsty maniac, he could have easily let them perish in the latter, with no obligation to assist anyone in severing limbs. Indeed, in this hellish game, the act of severing limbs was akin to a divine mercy. However, with matters having reached this point, and the future still uncertain, none of those present intended to express their thanks to Lucy, this great benefactor. All right, the final trial. The spoils game. Let us all be a bit more cheerful. It is time to reap the rewards. Ordinary players should not feel disheartened. In the upcoming phase, you will be on the same level as that individual. This is a divine game, a challenge for the contenders. Here, anything is possible. Do not underestimate your potential. You can transform overnight. Welcome to the chosen paradise. The beguiling voice rose once more, seemingly stirring the greed within the hearts of the players, yet it was evident that this message was still not favorable to Lucy. Clearly, it aimed to create a rift between Lucy and the others. In the forthcoming game, competition was inevitable. Soon, amidst the writhing and screeching of the insects, two pillars rose before each player, within reach, adorned with a red and a green button. Above the insect pillar, a vivid crimson number materialized. 100. The spoils game is about to commence. You are all individuals who have successfully navigated the trials of hell. Ordinarily, you would directly receive rewards, but the number of those who passed the trials is, by all accounts, unreasonably high. Therefore, you will confer together to allocate the final reward value of 100. Special reminder. The rewards are bountiful. As confusion enveloped everyone, a screen appeared before each participant, displaying various images, each depicting different contents. Come and witness the desires and aspirations deep within your hearts. The visuals showcased the power to move mountains and fill seas, the ability to shatter planets with a mere gesture. There were scenes of opulence, gazing down upon the masses from a position of grandeur. Some were in Tokyo, aboard a train filled with neon-lit beauties, where time abruptly froze. Others found themselves in a laundry mishap with their stepsister, something peculiar caught in the washing machine. TSK, what a hodgepodge of nonsense you all have. In any case, the chosen paradise is the realm where your dreams can manifest. Trust me, for your currently limited understanding, this E100 undoubtedly holds the potential to alter the course of your lives. The host, having felt the time was ripe after stirring their desires for a considerable duration, deemed it unnecessary to lay further groundwork. The stage was set for the grand distribution of spoils. All right, the spoils game is now ready to begin. Let us proceed to the rules. This 100 represents the total sum of all rewards, and the method of distribution is to be decided by your votes. No one holds any privilege. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other four players visibly relaxed. Under such circumstances, the disparity between themselves and the perfect completionist no longer seemed insurmountable. Yet, what purpose did that sinister insect jar serve? That jar serves as a punishment for those who are deemed out of line. The rules are as follows. Each person, in turn, will propose their own distribution plan for the points. If half or more of the participants press the green approval button, the proposal passes, and everyone receives their respective shares of the rewards. Conversely, if more than half reject the proposal, the individual who presented it will be transported into that jar. The little creatures will be quite fond of you all. Then, the next person in line will continue to put forth their proposal. As the jar filled with insects flickered ominously, the group's previously suspended breath was now completely extinguished. So, this contraption was meant for execution. Surely, the most harrowing method of demise imaginable. All right, without further ado, let the sequential distribution begin. With that, a number began to rapidly flash above each participant's head, from 1 to 5. All players felt a surge of tension, with several closing their eyes in prayer, hoping for a later position. In this game, for the first individual to allocate, their fate was entirely contingent on the decisions of others. Forget about receiving any benefits. If they drew the first position, survival itself would be a challenge. Dying in the previous game would have been far preferable. This was nothing short of a game of chance. Ding with the sound, the players' bodies trembled as the numbers settled, determining the order of proposals. 1. Lucy, Chapter 16, The Frantic Allocation Scheme. Is he seeking death? Numbers 1 to 5, allocation complete. Upon gazing at the number hovering above their heads, players 4 and 5 instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Setting aside other concerns, according to the previously established rules, their lives were at least spared. Moreover, their positions were rather comfortable. As stated earlier, if more than half of the participants disagreed, those who voiced their objections would face execution. Thus, it was only natural to assume that those in the front would be more considerate during the allocation process, perhaps even attempting to curry favor with them. After all, being positioned further back, they were assured of survival and stood to gain no particular advantage, making it unlikely for them to acquiesce to any unfavorable terms. Conversely, players 2 and 3 bore expressions tinged with discomfort. Their positions were decidedly precarious. Faced with the looming pillar of numbers, the digits offered them little reassurance, especially player 2, the sole female present, who wore a particularly grim countenance, lamenting her unfortunate luck. However, upon noticing that the formidable Lucy bore the numeral 1 above his head, her spirits lifted considerably, feeling a sense of equilibrium restored. At that moment, the other 4 individuals cast their gazes towards Lucy, their eyes betraying a mixture of pity and schadenfreude. Indeed, in such a game, offending the organizers was hardly a wise choice. No matter how strong one might be, they were merely a player in the game, while the organizers were the architects of its rules. What pretense was this? Observing Lucy, who lowered his head in silence, they felt an inexplicable satisfaction. Everyone relishes the creation of idols, yet what they cherish even more is witnessing their fall from grace. Seeing the evidently strongest participant, one whose prowess threatened the game's balance, relegated to the most unfortunate position, they couldn't help but feel a sense of secret delight. Where had the gratitude gone? Hadn't he extorted them when he aided in the leg severing? At this moment, the shimmering blue mask adorning Lucy's face bore no discernible expression as he continued to bow his head, murmuring to himself. The crowd fell into silence, each individual keen to eavesdrop on the musings of this distinguished player. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grasses reached the azure sky. The crowd collectively pondered. What song is he singing at this juncture? Is his mind unhinged? One must not attempt to fathom the thoughts of a great figure, yet regardless, it was now Lucy's turn to allocate. It's over. This is clearly rigged. This is purely orchestrated. Sigh. Let us keep a low profile. Why antagonize the organizers? Let us see how this unfolds. If I can survive, that would be a blessing indeed. One must remember. The glances of the other players unmistakably suggest a desire for his demise. One must indeed keep a low profile, alas. The comments in the chat echoed skepticism, save for a few, including Blank, who furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. The essence of this game lies in strategy. It should not lead to a deadlock. As they calculated their options, they observed Lucy, still humming a tune, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, Lucy himself was engrossed in contemplation, his thoughts immediately drawn to the effects of his greed mask. At the onset of the game, its characteristics had been disclosed, though he had temporarily relegated that information to the recesses of his mind. Greed blue, Cato, personality influence, amplifies avarice, becomes loquacious and quick-witted, cunning and treacherous. Benefits. Luck will subtly increase, possessing unique effects at critical moments. Description: at the gaming table, the one who yearns to win the most shall triumph. By rights, my fortune ought to be favored. If that holds true, it seems there are no issues. After a prolonged silence, Lucy finally spoke, a smile breaking upon his lips, the comical visage on his blue mask resurfacing. Alas, what a pity it is to have such fine insects go to waste. Gazing at their pain values before him, Lucy comprehended the crux of this game of wits. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice interrupted him. This esteemed perfect clearance player, I believe we have reached a juncture where riddles are unnecessary, allow me to speak plainly. We all acknowledge your prowess, yet as the first, you may forego this reward. You may allocate it as 0. Let us now discuss the distribution among the 4 of us. Although this means you gain nothing, as long as we successfully allocate, you will at least avoid being cast into that cage. You were once a perfect clearance player. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be future opportunities. What say you? The woman beside him, appearing rather astute, spoke up, seemingly rational, considering Lucy's perspective. After all, as player 2, if player 1 were to suddenly go mad and choose death, the burden would inevitably fall upon her. It was wiser to take initiative, for this way, she could at least secure a vote from Lucy, alleviating her own risk. At that moment, the organizers once again interjected. Attention, everyone! Every 5 minutes, if a round of voting is not completed, the door before you will briefly open for one of you. Just then, the voice of the organizer rang out once more, reminiscent of a Grim Reaper's decree. The participating players felt a weight settle in their hearts upon hearing his words. Of course, to prevent any delays, if it is your turn and you deliberately withhold your allocation policy, the door before you shall open first. What do you think of my proposal, perfect clearance player? You've heard, we cannot afford to delay any longer. The woman, now anxious, urged Lucy to follow her lead. Cease your interruptions, do not continue to disrupt me. Lucy admonished her, then lifted his gaze to inquire, I would like to inquire whether the allocation of 100 can include decimal points. For instance, could I assign someone 0.000001? No, allocations must be in whole numbers. TSK, what a pity, Lucy muttered, lifting his gaze. In that case, I shall refrain from further ado. My method of allocation is as follows. Player 2 was immediately taken aback, thinking to himself that indeed this fellow was about to go off the rails. Could such matters be decided unilaterally? The other players also perked up their ears in anticipation. Player 5, 1 point. The man from Player 5 was momentarily stunned. Player 3, 1 point. Player 3 suspected he had misheard. Player 1, which is myself, 98 points. Players 2 and 4, 0 points. Player 2, a woman, was left speechless. As this seemingly deranged method of allocation was revealed, everyone began to question whether their ears were deceiving them. The entire livestream room was on the verge of exploding. Was he truly courting disaster? Chapter 17, Dare to defy me. As she was being allocated, you two will end up with nothing. What the hell, seriously, at a time like this, we still have to engage in verbal sparring. Those who know how to read the situation are the true heroes. I wonder if it's possible that this guy is indeed a masochist, yearning to enter that bug-infested chamber for an experience. Enough? I am about to be sick. The organizers have clearly set their sights on you, and you're still here being uncooperative, that's simply courting death. This is no longer mere banter or negotiation. I have long maintained that this individual is no great figure. He merely passed the initial stage through sheer perversion of intellect to achieve a flawless run. Allowing such a person to become a leader is a gross dereliction of duty on the part of this so-called divine selection paradise. In a moment, various voices clamored, as people desperately sought to dissociate themselves, convincing themselves that the individual before them was unworthy of their admiration, that they had simply misjudged their character. When the divine falls from grace, the clamor that ensues is far louder than the applause that greeted their ascent. Is the allocation method confirmed? A mechanical voice echoed from above, seemingly astonished by Lucy's assertion. Confirmed. Altering post-confirmation will incur relevant costs. Confirmed. Following the two confirmations, a somewhat blurred number materialized above each person's head, the number allocated by Lucy. As the lights dimmed, with a resounding snap of fingers, red light flashed, almost instantaneously. After Lucy had finalized the allocation method, the second female contestant pressed the rejection button with no hesitation. With a cold expression, she turned to Lucy and stated, "Number 1, since you insist on courting death, you cannot blame us. Those who cannot discern the situation, no matter how great their power, ultimately cannot escape the fate of death. It's over. If you are so eager to enter that chamber teeming with insects, then you shall have your wish." A chilling voice emerged, emboldened by the support of the game rules. She now held no fear and openly unleashed her disdain upon Lucy. Lucy merely chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the woman. She, unperturbed, fixed her eyes on the blue mask, staring at the man who had instilled countless fears within her. Soon, this devilish man would perish at her hands, as a vague sense of accomplishment and delight washed over her. The power to judge him at will intoxicated her, yet, observing the woman's face, the smile on Lucy's mask remained unchanged. Within this game, there are only 2 women. Compared to that woman, you are marginally better. Upon hearing Lucy's words, a bead of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the second contestant's forehead. She vividly recalled the woman who had vehemently berated Lucy in the previous molten hell. Now, that woman was absent. What had transpired was all too evident. However, she perished due to her foolishness. As for you, while not as foolish, you cannot be deemed wise, and you possess a touch of arrogance. The second contestant glared at Lucy, her eyes filled with defiance, even managing a slight smirk in the end. Is it meaningful to spare the face of someone like you when death is looming? She then turned to address the other players, saying, "Everyone, let us not waste time. Press the red button before you to indicate rejection. This is also a means of avenging our broken limbs and the extortion we faced." It must be said that there are only a few ways to incite hatred, and the second contestant's words were crystal clear, almost evoking a laugh from Lucy. The game's hellish difficulty forced everyone to either suffer a broken limb or face death, yet somehow, in her words, she had become the enemy responsible for the severed limbs. The second contestant cared not for such details. This was not the time for reasoning. The priority was to cast aspersions and forge connections with the others. Fourth, in this allocation scheme he devised, we both walk away empty-handed, with a total of 0. With your low ranking, life-threatening danger is improbable. An offer yielding 0 benefits is clearly unacceptable. As for third and fifth, you both have only been allocated a mere 1 point, which, in my view, is less an invitation and more an affront. Let us reject together. I assure you that in my future allocation scheme, you too will not receive such meager benefits. In just a few words, the second contestant was determined to sow division among the group, positioning Lucy against everyone. Ding, another sound echoed, and the option before the fourth contestant turned red. In a brief span, it appeared Lucy was teetering on the edge of a precipice, yet, Lucy, unfazed, hummed a tune. The evening breeze caresses the willows, and the flute's sound fades, the setting sun beyond the mountains. The second contestant paid him no heed. Ambition flickered in her eyes. Today marked her first participation in the divine selection game. She was intent on personally ending this once perfectly successful individual. Third, fifth, do not hesitate any longer, make your decision. I have stated that when it's my turn, the worst-case scenario will still be a split, ensuring you will receive better benefits. Throughout, it had been predominantly the second contestant's monologue, as if she had become the protagonist in this second game. Just then, Lucy finally spoke. You claim that should you allocate, the worst outcome would still be a split. So why can't the 3 of them simply vote you out, and once you're dead, they can divide the spoils amongst themselves? Wouldn't that yield more? What role do you play in this scenario? The second contestant, stunned by his words, she was rendered speechless, stammering, Everyone, do not be swayed by his words. I merely stated this is the minimum outcome. Moreover, regardless, my allocation method is far superior for everyone compared to yours. Lucy chuckled coldly, offering no response, simply continuing, by the same logic, if it's a split, then why should fourth and fifth accommodate third? By voting third out, wouldn't they acquire more? Yet when that occurs, fifth, will you still receive any benefits? Entangled causes, the cause is the head of the effect, and the effect is the tail of the cause. When those ahead perish, consider what implications await you when your turn comes. Sometimes, one must think from the end back to the beginning. You are correct, this game is indeed one of luck, and I happen to be the luckiest among you. Third, fifth, you can only accept my allocation. Do you believe it? If fourth were to allocate, your benefits would amount to 0. Chapter 18, An Inexorable Machination, He is not insane. Absolutely impossible. The somewhat ominous voice of Lucy reverberated within the confines of the space. No sooner had he finished speaking than the second individual erupted into a torrent of invective, her urgency palpable. Everyone, do not heed his incitement, we can undoubtedly negotiate a fair distribution. I shall oversee the allocation. There is no way anyone would receive a complete 0. Trust me, I swear on my character that we will not allow any individual to monopolize the spoils. We have all endured this hellish game together. We are bound by a shared fate, the second individual spoke almost maniacally, as if attempting to conceal something, desperately suppressing her own trepidation. Lucy's mere few words had instilled a profound fear within her, compelling her to instinctively seek to expel him from their midst. The opportunity to rid herself of this deranged fiend had arrived. Lucy, perceptive of her fraying mental state, interjected with a smile, vows have always been untrustworthy, compared to promises. Choices rooted in human nature are far more credible. What did you discern from the videos that stirred the deepest desires within you? What do you fear? Even if my proposal is accepted and you gain nothing, you will not perish. Yet, your fervor is unmistakable. The desires that dwell within you, the ultimate benefits, are simply too enticing for you to relinquish, am I correct? A sheen of perspiration began to form on the second individual's brow. She yearned to articulate something that would alter the course of events, to urge the third and fifth individuals to vote swiftly. Just one vote remained. At that moment, a voice emerged from the previously silent onlookers. It was the fifth individual, whose demeanor was notably relaxed, free from the spectre of mortal peril. I would like to pose a question to the esteemed first individual. Why do you assert that if the fourth individual were to oversee the distribution, the third and I would be relegated to receiving nothing? Lucy turned his head slightly in his direction, the blue mask forming an expression of bewilderment. Do you not utilize your intellect at all? He then redirected his gaze towards the second woman, a smirk playing upon his lips as he continued, this only demonstrates that you are not as astute as Miss Two. If my conjecture is correct, you have likely grasped the crux of this game after my previous remarks, have you not? The second individual trembled slightly, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, yet she hesitated to acknowledge it, striving to maintain her composure. Lucy, however, offered her no further opportunity, reclining against the back of his chair and continuing, let us assume this game involves only one participant. Undoubtedly, that individual would claim the entirety, 100% of the spoils, and return home in bliss. But what if there are only 2 participants? What would the distribution yield, 50-50, or something else? That is simply implausible. It must be 100-0, for as long as half of the individuals consent, the distribution will proceed, and the one with the power to allocate need not concern themselves with the thoughts of the other. Lucy's words captivated the attention of all present. Aside from the increasingly pallid countenance of the second individual, everyone else listened intently. His voice continued to resonate. Therefore, what transpires when 3 individuals are involved? The inquiry was measured, yet those watching the live broadcast, immersed in contemplation, simultaneously grasped the malevolence inherent in this game. In unison, they exclaimed, the distributor need only offer a meager benefit to the third individual, entirely disregarding the second, and the distribution plan shall be approved. The allocation could very well be 99-0-1. For if the third individual objects and the distribution fails, leaving only 2 participants, the final individual will receive nothing. So, what occurs as the number of participants increases? I trust one need not elaborate further. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. None were fools. Previously, the external pressure had muddled their thoughts, preventing them from discerning the underlying key elements. Now, with Lucy having elucidated everything so clearly, they too could deduce the likely outcomes. If there were 4 participants, the first individual's method of allocation would need to consider the interests of the penultimate participant. For should the first individual perish, the situation would revert to that of the prior 3 participants, a scenario previously articulated, wherein the penultimate participant would gain nothing. Hence, the distribution would be 99-0-1-0. Continuing this progression, we now arrive at the distribution method for 5 participants. Although difficult to accept, and challenging to comprehend instinctively, if viewed through this lens, Lucie's allocation method appears utterly unassailable. He is, astonishingly, correct, but how does he dare? How does he dare? It must be understood that should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would pay with his very life, yet he remains resolute in his decision, as if the spectre of death bears no weight upon him, his mental state unwavering. Thus, I am the luckiest among you. By that token, you truly do love me. This declaration was directed towards the heir, aimed at the organizers who had positioned him as the first participant. Silence implies acquiescence. 5 minutes have elapsed. Click. A small door before Lucie opened and closed, revealing several seemingly benevolent little creatures that began to wander aimlessly within the space, chirping without purpose. You've even found me a few companions. It appears you truly do care for me, Lucie continued his banter, even going so far as to beckon the creatures toward himself. He was in no rush to urge the other players, allowing them to digest the situation at their own pace while he pondered further strategies for exploitation. While he leisurely entertained himself, the other players remained unwilling to accept the grim reality, casting suspicious glances at one another, contemplating potential avenues for resolution, particularly the second individual, who was the most reluctant to concede. At this moment, she was still seeking a means to reverse her fortunes. Everyone, this perspective only reflects the worst-case scenario, it is but a ploy of this game. As long as we unite, however, as she spoke, she sensed her own persuasive power waning, questioning why anyone would believe her. A spark ignited. 3rd and 5th, I can offer you points privately. Just as she intended to leverage her position by directly offering points to the 3rd and 5th individuals to secure their trust, she recalled that in the previous round, Lucie had extorted all their points. Despair mingled with shock in the eyes of the second individual as she gazed at the first player, as if looking up at an insurmountable mountain. Could it be that he had already anticipated the situation at hand? Chapter 19, Reason may not be worth anticipating, yet greed and human nature are eternal. As woman number 2 pondered this, her gaze momentarily became vacant. As long as each of us trusts one another, the situation where only he reaps the greatest rewards will not arise. She continued to rack her brain, engaging in futile self-talk, when in reality, the matter was quite simple. If everyone trusted each other, if they could all place their faith in her, how could the 4 of them possibly end up with such meager benefits? Yet, it was this very suspicion that ensnared everyone in a stalemate. Stop overthinking, number 2. At that moment, Lucie interrupted her thoughts once more. Can you truly face your inner self? Would you trust yourself to refrain from seizing the most for yourself if I were to perish? Moreover, if you were to discover a way to make everyone believe in you, casting me aside to secure your advantageous position, do you not think that number 3 would employ the same tactic to dispose of you? The light in number 2's eyes gradually dimmed. Upon hearing this, she finally recognized the futility of her situation. Initially, she had believed that her own intelligence could turn the tide. If only. Alas, there were no ifs now. Lucie had begun to toy with the small insects that had crawled in, one resembling a scorpion with a massive tail, climbing onto his body at his beckoning. As he grasped it, applying slight pressure, the seemingly robust creature offered no resistance. After a moment of contemplation, Lucie moved the insect closer to the wound on his severed leg. Suddenly, the scorpion's tail began to thrash violently, and an unexpected event occurred. Flames spewed forth. Pain chosen, pain value increased by 6. What the hell is this alien creature? Lucie exclaimed in shock, observing the charred interface of his severed leg. He could hardly fathom the insect's formidable power. It even spits fire. I must say, its blood-staunching effect is quite remarkable. Blood-staunching, you call burning a severed limb blood-staunching? As the other players witnessed his antics, having experienced the insect's prowess, the already overwhelming pressure in their hearts only intensified, adding a boulder to their burdens. Can this thing be taken away? Can someone send me a message? Where are the organizers? Why is no one speaking? Lucy's voice went unanswered. Whether in the previous escape game or the current distribution game, the essence was not insurmountably difficult. Yet, a severed leg, magma, a rusted sore, swarms of insects, death, and the ever-looming door to poisonous creatures, all relentlessly compounded the psychological strain, overwhelming every mental defense, driving one to despair and leading to erroneous, even life-abandoning choices. Yet, all of this proved ineffective against Lucy. Number 1, I have a question for you. In the silence, player number 3, who had remained quiet, finally spoke, as if grasping at a final straw. Your analysis is astute, but this method of distribution relies on the rationality of all involved. What if, regardless of interests, someone among us simply desires to cast you out, wishing for your demise? No sooner had the words left his lips than a deafening crash echoed. Player number 5, seemingly frenzied, began to vigorously blow on the chair beneath him. I don't care, why should I, with a severed leg and having endured so much torment, be in the safest position yet receive no benefits? I demand at least 10 points. It makes no difference who distributes them. If I do not receive them, I will not agree. If need be, we all perish. After all, I am the last, I cannot die. Player number 5 screamed madly, resembling a person driven to the brink of insanity. It remained unclear whether he was feigning madness or had genuinely lost his mind. Such a game of strategy was particularly troublesome when faced with such individuals. Number 2's previously dimmed eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. As long as player 5 went mad, as long as he acted foolishly, no matter the reason, as long as he denied, just then, player number 4, who had been allocated 0 points, unexpectedly interjected. Number 1. Grant me 5 points, do not concern yourself with player 5's thoughts, I can agree. Silence, utter stillness. In the vast, empty room, it seemed even the sound of breathing had ceased, and the insects chirping gradually faded from the collective consciousness. Player 5's eyes widened in disbelief, the earlier manic expression completely vanished, fixating incredulously on player 4. His act of feigned madness had failed to exert pressure on Lucy and was now effortlessly dismantled. Har 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 har. Har 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 har. In room number 1, Lucy erupted in laughter, his expression behind the mask radiating uncontainable joy. He had done nothing but observe a splendid performance, a fragile alliance crumbling without resistance. Turning to player 3, he articulated his response. A reason may not be worth anticipating, yet greed and human nature are eternal. Deep down, you will believe that regardless of who wields the power of distribution, they will inevitably make the choice I previously articulated. You wish to maximize your own interests while simultaneously preventing others from seizing the same opportunity. Greed and suspicion are eternal. Whether I live or concerning your own interests, your only choices are life or death, 0 or 1. This is a hellish game, where the disparity between 0 and 1 may ultimately yield significant consequences. What I previously showed you, the stimuli that awakened your deepest desires, will not compel you to relinquish the differences between this 0 and 1. Moreover, having experienced this, you may never again dare to step into this game. In essence, this may well be your final opportunity to reap benefits and transform your reality. In the end, only Lucy's voice echoed within the room, resonating as if addressing others yet also serving as his own reflection. No one responded, the organizers remained silent. In the suffocating atmosphere, each player awaited the possibility of an unforeseen event, yet, none transpired. As the second 5 minutes elapsed, a colossal spider entered player 3's room. Soon, the votes of players 3 and 5 silently shifted to agreement, devoid of endorsement or any other form of resistance, as if completing a silent pact. Game over. Hell difficulty instance, Magma Dungeon, 5 players cleared. 1 player achieved perfect clearance. Game rewards distributed according to additional game results. Divine Selection Paradise, welcome to your visit. Chapter 20, Settlement of Abundance, Activation of Functions, and Ranking forecast. The mechanical sounds of the game resonated in the ears of every individual, as the visual spectacle before the audience abruptly concluded. Game over. Please visit other ongoing games or anticipate the next session. Chosen Paradise welcomes you. You too can become a player. Following the conclusion of Lucie's game, the spectators, who had been intently observing the unfolding events, were met with the same two messages. Witnessing this exhilarating hellish challenge, the crowd erupted with exclamations of delight. It was ruthless. I initially intended to watch a few more game instances, but upon arriving here, I found myself unable to leave. I never imagined such individuals truly existed in this world. To be honest, I still couldn't grasp it by the end. Did he really achieve a perfect clearance? Why did people agree to his method of distribution? Let the upstairs players handle it. This level of intellect is beyond our engagement with this game. Why does he always wear a mask? I wish to see what he looks like. If he reveals himself, he might swiftly become an internet sensation. Even though the game had concluded, the audience remained reluctant to part, fervently discussing in the now blacked-out livestream. From start to finish, the number of viewers captivated by Lucie's performance had surged into the tens of thousands, a significant portion of whom were unwilling to depart. Among the many players who achieved flawless completions, Lucie was undoubtedly the most captivating, fulfilling the public's fantasies of a new world. Of course, the majority of comments were imbued with naive enthusiasm, still pondering fame and internet celebrity, pride stemming from a shared nationality. Yet, amidst the multitude, hidden within the folly of the masses, there were undoubtedly those harboring ulterior motives. On a blank laptop screen, dozens of documents were open, chronicling various intelligence gathered during the game. This encompassed game types, categories, undisclosed information, and formidable players. Notably, the document titled "A Player Wearing a Blue Mask" contained the most words and information. After Lucie concluded his live stream, he promptly ventured into another streaming room to continue his intelligence gathering. However, his mind was incessantly replaying Lucie's prior performances, flashing through his myriad actions. In such a state of mind, possessing a power evidently surpassing that of humanity, along with a disposition that completely disregards pain and fear, the game has only just begun, and already there exists a player of such caliber. How many more such strong individuals are there? His heart, a blank canvas, was filled with exhilaration, concern, and reverence. As the game progressed, it was certain that soon there would arise entities capable of influencing global circumstances single-handedly. The world itself is but a game. Simultaneously, various official organizations, both domestic and international, had personnel observing the live stream, scrutinizing Lucie. Record this. Eccentric personality, immense strength, suspected psychological disorder, completely devoid of fear towards pain, even showing an inclination towards it. Speaking Mandarin, he must be a citizen of the Huigua. This should be seen as a positive development. All data must be backed up, classified at the highest level, dispatched to the Secretariat. Observe. Analyze, find a way to locate him. Setting aside the origins of this suddenly emerging world game, it was clear that these top-tier players would likely become strategic assets in the future. They must be located, guided, collaborated with, or rather, controlled, in corners of the world unseen. A tumultuous undercurrent was ever surging. Meanwhile, Lucie found himself entering the game's settlement interface, listening to his game results and reflecting on his gains. Game over. Number of participants: 5, 214, 948. Or number of finishers: 1, 985. 419. Number of perfect clearances: 7, 529. Your clearance evaluation: SSS grade, perfect clearance. Current consecutive perfect clearances: 2. Reward settlement in progress. Guided and coursed in-game bugs, earning the achievement badge, System Attacker, Epic. Special event triggered, due to personal reasons, resulted in a game retest, earning enhanced final rewards. Reward points for this session: 800. Reward items: Intermediate Healing Potion 5, Advanced Healing Potion 3, Game Exit Token 1, Epic Weapon Lottery Ticket 2, Random Seal Item Lottery Ticket 1, Special Skill Lottery Ticket 1. Special Reward: Awakening of Spirit, Personal, Spirit 1. Note: Spirit is the foundation for mastering various special skills. Gazing at the extensive list of benefits before him, Lucy felt immense satisfaction. The chosen game was undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Whether in terms of pain value or in-game rewards, it was sufficient to expedite his growth in strength. The next phase of a world in upheaval often follows a period of chaos. He must enhance his power as much as possible before that day arrives. Wielding his mask, he would slay indiscriminately, yet upon removing it, it would be prudent not to attract undue attention. An innocent man suffers no guilt, but the burden of one's rising strength would inevitably be perceived as a threat by certain individuals. First, let me examine the benefits within my backpack. There are indeed a considerable number of items. Opening his game backpack, he surveyed its contents. Coupled with the points he extorted, his total score had reached 12,400. He was uncertain of its implications but presumed it must hold significant value. As for weapons, aside from the unused lottery tickets, he currently possessed only the sharp weapon he had just acquired. Its rank was not high, yet it suited him sufficiently for the time being. The 2 badges he obtained should serve as his most distinctive traits among other players, as they were both triggered by special events. Godslayer, legendary, effect bonus, immune to all effects except direct damage when facing attacks from superior ranks. In cases of equal rank attack judgment, your effects take precedence. System Attacker, epic, effect bonus, cracking or guiding game vulnerabilities will yield high-level rewards. Lucy was unaware of the maximum limit for equipping badges, but given their bonuses, he decided to wear them for now. As for the newly acquired game exit token, its description was quite straightforward. Smiley exit token can forcibly leave the game, at the cost of all items, abilities, and points acquired during the game being reset to 0. Description: cowards may preserve their lives, but they should not covet the benefits of the strong. A purely life-preserving item. After reviewing the various descriptions, he resolved to temporarily refrain from utilizing the lottery tickets and exited the game. The same disorientation, the same awakening from his bed, yet this time, as he opened his eyes, the sounds of the game echoed within his mind. This voice also resonated in the ears of every chosen individual. Chosen Paradise, the first official game has concluded. Special notification. Informing all chosen individuals, functions are now activated, and rankings are forecasted. Chapter 21, The Pinnacle Ranking, information on Xie and Tong. The mall function has been activated. During the intermission of the game, all chosen ones may prepare in advance for their desired purchases. The products in the mall will significantly enhance your performance within the game. The friend system has been initiated. All chosen ones can add friends, conduct transfers, and bestow gifts, though a service fee will be applicable based on the transaction amount. Please look forward to forthcoming gameplay such as cooperative gaming. Announcement of feature activation. Since the inception of the game, new individuals have been selected daily, and we eagerly anticipate your participation as players. Now, after 2 games, many exceptional players have emerged, and we believe they will ultimately attain everything. To facilitate players in understanding themselves and others better, we will unveil the Pinnacle Ranking following the conclusion of the next game. The Pinnacle Ranking will comprehensively assess players' combat prowess, game performance, and the enhancement items they possess, ranking the top 100. Those who make the list will reap subsequent benefits. We encourage everyone to participate earnestly in the next game. The announcement concluded, echoing twice in the minds of each individual, as if emphasizing its significance. Lucy regarded the announcement with a slight furrow of his brow. The Pinnacle Ranking. Such a concept essentially subjects top players to scrutiny. After merely 3 games, he suspected he had already distinguished himself among the elite. However, his strength was far from extraordinary when compared to certain formidable entities. The simplest truth was that he currently lacked the confidence to survive a confrontation with firearms. Yet, it mentions there will be benefits, which could be quite advantageous. I wonder if it will expose my true identity and personal information. I suppose I shall address that when the time comes. Such matters beyond his control, Lucy decided to set aside for the moment. He was cautious but not devoid of the courage to take risks. The notion of intentionally underperforming in a game to avoid the ranking, or abstaining altogether, was out of the question. Survival was paramount, yet the enhancement of his abilities took precedence. Should any issues arise, he would confront them head-on. With these thoughts in mind, he summoned the screen within his mind, gazing at the displayed page. Rest mode. For each game, you may choose to be a spectator or a player. Certainly, we believe the world welcomes players, and players will ultimately possess the world. Time remaining until the next game commences. 47 hours 57 minutes and 43 seconds. This is a challenge from the divine, a paradise chosen by the gods. We welcome your presence. In addition to this standard page, 2 more pages for friends and the mole had appeared alongside it. After familiarizing himself with the usage, Lucy opened his eyes within the room. Rising from the dimly lit chamber, he assessed his physical condition, reveling in the sensation of his restored body. Excellent, the special reward for perfect completion, complete restoration. The advantages of joining the game were most evident. The debilitating effects of the real world were significantly alleviated. He lightly jumped twice, and the first sensation was one of weightlessness. Truly, he felt remarkably light. If his previous strength of 10 was akin to breaking the limits of his genetic code, then his current strength of 24 was exceedingly beyond control. Lucy could not fathom the notion of agility as described by ancient heroes. He simply adhered to one principle: with great strength comes great potential, and he now embodied that potential. His legs felt as if powered by a colossal engine, capable of delivering terrifying propulsion. Having previously lacked legs in the game and experienced no movements, he now realized that he needed to adapt to his body's newfound control. If Zhang Dao were to appear before him now in provocation, he might indeed hesitate. A strike could easily prove fatal, and killing in the real world posed its own complications. The experiences within the game, coupled with the influence of the greedy mask, had nurtured a somewhat twisted inclination in him that necessitated a return to normalcy. Opening his phone, he activated a familiar application, and the first trending topic that caught his attention caused his heart to race. The chosen game can indeed be deadly. Lucy thought to himself, as expected. The second game had truly revealed the fangs of the divine paradise, prompting individuals to recognize the game's true nature and its inherent brutality. It was crucial to note that 5 participants had perished during the game, right before his eyes. One of them even fell by his own hand. The remaining players had neither achieved perfect completion nor enjoyed the healing opportunity he had, returning to the real world with a severed leg. As this thought crossed his mind, Lucy felt the weight of gravity press upon him. The upheaval in this realm would undoubtedly be significant. The authorities should prohibit the opening of the divine paradise. Everyone should be barred from participating in the divine paradise game. What is the essence of the divine paradise? Supernatural force or deception? There has been a sudden surge in hospital visits. What is the official explanation? The trending topics were evidently different from before. The prior excitement and curiosity had morphed into a palpable sense of panic. Lucy even noticed some particularly outrageous headlines and videos disappearing in a heartbeat upon refreshing the page. Clearly, an unseen hand was vigorously controlling the narrative, rapidly deleting content to maintain stability. However, Lucy understood that such a state could not endure. Suppression was impossible. Sigh with a resigned breath, Lucy turned off his phone and proceeded to school. Ding ding ding. The class bell had rung, yet the classroom remained chaotic, devoid of any authoritative presence, resembling a bustling marketplace. Students chattered incessantly, their youthful exuberance seemingly boundless and perplexing. However, this time, Lucy found himself detached from their discussions. Their conversations about the game, fear, speculation, everything, were drawn from his own first-hand experiences. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle rift had formed between him and his peers. Did you see the game end? Or did you participate? A voice, warm and inviting, broke through his reverie, pulling Lucy from his thoughts. Turning to his side, he discovered Xie and Tong had somehow positioned herself close, whispering in his ear. Though Lucy had never admitted it, her current dialogue all but confirmed her assumption that he was one of the chosen. What is the matter? Lucy replied, still evasive. If you succeeded in clearing the game, congratulations on your good fortune. If you were merely a spectator, I trust you witnessed quite a bit. Xie Tong's expression turned serious as she spoke, retrieving her phone and lowering her voice. I have been gathering intelligence during this game as much as possible. The divine paradise is no trifling matter. The cruelty of certain games has evidently surpassed physiological limits. They are aptly termed hellish difficulty, and indeed, it resembles hell. Moreover, although the game has only just commenced, some extraordinarily powerful and deranged players have already begun to surface. Take a look at this video. With that, Xiantong cautiously slid her phone from beneath the table. Suddenly, Lucie's left eyelid began to twitch violently. Chapter 22, What a small world, how should I assess myself? I am in a hurry. Upon unlocking my phone, I was greeted by a dim crimson space, the video content unmistakably familiar to Lucie. Larver, a sore, 10 players bound. Lucie, stifling the involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, Lucie momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Is the world truly this small? Before the lava engulfs the platform, you must devise a way to escape. What do you mean? Should we soar off our legs? Head. Soaring off legs is not an unfamiliar affair. Have you truly paid the copyright fees for soar? What reward is there for the first to grab the soar? Listening to the voice of the organizer and the dialogue of himself within the game, Lucie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if his toes were curling into the ground. What can I say? What should I say? After watching a few minutes of the gameplay video, Xiantong, observing his expression from the side, spoke up. Soar off your own leg, soar. It's still chopping. If it were an untrained individual, I doubt anyone could genuinely muster the resolve. Death is simply death, relinquishing the hope of survival. But look at this person. At this moment, Lucie had already spotted himself in the video, leisurely soaring off his leg. At the time, donning a mask of greed, he had felt no sense of wrongness. Now, in a normal state, it indeed appeared quite unsettling. To feign nonchalance, Lucie deliberately inquired, why doesn't he soar off the leg that's shackled? Xiantong nodded and replied, when I first saw this, I thought perhaps he was simply a bit mentally challenged, but upon witnessing the subsequent events, I realized just how terrifying he truly was. Continue watching. This is my edited version, highlighting the most critical elements. As she spoke, Xiantong dragged the progress bar, partially obscuring her phone, elucidating the content to Lucie. However, Lucie was already feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Listening to her analyze him was a thoroughly unnerving experience. After what felt like an eternity, the video finally concluded, and Lucie's expression was taut. To be frank, only from an observer's perspective could he genuinely comprehend how extraordinarily he had performed in the previous game. It was impossible for this to go unnoticed. Overall, that's the gist of it. At last, with the video finished, Xiantong took a deep breath, shutting her phone, her face unable to conceal her astonishment. No matter how many times she watched it, she never tired of it. Each viewing brought forth that same overwhelming sense of shock. Observing Lucie's somewhat dazed expression, she assumed he was simply in disbelief. So, what is your assessment? Lucie. How am I supposed to evaluate myself? I'm anxiously waiting for guidance. Quite impressive, indeed remarkable. I would estimate he has achieved a perfect clearance. With no other recourse, Lucie decided to indulge in a bit of self-praise. What do you mean quite? This is already extraordinary. Xiantong, noticing Lucie's distracted demeanor, became agitated. Whether in intellect or prowess, the existence of such individuals could significantly impact the order of human society. We always had a sense of this, but we never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Lucie felt a twinge of discomfort at her words and retorted, this is what will affect human order. That seems rather far-fetched. The true power he exhibits merely exceeds that of an average human. Can such combat capabilities truly influence the order of human society? But this is merely the beginning. Xiantong asserted earnestly. Power will only escalate, and who knows how many individuals like this exist in the world. The transformation brought about by the Chosen One's paradise overnight is both drastic and irreversible. In the future, the entities that control this world may no longer be high-ranking officials or capital tycoons, but rather the elite players. As stated within the Chosen One's game, players will ultimately possess this world. Lucie. This video of yours, you recorded it yourself, correct? Have you uploaded it online? or is there currently a version of it on the internet? Xie Antong shook her head. No. I have a bit of insight at home, allowing me to access first-hand information from the internet. I did see some posts featuring your video in the background, but they were swiftly removed. This not only indicates that your video is rather macabre, given the fatalities, but it also suggests that the officials have likely noticed the individual within the video. Top-tier players are certainly of strategic interest. Officials, the state, various departments, and numerous factions must be keeping a close watch. Now that the friend system is operational, I anticipate there will soon be team-based games. Just wait, various strange factions will soon emerge like mushrooms after rain. Xie Antong spoke extensively, and while Lu Si was aware that her family background might be quite complex, he refrained from questioning it. However, one thing was certain, there were likely already numerous individuals and organizations keeping a close eye on him. He wondered how long the Sin Mask could conceal his identity. So, after all this discussion, it's time for you to speak some truths. I've already confessed that I too am among the chosen. As she concluded, Xie Antong suddenly wore a sly smile, leaning closer to Lu Si's ear and whispering, "Are you certain you're a player? From what I know of you, you must have disregarded my advice and participated in the game, right?" Lu Si, maintaining his composure, slowly pushed her away, thinking to himself that with the classroom so noisy, no one was likely to notice them. Could she not lean in so closely? Breathing near someone's ear is quite ticklish. Lu Si did not deny it this time. What difficulty level was your game? I forgot to check. Anyway, although our game has its fatalities, the majority did manage to survive. Your game also had casualties. Xie Antong exclaimed, then scrutinized Lu Si from head to toe. Well, that's fortunate. Your luck seems to be quite good. You must have been in an ordinary or difficult instance. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, the games in the Chosen One's paradise are roughly categorized into 4 difficulty levels. Ordinary, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Upon hearing such information, Lu Si's expression grew serious. Though he had experienced the hellish game firsthand, he was largely unaware of the overall game dynamics and the situations of other players. Please elaborate, do you have any assessments? What is the general ratio among these game levels? Chapter 23. Campus Riot. Xie Antong nodded slightly. After all, in order to gain the trust of others, she sought Lu Si precisely to have someone reliable in the early stages of the game. In matters like this, she believed there was no need for secrecy. The proportion of the 4 game difficulties is hard to say. I cannot provide an exact ratio. However, it is evident that the higher the difficulty level, the smaller the proportion. Generally speaking, there are more ordinary and difficult games. Even the ordinary ones are not simple, and once you reach the difficult level, casualties become a frequent occurrence. And as for nightmare and hell, they are truly as the names imply. At that point, it is no longer merely a game or a challenge. It becomes a struggle for survival. At this juncture, Xie Antong's voice had become as faint as a whisper, her complexion far from pleasant. After all, she was merely a high school senior, accustomed to a life of comfort, and had never faced life and death directly. By the way, there are also various types of games. Within the same difficulty level, there exists a myriad of diverse games, each more colorful than the last. Yet, there are instances of repeated games. Each game likely has numerous identical copies, participated in by different players. For instance, in the video I just showed you, I saw 10 other players encountering the exact same game. I did not finish watching the gameplay. In that instance, there were no top-tier players like the Masked Man. Everyone was relatively ordinary. Alas, no one may survive. Xie Antong swallowed hard, her mind conjuring that unsettling image. Hence, it can be said that the Chosen Paradise is largely a game of luck. Selecting the Hell level dungeon truly leads to a dead end. Those who shared a dungeon with the Masked Man have indeed escaped with their lives. However, such a brutal and stark game will inevitably give rise to a cadre of elite players capable of changing the world. As Lu Si listened, he nodded gently. He did not overly concern himself with the dangers presented. In his view, the more challenging the game, the greater the rewards. The opportunities in the game are equal. Thus, for top-tier players, being allocated to high-difficulty dungeons is, in fact, a boon. At the very least, he hoped to be placed in hell-level games, as that would be immensely advantageous for him. Is it possible to choose the difficulty of the game's dungeon? Lucy inquired. How could that be? Xiantong replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. At least not at this moment. Judging by the competition footage and the players' performances, they are completely unaware of what they will face. If it were possible to choose, you would willingly select a hell-level game. Lucy. Indeed, that would be him. He was quite eager to opt for the hell-level difficulty. If he had to categorize it, his initial game was likely at that level. Suddenly, Xiantong shifted her tone, gazing at Lucy as she asked, I suspect you have already participated in the game. Your ability to emerge unscathed and maintain your composure indicates that you are quite remarkable. But let me ask you this. If you were assigned to a hell-level game dungeon, armed only with a rusty sword to sever your leg, could you endure it? Lucy, thus, prior to participating in the game, one must be thoroughly prepared and possess the necessary awareness. It would be wise to prepare an exit token in advance. Though it may mean losing everything, at least one could preserve their life. Noticing that Lucy had remained silent, Xiantong did not intend to wait for his response and continued with her suggestions. The initiation of the game is crucial, and she too needed to devise a way to participate. Why are you telling me all this? Lucy suddenly furrowed his brow and sighed. What do you wish to gain from me? If the other party were aware of his status as the top player, it would be quite normal to seek an alliance. Yet, it seemed she was oblivious. This young lady, fueled by her curiosity from their previous interactions, was freely sharing such intelligence. Xiantong blinked a few times, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes as she lowered her head to conceal her slightly flushed complexion, feeling somewhat helpless. This fellow, is there really a man in this world who, when a girl proactively extends goodwill, thinks only of a quid pro quo? Because the chosen paradise is on the brink of cataclysmic change. Various official and grassroots organizations are about to emerge, and even small groups among individuals will swiftly materialize. Amidst the collapse of order, suspicion and confrontation will inevitably give rise to a society where people devour one another. In such circumstances, finding allies as early as possible is paramount. Before the situation becomes utterly uncontrollable, allies found will be more trustworthy. Me? Lucy's mind was suddenly filled with question marks. To seek allies, you turn to a mere student like me. That seems rather childish. Your family background must be quite impressive. Why not seek out some skilled individuals or connect with certain factions? Two high school students discussing alliances here feels rather naive. Yet Xiantong shook her head, speaking earnestly. In such a competitive system, depending on the game conditions, special forces may not necessarily outperform street thugs, especially in the early stages when people are still unfamiliar. It is relatively fair. Moreover, my intuition tells me that you are not lacking. Zhu Yuanzhong began as a beggar before ascending to the throne. I do not believe our conversation is in any way naive or impractical. Do those who pride themselves on their rationality and wisdom truly understand the arrival of the chosen paradise? Do they know how to respond? I simply wish to find you as a potential ally. If possible, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously in the future. With that, Xiantong tentatively extended her hand toward Lucy. Lucy stared at the outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. He sensed that her words contained a kernel of truth, yet they were not entirely truthful. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice echoed from the school's loudspeaker. Students in the eastern section of the teaching building, please evacuate quickly and orderly to avoid crowding. Do not linger in the classrooms. Lucy and Xiantong exchanged a glance, both feeling a jolt of alarm. The eastern section of the teaching building, was that not here? With no time to spare for handshakes, Lucy swiftly leaped to the window to ascertain what was happening outside. The classroom had been in a state of chaos, too loud for him to discern any commotion beyond the walls. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated from outside, drowning out all the noise, sounding as though a load-bearing wall was being demolished. A booming voice, unmistakably human yet filled with fury, resonated throughout the entire teaching area. The world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Chapter 24, No Retreat, No Surrender. The Heavenly Society. Lucy leaned against the window, listening to the distant shouts, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Just moments ago, he had been conversing with Xie Antong about organizations and factions, and now this had suddenly emerged. Moreover, this was peculiar. Wasn't the Heavenly Society an organization from the Ming and Qing dynasties, commonly known as the Hongmen? How could it possibly resurface in this modern age? Lucy keenly sensed that this must be connected to the chosen paradise, perhaps even an organization directly targeting it. Following an astonishing roar, the shouting continued unabated. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The chosen descend, the world unites. The world belongs to the Heavenly Society. Lucy thought to himself. Listening to this voice, he realized his earlier assumptions were undoubtedly correct. This was indeed an organization founded with the chosen paradise as its objective. The sun and moon revolve. The individual seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, incessantly bellowing the same phrases, causing Lucy to lose interest. Accompanying the uproar were the piercing screams of students and the sounds of destruction. Walls crumbled, various desks and chairs flew through the air, and he could only imagine how many were injured. Lucy possessed one of the keenest senses among humans, and from the commotion, he deduced that the source of the chaos was likely just below him, in the teaching area of the next floor, now descended into utter disorder. However, Lucy had no intention of intervening. He was merely perplexed as to why such individuals had been allowed into the school. They were not present here anymore. Time to retreat. There was nothing more to be said. Boom! While Lucy was lost in thought, a sudden explosion erupted, the floor of the corridor outside the classroom being smashed open by a massive hammer, debris and dust flying everywhere. In the next moment, a hulking figure, clad in tattered clothing and with unnaturally swollen muscles exceeding 1.90 meters in height, leapt forth from the shattered floor. Amidst the cloud of dust, the figure slightly lifted its head, locking eyes with Lucy, who was peering out of the window. Their gazes met, both wide-eyed in astonishment. Lucy thought, damn, my luck is pretty terrible. I just had to share a moment of intense eye contact after saying I wouldn't encounter anything like this. He quickly averted his gaze and leapt down from the window, deftly returning to his seat in the chaos of the classroom. He had only caught a glimpse, yet he had memorized the figure's general appearance and characteristics. The bulging muscles were at the brink of tearing, clearly far beyond the normal human level, and the eyes glowed crimson, devoid of any rationality. Clad in a school uniform riddled with holes from the strain of his swollen physique, he wielded a hammer with a head over 30 centimeters in diameter, a weapon made of an unknown metal, capable of inflicting fatal injuries to anyone struck. Lucy's mind began to piece together the puzzle. This person was a student at the school, and undoubtedly a player. The reason for his current state, however, remained a mystery. Is this some kind of joke? Xie Antong, nearby, called out, watching Lucy jump back. It appears to be a player who's lost control, apparently promoting some kind of organization, Lucy replied. Let us go. Xie Antong wasted no time, grabbing Lucy and sprinting toward the exit. Having witnessed numerous scenes during their two games, she was acutely aware of the threat posed by powerful players to ordinary individuals. At this moment, several classrooms in the East District had descended into chaos, with students fleeing towards the exits, excitement overshadowing their fear. Upon stepping outside, they immediately spotted the towering giant, who was now standing dumbfounded. Wo Liu Peng. Among the students, someone recognized him, seemingly familiar with the figure. Approaching with a look of astonishment, they addressed the dazed, irrational giant. You participated in the game, right? What happened to you? Looking cool. Yet the giant paid no heed, casually swiping his hand, sending the approaching student flying like a plastic bag, crashing 7 to 8 meters away, unconscious upon impact. The crowd immediately panicked, scattering like birds, creating a wide berth around the classroom's empty space. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The giant continued to bellow, completely ignoring the crowd, his voice reverberating painfully in their ears. Raising the massive hammer, he smashed it into the classroom wall, reducing it to rubble. For reasons unknown, Lucy found himself thinking, 80, 80, the giant did not pursue immediately. Within seconds, most had fled. Just then, the giant suddenly turned, his crimson gaze locking onto the direction of the crowd, locking eyes with Lucy. Lucy thought, "You've got to be kidding me. Why do you always have to make eye contact with me? Can't you look at someone else?" Lucy averted his gaze, having made a rough assessment of the giant's strength, far inferior to his own. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened, and he charged towards Lucy, his massive form creating a gust of wind. The crowd panicked and rushed away, with Lucy and Xie Antong also retreating swiftly among them. The giant stood still, raising the hammer high, ready to strike the crowd. Lucy raised an eyebrow, sensing that the blow might be intended for him. Instinctively, he slowed his pace, deciding to attempt to absorb the impact with his shoulder and gauge the amount of pain he would endure. Dodge! Xie Antong urgently yanked at his arm, using her strength to help him evade the blow. "What are you doing? Hurry and run, why are you so slow to react?" Lucy cast a slightly surprised glance at the girl, then back at the giant charging towards them, confirming their shared understanding. He realized this was indeed the target he was looking for. If he mingled within the crowd, not only would it increase the risk of harm to others, but it would also draw attention to the fact that the giant was singularly focused on him. After a moment's contemplation, Lucy looked towards the dispersing crowd and the urging Xie Antong, saying, "Thank you." With that, he pushed her into the throng of people while he himself stumbled away from the crowd. As an individual, he became highly conspicuous, and the rampaging giant moved towards him, leading them both away from the masses to a somewhat vacant platform around the corner of the floor. Leaning against the wall, Lucy calmly turned to face the panting figure before him. There was truly no retreat left. Chapter 25, an unusual mode of communication. Stunned, exhaling slowly, Lucy turned around, gazing at the frenzied giant before him. Although referred to as a giant, Lucy did not perceive any sense of oppression or overwhelming strength emanating from him. Rather, he resembled a mere pawn, unleashed by a greater force behind him to signal some message. Why had he fixated on Lucy? Had he inadvertently revealed himself? If even Xie Antong could not discern the difference between him and his in-game persona, Lucy doubted he would expose himself so swiftly. Clearly, there were circumstances he did not yet comprehend. Lucy slightly twisted his wrist, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and murmured to himself, "Why must one seek their own demise?" In such a vast school, the only individual capable of overwhelming him had been singled out. The most troublesome aspect was that this small fry, resembling a green giant, had sparked a commotion, and it was likely to become a major news headline. Should he become embroiled in this situation and subdue the giant, escaping would prove quite difficult. "Are you not going to say anything? Just standing there?" Strength was his greatest source of confidence, and Lucy felt no tension. He turned to face the giant with a relaxed demeanor. "The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. I don't want to hear that," Lucy replied, somewhat exasperated. It was evident to him that the giant had completely lost his wits. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely being manipulated by someone else. It seemed the issue lay with that organization known as their Heaven and Earth Society. At that moment, in the corridor and on the stairs a mere 10 meters away, teachers and students had gathered, anxiously observing the scene. Many held their phones aloft, their expressions a mix of fear and calm, yet they did not forget to capture the moment, watching Lucy, who appeared cornered, and the towering, frenzied figure before him. All present felt that his life was in jeopardy. "Run! Brother, are you just going to stand there and await your fate? Don't move, don't provoke him." Various shouts erupted from the crowd, offering an array of irresponsible and even contradictory suggestions. In a corner, the director of education was frantically making phone calls, visibly anxious. Xie Antong looked at Lucy with concern. She sensed that Lucy had intentionally positioned himself in this corner, yet she was uncertain whether he possessed the means to cope. Even a player who had cleared the game, could they truly handle this situation? Lucy observed the crowd's reactions, and suddenly, at the end of the corridor, an individual dressed distinctly from the others squeezed through. Clad in a red uniform, the person's demeanor was sharp and professional. Upon their arrival, the director of education quickly approached, as if having found a pillar of support. Then, Lucy heard a voice near his ear. Student, do not be afraid, please remain calm, and do not provoke him. My name is Zhao Jiecheng, and I am from a relevant national department. Lucy. It was evident that the voice did not come from the throng but rather whispered directly to him, akin to a transmission from a martial arts novel. Extraordinary abilities, a player. The term flashed through Lucy's mind, and he immediately looked up at the man in the red uniform. Lucy was certain it was him. The man met Lucy's gaze, gestured an okay with his hand, and continued to transmit, "Do not panic, I will assist you. Do not provoke him, and refrain from moving about. Do not worry, I will ensure your safety, try to relax." In truth, Zhao Jiecheng felt uncertain himself, but he feared that if Lucy, a mere student, lost his composure, he could only attempt to stabilize the situation. Lucy replied, "Okay, no problem." Zhao Jiecheng could transmit messages, but Lucy could not, thus, he spoke directly and made an okay gesture towards Zhao Jiecheng in the crowd. A multitude of teachers and students immediately turned their heads, regarding Zhao Jiecheng with suspicion, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Goodness, why did you have to say that? I told you to relax, not to be so relaxed. Do you not realize your life is in danger?" The game had only just begun, and Zhao Jiecheng had little experience with such unexpected events. Fortunately, the frenzied giant, Zhao Peng, had long since lost his sanity and did not perceive any issue with Lucy's words. Zhao Jiecheng could only force a smile and begin to persuade. "Are you Liu Peng? Can you hear me? We hope you can calm down. If you have any demands or difficulties, please share them. We are." Hearing these all too familiar phrases, Lucy scoffed, wondering why this classic method of negotiation, reminiscent of Hong Kong crime films, continued to endure. What use was it? Clearly, the giant had lost his mind. The sun and moon revolve, cycles repeat. The giant continued to repeat himself, acting like a colossal recording device. The chosen one descends, the world unites. I never said it couldn't unite. Why do you keep directing your words at me? Lucy replied, growing impatient. The world belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. Belongs, if you say it belongs, then it belongs. I never disputed that, so what is your intention? Lucy began to engage in a futile dialogue with the daft giant. The sun and moon revolve, clearly, communicating with a fool had failed. The giant persisted in his repetition. Zhao Jiecheng, witnessing the two in the center of the scene conversing merrily, felt a surge of frustration and urgency. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Do not provoke him. Zhao Jiecheng urgently transmitted to Lucy. However, Lucy had resolved to cease dragging his feet. The giant was evidently mindless, and prolonging the encounter would yield no benefits. It was time to probe the giant's limits. The Heaven and Earth Society is trash. Instantly, Zhao Peng snapped his head up, his eyes ablaze with fury, murderous intent locking onto Lucy, who dared to insult the Heaven and Earth Society. Well, it is clear that the society has a grip on him, Lucy thought. Don't. In a split second, as Zhao Jiecheng shouted his protest, it was already too late. A tempest erupted, the tiles beneath their feet shattering as Zhao Peng's massive form barreled towards Lucy like a locomotive. At that moment, Lucy stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed with fear. Zhao Jiecheng lunged forward, but he knew it was already too late. It was over. Lucy remained relaxed, watching as the giant's colossal figure enveloped him entirely. He defiantly lifted his head, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a slight twist of his body, he evaded the giant's crushing blow, and then, with lightning speed, his left hand shot out, pinching Zhao Peng's chin between his thumb and forefinger. Crack. Chapter 26. The disparity of power in a flash. The business card rendered the world silent, allowing one to hear the sound of bones shattering. It was merely the strength of 2 fingers, yet those were Lucy's 2 fingers. In an instant, the opponent's jaw was crushed, along with the dislocation of the entire joint, silencing any further cries or words. Buddy, since you're no longer in your right mind, I won't hold back. A force of 10 was already beyond the limits of human capability, yet Lucy now possessed a power of 24. In truth, he had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full strength, it would not have merely been the shattering of a jaw, but rather the obliteration of a skull. Boom! The tremendous impact, combined with the force Lucy exerted through his fingers, sent the completely unconscious opponent crashing into the wall behind him. Lucy deftly sidestepped to the side, narrowly avoiding the collision. Crack, crack, the bricks and stones splintered, sending shards flying. It was uncertain whether the opponent possessed such inherent force or if Lucy's strength had merely amplified it. The wall was now marred with extensive cracks resembling a spider's web, teetering on the brink of collapse. Outside, in the campus grounds, Liu Peng lay sprawled on the ground, his massive frame having succumbed, his head protruding outwards. He had completely lost consciousness. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed. The distance between the two was a mere 5 meters, and from the moment the opponent charged to the instant he collided with the wall, scarcely a second had elapsed. Lucy had only acted when the opponent had obscured his own body, moving with the swiftness of lightning, without a hint of forewarning. At that moment, Zhao Jiaqing had also rushed forward, planting his feet firmly as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him, at a loss for words. His gaze darted between Lucy and the colossal figure that lay unconscious on the ground, his mind momentarily unable to process the unfolding events. From his perspective, it appeared as though Lucy had provoked the opponent, who then erupted in rage and charged, while Lucy remained motionless. Subsequently, Lucy had somehow evaded the attack, resulting in the opponent's dizzying impact against the wall. The entire affair bore an inexplicable sense of ease, starkly contrasting with the prior tension, creating a surreal absurdity. Earlier, he had been on the verge of panic, envisioning Lucy gravely injured or even dead, contemplating the heavy burden of responsibility for a life lost. Yet now, it seemed as though everything was perfectly fine, did it not? Not only him, but when Liu Peng had transformed into that giant and charged, the crowd had gasped in shock, many covering their eyes while hastily snapping pictures. But now, witnessing Lucy unscathed, the atmosphere shifted to one of quiet disbelief, as if the situation had taken an unexpected turn. You. Zhao Jiaqing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lucy, taking in his seemingly unharmed state. He crashed into the wall himself. I am not liable for anything, right? Lucy quickly asserted. Zhao Jiaqing. Is that all you're thinking about? Zhao Jiaqing felt an overwhelming frustration, perceiving that this young man's thought process might be somewhat flawed. Are you all right? Does mental anguish count? I've suffered severe psychological trauma, can I file for state compensation? Lucy declared emphatically. Zhao Jiaqing, forget it, as long as you're fine. However, in the future, it would be wise to refrain from such acts of heroism. I've heard you took it upon yourself to divert that crazed individual to protect your classmates. Do take care of your own safety. Lucy. Where did you even hear that? What an absurd misunderstanding this was. At that moment, a commotion erupted once more behind them, cheers rising from the crowd as numerous classmates, who had previously retreated, gradually gathered around. Impressive. What a reaction, akin to an F1 racer. Calm under pressure, my friend. In no time, the air was filled with praises, and many were busy capturing photos and recording short videos. The head of the department hurried over, concerned for Lucy's well-being, knowing that if a life had been lost today, his career could be jeopardized. Amidst the crowd, synchronized applause erupted, leaving Lucy with the sensation of having successfully performed as a matador. Quite fittingly, Boole had also been knocked unconscious, had it not. Seeing the throng of students closing in, Zhao Jiaqing quickly raised his voice to restore order, prompting some teachers to step in. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals clad in blue uniforms joined the fray, surrounding Zhao Peng, their intentions unclear. Lucy managed to deflect a few inquiries and, after repeatedly assuring the head of the department that he did not require medical attention, sought to blend back into the crowd. Zhao Jiaqing watched Lucy's retreating figure, his brow furrowed, suddenly calling out, "Wait a moment." As he spoke, he produced a golden business card from the inner pocket of his uniform. Lucy turned, and Zhao Jiaqing extended the card toward him. "This is my business card, please take it. I have numerous follow-up matters to attend to, and this scene will soon be cordoned off, leaving me little time to converse. However, should you feel the need to contact me, do so." He emphasized the words "you should" with a weighty tone, gazing intently into Lucie's eyes, as if hinting at something deeper. Lucie took the card, slipping it into his pocket without a glance, nodding in acknowledgement as he slipped away. Zhao Zhecheng refrained from further comment, returning to his colleagues to manage the unfolding incident. "Are you all right?" Xie Antong approached, her voice low as she inquired, and Lucie nodded in response. Seeing Lucie escape unscathed, she felt a sense of relief, though curiosity gnawed at her. Why did Lucie seem so certain he would be fine? Did he possess such confidence in his own abilities? Had he acquired skills that enhanced his agility in the game? Why did that monstrous entity seem so fixated on Lucie, relentlessly pursuing him? These questions lingered in her mind, but she chose to set them aside for a later conversation. As the students were dispersed and the perimeter was established, personnel from special departments continued their work. As night fell, Zhao Zhecheng exhaled deeply, reflecting on the day's events. It had all been so sudden. He himself was still somewhat dazed. A high school student, remaining composed in the face of danger, exhibiting such psychological resilience and reflexes. Moreover, he seems to have never experienced fear or anxiety. Muttering to himself, the impression that student had left on him was profound. In this world, there are only two types of individuals who remain unflappable in crises: those who are foolish and fail to comprehend the situation, and those who possess genuine confidence. "Captain Zhao, we have completed the preliminary investigation." At that moment, a female staff member in a blue uniform entered briskly, holding several documents. "The injuries are a bit peculiar. Aside from the skull fracture from the impact to the forehead, for some reason, the opponent's jaw is shattered." Chapter 27. The third game, Hell Difficulty, Demon Hospital. Zhao Zhecheng, who had been lost in his own thoughts, suddenly jolted, spinning around sharply and startling the other person. Chin fractured, resulting from the impact. "Oh." The woman in the blue uniform, responsible for clerical duties, acknowledged, pulling out a stack of reports. "It's uncertain, which is why it feels a bit peculiar. After all, the opponent's skull also has a crack, which is somewhat more typical, aligning well with the angle of impact. However, according to that angle of collision, it shouldn't have struck the chin. Perhaps there was some friction, or maybe it was a prior injury. Fortunately, he is no longer in critical condition. His name is Liu Peng, and investigations have confirmed he is a player in the chosen game." Just as the secretary was about to continue her report, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Zhecheng. "Wait a moment." He frowned as he approached, seizing the stack of X-rays from her hands and scrutinizing them repeatedly. The secretary, responsible for the investigation, was taken aback, puzzled by Zhao Zhecheng's sudden interest in the peculiar injuries. The level of this bone fracture appears to be more severe than the head trauma. Keep in mind, at that time, this individual's physical strength was quite remarkable, capable of breaking through walls. Though the human skull is indeed more resilient, such a significant disparity is rather strange. "What do you think could be the cause?" Zhao Zhecheng inquired, reflecting on the events of the day. As time flowed, that individual had evidently lost his sanity for some reason, repeatedly uttering the same few phrases. The incessant repetition indicated that his chin could not have been fractured beforehand. It must have been from that singular blow. Perhaps it was due to friction with the wall. After all, he directly crashed through it, the secretary ventured, mistakenly believing Zhao Zhecheng was concerned about the other's injuries. Zhao Zhecheng, that could be a possibility. He did not refute her, merely murmuring, while his mind incessantly replayed the events of the day, recalling the various peculiar behaviors of that high school student. Time passed swiftly. Since the sudden incident that day, the weekend had arrived, coinciding with the school's initiative to enhance security measures. Lucie lay quietly on his bed, anticipating the arrival of the new game. The past few days had been fraught with anxiety, pondering whether the mysterious organization would come to investigate him, or if the family of the student he had eliminated would seek retribution. Fortunately, none of those scenarios materialized. Time remaining until the next game begins, 00:58:43. The final hour. At this moment, he was engaged in a phone conversation with Xie Antong, discussing the details of the upcoming game. "Xie Antong, I'm not sure how you managed it yesterday, but your abilities must be quite impressive. Regardless, this game is perilous. I strongly advise you to purchase an exit token before participating. Lucy typed a response, understood. Are you participating in the game this time? Yes. The response was succinct. Let us each focus on our own games, and perhaps we can add each other as friends later. Also, a word of caution. Although the game attire is standardized, I've received intel suggesting that undergarments may be directly brought into the game. So, you might want to see if you can bring anything from the real world with you. Lucy, astonished by this newfound tidbit of knowledge, wondered how his desk mate had acquired such connections. Having a background is advantageous, unlike himself, who could only resort to underhanded means when pushed to the wall. After expressing his gratitude and harboring this valuable information, Lucy lay quietly on his small bed, lost in thought. He contemplated whether Xie Antong was truly trustworthy. If they were to collaborate, he would undoubtedly have to disclose his status as the top player. However, her family's background was evidently impressive. Could such matters be resolved solely through trust? As he pondered the passage of time, he retrieved a golden business card from his school uniform pocket. It was given to him by Zhao Zhiqing, suggesting he should call when he feels the need. Gazing at the unfamiliar department name on the front and Zhao Zhiqing's contact details on the reverse, Lucy contemplated briefly before tucking the card into his underwear. Apologies, Mr. Zhao Zhiqing, you shall have to accompany my brother for a time. Coincidentally, regarding the experiment Xie Antong mentioned about bringing items into the game, I have nothing suitable at hand, so I'll borrow yours. It fits perfectly. Taking a deep breath, he organized his backpack, ensuring he had packed his achievements and various potions, eagerly awaiting the long-anticipated sound. For reasons unknown, this sound always stirred an exhilarating emotion within him. Please prepare accordingly. Please choose to be either an observer or a player. Player. Greetings, player. You have a brief moment to prepare. Game points, 12400, agony value, 6 strength, 24 agility, 10 speed, 10 fortune, 3 spirit, 1 bonus medals, Godslayer, legendary, system attacker, epic. Game has been initialized, preparing to commence. Welcome to the chosen paradise. The sensation of dizziness returned, the world spinning once more, yet this time, Lucy found himself remarkably acclimated, much like returning home. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, dimly lit room, the air thick with a damp, moldy odor, indicating a rather unsanitary environment. As his body swayed slightly, he felt the solid ground beneath him, unlike the previous occasion where he had been suspended in midair. Lucy felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed less thrilling than before, where he had at least fallen from the air, providing an opportunity for severing limbs. He touched his face, the mask firmly in place, fitting seamlessly. Several other players surrounded him, but before he could take a closer look, a voice that thrilled him resonated through the air. Welcome, players, to the hell mode of the chosen game, Demon Hospital. As the mechanical voice echoed, the sound of grinding machinery accompanied it, and a tracked robot emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing this, all players turned pale, their expressions grave. They were no longer novices, they had come to understand the horrors of hell mode. What terrible luck, this was only the second game, and they were already confronted with such a predicament. Yet, beneath his mask, Lucy's face revealed a satisfied grin. Hell mode, this truly felt like returning home. Chapter 28, The Gluttony Mask. Hey, are you sure your intellect is intact? Under the hellish mode, one's pain threshold should be relatively manageable. If this instance is taken into account, it seems I have consecutively acquired hell-level dungeons 3 times. My luck truly appears to be extraordinary. Hey. A smile escaped involuntarily. Fortunately, it was me. Were it a normal person, they would likely struggle to endure such a predicament. Greetings, esteemed players. I am your host for this session. You may refer to me as the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. Of course, if you prefer to call this place a prison, that is perfectly acceptable as well. Lucy gazed at the metallic robot before him and suddenly inquired, Is your voice the same as that from the previous game? Great Tom, mind your language, you scoundrel. Lucy sensed a familiarity in the robot's voice but chose not to engage in trivial disputes. Instead, he opened the live stream to glean any valuable information from the audience's perspective. It has begun. I skipped class to witness the perspective of the master. I quit my job to watch. Once I master this, I'll leave this B class and join the game myself. This is a high-level match, I checked, and all 5 players in this dungeon have previously cleared the game, no novices here. Moreover, aside from this individual, the foreigner over there is also a flawless clearing player. This is going to be interesting. Wait, did I get this right? Why is the mask the master is wearing a different color from last time? Lucy briefly scanned the barrage of comments, noting that his audience was steadily increasing. The sensation of being scrutinized was rather uncomfortable, yet the advantage was evident. He could swiftly gather information about those around him. High-level match, indeed. It seems the participants this time may not be as easily dealt with as before. Wait, the mask's color, prompted by the thought, Lucy turned to the metallic robot and caught a glimpse of his own blurred reflection on its mottled surface. It was a red mask. Red Myco, gluttony. Personality influence, enhanced gluttonous appetite leading to mental disarray, capable of consuming anything. All things repulsive in this world transform into exquisite delicacies in its presence. Benefits, extraordinary digestive capacity, converting all ingested items into energy, completely negating negative effects. Side effects. The more one consumes, the higher the toxicity of the ingested items, leading to greater mental confusion. Furthermore, the energy within does not belong to the individual, and failure to release it may result in explosive demise. Hiss, Lucy inhaled sharply, astonished that he had been dealt such a heavy blow this time. The previous greed mask had offered options of normal and overload modes, and the normal mode had not exhibited significant changes. However, gluttony was unique. It was the only one among the 7 deadly sin masks that lacked such options. Desire and gluttony both exert profound impacts on the psyche, representing the highest degree of negative influence, yet, judging by this description, its functionality was undoubtedly monstrous, bordering on a bug-level superpower in the early stages. Truly an S-grade sealed object, both its effects and side effects were of the highest tier. One could only wonder what other statuses and overload modes might entail. But high risk begets high reward, aligning perfectly with the game's principles. At least for now, he felt no adverse mental effects. All right, I trust that each of you has come here not as ordinary players. You may take the opportunity to familiarize yourselves with one another or exchange insights, getting to know each other's abilities. After all, in a certain sense, you are both allies and rivals. What do you mean? After the metallic robot concluded, the foreign player among them spoke up, and Lucy recognized from the previous comments that he was a flawless clearing contender. The literal meaning. Take the time to familiarize yourselves. The red light atop the metallic robot flickered twice, and then it began to move, dragging its frame toward the exit. So what's the task in this game? Do not rush. Also, you are to address me as the Great Tom. The robot seemed quite perturbed by the player's impertinence, leaving without glancing back, its steps continuing onward. Once the door shut, the damp space of several dozen square meters was left with only the 5 players. An atmosphere of silence enveloped them, accentuated by the oppressive nature of the hell difficulty. The previously speaking foreigner now furrowed his brow, perplexed as he remarked, "What is the purpose of this robot coming here? He didn't disclose any information." Damn. Perhaps he merely serves as a mirror, Lucy interjected, running a hand over his mask. By the way, does our international friend understand Chinese? Why not speak up? After all, it seemed the robot had spoken in Chinese. Perhaps the foreigner's perception transformed it into English. At Lucy's words, the foreigner paused, raised an eyebrow in contemplation, and casually replied, "I don't want to." Lucy chose not to engage further, and the atmosphere sank back into a cold silence. This game comprises 5 players, all seemingly seasoned, which is quite promising. Though their expressions resemble those who have consumed something distasteful, at least they are not lamenting over the hell mode, so that is commendable. One foreigner appears arrogant. He seems to understand Chinese yet refuses to speak, his demeanor akin to that of a brooding film star. To my left is a burly individual, strong in physique but likely not much of a contender. Fortunately, his physical traits are distinct enough that we can simply refer to him as Big Guy. There is also a woman, her gaze flitting about, suggesting she may not be easily underestimated. Let us hope she yields some gold coins. On the far right stands the most flamboyant character, a towering man at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a striking red outfit adorned with patterns. We shall call him Flamboyant Guy. Silence. The individual in red, whom Lucy had dubbed Flamboyant Guy, awkwardly turned his neck, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he addressed Lucy. Hey, brother, can't you keep those thoughts to yourself? Why verbalize your inner monologue? Are you sure your intellect is intact? What is so flamboyant about me? This attire is mandated by the organization. Chapter 29, Are you one of us? Which department are you from? The corners of the flamboyant man's mouth twitched incessantly, while the other 3 players turned their heads to look at Lucy, all wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Seriously, buddy, your presence is utterly incongruous with the surrounding atmosphere. In this stifling and frigid ambience, a hellish game where life could be at stake at any moment, you've taken it upon yourself to play the role of an evaluator. The group had just been subjected to your rambling in such a tense situation, leaving their emotions somewhat disjointed. The flamboyant man in red let out a faint sigh, sizing up Lucy from head to toe, feeling somewhat powerless to critique. You're even judging from a distance. Everyone else seems quite normal, yet here you are wearing a mask, let alone a bright red one, its radiant patterns continuously shifting. Is this the reward you received in the game? One can only say it's as abstract as you are. Did I say that out loud? No way. Do you possess mind-reading abilities? Lucy exclaimed, surprised, as he touched his mouth, feeling the coldness of the mask. You certainly did. The flamboyant man sighed in resignation, immediately regretting his words. What am I doing, arguing with this lunatic? Goodness, is there a dimming intelligence aura at play here? Observing the expressions of those around him, Lucy realized that this was indeed the case. It appeared that the mental chaos induced by the gluttony mask was persistent. If he did not take control, it could lead to some minor complications. Well, if I said it, then I said it. A game must have a narrator, and it helps you understand how others perceive you, right? Who wants to know how you view us? HMPH, I've only heard that when people grow old, they can't hold back their bodily functions. I didn't expect there are those who can't hold back their words. The coarse giant couldn't help but sneer, perfectly aligning with his character. The crowd fell into silence once again. Everyone was scrutinizing each other, yet none were as neurotic as Lucy. A cough broke the stillness as the flamboyant man took the initiative to speak. I do not go by the name of flamboyant man in red. I am called Zhu Qian, that is my true name, not a nickname. I believe that now we are in this hellish game, it is imperative that we swiftly dismantle unnecessary barriers. From a broader perspective, in relation to this game, we are all human. We are on the same side. At this juncture, we may need to understand each other better, and I think this would be beneficial for the game. Most of you are likely from Huagua. I am part of the official organization, and you can trust me. Zhu Qian spoke calmly, attempting to connect everyone. This was related to his background. In times of crisis, uniting any available strength was crucial, not to mention that there was no animosity among them. I don't think so. The foreigner interjected. We are not yet certain of the game's purpose. But you can call me Kirk. That is my name. The previously silent woman spoke, directing her gaze at Zhu Qian. Hello, thank you for your sincerity. However, as the ironclad man mentioned, in this game, we both cooperate and compete, making it quite challenging to establish trust. HMPH, official. The giant chimed in. Has the game even been underway for a few days, and you're already claiming to be official? People like you are just meddling. Your greatest contribution is to stay out of it, endlessly complicating matters. The giant clearly had a poor temperament, maintaining a lackluster attitude towards everyone, yet Lucy understood that this was likely a manifestation of fear and tension. The pressure of the hellish game needed to find an outlet through unfriendly behavior. Noticing the lack of smooth communication, Zhu Qian sighed, anticipating this state of affairs. He slowly turned his head to look at Lucy, waiting for his response. He had just observed his own live stream. He was part of an organization, and relevant external personnel were closely monitoring him, already informing him of Lucy's circumstances. Logically, he should be a formidable player. Lucy met the gaze of Zhu Qian, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Am I truly not allowed to call you flamboyant man in red?" Zhu Qian, at that moment, he felt overwhelmed. "If you're unsure how to address me, feel free to give me any nickname." "Who asked you?" "Is that the point?" Just as the situation reached an impasse, a voice echoed once more in the room. It was the same voice, but this time, the ironclad man did not appear. Only the mechanical sound accompanied by text on the wall manifested. Divine Selection Paradise. Hell Mode. Demon Hospital. Player Basic Task: Survive. As long as you stay alive until the completion of the task, you will have succeeded. Player Objective Task: locate the source of the disease, find the individual afflicted most severely, and resolve the crisis they bring. Players who complete the objective will receive additional rewards, assessed based on specific performance and contributions. Demon Hospital, welcoming each patient with open arms. Countdown. 5 minutes, the game is about to commence. 5 minutes. Once the brief description concluded, the voice faded, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. It was as if any unnecessary conversation had been carried out by the ironclad robot earlier. This was now a serious exposition. Upon seeing such a task description, the expressions of the crowd turned solemn. Hell mode, with the basic task being mere survival, this indicated that none of the 5 present were particularly easygoing. Just reading about survival could be terrifying. Zhu Qian understood that the likelihood of cooperation among the group was indeed minimal. Furthermore, the task was vague. What disease? How does one determine who is the most afflicted? Surviving until the end counts as success, but if someone slackens, relying on others to complete the task while they merely survive, isn't that the same? How is this designed? Everyone fell into silence, beginning to quietly inspect their backpacks and medicines, preparing for the unknown in 5 minutes. "Oh, right," Lucy murmured to himself, but in such a tense environment, even the faintest sound drew everyone's attention. The individual donning the red mask reached into his trousers, and the placement was quite indecorous. "What does that mean, buddy? In public like this, are you revealing your true nature behind the mask?" As the red-clad man slapped his forehead, he inquired with the external staff in his live stream, "Is his information accurate? Is he truly a skilled player?" Before he could finish, his expression abruptly changed, his eyes fixated on the item Lucy was retrieving from his trousers. A golden business card. Zhu Qian was all too familiar with the type of customized card. His demeanor instantly lightened, as if he had encountered a friend, and he strode towards Lucy leaning in close. He whispered, "One of us?" "Brother, you've disguised yourself quite well. Which department are you from?" Chapter 30, Patient Sedation Meal. Are you eating in the box? Him. Lucy instinctively flipped his wrist as the other party leaned closer, concealing the card in his hand beneath, and cast a wary glance at him. "Cut the nonsense. We're on the same side. Time is of the essence. What department are you from?" "Me." Lucy raised his head slightly, pondering. "I'm from the high school division." "Zhu Qian, what the hell, the high school division? What kind of nonsense is that? What are you talking about?" Zhu Qian felt flustered, glancing at the countdown clock that showed only 3 minutes remaining. How was it that this colleague was behaving like this? Did he not appear trustworthy? Although it was indeed likely that they came from far and wide, wasn't there a basic level of trust within the official organization? "Come on, I saw your business card. I'm Zhu Qian from K-City, Jiangkai Province, and I didn't bring mine. Besides, do we even need those? Look at my outfit." He tugged at the fabric of his red clothing. "Why aren't you in uniform? Did you turn it into a red mask? Your regulations are quite peculiar. By the way, there should be our people in your live stream. Just have them check me out." Lucy sensed that the other party had likely misunderstood something and continued his nonsensical chatter. "You look rather seasoned. How can you be from the same department as me, still in high school?" Are you the director of the Political Education Office? Zhu Jian stiffened, his fists clenched. What is wrong with this person? He is utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Reminder, currently, we have recorded players who have perfectly cleared our organization. However, there seems to be no record of anyone fitting this mask scenario. You should communicate more about the route. A staff member in Zhu Qian's live stream interjected. Zhu Qian suppressed his urge to strike the man, lowering his voice as he spoke with a cold demeanor. Comrade, I don't know what your intentions are. But you previously mentioned the color of my clothing and deliberately pulled out a business card, clearly to draw me in. Do you have something to say? Lu Si scratched his head. Now that I think about it, I seem to be a bit hungry. How strange. Who asked you? Zhu Qian turned away, leaving behind a remark to stay safe, and decided to ignore him. Goodbye, he addressed the staff in the live stream. Hurry up and find out where this person belongs. This is utterly absurd. This is a game of hellish difficulty. How can it be taken lightly? Players, it is advisable to exit this room swiftly before time runs out. At this moment, the countdown clock displayed 1 minute remaining. The room had opened up, revealing a pitch-black corridor that seemed to lead into an abyss. No one wished to defy the announcement. In hell mode, one could never know when a fatal situation might arise. A foreigner, Kuerk, boldly stepped out first, his silhouette exuding an air of aloofness. The large man scowled at his back, muttering, as such a show-off. Before also stepping out, Zhu Qian and the woman followed closely behind, exiting the room as well. Lu Si maintained his usual demeanor, lingering at the threshold for a moment before stepping out in the final second, peering back in to see what might transpire. Bang! The door slammed shut, forcibly ejecting Lu Si, leaving an imprint of a mask on the door. Zhu Qian, who had been discreetly observing his colleague, helplessly turned his head away. He felt he could no longer bear this situation. Once the door closed, he found himself facing a long corridor that curved gently, stretching into darkness about 100 meters ahead, veering to the left. Along both sides of the corridor, large iron doors stood at intervals, silent and foreboding, as if housing ferocious beasts. The entire corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Presumably, their patients resided behind those doors. Zhu Qian traced the curvature of the wall with his hand, gauging the distance ahead, and began to stride forward. Before attending to business, he intended to familiarize himself with the terrain and the basic architectural layout. There are no stairs. It should be a large flat structure. Of course, we cannot rule out secret doors. Given this curvature, it could very well be a circular building. In the stillness of the space, Zhu Qian's voice echoed as he openly shared his thoughts with the group. Just then, the game announcement chimed in once more. Breakfast time, 30 minutes. Mealtime is task time. During this period, players must enter the patient rooms. If you exit, you must return to your room promptly. Lingering too long in the corridor may lead to unpleasant consequences. Clang clang. Following the announcement, a tray of food dropped from a hidden compartment beneath each room, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Instantly, an unbearable stench permeated the air, swirling through the space. Under the dim strip lighting, the tray contained a large canister of a viscous substance that, without being told, one would find it hard to convince themselves that it was indeed food. Inside, nothing discernible could be seen, though some fragments of bone and mucus were vaguely visible. Beside the canister, a small dish held several white pills. The tray bore an inscription: "The patient exhibits unstable mental conditions. Sedative medication has been mixed into the food, which may facilitate communication." Judging by this so-called hospital, it appears to focus primarily on mental issues, Zhu Qian mused. Damn, the large man cursed, is this stuff even edible? Who could possibly eat this without developing mental issues? Is it really that unpalatable? Lu Si glanced at the items on the ground. Why did he feel as if they seemed rather delectable? The gluttonous mask maximizes the influence on appetite, completely suppressing rational judgment. The red warning lights flashed, urging players to enter the patient rooms without delay. With no time to ponder, Lu Si hastily selected a room, grabbing the tray and stepping inside. The environment within the room contrasted sharply with that outside. It was far from clean, with various stains and even traces of blood on the walls, yet the lighting was exceedingly bright. It was illuminated 24 hours a day. In the corner, a gaunt man, resembling a malevolent spirit, squatted, shackled by handcuffs and leg irons. The moment Lucie entered, he cast a glare of hatred at the tray in Lucie's hands. Mealtime. Looks like breakfast. I can't quite recall. What a delicacy, my friend. You look so emaciated, you're almost skeletal. Would you like to eat? The entire room was devoid of furniture. Lucie surveyed the space, walked in, and set the tray down, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Want to eat? Rasped the patient, his voice dripping with venom. Of course, you're just a newcomer. Delicacy, if it's so delectable, why don't you eat it? Let me tell you, don't get too cocky. Before he could finish, Lucie's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you. With that, he seized the canister of unknown contents and poured it directly into his mouth. Patient, Chapter 31, The Whirlwind of Change in the Hellish Game. Bang, 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 a fissure appeared on the mask, and a large canister was frantically poured into it, as if it were an endless abyss. You will be the same in the future. At this moment, the man finally completed his sentence, rendered utterly speechless. In the blink of an eye, half of the contents of the can had been consumed, and holding the other half, Lucille politely inquired, "Are you sure you do not wish to partake?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Very well, thank you." Following this, he tilted his head back and continued to gulp down the contents. In less than a minute, the entire can had been consumed. This manner of eating was entirely inhuman. To put it succinctly, regarding the act of consumption, Lucille exhibited what could only be described as superhuman abilities, a manifestation of extraordinary power. To be candid, when Lucille initially grasped the can, he felt an inner reluctance, although the influence of the gluttonous mask led him to perceive the contents as the pinnacle of culinary delight. Reason cautioned him that it may not be entirely safe for consumption. Nonetheless, in pursuit of experiencing the mask's power, and considering the pain value, Lucille resolved to proceed. The secret recipe from Lao Ba, a small hamburger. Yet, as soon as it entered his stomach, Lucille lost all sense of restraint. A delicacy of the world. He had never savored anything so exquisite. It was as if it bypassed the palate entirely and directly stimulated the brain. There was no stopping. As the entire can disappeared, a wave of euphoria enveloped him, a warm sensation wrapping around his being, akin to being in a paradise. Simultaneously, he felt no sense of satiety, rather, his hunger intensified. A fierce craving gnawed at him, and Lucille felt an overwhelming surge of energy, yearning for more sustenance. The numerous spectators observing Lucille, along with the personnel from the relevant organizations, were utterly dumbfounded. No. Huh. What does this mean? Is this part of the task? I cannot comprehend. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can explain this? Where is the previous expert? What does this signify? In comparison, the actions of that lunatic across the way seem so normal. It has long been rumored that this individual behaves unusually. The analysts from various organizations were at a loss, their minds frayed, unable to decipher the meaning behind it all. However, the reason had been made abundantly clear by Lucille from the outset. He was hungry. The patient swallowed hard, gazing at the masked figure before him, feeling as if his mind was faltering. "You are not a staff member. You are a fellow patient?" Lucille comfortably settled on the ground, deciding to lower his guard. Concerning his appetite, he chose not to exercise control, surrendering entirely, allowing all rationality to adhere to his true nature, focusing solely on the task at hand. Delicious. The life you lead here every day is nothing short of divine. The man's lips twitched slightly. Am I serving gods? After a moment of mental turmoil, he let out a cold laugh, casting his gaze toward the plate beside him and the medicine atop it. His expression hardened once more, glaring fiercely at Lucille. "So, you are done pretending." No one cared what they consumed. The so-called meals were merely a means to administer medication. Previously, they had feigned a semblance of normalcy, but this lunatic before him intended to directly force-feed him the medication. Pointing at the drugs, the patient questioned, "What do you mean?" "Oh, my apologies." Lucille glanced over and offered an apology. He then lifted the plate, flipped it over, and let it all tumble into his mouth. There was no need to chew, it slid down effortlessly. How shameful to waste. This individual across from me is rather astute. able to remind me. After finishing, Lucelle, feeling ravenous, patted his belly and looked at the emaciated figure shackled by iron chains, asking, "Are you full?" Slim one. The thin patient, "Ho. What did I eat? Did you not consume everything? When did I ever eat your food?" Lucelle queried, bemused. It was as if the events of mere seconds ago were entirely non-existent. What a blatant lie, the patient, ho. He clasped his hands over his head, reflecting on the recent events, contrasting them with Lucelle's earnest tone, seriously questioning whether his mental state was deteriorating. Indeed, how could such horrid and repulsive sustenance belong to the staff? Could it be that I am now hallucinating about eating? Could it be, was I the one eating just now? The patient murmured, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. No, ho. What does this mean? Is someone fooling the fool? I understand now, this is a method of brainwashing, sowing doubt in the other party, making it easier to extract information. Impressive, expert. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream seemed to grasp the situation, showering praises once more. Wait. The medicine. My medicine. Suddenly, the thin man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he lunged at Lucelle in a frenzy. Crack, crack. The iron chains held his body suspended in midair, mere feet away from Lucelle, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm, rendering him unable to reach. Where is my medicine? Where is my medicine? You consumed my medicine. What am I to eat? Previously resistant to medication, he now erupted in a fit of rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. His gaunt frame displayed sinewy muscles marred with blooded scars. The chains creaked under the strain, the strength of the individual before him clearly transcending human limits. What medicine? I am not quite sure what you are referring to. Lucelle appeared remarkably astute, remaining remarkably composed, unfazed by the outburst. I understand, my friend. You must still be hungry. Rest assured, I would never allow you to go hungry. The portions provided here are woefully inadequate. I will certainly assist you. Just look at you, so thin, you are on the verge of starvation. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the hair of the now deranged individual before sprinting away, feigning urgency. Leaving behind a room filled with a patient who oscillated between madness, calmness, and rolling on the ground in despair. Once outside, Lucelle dashed down the circular corridor. At each cell door, there lay that repulsive food and medication. What was I supposed to be doing out here? Lucelle felt a slight disorientation. First, I shall eat. The rest can wait. With that, he began to voraciously consume everything in sight. Each time the hospital staff prompted him to enter a patient room, Lucelle swiftly returned. The emaciated patient was left bewildered. This individual had claimed he was going out to find food, yet each time he returned, he was ravenously consuming. Where is my food, brother? Aside from the rations each player initially brought into the room, all of the hospital's breakfast provisions had been wholly devoured by Lucelle. It is worth noting that the initial observer, Quirk, after surveying the food, pondered briefly before opting not to take any, directly pushing the door open instead. Thus, Chapter 32, Where's the Food? Kirk had fallen prey to his own schemes. Thus, the provisions he had deliberately left behind found their way into Lucie's stomach. As Lucie passed by Kirk's door, he cast a fleeting glance, noting a slight crack remaining ajar. Yet, he paid it no mind. What was a game? Who was Kirk? Those thoughts had long since faded from his memory. Eating was all that mattered. Foreign big shot, danger. I just visited Kirk's live stream. He possesses quite a level of skill, deliberately leaving the food outside as part of a design. I'm rather curious about his expression now, outside, as Lucie devoured his meal with unrestrained fervor. Kirk was in his chamber, utilizing his extraordinary abilities with a gentle persuasion. Kirk, the haughty American, possessed the credentials to support his arrogance. A former criminal profiler for the CIA, he was well versed in negotiation tactics and psychological analysis, a distinguished professor at Harvard, and a recipient of various accolades in the realm of criminal investigation. With his remarkable qualifications, he had scoured a wealth of classified information post the novice task, grasping the significance of the game, and had flawlessly completed his inaugural challenge. Now, he was a player endowed with superpowers. Mental interference. In terms of supernatural abilities, he had already surpassed Lucie, With his background and current extraordinary capabilities, Kirk felt confident in extracting information from a few individuals suffering from mental afflictions. "How many years have you been here?" Kirk inquired, his Mandarin flowing fluently. The game would not allow for linguistic barriers among its participants, yet he chose to speak in Mandarin at this moment. "I can't recall, 3 years, 30 years, or..." Kirk furrowed his brow, striving to disrupt the other's mental state while posing his questions. Through his prior gentle coaxing and non-threatening inquiries, he had effectively lulled his subject into a state of compliance. What he had gleaned was that the individual's name was Long Liu, reminiscent of his mother, mumbling something about a task and craving sweet and sour pork. Particularly the sweet and sour pork, which the individual seemed to repeat incessantly. "And what do you believe your ailments to be?" Kirk probed. I'm not ill. Long Liu vehemently shook his head, as if ensnared in a fit of hysteria, and Kirk felt his control slipping further. All right, sir, we are inclined to believe that. Now, who do you think here is truly unwell? Medicine, no. Medicine, Long Liu, at this point, was drooling, his sanity unraveling, and Kirk sighed, realizing he had reached an impasse and would need to retreat temporarily. Very well, take a moment to rest. I shall step out to procure something for you, your favorite sweet and sour pork. I will bring it to you shortly. With that, Kirk rose and exited, intending to fetch food and medication. He had initially hesitated to take this course of action, convinced that the medication and such could provoke severe psychological backlash and exacerbate long-standing tremors. However, he found himself unable to maintain control through mere mental influence and had no choice but to retrieve the medication. Nevertheless, he had managed to guide the other's consciousness into his rhythm. It would be of little trouble to present those vile substances as sweet and sour pork in the eyes of his subject. The sweet and sour pork seemed to resonate as an obsession for Long Liu once he satisfied that fixation and administered the medication. Gaining complete control thereafter would simplify the game's complexities. Hell mode was not so daunting after all, it merely appeared darker and more sinister. The other Chinese players likely did not progress as swiftly as he had. He was unconcerned with whether others were slacking. His sole objective in participating in the game was to achieve a flawless victory. In his perspective, there was no concept of collaboration. The relationship among players was purely competitive. Whoever unraveled the game first would reap the greatest rewards, and as they accumulated advantages, they would only grow stronger. Hell mode would not intimidate him. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Kirk stepped outside, hands in pockets, a sly grin playing upon his lips, resembling a Western version of a crooked Dragon King. Upon stepping out, he was met with an astonishing sight. The serving platter was empty. What? Where's the food? Kirk froze for a moment. This was his first encounter with a situation beyond his control since entering the game. Where had the food gone? Was it simply that only a plate remained? The absence of food was one matter, but the complete lack of medication was another. Instinctively, Kirk glanced toward the other room doors. With but 5 players in total, there should have been ample provisions. Glancing left and right, Kirk's body tensed. No, it was all gone. Where could the food have vanished to? What the FK? Unable to restrain his exclamation, Kirk's expression turned bewildered. Was it possible that in this game, food left outside the room simply disappeared? The prior game announcements had made no mention of such a phenomenon, and why was the plate still there if the food had vanished? Har. I feel a bit sorry for this guy. I never expected that his teammates would be the greatest issue. No matter how brilliant one's mind, it wouldn't he conceive that the food had been consumed by teammates. Poor Kirk. The game's chat was now flooded with laughter. Kirk, in a state of utter confusion, returned to his room. The confidence he had moments before now evaporated. Upon raising his gaze once more, his brows twitched violently. The individual known as Long Liu had shed his previous foolish demeanor. His blood-red eyes now glinted with malice, and the chains binding his body rattled ominously. Cracks had begun to form on the walls and floor. The sheer force exhibited transcended human capabilities, causing Kirk to grimace, as though the other could break free at any moment and come for him. Where is the sweet and sour pork? Just a moment, the chef is preparing the sweet and sour pork. I assure you it will be a delightful experience, so please, be patient. Kirk struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to pacify the agitated individual. I will continue to encourage him. With that, he hastily closed the door and stepped outside. While Kirk found himself in a predicament, Lucy had already made his way to the end of the circular corridor. Within an open room lay Tom, the metal figure. Have you made any discoveries, dear player? The familiar mechanical voice resonated as the tin robot turned to face Lucy. Do you have any food left? Tom appeared momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the direct inquiry. You smell delightful, Lucy continued, yet made no further moves, retreating to his own room just as the crimson light began to illuminate. As he turned to leave, he encountered Kirk, who was approaching with a determined stride, having just exited the rooms, his eyes betraying skepticism. Before Kirk, clutching his can of food, Lucy tilted his head back and drank deeply, as if fearing the other might snatch his meal away. Kirk. Chapter 33. In an instant, the gaze became crystal clear. Hey, I'm just messing with you. As Colker observed the unexpected figure of the red-masked individual approaching from across the way and noted the actions of Lucy, he felt as though his mind were cramping. Am I hallucinating? Is the mental interference rebounding on me? Watching Lucy down a can of peculiar substance in the blink of an eye, he forced himself to accept the bizarre reality before him, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. A meeting of the century. Har har har, I'm going to die from laughter. I've been hopping back and forth between the perspectives of those two. To be honest, the terrifying atmosphere has been turned into a comedy. Although it's amusing, I have absolutely no idea how they are supposed to accomplish their mission. This is a hellish game after all. What are you doing? Colker stared incredulously at Lucy, momentarily disregarding any notions of national pride, and directly asked in Chinese. Eating, of course. Isn't he at mealtime? Lucy replied nonchalantly. Do you have anything to eat? Colker opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words, completely baffled by Lucy's current actions. He wished to disrupt Lucy's mental state, only to find that the latter's mind was a chaotic tangle. His attempts at interference were completely ineffectual. It was as though he had dropped a single drop of ink into a mire, hoping to taint the entire pool. In fact, the moment he attempted to wield his powers, he felt a backlash, his complexion paling dramatically. Colker gazed at Lucy with a mix of astonishment and dread, pondering, has this guy gone through something in this hellish game? Has he already suffered mental damage? In the brief moment their eyes met, Colker imagined 1,000 possibilities, while Lucy's thoughts drifted to an array of classic cuisines from around the world. Suddenly, a glint caught the corner of his eye. He spotted a small plate in Lucy's right hand, which contained 6 pills. With little time for contemplation, he hastily exclaimed, "Give me the medicine." Lucy yawned and replied, "What gibberish are you speaking? I don't understand." Give me the pills you have. What pills? This isn't tea medicine. It's my breakfast. Fine, it's breakfast. Could you spare your breakfast for me? Colker began to adopt a coaxing tone, realizing that Lucy's mental state had likely deteriorated, and thus he decided to engage in a manner befitting a conversation with someone unhinged. Why would I give you my breakfast? Are you begging? Lucy retorted, a look of discontent manifesting on his mask. Colker, well, why should anyone share their food with me? Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Shaking his head vigorously to regain composure, Colker then acknowledged the elevated difficulty of this hellish game. Patiently addressing Lucy, he said, Because I am a wretched soul, famished for an eternity now, I require your assistance. For the sake of Christ, will you help me, dear sir?" In his desperation, Colker even lapsed into a translated English tone. "If you're hungry, eat, but you can't treat pills as food, you lunatic." Lucy responded, then flipped the plate in his hand, swallowing all 6 pills in one go. "Colker, am I not just going along with your line of reasoning? Am I the mad one here?" Yet, witnessing Lucy consume the last of the pills, his heart plummeted. It was over. Why had the game taken such a turn, a true liability? Could this game not have been designed for solo play? The red alert blared, compelling both individuals to return to their respective chambers. Colker's gaze gradually turned icy as he observed Lucy's retreating figure, quietly stating, "If you still possess a sliver of sanity, use the exit coin. At least you can save your own life." Lucy, without turning back, appeared oblivious to the fact that the words were directed at him, hastening to his room. Upon returning to his own chamber, Colker felt the tension enveloping him. Long lay right on the floor, resembling a tormented spectre. The scars on his body had been reopened by his own hands, blood splattering everywhere, and the stone-paved floor had been clawed to pieces. Is this even human? The calmness in Colker's eyes gradually morphed into trepidation, leaving him speechless as he pressed against the doorframe. "Medicine, medicine, where's my fish-flavored shredded pork?" Faced with Long Liu's clearly deranged utterances, Colker swallowed hard, attempting to negotiate. The food is still cooking. Shifting his focus back to Lucy, he found himself once again in his room, confronted by his gaunt, simian-like patient. The situation he faced mirrored that of Colker's. The patient, having consumed nothing, now rolled about like an alien, on the verge of transformation. Yet, Lucy exhibited no fear, casually strolling over to the individual, sitting down on the floor as if it were the most natural thing. What a delightful breakfast. Are you full now?" It would be evident that he hadn't brought anything back. If the patient could still articulate his thoughts, he would surely have shouted this directly into Lucy's ear. But he could not, instead emitting a series of meaningless sounds. "Roar, roar. You will also become like me, you will become just like me," he bellowed, chain snapping taut as his fingers descended like blades, carving a deep gash into Lucy's shoulder, blood oozing forth. However, Lucy remained unfazed, leaning against the wall, murmuring, "It seems you're still not full." "Indeed, I am just like you, I too am still hungry." Patient. He had succumbed to madness, flailing his limbs wildly, inflicting wounds upon Lucy's body. Pain chosen, pain value 1. Pain chosen, pain value 1. Lucy exhibited no reaction whatsoever, allowing the harm to persist as if he were entirely unaware. "All right, I've eaten enough. What do you need from me?" Lucy turned to address the ghastly visage, patient startled smiley. "Oh, shouldn't it be you coming to me?" Perhaps due to Lucy's mind being clouded, the patient could not help but engage in dialogue. I'm so hungry, yet I feel a bit overstuffed." Lucy rubbed his belly and stood up. "Brother, this position seems rather uncomfortable. You came to find me, seeking my assistance, didn't you?" As he spoke, he seized the patient's arm, which bore the strength to shatter rocks, rendering it immobile under Lucy's grip. A flash of red light erupted as Lucy retrieved his sharp blade from his backpack. The side effect of the gluttony mask, energy from consumed food does not belong to the eater. If a certain limit is reached without release, one may perish, then let it be released. Roar. The patient, caught by the wrist, howled like a beast. In the next moment, a flash of red light. With a power level of 24, multiplied by 3 from the sharp blade, and an additional release of strength from gluttony, crack, the chains, seemingly strong enough to bind a dinosaur, snapped apart with a resounding sound. At that moment, the patient's howl ceased abruptly, staring dumbfounded at the chains that had bound him for who knows how many years. In the chaos and madness of his eyes, clarity seemed to dawn, and the hands that had been flailing at Lucy fell still. What just happened? Chapter 34. As breakfast concluded, none of the patients in the ward had taken their medication. The patients gazed at the severed chains, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, utterly motionless. Their backs no longer ached, their legs ceased to throb, and even the madness seemed to dissipate. The individual who had moments ago been fervently intent on slaying Lucy appeared as if he were a different person entirely. "I was merely jesting with you earlier. Please do not take offense." What on earth just transpired? Here it comes, the unparalleled brute strength. The last game with this master left me utterly astonished. Clearly, one could wreak havoc, yet they chose to seamlessly blend into the madness. To be honest, I had already heard whispers of this gentleman's condition from the previous game. Arriving at this hospital must feel akin to returning home. At this moment, the emaciated patient stood there, palpably awkward, his body rigid, seemingly uncertain of what to do next. Though he had lost one chain, he was bound by something far more unyielding. Lucy still grasped his wrist. In those fleeting seconds, he felt as if his nerves had gone numb, and his arm had lost all sensation. Lucy exhaled slowly, sensing a slight abatement of the tumultuous energy within him, and he released his grip. "Who are you?" Perhaps the overwhelming external stimulus had momentarily liberated the patient from his chaotic thoughts, granting him a sliver of lucidity. "I am your fellow patient." Yet Lucy's mind was no clearer. The dialogue remained bewilderingly disordered. "What is your name?" "My name is Gwadigang." The patient was taken aback. Though it was a perfectly ordinary name, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. "I am Long Wu, I am Long Wu." Without prompting, Lucy had not even inquired, yet Long Wu declared his name with fervor, as if awakening from a dream, finally recollecting his identity. However, the clarity in his eyes quickly faded, once again engulfed by confusion and madness. The one hand that had regained its freedom began to writhe for reasons unknown. He refrained from attacking the nearby Lucy and instead began to lash out at the walls and floor with the iron chains, appearing somewhat like a creature in a fit of impotent rage. Breakfast time has concluded. All players please return to the designated correction area. Breakfast time has concluded. The game's timer suddenly blared, reverberating throughout the prison-like hospital. "Oh, the bell has rung. It seems it's time to return." Lucy muttered to himself, ignoring the individual behind him who had begun to exhibit signs of insanity, and leisurely strode toward the exit. But suddenly, just as Lucy's figure was about to cross the threshold, a loud crash resounded from behind. Leave. Turning slowly, Lucy beheld Long Wu sprawled on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, face a shade of purple, having struck his forehead against the floor, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his brow. Clad in tattered clothing and smeared with blood, he resembled a man who had endured a decade of torment in a dungeon. As Lucy turned back, Long Wu, with his eyes aflame, squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Leave this place. If you do not depart, you will become like me." Lucy remained silent for a few seconds, bending slightly to observe Long Wu, his mask slowly forming a peculiar smile. In a tone laced with amusement, he remarked, "My dear sir, what distinguishes us now? During lunch, you will still treat me, correct?" That voice struck Long Wu like a chilling cascade, sending an inexplicable shiver down his spine. After uttering those words, Lucy straightened and exited the ward. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door slammed shut, and everyone found themselves back in the initial room, precisely the same 5 individuals, no more, no less. Yet the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. It appeared that this round of the game had yielded no favorable outcomes. The lone female player looked pale, clearly having been frightened, while the previously robust figure bore visible injuries. His right arm was drenched in blood, hastily bandaged with his shirt, from which fresh blood still seeped. "All right, players, the first round of the game has concluded. Do you all still feel at ease?" A mechanical voice echoed. It was Tom, who was also present in the room. "You may engage in brief discussions to summarize your experiences while awaiting the next meal. Of course, if anyone believes they have identified the most severely afflicted patient, feel free to inform me. Now, you may operate at your discretion." After this announcement, Tom rolled into a corner and ceased all movement, resembling a machine in standby mode. "Damn it! This cursed game!" A sudden roar erupted from within the room, the robust figure drenched in cold sweat, gripping his blood-soaked arm tightly. "What is this place? They call it a hospital. These beings are not human at all." His tirade revealed a palpable sense of fear, unmistakably evident in his words. It appeared that upon entering the ward, he had focused solely on fulfilling his task, intent on hastily administering medication to progress. He had thought little of the tormented patients. When they refused to take their medication, he had attempted to pry their mouths open to force it down their throats. In that moment, he realized the true nature of what he faced. It was as if each of those wretched patients housed within them a ferocious beast, springing to life in an instant, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Had it not been for his decent physical condition and regular exercise, he might well have lost his life this time. Indeed, one cannot measure physical ability by mere human standards. At this juncture, Zhu Qian chimed in from the side. This hellish game is expected to be of such difficulty. We must exercise extreme caution. At least they still have chains, and we have medication. I suggest we share our current intelligence. I'll go first. I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. My patient was initially highly resistant to the medication, but after some persuasion, he suddenly became frantic, insisting on taking it. The woman's complexion was also pale, and Zhu Qian followed up. Yes, my patient initially exhibited symptoms of mania, refusing both food and medication, but then suddenly began to rage, demanding to take the medication, which he then consumed, quite bizarrely. Moreover, after taking the medication, the manic sensations dissipated, yet I could not extract any information. His mind remained utterly chaotic. At that moment, Kirk suddenly stood up. I have nothing to say, I merely have a question. He then directed his gaze toward Lucie, who lay sprawled on the ground. Are you aware that, aside from your patients, not a single individual in this entire hospital has taken their medication? Did you consume it all, Mr. Red Mask? The last two sentences Kirk spoke in Chinese, causing everyone to momentarily pause in shock before turning their heads in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the exchange between the two individuals. Chapter 35. The patient before him appeared to be remarkably rational. The medication was not merely a tool for navigating the game. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned ominously quiet, and no one anticipated that, in the complete absence of any progress, such a situation akin to an internal conflict would arise. Zhu Qian fell silent for a few seconds, his mind struggling to process this information. What did it mean that he had consumed everything by himself? He took the initiative to diffuse the tension, inquiring, Mr. Corcoran, what do you mean by that? Literally, Corcoran replied brusquely. I never imagined that someone could gain the ability to consume in this game. However, I believe this is entirely obstructing our progress in the game. Corcoran's expression was one of irritation, lacking the rationality and arrogance he had previously displayed. A closer inspection would reveal a bloodstain on his face, a consequence of failing to bring back their fish-flavored shredded pork, a prompting patient, Long Liu, to extract fragments from the ground to hurl at him. Zhu Qian glanced back and forth between the two, still bewildered. Subsequently, he opted to seek assistance from external staff in his live broadcast, as they had been monitoring the situation for him. Zhu Qian, indeed, it is a literal interpretation. This masked contestant has consumed all the delivery products within this hospital. Not just medication, but food as well, all the food. After calculating the quantities, we find a total of 112 portions. It is utterly beyond human capability. The volume of food has surpassed the records of competitive eaters worldwide. We speculate this is a manifestation of the opponent's extraordinary skill, highly abnormal in both level and nature, seemingly somewhat useless at present. Zhu Qian stared at the replies from his team, his mind feeling overwhelmed, his response mirroring Corcoran's expression when he first encountered Lucie. A brain cramp. No, is he mentally ill? What is he consuming? Is that even fit for human consumption? Doesn't he fear consuming himself to death? Is this some sort of attempt to experience his superpower? What about the cause and effect? Why did he eat? And why did he consume everything? Air. Is there no catalyst? Regrettably, Zhu Qian, there is no cause and effect, nor any explanation for why. If one must insist on a rationale, it is merely that he repeatedly expressed hunger, wanting to eat, and thus consumed everything. Utterly absurd. Our behavioral analysts have been active but cannot ascertain the purpose of his actions. We suspect his mental state may be quite chaotic. The other patients in the same ward seem considerably more rational by comparison. Notably, one patient has engaged in 2 instances of rational dialogue with him, something none of your players have achieved. It is simply unfortunate that while the patient is relatively rational, he is not, resulting in no further constructive dialogue. Zhu Qian's brow furrowed increasingly tighter, struggling to grasp the situation. No reason, no motive, yet the outcome appears relatively favorable. How could the patient be more rational than him? The patient could engage in logical discourse with him. Is there truly no meaning to this? After all, having been selected by the game to become a special agent, he had considerable grassroots experience, understanding that many matters are not as straightforward as they seem. Adhering rigidly to rules often hinders progress. In grassroots life, those who appear to lack structure and disregard procedural norms often achieve better outcomes. He was uncertain of Lucie's condition, unable to conjure a reasonable explanation. Furthermore, there is one critical point that demands your utmost attention. Under no circumstances should you offend him. Do not provoke that individual. His combat prowess is exceedingly terrifying. Zhu Qian's brow furrowed at this, as it was the first time he had encountered a description of combat prowess as terrifying. At that moment, Lu Si, who had been lying down, finally spoke, interrupting Zhu Qian's contemplation. It's you, the beggar brother. What, you still haven't begged for food? Lu Si remarked in a manner comprehensible only to the two of them, comfortably sprawled on the ground. The large man and the woman stood to the side, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, unsure of what was transpiring. Corcoran, now stripped of his previous arrogance, gritted his teeth and said, "Those medications are for the mentally ill, not for you to consume. You've overindulged. Your mind is completely unhinged, isn't it? If you're unwell, withdraw. This game is not suited for you. You can't blame me for your failure to procure food. It is my skill to obtain it." Lu Si continued to ramble nonsensically. Enough? Corcoran erupted, feeling a sense of helplessness as he had never before experienced in his elevated position, akin to conversing with a fool. Do you realize that if I had that medication this time, I would make significant progress? I am merely one step away from fully controlling him. This hellish game presents no inherent danger. It is you who has artificially created peril. Chinese, I cannot discern if you are feigning madness or have genuinely lost your mind. Those medications are tools for completing the game. You are obstructing the progress, creating difficulties in this infernal game. This will condemn us all to hell. You must either behave properly or swiftly exit. Leave this game. Suddenly, Lu Si, lying on the ground, slightly lifted his head and regarded. A sharp light seemed to emanate from the red mask, and Corcoran felt as if he had been suddenly targeted by a predator in the wild, his mind momentarily clearing. Lu Si spoke slowly. How do you know those medications are tools for completing the game? Who informed you? Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lu Si, who lay on the ground. Did he just speak coherently? This was the first instance of Lu Si articulating meaningful words, beginning to converse like a normal player. Corcoran's mind briefly faltered, and Zhu Qian reflected on the situation as well. It seemed that in the game's description, there had never been any mention of medications. The medications could alleviate the patient's conditions, as inscribed on the trays, and when placed alongside that repugnant food, they essentially constituted part of the game. The actual effects of the medications, their mechanisms, and the corresponding ailments were matters they were entirely unaware of. In fact, Corcoran had harbored suspicions from the outset, wanting to utilize his abilities without relying on medication. Yet in the end, they all acquiesced. Luci's voice persisted, this time with conviction. Those medications are not tools to complete the game. Upon utterance of these words, it was as if thunder had struck. Everyone fell silent, even the motionless metal robot, Tom, turned its head to observe this exchange. Corcoran's brow furrowed deeply, lost in thought, as everyone pondered the implications. Zhu Qian spoke. Are you implying that they are not game tools? Lu Si stated before reclining once more. They are my breakfast. I'm feeling a bit hungry again. When does lunch commence? Corcoran. Chapter 36, Restoration. Growth. The terrifying power of the gluttonous mask. Damn it, you wretched son of a bitch. It's inconvenient to translate. Interpret it as you will. Kirk erupted in expletives, his previously accumulated emotions collapsing entirely in an instant. He had truly never encountered a competitor like this before. Initially, he had been lost in contemplation, acknowledging that there was indeed some merit to the words spoken. Perhaps this individual before him possessed extraordinary insights. However, just as he began to take things seriously, the other party quipped, "Is that breakfast? Why don't you call it your death meal instead? You're still not well, are you? What time is it? A surge of anger bubbled within Kirk. His face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lucy, unleashing a tirade, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Investigating a mental asylum only to discover a lunatic among his teammates, what was he to do? Lucy lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the furious Kirk with an expression of feigned innocence, as if they were meeting for the first time. He curiously inquired, "Oh my goodness, what's wrong, poor Tom? Is that white cat toying with your emotions again?" "I am Tom. I am not pitiful, rather, I am the great Tom." In a corner, the tin-clad robot, which had initially turned its head away, earnestly interjected, before returning its gaze. The female player lowered her head in exasperation. Plagued by a throbbing headache, the burly man immediately began to curse and proceeded to reapply bandages, having just lost 2 more points of health in his earlier rage. The entire scene had transformed into a farce. The previously solemn atmosphere disintegrated in an instant, and no one seemed inclined to ponder the matter of medication any longer. It was as if all were caught in the ramblings of a deranged mind. Zhiqian, who had initially felt overwhelmed, had believed that Lucy, being an extraordinary individual, would surely exhibit remarkable behavior. However, it now seemed prudent to refrain from overthinking. He mused that he could not afford to be led astray by the thoughts of a madman in this hellish game, lest he truly risk his life. Leading this team was proving to be a daunting task. Yet, recalling his colleagues' remarks regarding Lucy's unparalleled combat prowess, and recognizing the necessity of maintaining internal cohesion, he hastily attempted to mediate, saying, "Everyone, let us remain calm and focus on the game. There is no need for discord among ourselves." The flamboyant red-clad man, Lucy, seemed to finally recognize Zhiqian. The corner of Zhiqian's mouth twitched. "Mate, are you not the one who has clearly lost your sanity? How is it that you remember the nickname you bestowed upon me so vividly? Go fuck away from me." Kirk had no desire to engage further. He coldly uttered those words before distancing himself from the group, seeking solitude. There was no team to speak of. These ineffectual individuals were either of no use or, like that lunatic, merely a side effect. He could only plan his next steps alone. Lucy, too, lay on the ground, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, ensconced in his chaotic world. His earlier utterance of flamboyant red-clad man had been intentional, a semblance of responsibility towards the team. He was sending a signal. He had not completely lost his sanity. If he were to suppress his mental turmoil, he would find it difficult to reap the benefits bestowed upon him by the gluttonous Marsk. Thus, he allowed himself to indulge in various irrational behaviors, yielding to his corporeal impulses, yet he maintained a shred of rationality. Becoming a complete madman, controlled by the Marsk, was simply unacceptable. Whether anyone had received or understood the signal he transmitted remained uncertain. At present, he revelled in the sensation of power. Although the side effects of the gluttonous Marsk were considerable, the unique augmentation of strength far surpassed that of the greedy Marsk. With 112 portions of food and 700 unknown pills, he was infused with immense energy. At that moment, Lucy felt as though he housed a powder keg within him, ready to unleash tremendous strength at any moment. The previous feat of cleaving iron was but a trivial accomplishment. The surging energy within him swelled, and with even the slightest absorption, it repaired his body and enhanced his strength. Previously, when attacked by Long Wu in his room, he had allowed his adversary to tear at him, accruing 4 or 5 points of pain. Yet now, to other players, he appeared merely dishevelled. Not a single person noticed his injuries, for all wounds had healed completely. The energy accumulating within him exhibited an almost monstrous regenerative ability, effortlessly mending the external injuries. Moreover, his strength had risen from 24 points to 25. To be precise, all his attributes, except for spirit, had increased by 1. This was not merely a result of his stat allocation but rather the terrifying effects imparted by the gluttonous Marsk. A mere fraction of that potent energy absorbed had yielded such remarkable results. He intended to fully embrace this Marsk, as long as he retained his fundamental rationality. The chaos on the surface was inconsequential. Furthermore, whether it was due to the chaotic thoughts or their compatibility with this place, he couldn't shake the feeling that, in this state of confusion, he was able to perceive many matters with greater clarity, such as those pills and these people. As the quarrel subsided, there remained a considerable interval until lunch. Kirk sat alone, contemplating in silence, while Lucy lay motionless, leaving none the wiser as to the intentions of these two master players. Zhou Qian made several attempts to broach the topic, eager to ascertain the current state of affairs and future plans, yet responses were scant. The shared information gleaned during breakfast revealed the patients only exhibited relative calm when medicated, and they often claimed to be free of illness, characteristics emblematic of mental disorders. This information bore little utility for the advancement of their mission. Hesitating momentarily, Zhou Qian ultimately decided to share his own insight. My patient uttered a phrase to me. Aside from insisting he is not ill, he also proclaimed his innocence. I do not know if this is of any use, but I hope you all may take it into consideration. The burly man and the woman remained unresponsive, yet Kirk and the supine Lucy noticeably perked up at the mention. Lunch is about to commence. You all understand the rules, prepare yourselves. Time had nearly elapsed when the door swung open once more, and the tin robot, Tom, rolled out of the room. Lunchtime has begun. Players, commence the game. Kirk slowly opened his eyes and made his way to the entrance. Throughout the annals of international medical history, the severity of mental illnesses has never been definitively categorized. Yet here, they were tasked with identifying the most afflicted individual, while all patients continued to assert their soundness of mind. It appeared that a shift in strategy was imperative. With this thought, he glanced back at Lucy. Chapter 37. Is the hospital actually a prison? I need to warn you, EWTF? After turning his head, initially intending to weigh the pros and cons and prevent Lucy from affecting him this time, he was startled to find that Lucy had vanished into thin air. He was the first to set off, having remained motionless on the ground when the game's voice began. Where did he go? A dreadful premonition surged within him, and soon, a cacophony of clattering sounds began to emanate from behind him. Once appetite is awakened, it becomes insatiable. Lucy had been eagerly anticipating the commencement of lunch, but after a considerable wait, it was evident that he would not wait for him. The moment the meal was announced, he surged forth like a cheater, intent on sweeping up everyone's lunch. What transpired was no longer merely eating, it was a frenzied gulping down, followed by an immediate rush to the next. By the time Kuark comprehended the situation, Lucy had already devoured dozens of plates, advancing with astonishing speed. It was as though he feared someone would compete with him for the food. To be honest, I had anticipated this. Although this is a hellish game, why is it so comical? Har 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 har. My heart aches for Kuark, I'm dying of laughter. My masked brother appears and strikes within seconds. Completely unreasonable. The other players were equally bewildered. Although they had heard tales of Lucy consuming all the food in the hospital, they had never truly grasped the concept. Now, witnessing it firsthand, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. Zhou Qian could not suppress a gulp, finally understanding why it was said that this individual's combat prowess should not be underestimated and why he was best avoided. Just the commotion and speed of his eating made him seriously question whether he might also become a meal. Terrifying. He wouldn't eat me, would he? JPG. Stop! Kuark screamed in despair, disregarding everything as he dashed forward, determined to seize some food. Ultimately, Kuark managed to secure a plate of medicine, which he carefully tucked into his bosom. All other food was completely ravaged. Surely, the patients here could not fathom why, while peacefully residing in the hospital, they suddenly found themselves deprived of their meals. Clutching the medicine tightly, Kuark cast a wary glance at Lucy. This time, he dared not utter a word. He was genuinely frightened that Lucy might leap upon him and bite him. With his medicine in hand, he headed straight to Long Liu's room to begin his information gathering. The other players had evidently classified Lucy as an abnormal contender. They ceased communication and hastily retreated into their rooms. The patients inside appeared somewhat more composed. It seemed that the hellish difficulty of this game primarily manifested in the presence of this individual. Lucy also entered the previous room, observing Long Wu sprawled on the floor. Long Wu looked as though he had endured some torment throughout the morning. Twisted and limp on the ground, upon hearing someone enter, he let out a wild scream and attempted to charge forward. Yet, midway through his lunge, he abruptly halted. It was not chains that restrained him, but rather the recognition of Lucy, his eyes instantly clearing, his frenzy dissipating, and his demeanor softening. "Hello there, beautiful lady," Lucy said gently as he closed the door, his tone exceedingly polite. Why has my gender been altered? Long Wu sat there dazed, as if his spirit had been completely drained, motionless and unresponsive, resembling a desiccated fish. He understood that conversing with the man before him was futile. Lu Si stood at the door, continuing, Did you summon me for something? By the way, is there any food here? That fellow who invited me this morning, didn't he even fill me up? It's utterly unreasonable. Now that I think about it, it angers me. I shall not forgive him. Long Wu remained silent, sitting quietly on the floor, thinking to himself, that person from this morning was me. I am still hungry. You must have devoured my lunch too, right? Suddenly, in a moment of clarity amidst his previous confusion, Long Wu spoke up. Why is it me? Because with great power comes great responsibility, Spider-Man, Lu Si replied nonsensically, patting the other's shoulder. Peter, you must remember this, : What a jumbled mess, I'm utterly bewildered. What in the world? Spider-Man has emerged. The boss is playing a game of chaotic responses. But don't you think these patients, in the presence of the boss, have, to some extent, articulated coherent thoughts? Long Wu's mouth twitched. He seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Si's erratic mannerisms and continued, What exactly are you here for? If you've gone mad, then everyone in this prison has individual cells. If not, why torment me? I am innocent, those people inside are the ones who are guilty. Long Wu's words sent the live stream into a frenzy. What, such a vast amount of information? : What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed upon that this was a hospital? Why has it transformed into a prison? What does he mean by those inside? The patients have shared so much more than what Court gathered. : Is this the mode of communication among the mentally ill? I just wonder if he can comprehend it. Lu Si placed a hand on Long Wu's shoulder, his expression behind the mask unusually serious, winky face as if pondering something profound. You mean those people inside will provide me with food, right? Long Wu. He desperately wished to go mad, but he restrained himself. Yes. Thank you for the hospitality. Lu Si stood up and made a beeline for the food, without a hint of nostalgia. Once he departed, Long Wu buried his head in the ground, gasping for breath. However, their sins, here, they should be atoned for, right? Lu Si continued deeper into the facility, eventually arriving at the circular end where Tom was stationed. He paused, glancing at Tom, and remarked, A brother, you smell truly delightful. Tom. Subsequently, Lu Si wasted no words, opening a nearby door and stepping inside. The dim light cast against the blood-red walls and floor illuminated a figure quietly seated on the ground. Slowly, it raised its head, revealing a dark visage. Its sunken eyes and wide mouth appeared to be grinning, showcasing a set of jagged teeth. At last, you kind of people have arrived. Where's my meal? Has that excrement-like substance been exempted as well? It looked directly at Lu Si, emitting a chilling laugh. I know why you're here, but before it could finish, Lu Si interrupted. I love you. The other party. Chapter 38, The Great Masked Man initiates a new round of torment. Or what did you just say? The patient in the inner chamber, momentarily taken aback, inquired with a hint of skepticism. I love you. At that moment, Lu Si's mind had cleared, and he naturally reiterated his declaration. A single confession had ensnared the other for over 30 seconds, his mouth agape. It seemed as though something lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. The previous grotesque smile and distorted expression had vanished, leaving only a visage of bewilderment. You are not impressive. This opening was unexpected. Commencing with a powerful move, the control effect is remarkable. It appears that Long Wu was indeed correct. The masked figure merely swaps players to inflict torment. Coke, come and learn. Wasn't it said that Coke's skill is mental interference? Observe what true top-tier mental disruption looks like. Previously, it seemed this patient possessed a degree of rationality. Now, that has entirely dissipated. The audience watching Lu Si's gaming livestream had momentarily forgotten the peril of the game, finding the unfolding events rather amusing. However, the patient within the game certainly did not share the same sentiment. Gazing at Lu Si with an expression akin to having consumed something foul, he ultimately could not restrain himself and uttered, "A W-Y?" Lu Si, quite naturally, closed the door and replied, "A child, you must understand that true love requires no justification." The patient, having forgotten the words he had meticulously prepared, muttered absent-mindedly, "Does love truly require no reason? Wait, why the hell should I even contemplate such things with you?" He looked up at Lu Si in sheer terror, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Are you insane?" "My friend, strictly speaking, you are the one who is unhinged," Lu Si responded earnestly. "The other, that does seem to hold some merit." "No," shaking his head vigorously, the patient slapped his face, wondering why he was so easily swayed by this individual. Having previously believed he had received his toy, he now felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation, sensing that this person was unlike anyone who had come here before. "You, who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" Lu Si responded with commendable politeness. "Who I am, I'm not entirely certain anymore." The other's gaze grew muddled. "However, you may call me Wang A. Zhang. Greetings. I'm Batman. Lu Si intentionally lowered his voice, as if clearing his throat, mimicking the iconic DC delivery. "What the hell?" The other's voice noticeably rose an octave. What kind of nonsense is this?" Pounding his head in frustration, Wang Ao began to wonder if he had missed a couple of meals or if his condition was worsening. Why did his mind feel so clouded today, as if he were experiencing hallucinations? "All right, let us get straight to the point," Lu Si stated. "Oh, very well." Wang Ao instinctively replied, the sinister expression returning to his face. "So, where is the food?" Lu Si inquired. "Huh?" Wang Ao looked up, his previously stirred emotions shattered entirely. "Where is the food?" Lu Si gestured with his hands, as if questioning the other's competence. "Food? For some reason, we weren't given any today." Wang Ao's response bore an innocent air, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. "Wait, shouldn't you be the one bringing me food? Why?" Lu Si questioned with an expression of sheer nonchalance. As the saying goes, when your confidence is unwavering, the other party often finds themselves lacking in conviction. Wang Ao, utterly bewildered, was left pondering the question as if genuinely contemplating why. "Indeed, why? Weren't you the one who summoned me here?" Lu Si pressed on relentlessly. "When did I ever summon you?" After entering, Lu Si had merely exchanged a few words, yet Wang Ao felt as if time had stretched unbearably. "No, I refuse to think about this." In an instant, Wang Ao, his head throbbing, opened his eyes wide, feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out. Clenching his jaw, a ferocious aura emanated from him as he stomped his feet, rising to his feet in a sudden burst of aggression. His blooded gums bared, the muscles in his face contorted, his entire physique tensed. He appeared far more formidable than the previous Long Wu. The chains that bound him had significantly lessened, now only a single thick chain shackling his left leg, granting him greater freedom of movement. Extending his darkened claws, he pointed at Lu Si and declared, "A kid, stop your nonsensical ramblings in my presence. I warn you." But in the next instant, Lu Si's figure seemed to flicker, appearing directly before him, their faces mere inches apart, each able to feel the other's breath. Wang Ao froze, this being the first time he had encountered someone bold enough to approach him so closely. Did he not fear for his life? His pupils constricted, a surge of violent intent surged within him, and he prepared to strike. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Mr. Liu, why the haste? Please, take a seat and speak at your leisure." Then, an immense and utterly unyielding force radiated from Lu Si, as if a mountain had descended upon him. Caught unprepared, Wang Ao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Why are you kneeling? No need for such formality." "Oh," as Lu Si spoke, he too seated himself cross-legged before Wang Ao. Wang Ao's lips trembled, his gaze fixated on Lu Si, unable to articulate a single word for an extended period. Is he even human? Was that power exhibited earlier truly that of a human? His blood-red eyes gradually softened, and the violent inclination to strike vanished in an instant. Excellent, just as anticipated, his gaze has become crystal clear, har 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 har, just like the previous Long Wu. Long Wu. A dead friend is better than a living foe. Brother, do give it a try. In terms of pure combat prowess, this seems excessively overpowered, no? Welcome our illustrious masked big shot to commence a new round of torment. What's the matter, Brother Li? Why are you still kneeling? Lu Si sat before him, their proximity intimate. I mean, even if you can't recall my name, could you at least stabilize a surname? How many different surnames have I been assigned now? Wang Ao, his mind in utter disarray, had lost the capacity for coherent thought, struggling to articulate anything, and his own strength seemed insufficient to contend. Thus, he resolved to follow the expected protocol and swiftly regain control of the situation. How tragic that under Lu Si's overwhelmingly formidable mental state, this Wang Ao, a deranged individual, had begun to strategize. I understand why you are here. You have questions for me, correct? Wang Ao stated, fearing Lu Si might divert the conversation to an unknown realm, and without awaiting a response, he hastily continued, Are you here to inquire who the most afflicted patient in this hospital is? Chapter 39. The Twisted Psyche, a Bloody Game. As Wang Ao uttered these words, he slightly bowed his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Si, his eyes betraying a hint of smugness. After all, from his extensive experience, not a single individual who sought him out ever failed to pose this very question. And no matter how deranged or mentally unstable the person before him appeared, he found it hard to believe they would remain unaffected by this matter. I can provide you with an answer, a truthful one, provided you agree to a game. At that moment, the staff members of Jujian, who had been meticulously monitoring each player's live stream, were left utterly bewildered, all converging around Lu Si. They had never anticipated that a game, which had shown little progress, would suddenly experience such an unforeseen turn of events. Is it really that simple? He just revealed it outright. Why do I feel like this patient is actually quite sane, perhaps the most normal among them all? In matters of comparison, one fears the contrast. Compared to this masked overlord, everyone else seems rather sane. However, did this game's NPC truly divulge such crucial information so easily, or has he encountered a player like this before? The implications of this thought are rather chilling. Listening to Wang Ao's words, nearly everyone was filled with excitement, save for one individual. Shouldn't the most severely ill person seek out a doctor? What does that have to do with me? Lu Si remarked, scratching his ear in mild confusion. You don't wish to inquire about this? Wang Ao was utterly flabbergasted. He could now almost conclusively determine that the person before him was unlike anyone he had previously encountered. Thus, with a hint of trepidation, he ventured, Brother, are you new here? Are you also going to be residing here? If that is the case, it seems everyone has their own individual rooms. Why would you come looking for me? Wang Ao's voice quivered with an impatient retreat, tinged with a semblance of grievance. After enduring so much torment here, hadn't he expected that today, someone would come to further vex him. If you insist on me asking you questions, I suppose it wouldn't be impossible, Lu Si mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What do you mean? Wang Ao's eyes flickered with renewed fervor, the bloodthirsty desire once again surfacing. Listening to Lu Si's voice, not just Wang Ao, but also the viewers in the live stream collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared that Lu Si had truly descended into such a state of madness that he would spurn the easily attainable means to progress. Instead, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Lu Si's gluttonous mask contorted into a contemplative expression. Subsequently, he leaned inconspiratorially towards Wang Ao and inquired, Have you ever realized a particular issue? What is it? 5 words are actually 3 words. 5. What? After a prolonged pause, Wang Ao's mind buzzed, momentarily unable to comprehend. How can 5 words be 3 words? Wait a moment, he then counted on his fingers, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Si's with a look of exasperation, nodding in resignation. So you're saying that 5 words is indeed 3 words, what of it? Thus, 6 words are also 3 words, correct? Wang Ao. So, 6 equals 5. His facial expression had grown numb, having lived here for so long. This was the first time he earnestly yearned to escape this cursed place. Lucy, however, did not anticipate his reply, continuing to mutter to himself. By this reasoning, 7 also equals 5, 8 also equals 5, 1 2 3 4. 0. I have uncovered the grand unifying equation of the mathematical realm. Thus, consuming 10 bowls of rice equates to 3 bowls, which in turn equals 0 bowls, implying one has not eaten at all, correct? I find myself somewhat peckish at this moment, when Ao suddenly lunged forward, earnestly seizing Lucy's hand, and solemnly declared, "Brother, I believe your affliction is far more severe than mine. For some inexplicable reason, this bizarre hospital has yet to provide any medication. It is truly irresponsible. Come evening, once you've taken my medicine, I feel your condition warrants serious attention." In ancient times, Kong Rong yielded pears. Today, Wang Ao yields medicine. Wang Ao's torment is truly unbearable. Honestly, is this a problem that a rational person could conceive? At this juncture, I sense that my masked brother is genuinely here to play a game, embodying the spirit of amusement. My heart aches for Wang Ao. He has been thoroughly toyed with. Following my sympathy for Ku Erk and Long Wu, I now find myself empathizing with Wang Ao. Lucy is indeed a world-class cardiologist, and yet, he has left everyone concerned for their well-being. Wait a moment. Something is amiss. Wang Ao abruptly released his grip, a tumult of rage, confusion, and chaos flashing in his eyes. Am I losing my mind? What am I doing? Why should I concern myself with this person's issues? What business is it of mine if he has faults? I must. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a deranged grin slowly re-emerged on Wang Ao's face, a vacant smile stretching across his lips, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. Sir, I possess the answer to your predicament. I know all the answers. However, to unveil the truth, I have a condition. You must engage in a game with me first. This time, Wang Ao's disarray finally gained the upper hand, preventing him from following Lucy's rhythm. What game? This marked the first occasion Lucy genuinely responded to his query. His eyes sparkled with a jubilant crimson glow, as if he had finally arrived on familiar turf, drawing forth a shard of iron from beneath him. The metal piece was marred with rust, yet the edges gleamed sharply, clearly honed into a blade. The metallic hue reflected the exhilaration on Wang Ao's face. This was the essence of his madness. He gazed at Lucy and spoke, "Watch closely." He then pressed one hand against the ground, while the other brandished the blade in a frenzied display. With the tip aimed downward, it darted between the 5 fingers in a whirlwind of strikes, moving with such velocity that it left afterimages in its wake. A true dance of the blade. Yet, his technique was evidently lacking. Amidst the swirling phantoms, the sounds of flesh being sliced and blood spurting forth occasionally erupted, eliciting pleasurable groans from Wang Ao, who became increasingly exhilarated. Ultimately, he came to a halt, his palm drenched in blood, soaking the earth beneath him, crimson rivulets meandering forth. The blooded shard was then presented to Lucy. Your turn, 100 strikes. As if in his element, Wang Ao erupted in maniacal laughter, reminiscent of the Joker from a DC film. Lucy slowly raised his gaze, his mask revealing a broad smile, as he accepted the stained piece of metal. As I have stated before, Mr. Chen, I adore you. This time I am sincere. At Chapter 40. Making the game more interesting this time, as Wang Ao listened to Lucy's frenzied proclamations ringing in his ears, he remained utterly indifferent, as if he were impervious to the cacophony. With a maniacal grin, he fixated on the crimson mask before him, his gaze drawn to the knife clutched in Lucy's hand. This was his affliction, and likewise, it was his sin. 100 strikes? Indeed, 100 strikes. Both men erupted into boisterous laughter, their eyes locked in a gaze brimming with each other's desires. Lucy could hardly fathom that, at this juncture, someone would willingly offer him a means to accrue pain points. Meanwhile, Wang Ao had already succumbed to the pinnacle of his psychological ecstasy. He craved blood, torment, and suffering, indifferent to whether the one enduring the agony was himself or another. The passage of time since his arrival here had become a blur, yet the reason for his presence remained etched in his memory. He had transformed into a demon of suffering, reveling in the indiscriminate infliction of pain. Yet, due to his mental illness, he was spared the death sentence, instead confined here to undergo treatment. However, the torment he endured here was far more horrific than death itself, day after day, year after year. Yet he thrived on it. He had acclimated to this existence, embracing his very being. He had encountered others who ventured into this realm seeking what they termed information, only to become subjects of his manipulations and torment. Thus, he languished in the abyss of self-inflicted pain and the suffering of others, finding delight in the process. Previously, he had expertly exploited the vulnerabilities of his victims, coercing and threatening them, savoring their fear and helplessness. This time, however, there was a slight deviation. He faced a fellow afflicted soul, one who had just plunged him into a state of mental disarray, but that mattered not. Once the game commenced and the sanguine sensation surged back into him, he would harbor no trepidation. Quite the contrary, this peculiar individual collapsing before him, witnessing their anguish and struggle, was infinitely more intriguing, was it not? Anyone who sought him out had ulterior motives, and with desire came vulnerability. With a decisive clap, Lucy raised his right hand and struck the ground forcefully, his fingers splayed, each digit distinct, exposing the crevices. His other hand held a rusted shard of metal, remaining still as if in contemplation. Then, with a flick of his left wrist, he repositioned the iron piece and extended it toward Wang Ao. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Wang Ao twisted his neck, a predictable smile gracing his features, seemingly both mocking and declaring his impending triumph. He settled comfortably, licking the wound on his hand, and proclaimed, "I know not your intentions, but I can assure you, regardless of your strength, should you refuse me, your objectives shall remain unfulfilled. My goal is merely to spend more time with you." The insouciant expression on the red mask remained unchanged, as if solemnity and tension could never grace its visage. "Here you go," Lu Si intoned. "What?" Wang Ao arched an eyebrow. "What do you mean? You said it, now you come." Lu Si offered him a friendly smile, adjusting the edge of the knife to signal that all was well. "I trust you, your skills are commendable." 100 strikes. Wang Ao's lips twitched, then curled into a manic grin, culminating in uproarious laughter. "Very well, no problem." He accepted the knife, leaning slightly forward to whisper in Lu Si's ear, "Your psychological fortitude is quite impressive. I do adore prey like you. Let us hope you're prepared." He then stepped back, intently observing the mask of Lu Si, scrutinizing the subtle shifts in his expression, before raising his hand high. With all his might, he plunged the blade deep into the back of Lu Si's hand. The sharp, slicing sound echoed as Wang Ao disregarded the rules he had just set. The knife did not aim for the gaps between the fingers. The rusted metal embedded itself completely, blood oozing forth, the warmth saturating his palm. Wang Ao could feel the very temperature of that blood. Licking his lips, he gazed at Lu Si's face, eagerly awaiting the shift in his expression. However, disappointment washed over him as Lu Si's mask betrayed no sign of alteration. His body did not tremble, and all the emotions that should have manifested were conspicuously absent. Even now, as the blade pierced his palm, Lu Si's hand remained steadfast, devoid of any reflexive withdrawal or muscle spasms. His hand remained in a state of relaxation. What did this signify? It indicated that Lu Si had entirely defied biological instinct, suppressing his neural reflexes, exhibiting an unsettling disregard. The smile on Wang Ao's face began to stiffen as he observed Lu Si slowly uttering, "1." Lu Si's voice was eerily calm, as if a whisper in the dark, attempting to drag him into the abyss. "Pain goddess chosen, pain points 2. What is this? Counting now, or is the knife stuck?" With that, Lu Si's powerful grip seized Wang Ao's wrist, gradually extracting the blade along with the iron shard. "Shall we make the game even more intriguing?" Lu Si's words required no response, as Wang Ao momentarily lost his focus. Darkness enveloped him. Lu Si's other hand covered his face, obscuring his vision. "Have you played before? Now, let us continue." In the suffocating darkness, it felt as if a command had been issued, triggering the start of the game. Chapter 41, The Crumbling Wang Ao. "You are the most afflicted one." Arhar. Upon receiving Lucy's command, Wenao suddenly erupted with frenzied roars, his eyes shut tight as he began to stab wildly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The metal shard morphed into a razor-sharp blade, descending in a frenzy. Some pierced through his palm, others severed flesh, while many missed entirely, embedding themselves into the ground. Wenao exerted such force that even his hand, clutching the iron shard, became a canvas of lacerations, blood streaming down and mingling with Lucy's own. Like a madman, he immersed himself in his task, unable to accept that any mere mortal should remain unresponsive to such assault. Even he, who relished in pain and torment, would not react as this individual did. To him, it seemed utterly implausible that one could exhibit such indifference toward their own corporeal form. As he progressed through 100 assaults, he extended his other hand to grasp Lucy's wrist, desperate to ascertain if his opponent still remained, if he had evaded the onslaught. But disappointment washed over him. Lucy's hand remained still, unmoving, as if it were not part of his own body. Lucy himself shared this sentiment, eyes shut, immune to pain, and amidst the chaos of his mind, he sensed no issue. Only the intermittent notifications in his mind served to remind him of the benefits he was accruing. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. Chosen of suffering, pain value 2. Chosen of suffering, pain value 1. As time wore on, perhaps due to the deterioration of his hand, the pain value diminished progressively. 97, 98, 99, 100. Wenao hoarsely cried out the final numbers, abruptly wrenching his hand free from Lucy's grasp, casting his gaze downward to behold the grotesque state of his palm. In that moment, Lucy's calm voice resounded once more. Have you completed 100? Perhaps it is time to answer my question. Your game is quite engaging, I find it most enjoyable. His tone was placid, demeanor gentle. Har har har, what are you? After a couple of meaningless laughs, Wenao instantly shattered, bellowing in rage at Lucy, lunging forward with the blade in hand. Die, you shall die. In a fit of madness, Wenao plunged the blade forcefully into Lucy's shoulder, who did not even flinch to evade. However, when he attempted to withdraw the blade, he found the tautness of Lucy's muscles rendered him incapable of extracting the shard. With no time to ponder, or rather, devoid of the capacity to think, the next moment, the world around him spun violently, and with a resounding thud, he was pressed down onto the ground. A massive hand clutched Wengao's face. Lucy had descended upon him. As the fingers tightened, for a fleeting instant, Wenao felt as though his head might explode, the pressure within his skull surging alarmingly. Such was not a strength that belonged to humanity. Although Wenao's own power had long transcended the limits of man, he now fervently believed that this individual before him was far beyond his equal. How is it possible? How can you exhibit no response whatsoever? What are you? Wang Ao roared, the remnants of his rationality evaporating into thin air. Their afflictions seemed akin to a protective shell, ensnaring them within, rendering them utterly alien to the. Yet now, Lucy, employing his most familiar approach, shattered this protective barrier, and in an instant, a tide of terror engulfed Wenao. The red mask adorning Lucy's visage shimmered, morphing into a myriad of expressions, unpredictable and ever-changing. Do you know? Once, there was a woman who exhibited behavior strikingly similar to yours, engaging in a game with me, and in the end, she sought to kill me ere your fortune surpasses hers. With her, I did not grant the opportunity for further dialogue. Your game is quite engaging, however. It seems we have yet to conclude, should you not answer my question. At this juncture, Lucy's hands pressed firmly upon Wenao, including the palm that had nearly succumbed to ruin, thus rendering Wenao drenched in his own blood. A former bravado had long vanished, and now he gazed at Lucy in abject fear, repetitively uttering, I do not know, I truly do not know, in fact, I know nothing at all. I have always deceived them in such a manner. I have no idea who is the most afflicted one. Wait, it is you are the one most afflicted. I understand now, I finally comprehend, you are indeed the most afflicted one. Lucy seized Wenao's head forcefully, crushing it against the ground with a resounding thud. Is that pleasing? If it is pleasing, then it is a good head. Who inquired about that? Did I not specify what I wish to ask? Blood oozed from Waineo's forehead as he gasped for air, mindlessly questioning, "Then what is it you wish to ask? I inquire of you, based on your previous assertions. 3 equals 4, 4 equals 5, 5 equals what? And 6, what does it equal? Oh, by the way, all of these equal 0. If 0 is the case, then it appears our game has yet to conclude, with still 100 more to go, Waineo." His eyes instantly clouded, vacant as though he had already departed from this world. Hee, har 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 har. Suddenly, pinned to the ground, he began to laugh vacantly. Done for, reduced to madness by this torment. Truly, the ultimate tormentor, how could a mere hour of lunchtime feel so interminable? So terrifying. Ever since he arrived, no food, no medication, and now this random torment of a patient. He must be a devil. Why, how has it begun again? The torment resumes. Are you among those who once tormented me? Why has the method changed? Waineo's eyes were devoid of life, his lips moving in a disjointed manner, forming incoherent phrases. Suddenly, a glimmer of clarity sparked in Lucie's eyes. For the first time, his rationality forcibly subdued the chaotic spirit of the gluttonous mask, and he inquired, Who tormented you before? Waineo's eyes regained a semblance of vitality, yet the chaotic expression therein was far more pronounced than prior. He clutched his head with both hands, writhing in agony upon the ground. What torment? What did I just say? The medicine, where is my medicine? Why has today's dosage not arrived? You shall kill me. Who are you? No, kill me. In the dim confines of the prison cell, Waineo's harrowing screams echoed relentlessly, as if he were enduring the most horrific of tortures known to mankind. Chapter 42, It seems you can commit suicide. The hypnosis of Coork. Lucie's expression beneath the mask transformed, a myriad of smiling and serious faces intermingling before finally settling into tranquility. I don't know. What abuse? Who has abused me? Who are you? I don't know. At this moment, Waineo appeared as if a switch had been flipped, rambling incoherently and completely unaware of what he was uttering. Both Lucie and the live-streaming audience were acutely aware that the previous question had undoubtedly pierced the depths of the other's soul. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lucie stepped forward and kicked Waineo, sending him sprawling to the ground. What is your name? Did I not ask you? I haven't even questioned you yet. Waineo looked up in confusion, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. Did you not just ask me? What are you talking about? Lucie replied, menacingly raising his foot. No, whatever you say is true. Waineo quickly acquiesced, his complete mental breakdown exposing the most vulnerable side of his life. The ferocity and sickness that once resided in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a spirit thoroughly shattered by Lucie. In the oscillation between confusion and fear, he would intermittently slip into a state of stupor. What do you ask? You ask? No, that's not right. The drug, kill me, let me go. The incoherence of his words illustrated just how disordered his mind had become. Dear Mr. Jean, if you truly wish to die, do you not have this iron piece with you all along? Why not take your own life? Waineo, in an instant, his gaze became clear and transparent, as if awakening from a deep slumber. He had never contemplated this question before, and now, after Lucie's inquiry, he found himself bewildered as to why he had never considered it. Prior to Lucie's question, it was as if his mind had never entertained the notion, as though it had been erased by some unseen force. Indeed, it seems I can commit suicide. Fixating intently on the iron piece in his hand, a flicker of struggle ignited in Waineo's eyes. Why not take my own life? If I die, everything ends. As he battled with his chaotic thoughts, his vision suddenly blurred, and the iron piece vanished from his grasp. Looking up, he saw that it had somehow found its way into Lucie's hands, who had snatched it away without him realizing. My dear classmate, how can one play with knives during class? I shall confiscate this for now. Waineo, no, did you not just suggest I could consider suicide? Is your mind unhinged? Can you not let me die? Grimacing, Waineo's nerves resembled a wire, mercilessly twisted and bent by Lucie. Clearly, they were on the verge of snapping. As he lunged forward, he was immediately kicked back down by Lucie. who stepped on Wang Ao and declared, "Do not scream. I suddenly remembered a question I wanted to ask you." A serious expression emerged on Lu Si's mask, and Wang Ao's demeanor became grave as well. The subsequent question prompted Wang Ao to seriously contemplate whether he should simply throw himself against a wall to end his suffering. "Tell me, if you had truly committed suicide just now, would this prison have gained one more suicide victim or lost one? And now that I have taken your knife, does that not count as a life-saving grace towards you? A life-saving grace akin to that of a reborn parent, does this not make me your father? It seems my affection for you could be likened to paternal love, Wang Ao." Let destruction come, the audience in the live stream had become utterly amused. "My heart aches for Wang Ao, subjected to relentless torment, he is now utterly beyond salvation. So, in the end, is it one more suicide victim gained or one lost? Both arguments seem quite reasonable. To the one above, stop thinking about it, or you'll go mad. It appears the masked man consistently gathers the most information, which seems crucial, yet he never manages to delve deeper. Clearly unable to penetrate further, Wang Ao divulged much information, yet every time the conversation deepens, he collapses, or he simply does not know. It is evident something is amiss. Perhaps we should check on Kuerk. That foreigner seems quite adept, and he appears to have gathered substantial information." In Long Liu's room, Kuerk, who had established a certain level of trust, was now engaged in an intense brainwashing session. The 6 pills painstakingly extracted from Lu Si's mouth had all been administered to Long Liu.as for food. Kuerk deemed it unimportant. He had no concern for whether the patients in this game were hungry or not, as long as he could achieve his objective. At this moment, his capacity for mental interference had reached its peak, as he coaxingly spoke while holding an object resembling a pocket watch, continually shaking it. This was his tool for hypnosis, not a game item, but rather something he used regularly. To bring it along, he had employed Lu Si's close carry method. As for how he managed to carry such an item, well, let us leave it unspoken. "You just said you are innocent, correct?" Kuerk began, reiterating information previously shared, guiding the other party. "Yes." A Long Liu sat obediently on the ground, resembling a dazed child. "The earlier individuals are the guilty ones, and this is a prison." "Yes, but entering the facility will always involve a sequence of time. What do you mean by later? Are you implying that the individuals before you are all guilty?" Long Liu shook his head, his spirit waning as he responded, No, the earlier individuals, from the beginning, were guilty. We came in later. Kuerk furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously, sensing that something was amiss. If this were the case, it suggested that the individuals in this facility were likely divided into 2 groups. He wondered if this was critical information, and what the basis for this division might be. "The individuals you refer to as earlier were imprisoned due to guilt or madness, correct?" "Yes, and you, what about you, the later arrivals, for what reason did you come here?" Why did I come?" Suddenly, Long Liu's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling an individual on the brink of eruption. Kuerk's mental interference began to backfire, and within the depths of Long Liu's mind, a tempest of turmoil erupted. "Oh!" Without warning, Long Liu opened his mouth wide and screamed at Kuerk. Anticipating the outburst, Kuerk swiftly leapt back, retreating to the corner of the wall. Lunch period has concluded. All players please return to the initial resting area. Chapter 43. Idly, a knife for Tom. The lunch break has concluded. All players are requested to return to the initial resting area. The announcement echoed abruptly, resonating 3 times like the sound of a retreat in battle. Kolker exhaled, having spent the entirety of lunch with his nerves taut as if he had endured a fierce skirmish. Now, his back was damp with perspiration, a realization he had not acknowledged amidst previous inquiries for information. R. Long Liu's chains rattled ominously, his neck flushed crimson, as though he yearned to leap forward and bite Kolker. With trepidation, Kolker touched the bloodstains on his face, remnants of an earlier encounter with Long Liu's wrath, from which he had failed to evade. He sensed he was nearing the truth, delving into realms unexplored by others. This institution, or prison, was distinctly divided into two groups. The issues between these factions were likely intertwined with the ultimate objectives of the tasks at hand, although he had yet to discern any explicit connections. Nevertheless, progress, in any form, was indeed positive. Addressing Long Liu before him, Colker inclined slightly and spoke, "Esteemed sir, the psychological counseling session has reached its conclusion. I look forward to our next encounter." With that, Colker opened the door behind him and retreated from the room. Meanwhile, in the chamber occupied by Lu Yi, he and the opposite Wang Ao also heard the announcement. However, this time it was Wang Ao who visibly relaxed. Upon hearing the voice, his eyes sparkled as if quenched by much-needed rain. Casting a cautious glance at Lu Yi, his expression remarkably pitiable. Lu Yi, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, stood up, using his decayed right hand to wipe the blood from his mask with meticulous care. While doing so, he kept his gaze fixed on Wang Ao, who shrank back timidly. Surely, he wouldn't contemplate consuming me. For reasons unknown, Wang Ao couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Lu Yi, holding a shard of metal, said nothing and turned towards the doorway. Wang Ao, exhausted, leaned against the wall and collapsed to the floor, relieved that this demonic figure had finally departed. Suddenly, as Lu Yi reached the door, he turned back, his mask revealing a benign smile. "I shall return shortly, Mr. Wang." With that, he politely closed the door. The light in Wang Ao's eyes dimmed, and the weight on his heart seemed to extinguish entirely. To be honest, I find Colker quite impressive. The masked man seems to stumble upon valuable information quite fortuitously. It appears the masked man has seamlessly integrated with the mentally unstable, facilitating unobstructed communication. The masked man certainly torments a single lunatic. In fact, comparing the two as they departed, I believe the primary disparity lies in their combat capabilities. The audience engaged in discussion, only to find that after Lu Yi emerged, he did not proceed towards the initial room. Rather, he took the opposite direction and, with a swift turn, entered the open chamber where Tom was located. He walked directly to Tom's side, uttering not a word, and with a swift motion, plunged the confiscated metal shard from Wang Ao directly into the iron head of the robotic figure. Crack! The force was so tremendous that it penetrated halfway through. Tom, audience, attentive official staff, seriously, man, are you alright? What's wrong with you? Are you provoking the game host, a mouse taunting a cat, seeking thrill without reason? This player, do you have any issues? Why was there no notification sound? Shouldn't he that have triggered a hidden quest or earned a new achievement badge? Really nothing, how stingy. Tom. Damn it, my face is turning blue with rage. Well, Tom's face was already the color of iron. Players should focus on the game, not on other matters. Alright then, delectable Tom, you truly are enticing. Great Tom. Lu Yi made no further engagement with him, turning instead to begin a wide arc towards the room at the end. Oh! Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the long, circular corridor, a sound so chilling it could only be described as otherworldly. The expression on Lu Yi's mask shifted slightly, yet he continued on towards the room. Upon arrival at the initial chamber, Lu Yi discovered he was the last to arrive. A distinct trail of blood led directly to this location, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the imposing figure's contorted face in agony. At that moment, his right arm appeared nearly severed, exposing jagged bone beneath torn flesh. Zhu Qian stood beside him, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding. Do you have any medicine, quickly? The large figure painfully retrieved a basic healing potion from his backpack, pouring it over the wound. In an instant, the flesh began to writhe, slowly mending, and the bleeding lessened. Seeing this, the large figure let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. If that fails, prioritize your own safety. How did it come to this? Zhu Qian, being an official organizational member, instinctively inquired. I fought him. Maintaining vigilance against those creatures' mental states is exceedingly difficult. Each person's level of restraint differs, and that guy even went so far as to drop his pants and attack me. Zhu Qian. Well, that's a situation even a man would struggle to endure. Hearing this, Jin Sheng's expression paled, feeling somewhat nauseous, after a prolonged effort, confirming that the individual was unlikely to bleed out. Zhu Qian finally relaxed and sat down nearby. A mere hour had passed, yet everyone felt profoundly drained, both mentally and physically. Naturally, Lucy was the exception. Colker, seated at a distance, glanced slightly at the large figure and succinctly remarked, "If you can't, exit." In his view, these individuals were of little utility. It was better for them to secure their own survival. In the suffocating atmosphere, everyone finally noticed Lucy, who had entered without uttering a word. Zhu Qian cast a quick glance and was instantly startled to see Lucy's right hand, nearly shredded, causing his mind to reel. He was well aware that this seemingly deranged individual might possess the highest combat prowess. "You're injured too," Zhu Qian exclaimed. "Who could have inflicted such harm upon you?" Lucy, puzzled, shook his head. "Who?" "Me? I'm not injured at all. What harm?" As he spoke, his hand, resembling something that had been through a meat grinder, swayed slightly. The sight was remarkably graphic. Zhu Qian. Chapter 44, The Irrationality of Resisting Temptation and Exiting the Currency Exchange. "Oh, you mean this?" Lucy glanced at his own hand and, as if just realizing it, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Did I do something just now?" Well, it's not too bad, I suppose." Zhu Qian. He found himself at a loss for words. From the surface condition, Lucy's injuries were hardly any less severe than those of the burly man. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of Lucy's wounds seemed to elicit little concern from him. Perhaps it was Lucy's overly nonchalant demeanor that contributed to this sentiment. At this moment, Lucy had already retrieved a sharp blade from his backpack, scrutinizing his palm. "If I were to sever this, would it affect the subsequent progress of the game?" A large question mark appeared on the red mask, indicating that he was genuinely contemplating this matter. After all, during his previous 2 games, he had amputated his legs. Now, the thought of removing a hand seemed to render the game rather uninteresting. "Wait a moment," Zhu Qian hastily interjected, fearing that this fellow might actually chop off his hand. "Are you certain that your current condition is acceptable?" Zhu Qian probed, twirling a finger beside his head, implying whether the other's sanity was still intact. He had access to Lucy's data from the previous game, which indicated that this individual might be slightly unhinged, yet possessed formidable strength, concealing a remarkably calm mind beneath the madness, cunning and greedy. However, at this juncture, while Lucy's power and madness were evident, his rationality appeared completely absent. Moreover, he had learned from the staff observing from outside about the cause of Lucy's injuries, which was nothing short of astonishing. Was the intel truly reliable? Where was that calm mind? It seemed more reasonable to assume he had lost his wits. Or had the food and medicine here driven him mad? Could they still collaborate? Condition: "Not too good," Lucy replied thoughtfully to the inquiry. "I feel quite hungry." As he spoke, his mask even bore a hint of a pitiful expression. Zhu Qian immediately displayed a pained expression. Suddenly, the burly man let out a furious shout, clutching his shoulder and howling in agony. He began to convulse violently on the ground, clearly unable to endure the torment. It turned out that the basic healing potions in the game employed cutting-edge biotechnologies, repairing the body in ways incomprehensible to humans. Even the most elementary versions were remarkably effective, yet the rapid reconstruction of muscles, realignment of bones, and reconnection of nerves could induce excruciating pain. The burly man had previously endured only surface muscle repair, but now that he had reached the level of nerve reconstruction, the discomfort was beyond his capacity to withstand. "Oh, what is this? Does this potion not come with anesthesia? Oh, is it that intense?" Lucy observed with keen interest, extracting a bottle of basic healing potion from his backpack and pouring it onto his own hand. Zhu Qian watched this scene, his mouth twitching as he thought to himself that Lucy's motives for healing seemed somewhat unconventional compared to typical carbon-based life forms. The burly man continued to scream, his voice reverberating throughout the room, creating a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. The Hell-5 game was indeed merciless and agonizing, yet Lucy felt a tinge of disappointment, for after a moment of waiting, he received no pain value whatsoever. It appeared that the suffering from this healing did not meet the triggering conditions. "Damn it! I can't take it anymore. This cursed place has no information whatsoever. What kind of nonsense is this? No one can possibly get through this hellish mode. Wait, why can't I open it?" The burly man collapsed to the ground, venting his frustrations, when suddenly his voice turned to one of sheer terror. "What can't you open?" Ju Chen inquired curiously. "The store." "What is wrong with the store? Why can't I access it?" The burly man's voice was filled with panic, completely devoid of his previous rage, resembling a helpless child. Ju Chen looked at him in bewilderment and replied, "The game store can only be accessed outside the game to make purchases. Only after placing items in your backpack can you bring them into the game." "What? Isn't that an official reminder from the game? You didn't know?" The burly man's eyes were instantly clouded with fear, and he muttered repeatedly, "What? When was this mentioned? How come I didn't know? Then how do I buy exit coins? What am I supposed to do?" Ju Chen's expression grew serious, and he took a few steps back. This was a hellish game, and everyone was aware of the high death rate. The reason everyone maintained their composure was precisely because of the exit coins. All present had previously cleared the game and purchased that item. In the end, if all else failed, one could simply exit, sacrificing everything gained in-game but preserving their life. As long as life remained, the players faced this hellish game with less trepidation compared to Lu Ci's previous encounter, where the novice players around him had no opportunity to exit. However, such a critical matter could be forgotten by the burly man. Ju Chen felt exasperated and slightly heavy-hearted. The atmosphere grew quiet, and despair flickered in the burly man's eyes, suffocating the room with an oppressive tension. Suddenly, a sound akin to a coin being flipped resonated in the air. Sharp and clear, everyone turned their attention to discover that it was Lu Ci engaging in this act, leaving them puzzled, wondering if this lunatic was either flaunting his actions or mocking a desperate player. Was it truly necessary? "I'm hungry," Lu Ci's deep voice broke the silence. "Do you have anything to eat?" In that moment, Ju Chen recalled the descriptions from his colleagues regarding Lu Ci's performance in the previous game. Enlightenment struck him, and he looked at Lu Ci in astonishment before turning his gaze back to the burly man. Using an exit coin will inherently result in the loss of everything acquired within the game, whether it be physical enhancements, superpowers, or points. So, when it comes to preserving one's life, one must go all in. Chapter 45. There is no retreat in this world. The illness worsens. The burly man's gaze initially appeared somewhat bewildered, but soon, as if grasping a lifeline, he seemed to comprehend something. Are you planning to sell your exit token?" Previously regarding Lu Ci as a lunatic, he now resorted to honorifics, clearly demonstrating his willingness to go to great lengths for survival. Lu Ci remained silent. He did not wish to expend too much rationality on the other party, merely continuing to flick the coin that rested in his hand. The intricate patterns made it resemble a fine toy, yet within the game, it was a matter of life and death. Brother, let's negotiate. Sell it to me. I don't know, the shop won't open, and all my points are saved up, not a single one spent. I've hardly used any of the prizes or rewards, saving them for a critical moment. Oh, I did use that basic healing potion just now, my fault. At this moment, the burly man set aside his pride and humbly beseeched. I'll give you everything I have, all of it, just one exit token, and I can leave. Here, I have no idea when an accident might occur. I can't hold on any longer. Or perhaps we could exchange contact information. Once outside I could. As he trailed off, he began to offer various conditions like a former player, though Lu Ci paid little mind to such propositions. Lu Ci flicked the exit token, tilting his head slightly, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the coin traced a perfect parabola through the air, landing before the burly man. Instantly, the man's eyes lit up. He lunged forward, swiftly retrieving the coin from the ground and cradling it as if it were a treasure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sensation, as if a lethal aura had locked onto him. Lu Ci stood before him, a razor-edged blade in hand, silently observing. The burly man forced a sheepish smile and hurriedly initiated a transfer, eager to avoid any misunderstanding with the formidable figure before him. Then, as if fearing Lu Ci might change his mind, the transaction completed, the burly man bolted, the exit token clutched tightly in hand, vanishing in an instant out of a party of 5. One had departed. Lu Ci received 1,400 points, a strength elixir, a basic healing potion, and a skill learning scroll. Upon seeing the skill learning scroll, Lucy felt a flicker of surprise. Although its level was low, it could be considered a superpower. However, learning it required spiritual awakening, and fortunately, the burly man had not awakened. Otherwise, he would have surely utilized it, temporarily stowing it in his backpack. Lucy deemed this haul quite profitable, as an exit token alone was worth 1,000 points. At this juncture, Kirk, who had been an observer, finally spoke up, raising his head and surprisingly addressing them in Chinese. Leaving is for the best, after all, fewer people means more rewards for the rest. Moreover, was your exit token a reward from the game? I recall that in the shop, exit tokens are limited purchases, with each person allowed only one opportunity. This statement was directed at Lucy. He was partially correct. Lucy's exit token was indeed a game reward, but he had never purchased it, nor had he contemplated exiting the game. Zhu Qian, standing nearby, felt a jolt of anxiety. He had not considered this aspect. What if it led to Lucy's downfall? He quickly inquired, "Do you still have an exit token?" "Perhaps not." "Why would I want to leave? Isn't the game enjoyable?" Lucy replied, somewhat dazed. "But that is your escape route. What will you do about your retreat?" Zhu Qian pressed, growing anxious. "What is a retreat?" Lucy raised his head, his mask revealing a rare moment of composure. "From the moment I entered the game, a retreat has never existed." This decision had been made by Lucy from the outset. It was not a matter of mental disarray. Even without the divine pain selector, without the strength to surpass others, without immunity to pain, he would still join this brutal game. To exit the game meant losing everything, losing superhuman powers, the potential to change one's fate, losing the mask he currently wore, and perhaps even the possibility of losing the divine pain selector. It was not an option. From the moment he entered the game, the only ways to leave were through success or death. He did not perceive anything he could afford to lose. Starting over was merely the excuse of the weak. Those without resolve should remain as mere spectators. If you retreat once, you will never again stand at the pinnacle. Having uttered these final words, it seemed as if he had exhausted his mental strength. Lucy collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a prolonged slumber that lasted the entirety of the afternoon, eating and then sleeping. How fitting for one of gluttonous nature. Zhu Qian stood frozen, staring incredulously at the slumbering Lucy. He could scarcely believe that a clearly unhinged individual could articulate such sentiments. For that brief moment, had he not seemed normal? Meanwhile, Kirk, seated at a distance, harbored no such thoughts. He simply observed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of skepticism. Dinner time has commenced. All players may begin the game. Once again, the door swung open, and the sole female player stepped out with heavy footsteps. This time, Lucy and Kirk sprang into action almost simultaneously. Lucy was poised to embark on a new round of plundering, while Kirk aimed to snatch at least one potion from Lucy's grasp. However, this time, they all discerned the ominous atmosphere within the hospital had intensified. As the door opened, previously unheard sounds erupted forth, screams, murmurs, and a cacophony of unsettling noises, distant yet terrifying. Not even the thick iron door could muffle these sounds. Perhaps due to a day without medication, it seemed as though the conditions of the patients had deteriorated. Chaos reigned throughout the hospital. The final female player even clutched an exit token as she entered the room. Yet, the gravely ill were not solely the patients here. Lucy was afflicted as well. For the third time, he swept up all the food and medicine, his internal energy threatening to explode. The gluttonous mask seemed to have reached a critical point. Bang! As he kicked the door open, unable to control his strength, Lucy bent the 10-centimeter thick iron door with a single blow, startling patients who had intended to lose their sanity. In the next moment, Lucy darted to the side of one such patient. "I heard I could ask questions, so I'll ask, and you will answer." Simultaneously, no one noticed that Kirk had not entered the room. He paused at the threshold as everyone else entered, then moved towards the room where Zhu Qian was located, pushing the door open. Chapter 46, Doubt and Warning. Only 3 remain. In the room at the end, when Ao found himself confronting Lucy, who was teetering on the brink of losing control. Initially, upon witnessing the door being forcefully kicked open, his instinct was to bare his teeth in a grimace, but upon recognizing Lucy, he instinctively recoiled, abandoning his menacing posture. However, he was already pinned against the wall, lifted effortlessly by Lucy's terrifying strength. The moment Lucy's hands grasped him, Wang Ao was overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to cease all resistance. Defiance felt utterly futile. The insatiable hunger of the gluttonous mask only intensified the more one consumed, leading to an ever-deepening mental turmoil. As Wang Ao gazed at the mask before him, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if the very person standing there wished to devour him whole. This was no mere metaphor, but a visceral reality. "Hey, brother, calm down, I'm not appetizing, feel free to ask whatever you wish," he stammered. This impending sense of being prey evoked a primal instinct for survival that surged from deep within his genes. Huff, huff, Lucy took a moment to catch his breath before continuing. "I met someone at noon today, and he left me quite dissatisfied. I hope you can find satisfaction in me." Wang Ao was slowly lowered to the ground, not daring to utter a word, silently reflecting that the person Lucy had encountered was likely none other than himself. Yet, in such a precarious situation, he refrained from contradicting or reminding Lucy. Wasn't that tantamount to sheer madness? Lucy produced a knife from his own hand, its blade glinting sharply as he addressed Wang Ao. "Once we finish questioning, we shall engage in a little game, heh. Donating sperm in a hospital is legal, so why is it illegal for me to donate directly to someone privately? It is said that bananas and carrots are effective for intestinal health. Do you believe this is achieved through ingestion or topical application? If an adult novel features only minors, can it still be classified as adult literature? You have prepared 5 cups of water for 1,000,000 liters. How do you intend to distribute them?" Wang Ao. Lucy's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, seemingly aimed at alleviating his own chaotic mind. Yet Wang Ao, trembling lips betraying his fear, could only stutter, "I do not know who the most afflicted person here is. Perhaps there is no such individual, do not press me further, hiss. Although the masked man is in a frenzy, do you not feel that Wang Ao's mental state is stabilizing? It is coercion, and what does stability matter if he refuses to inquire while maintaining his calm? Truth be told, while this individual's live stream is undeniably thrilling, it seems utterly devoid of purpose for the game. He appears entirely unconcerned. How will they achieve victory? Clearly, useful information is within reach, yet he continues to ramble. Honestly, to see how the game concludes, one must observe Ko. Indeed, I shall go watch Ko. He seems to be seeking out Juqian. It's best to rely on 2 competent individuals. As time passed, nearly a day had elapsed in the game. In prior, more standard games, a day was not an insignificant duration, yet here, progress seemed elusive, and audience sentiments towards Lucy began to shift, with murmurs of discontent emerging. This so-called exceptionally skilled player appeared to have truly lost his wits, mingling with the mentally ill without contributing to the game's advancement, perhaps even hindering it. At this juncture, with some audience members drawing attention to the encounter between Ko and Juqian, the latter was sitting in a hospital room, contemplating the drooling, incoherent individual before him when a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Hello." With impeccable Chinese pronunciation, Juqian felt a jolt of surprise and whirled around to face a foreign visage. "Oh, Mr. Ku, Juqian replied. "What brings you to my room? The rules of the game do not prohibit 2 individuals from occupying the same room," Ku stated, hands tucked into his pockets, emanating a sense of haughty confidence. "Moreover, you are affiliated with a special department of Huaguar, are you not?" He hesitated, pondering whether it was prudent to disclose such matters to a foreigner. Although Ku claimed to represent an official entity, his true affiliation seemed even more formidable. "There is no need for apprehension. Given the formidable organizational structure of your nation, relevant departments must have already been established, and such matters will undoubtedly be made public soon. I trust you possess the most comprehensive information regarding our background and our performance in the game. Such details could hardly escape your scrutiny." Juqian nodded, candidly acknowledging, "Indeed, this is essential for the betterment of the game. I offer you a piece of advice, do not draw too close to the mentally unstable." Juqian blinked, glancing back. The patient seemed incapable of inflicting harm upon him, prompting him to reply, "Thank you for your concern, but I have always exercised caution, maintaining a safe distance. Regardless of how one may be tempted, my psychological resilience is adequate. I shall not falter. Kuroko's expression remained impassive as he stated flatly, I was not referring to them. Ju Qian, in that instant, comprehension dawned upon him, you mean the masked man, what of him? Nothing of consequence. I still have many unresolved matters, and the information at hand is scant. Kuroko concluded succinctly, turning to leave with an air of predatory arrogance. I must secure a perfect completion of this game. You still possess some utility, conserve your strength and safeguard your life. Once my thoughts crystallize, you may yet prove useful. With that, he exited, leaving Ju Qian's brow furrowed in a deep frown, unable to find tranquility. Har har har. The moment mental illness was mentioned, Ju Qian immediately realized whom they were referencing. Ju Qian, who is the madman? I can hardly discern that. Is this an internal conflict? It seems Kuroko is not particularly amicable. That is reasonable, the masked man has seemingly been a hindrance. Amidst the discussions, the first day's dinner passed without incident. Game over. All players please return to the initial room for rest. As the familiar voice echoed, a door swung open, and a figure leaped forth like a fish breaking the surface, eyes vacant. It was the last remaining female player. Disheveled, her eyes glazed, streaks of blood marred her face. After the door to the initial room closed, the four individuals exchanged glances, and the female player suddenly rushed to a corner, her complexion paling as she violently retched. As Ju Qian contemplated asking her something, the female player produced a game token, uttering not a word, before exiting the game altogether. On the surface, the first day had yielded no progress in the game, remaining shrouded in mystery. And now, only 3 players remained. Chapter 47, Profound Terror, Astonishing Speculation. Ju Qian gazed at the spot where she had departed, letting out a gentle sigh. He was acutely aware of the torment inherent in this game. Aside from the individual behind the crimson mask, who seemed to thrive in comfort, no one else could find solace here. Kirk's face bore the marks of frequent injuries. The psychological torment, coupled with abysmal living conditions, rendered even the slightest misstep a potential harbinger of physical harm. Considering what the hulking figure had previously mentioned about being, well, stimulated by others, and adding the fact that she was a woman, furthermore, this game offered no sustenance or hydration for the players. They had gone an entire day without a drop to drink, aside from that red-masked individual who seemed to have both food and drink. Why was he so exceptionally privileged? Ju Qian shook his head. He was well aware of the girl's background as an official. She was merely an ordinary player who had fortuitously cleared the game twice and received some rewards. Upon discovering that it was a hellish game, she initially contemplated fleeing, but soon realized that as long as she survived, her completion would count too, prompting her to adopt a survivalist mentality. Yet, she soon recognized her naivety amidst the chaotic prison and deranged allies, with the grim reminder of her severely injured predecessor. Well, what a pity, perhaps it is best to withdraw, Ju Qian lamented softly. Beside him, Lucy glanced at the pile of vomit the female player had left on the ground and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly slapped his own face, turning abruptly to walk away. Ju Qian, what is wrong with him now? Meanwhile, Kirk approached, a rare occurrence, and continued, there is nothing to lament. In a game such as this, preserving one's life is already a stroke of luck. This is not a place befitting her level. As he spoke, he slowly surveyed the surroundings, adding, the remaining players are more or less suitable for this hellish game. 2 perfect completers, 1 high-level individual with a unique official status, only they were deserving of this infernal trial. Of course. Kirk glanced at Lucy, who had sprawled out in A-shape on the ground, and inquired, this friend who has always feigned madness, do you genuinely intend to remain in the game? My ability is mental interference. I have employed it on you numerous times, most of which has backfired. Your chaos is no longer an act of lunacy. Even if you attempt to rationalize it with self-hypnosis, you are nearing your breaking point. At this juncture, your condition may very well lead to eternal disorientation here, forever becoming a madman. Kirk pressed closer, as if delivering a death sentence to the figure on the ground. In the distance, Zhu Chen furrowed his brow, observing the two, yet this time he refrained from mediating, opting instead to silently watch the unfolding events. Your ability is consumption. From the beginning, I have been inquiring about your purpose. I wish to know now, however, I believe that for a normal human, it is not a wise choice. I will ask you once more, do you truly not intend to withdraw? Do not tell me you lack withdrawal tokens. At this moment, Kirk had approached Lucy, but just as he intended to advance further, an overwhelming sense of crisis locked onto him. Lucy, still lying on the ground in silence, suddenly spoke. I advise you not to come too close to me at this moment. Kirk halted, an inexplicable premonition urging him to refrain from advancing further. Har har. With a chuckle, he retreated, turning away. Feeling confident, are we? I merely worry that if you do not withdraw, my game will be exceedingly difficult to complete. Lucy fell into silence, grappling with the immense surge of energy within him, alongside the tumultuous, chaotic thoughts. He wished to speak but soon succumbed to slumber on the ground. Zhu Chen remained silent, not even broaching the topic of their findings from the day. He understood that these two would likely not heed his words. Three ravenous individuals sat at a considerable distance from one another, in the desolate chamber, or leaned against the walls, enduring the night. Indeed, it was a trial of endurance. This night was excruciatingly tormenting. The entire hospital had gone an entire day without sustenance or medication. As night fell, the cacophony of tormented wails reached an unbearable crescendo. The clamor of famished spirits pounding against doors and walls rendered the hospital far more terrifying than a haunted house. Kirk relied on self-hypnosis to ensure his sleep, while Lucy had long since succumbed to slumber. Zhu Chen, however, found himself unable to sleep. He sifted through the information his colleagues had transmitted to him, contemplating the sudden confrontation between Kirk and Lucy, a chilling sensation creeping over him. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him, prompting relentless thoughts of similar occurrences to swirl in his mind. This hellish game appeared devoid of physical torment, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was profoundly amiss, a nameless terror beginning to shroud him. The night, steeped in ghostly atmosphere, passed, and with the dawn, the game resumed. Kirk continued to race against Lucy, one seeking food while the other aimed to secure at least a share of medication. This time, however, Zhu Chen purposefully approached the door of a particular room. It was Long Wu's chamber, the first patient Lucy had encountered. Zhu Chen instinctively sensed that this was the source of his fears. Upon entering the room, he beheld the emaciated figure of Long Wu, who appeared rather listless. Another visitor, a new face, I see, hello. Zhu Chen was astonished to discover the patient's mental state was surprisingly stable, prompting him to get straight to the point. Do you know who the most severely ill person in this hospital is? Such a familiar question. This is how it ought to be asked. Long Wu trembled as he writhed on the floor, gazing up at Zhu Chen. No, the answer is none. There is no one who is the most ill. Who among you is immune to illness? You too will fall ill one day, destined to remain here forever. Seeing that Long Wu was not engaging in meaningful dialogue, Zhu Chen felt a sense of helplessness and was about to say something when he suddenly froze. The terror that had enveloped him throughout the night surged once more, rendering his thoughts exceptionally lucid. His colleagues had relayed the information collected by Lucy and Kirk. Aside from the psychological activities he was unaware of, he comprehended everything else, including every patient and their utterances. From Lucy's side, he learned from Long Wu that those behind were innocent, while those in front were guilty, thus prompting inquiries directed at the front. The individual at the front had endured severe torment at Lucy's hands, yet Lucy had remained deranged, thus voluntarily suggesting that perhaps they ought to ask who was the most ill. He even proposed a game, claiming Lucy was unlike their previous individuals. Why did that patient have knowledge of the questions? Was it a game set up, or something else? Who were those previous individuals Lucy had referenced? Additionally, the questions posed by Kirk revealed that the hospital was divided into two factions. The front batch consisted of the guilty, while the latter comprised the innocent. When Kirk inquired about the purpose of the latter group remaining there, the response had driven them mad. They had gone insane, and now, Long Wu was telling him that those who could not find answers would ultimately fall ill and remain here forever. Moreover, this individual was named Long Wu, while the person from Kirk's side was called Long Liu. Could it be that the reason the person at the front could speculate about Lucie's inquiries was that someone had asked before, and not just once? The hospital's inhabitants were split into two groups. The front batch comprised legitimate patients, while the latter group consisted of those who came to interrogate them. And this latter group had failed to obtain answers, unable to identify the most severely ill person, thus remaining here eternally. A bold hypothesis materialized in Zhu Qian's mind, lingering persistently. It felt as if the chilling winds of the night had transformed into a cloak of fear, enveloping him tightly, rendering him cold to the bone, difficult to extricate. Had these individuals once been players? Have you heard of the divine selection paradise? Chapter 48. A flaw unimagined by predecessors. Are you not going to ask me why? What did you say? Long Wu seemed to have not comprehended Zhu Qian's words, lifting his head in confusion and repeating the question. Those eyes, mechanical and devoid of life, sent shivers down Zhu Qian's spine. However, at that moment, evidently more pressing matters loomed, more terrifying than any hesitation Zhu Qian could muster. Divine selection paradise. He articulated each syllable with deliberate emphasis, fixing his gaze intently upon Long Wu's eyes. 5 seconds, the air fell into a profound silence for 5 long seconds, stretching time as though a century had passed, leaving Zhu Qian questioning whether space itself had been rendered static. Long Wu remained rigidly fixed on Zhu Qian, resembling a statue. And the next instant, a chain came crashing down upon Zhu Qian like a thunderbolt. The severed chain descended with tremendous force, swinging like a battle axe, and even with all of Zhu Qian's agility, he could not evade its wrath. At that moment, a pair of green boots appeared on his feet, propelling him backward with a powerful gust, narrowly allowing him to escape the blow. Exquisite weaponry, responsive boots. The wind generated by the chain swing stung Zhu Qian's eyes, filling him with a surge of dread. Should that strike have connected, the result would surely have been catastrophic, leaving him with shattered bones and torn ligaments. Kill for me. Long Wu instantly transformed into a different entity, his emaciated form now pulsating with crimson steam, as though he had entered an extraordinary state. The ground beneath them cracked open, stones scattering in all directions. Zhu Qian, horrified, cowered in a corner, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. The opponent had suddenly gone mad. The mere utterance of that question had sent him spiraling into insanity. Even in silence, it served as a form of response. Kill, kill. Long Wu's liberated hand swung the chains wildly, thrashing about recklessly. Zhu Qian maneuvered desperately within the confines of the room, ultimately taking refuge by the doorway. The entire chamber lay in disarray, as if it had endured a seismic upheaval. What is this? What is divine selection? What are you talking about? Who are you? Who am I? Medicine, medicine. I need medicine. Ultimately, Long Wu cradled his head in his hands, collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony as he incessantly muttered. Zhu Qian stood frozen, feeling utterly at a loss. No medicine, I refuse to take those drugs, get them away. Suddenly, Long Wu altered his plea, dashing towards the innermost corner of the room, furiously battering his head against the wall until blood flowed freely. In a weakened state, he turned to Zhu Qian, revealing the clearest eyes he had ever seen. Run, then, once again, he lapsed into that vacant expression, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Zhu Qian stood there, dazed, speechless for an extended moment. He could almost confirm that his suspicions were likely correct, yet, had not the game of divine selection paradise only just commenced? If these individuals were indeed players, what could that possibly mean? Moreover, according to their memories, they had been trapped here for an indeterminate number of years. Why had they not used their exit tokens? Or perhaps they simply could not. When had they entered the game? Had the game already begun, or was the timeline asymmetrical? Zhu Qian took a deep breath, retrieving his exit token from his backpack and examining it closely. Observing the intricate and exquisite patterns upon it, he felt a modicum of reassurance before placing it back. There remained a path of retreat, yet, if this were the case, everything became increasingly convoluted. Could this game truly be cleared? If Long Wu was indeed a predecessor, his strength far exceeded what Zhu Qian had initially perceived. If the tasks were the same, could he succeed where those before him had failed? Find the one who is most afflicted. It seemed a deceptively simple proposition. Yet, all those who had come before had met with failure. He needed to discover the flaw that had eluded all prior players. Was it even possible? And why were they eternally ensnared here? What had they endured? In an instant, Zhu Qian felt as if his confidence had been shattered, leaving him as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. Zhu Qian, Special Operative, I must remind you that this is a mental hospital. All information you acquire requires thorough analysis. An official voice from the live broadcast interjected. Furthermore, the organization's directive is to prioritize your own survival above all else. Do not overexert yourself. Zhu Qian weakly nodded, leaning against the wall to compose his tumultuous thoughts. Have there been any updates from those two? Kirk has received responses from the patients. There is no one who is more afflicted, we are merely slaves. Zhu Qian scoffed, piecing together his conjectures, feeling he could comprehend the information Kirk had received. And what of the Red Mask? What news does he have? The usual, no useful information, merely a series of doors opening and closing, subjecting the patients to torment. The patients assert that none of them are more afflicted than he. We have nearly ceased monitoring that area, it has devolved into mere exchanges among the mentally ill. With a long sigh, Zhu Qian recalled Long Wu's state and the current frenzy of the Red Mask. Could it be that he has truly lost his mind? Breakfast time is over. All players please return to the starting room. The three of them sat in a triangular formation, enveloped in silence, resembling silent statues. Kirk wore an expression of contemplation, as if deep in thought, while Lucy maintained his usual demeanor. Only Zhu Qian, having unearthed this dreadful information, radiated an aura of profound gloom. Greetings, players, I am the illustrious Tom. You may converse during the break. If you have any findings, judgments, or inquiries related to the game, feel free to ask me. The metallic robot Tom recited this formulaic greeting before rolling away on its tracks, settling quietly in a corner. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Zhu Qian finally made the decision to divulge this terrifying intelligence to the other two. Although it might dampen their spirits, he felt it was imperative. Everyone, I have some rather unsettling news that I believe you should be aware of. Those individuals in the prison who continuously proclaim their innocence are very likely players just like us. Upon finishing, Zhu Qian raised his gaze to observe their reactions. To his surprise, Kirk turned his attention towards him, his eyes gleaming with astonishment, even hinting at a glimmer of excitement. Meanwhile, Lucy appeared utterly indifferent, as though he had not heard a word. Are you not going to ask me why? Chapter 49, The Final Accusation. Is Lucy the target of the game? Zhu Qian felt a sense of bewilderment, as the reactions of these two individuals diverged greatly from his expectations. Kuurk suddenly rose to his feet, pacing a few steps before turning back to Zhu Qian with a formal expression. Mr. Zhu, I am immensely grateful for your analysis and intelligence. With this revelation, many matters have become clear, and I have gained clarity in my thoughts. Zhu Qian was taken aback. Was my statement truly so credible? They accepted it without hesitation, showing no interest in how I arrived at such a conclusion. Moreover, why did they appear so pleased? Shouldn't they feel a sense of dread instead? Zhu Qian found himself momentarily dazed. He had always perceived Kuurk as a relatively easy person to communicate with, arrogant, yet rational. Now, however, he felt perplexed. Instinctively, he glanced at Lucy, only to observe a disdainful expression on the Red Mask, LLL, who nonchalantly remarked, "Isn't that obvious? Did you really need to mention it?" Zhu Qian, how did you, a lunatic, come to that conclusion? No, wait, I can't believe I entertained the notion of discussing such matters with a madman. Feeling increasingly lost, Zhu Qian recalled that when he first contemplated this issue, he had been consumed by fear and worry for an extended period. Why did these two seem so unfazed? Perhaps the deranged man in the Red Mask was understandable, but how could Kuurk be the same? Was it possible that there was a misunderstanding in the nuances of my words? As time passed, Zhu Qian sat in a daze, occasionally glancing at his two esteemed teammates. Lucy, as expected, lay sprawled on the ground like a lazy fish, appearing remarkably lethargic, despite harboring terrifying powers within. Yet now, his condition seemed to deteriorate further, as he lay there intermittently emitting laughter and strange, incoherent murmurs. Zhu Qian began to suspect that this fellow might soon transform into Ultraman. Meanwhile, Kuurk was restless, wandering about in the distance, his expression oscillating between confusion and enlightenment. Muttering to himself, Zhu Qian felt a creeping sense of unease, touching his face in disbelief. According to Long Liu, players would ultimately remain trapped here. Had they both truly lost their minds? Why are they starting to sound so nonsensical? What does this mean? It genuinely feels like they've gone mad. It's somewhat unsettling to behold, especially considering they are two players who have perfectly cleared the game. It can't be that we're witnessing a total annihilation. Perhaps Zhu Qian should make a hasty exit. No, I cannot exit. If they truly are mentally unstable, who knows what kind of exit currency will be required. The audience gradually lost faith, with a cacophony of voices emerging, particularly the last comment, which made Zhu Qian's heart race. Indeed, if they truly went mad, they might not even be able to use the exit currency. Lunchtime has commenced. All players, please begin the game. As the announcement echoed, Lucy sprang into action, enthusiastically seeking sustenance. However, this time, Kuurk remained unmoved, instead walking slowly to Zhu Qian's side. I believe we should cease this game. There is no food or water, and we have lingered here long enough. Zhu Qian looked at him in astonishment, observing as he addressed the nearby robot, "Host, I have identified the person in the gravest condition." Zhu Qian. "Oh, please refer to me as the Great Tom." Tom turned his head. "Who is it?" "Let us wait until he returns. If he does not enter, the game cannot proceed." Kuurk stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence as he watched Lucy consume voraciously at the end of the path. In that moment, Zhu Qian seemed to grasp Kuurk's intentions, leaving him momentarily speechless. "All players ahead, the game is paused. Please return to the initial room promptly." Lucy devoured his food with remarkable speed, soon sauntering back with an air of nonchalance. Yet at that moment, his unstable energy reached its zenith. Even with his physical prowess, he was on the brink of self-detonation. The red mask bore an enormous grin as he approached the doorway, an aura of malevolence and distortion radiating around him. Kuurk stood at the entrance, the two men facing off from a distance. However, as Lucy reached the threshold, he simply sat cross-legged, a mere step from the door. Red warning lights began to flash, urging Lucy to enter the infirmary, cautioning that failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Lucy's figure remained ensconced in the crimson glow, utterly motionless. "This player, please enter," Tomcat urged, yet Lucy remained unyielding, as if taunting something, the corners of his mouth curling into an increasingly wide grin. "I believe it is unnecessary. We have already arrived at this juncture, and my decryption is about to commence." Kuurk spoke directly, turning to Zhu Qian. "Each time I pose a critical question, the patient completely descends into madness, which must signify something. Zhu Qian, your information is invaluable. You mentioned that those who came after were once players. I do not care how they came to be, but it aligns with my situation, hence it must be true. Because when I inquired about your purpose here, my patient also went mad. From this information, we can deduce that while the patients may utter delusional ramblings, they do not speak falsehoods. It is entirely plausible that what they initially claimed was indeed true. They are not insane. There does not exist a person in the gravest condition here. The absence of such a person indicates that all former players have perished. Thus, conventional strategies in this game are futile. Therefore, eliminating all other possibilities, the most conspicuous fact has always been before us, you." As he spoke, Kuurk pointed towards Lucy outside, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "You are the target of the mission. The one in the gravest condition. But the game specifies that it concerns the person in the hospital who is the most ill," Zhu Qian hurriedly interjected, attempting to refute, but was silenced by Kuurk's raised hand. "There is nothing impossible. Is he not currently within this hospital? Moreover, once this premise is established, all his actions become justifiable. He possesses strength and abilities far surpassing those of ordinary players. He has always been quite mad, seemingly integrating seamlessly with this establishment. He consumes all the patient's medications to keep them in a state of disorientation. In a game devoid of any food or water, he chooses to consume all those vile substances to sever the last source of sustenance, thereby weakening us. He is entirely unconcerned with the exit currency. The patients here are all terrified of him. At this juncture, Kuurk exhaled deeply, as if all obstacles had been cleared from his path. The answer has always been evident. Even the audience has remarked on his grave condition. This game is not complicated at all. It merely exploits the weaknesses of human nature. Preconceived notions led us to believe he was a player. The audience has stated they have witnessed his previous gaming streams, never contemplating. Indeed, even this game has informed us from the outset, our relationships may be one of cooperation or competition. In the words of your ancient Chinese adage, it is akin to being blind to what lies beneath the lamp. Am I not correct? Kuurk's eagle-like gaze remained fixed on Lucy outside, his voice sharp and unwavering. Chapter 50. Who told you that he is the host? Listening to Kuurk's incessant chatter, Lucy remained utterly silent, his expression behind the mask shifting rapidly, akin to the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera, leaving the onlookers bewildered. The flickering red light in the corridor behind them intensified, transforming the entire passage into a blood-like crimson, devoid of any flicker, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped them. Kuurk ceased his words, his eagle-like gaze fixated on the red mask before him, awaiting a response and the next course of action. Har har, a low, raspy laughter emanated from beneath the red mask, reminiscent of the sound of decaying wood rubbing against a sore. It seems I was not mistaken, the red light has been flashing for 5 minutes now. Finally, Lucy spoke, yet his words were utterly irrelevant, failing to address Kuurk's accusations. Think. It's hard to believe that this verb could apply to him. I mean, brother, do you still possess the capacity for thought? I must say, I find some merit in what this foreigner is saying. Could he be the masked man? If he is the masked man, why are we still able to see the live stream from his perspective? Isn't that a player live stream? TSK, this is troublesome, my mind is in a whirl, and what about those players locked inside for years, is that true? Every time I contemplate entering the game, the difficulty of hell mode dissuades me. Lucy's words elicited no substantial discussion. The crowd had grown accustomed to the ramblings of a madman. No one intended to glean any insight from the utterances of a lunatic. Blank, I suggest you all pay close attention from here on out. Blank. Last time during the game, while everyone thought this big shot had lost his mind, he was actually the most lucid of all. Blank, I am eager to see his next performance. Blank, big shot, why are you so late this time? Regardless of how the audience judged the situation, Zhuqian, who had spent an entire day in close proximity to Lucy, felt an undeniable sense of unease. There exists an enigmatic essence within individuals known as aura or presence. For instance, standing beside certain people can evoke an involuntary sense of trepidation due to the overpowering aura they exude, placing one in a subordinate position. Lucy's aura at that moment was the most chaotic and unstable it had ever been since entering the game, exuding a formidable pressure, akin to a child standing before a heavyweight boxing champion. Yet, the words spoken by the other party seemed to be the most rational and clear-headed utterances since the onset of the game. The spirit behind the red mask appeared to have regained some clarity. What are you thinking? Zhuqian inquired of Lucy, still skeptical of Kuurk's conjectures. Although there appeared to be no significant logical flaws, Lucy had a business card. At the onset of the game, Zhuqian had watched as Lucy produced that golden card from his trousers. He was indeed a brother. Could it possibly be a conspiracy? That seemed implausible. I am pondering, Lucy replied, belching as if he had overeaten. I am contemplating the punishment. The statement left everyone momentarily stunned, unsure of his intent. What is the punishment? Didn't the game state that when the red light flashes, entering the ward would result in dire consequences? Yet, nothing has happened. Har 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 har. A raspy laughter escaped from beneath Lucy's red mask, his expression morphing into a twisted grin as he gazed at the immobile Tom the cat. What do you think? Why is there no punishment? Tom. Tom's mechanical form seemed to stiffen even further, remaining silent. Kuurk continued, you are already the ultimate target. What punishment remains? Regardless of whether you are genuinely insane or merely feigning madness, it's over now. Just as he was about to continue, Lucy suddenly turned his mask toward him for the first time, smiling as he said, "Hee, brother, you smell delightful. I concur with your judgment, your assertions, and your analysis of this game. None of it is flawed. In such times, one must consider the possibilities that past players have overlooked, which is also valid. Darkness under the lamp, that too is acceptable. The riddle of this game has always lingered on the surface, and that is no issue. However, you repeatedly claim to break free from conventions, yet you remain bound by the rules. Who led you to believe him?" As he spoke, Lucy slowly raised his hand, pointing at the silent, still standing ironclad robot, Tom. "Who told you that he is the host of this game?" With Lucy's deranged voice resonating, Zhuqian felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his mind. Zhuqian was not among the most astute of individuals, lacking quick wit, yet he was not obstinate and often grasped concepts readily. He subtly shifted his footsteps backward. Kourk frowned, suddenly laughing as he declared, "You truly have lost your mind. He is the host of this game, as was established from the very beginning." "Oh, is that so?" Lucy chuckled. "Recall who stated that." Kourk wore a confident smile, fully confident in his memory of pivotal matters. He could easily retain every detail of the game, as he reflected. However, Kourk's smile abruptly froze on his face as realization dawned upon him. At the very beginning of the game, an ironclad robot entered the room and addressed everyone, "I am your host for this game. You may call me the Great Tom." This was what he himself had said. Swallowing hard, Kourk's expression darkened as he sensed that events were unfolding beyond his control. Gazing at the man who had been insane for 2 whole days, he said, "Stop spouting nonsense. If the host did not declare it, who else could? Moreover, and the rules, background, and operational procedures all dictated by him." Lucy's smile expanded as he countered, "Is that so, Kourk?" Damn, his astonishing memory was causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled once more the rules of the game were not articulated by Tom. They were delivered by a disembodied mechanical voice. The text appeared on the walls of the initial room. Kourk swallowed again, and before his eyes stood the masked figure bathed in crimson light, its face contorted in a bizarre grin. Beside him stood the silent, brooding ironclad robot, Tom. Cold sweat began to bead on Kourk's forehead. Readers may revisit chapters 28 to 29 for clear hints. In truth, the entire dungeon has consistently provided explicit clues. Chapter 51 Why won't you answer me, the one who is truly afflicted the most? A bead of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his sharply defined western features, bringing with it a sensation of irritation. Yet, at that moment, Kirk had no inclination to wipe away the sweat, nor did he register any discomfort. He felt utterly numb all over. How could this be? His mind was a whirlwind of images, flickering like a revolving lantern, from the moment he entered the game to the unfolding scenes before him. Every word spoken by this Tom. "Please, call me the Great Tom. Welcome to the Demon Hospital. You may converse with one another and familiarize yourselves with your abilities. Your relationships will be both collaborative and competitive. I am right here. Feel free to approach me with any queries, and do not hesitate to discuss your objectives." It certainly sounded like the words of a competent game facilitator, but wasn't all of this just utter nonsense? There was absolutely no valuable information. The rules of the game were conveyed through a mechanical voice, as were its objectives, which then materialized on the walls. The commencement and conclusion of meal times were announced through the same lifeless tones. Even the warnings were delivered in that monotonous voice. Kirk was astonished to realize that the game seemed to pose no challenges without the presence of this tin-plated robot, Tom. Kirk felt as though he had swallowed a whole prickly ash tree. How had he not noticed this before? Lucy's recent words felt like a sharp dagger piercing through his psychological defenses, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. You incessantly proclaim your desire to break free from conventions, yet you remain shackled by the very rules. Indeed, why had he never considered, never sensed the dissonance? By accepting the game's absolute authority and designating it as the host, he had ceased to entertain such possibilities. He found himself in agreement with Lucy's words. Astonishingly enough, how had this madman come to notice these issues and retain them? His own mental disturbances had backfired. The other party was evidently in a state of utter confusion. He had truly gone mad. How could it be? He. Suddenly, amidst the silence, an eerie laughter echoed. It was Lucy, the voice beneath the mask growing louder, eventually erupting into raucous laughter. Har 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 har. No one knew what he was laughing about. It seemed as though he had lost his mind again, or perhaps he was mocking them. In any case, for a fleeting moment, even Zhu Qian felt it was reasonable to declare that the masked man was indeed the most afflicted. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Kirk, I still hold you in esteem and harbor no intentions of mockery. Har 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 har. I merely seemed to be losing control. Listening to his words, Zhu Qian's gaze dropped, his eyes twitching involuntarily. He observed Lucy's right hand, for fingers completely embedded in the ground, as if crushing a piece of tofu, stirring it frantically. As Lucy's rationality increased, his aura surged once more. The boundary that separated them felt as though it tethered a wild beast. Wait, let me think. Just as Kirk's thoughts were in disarray, Tom, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke for the first time. His metallic head turned mechanically towards Kirk. Kirk player, deduction correct. You have identified the one most afflicted. Now, begin to resolve him. Eliminate him. The tin robot Tom announced the game's conclusion in an utterly ordinary and calm manner, without any change in tone. Yet, upon hearing those words, Kirk shuddered. For some reason, he sensed that Tom's current state of speech seemed somewhat off. Shouldn't there be some reaction to the words of that red-masked figure? However, if one were to insist that Tom is the host, it wouldn't he be entirely inaccurate? Moreover, your bizarre and frenzied behavior seems even less explicable. Kirk did not respond to Tom, but instead turned to Lucy and spoke. My behavior. Has it not always been quite clear? Lucy sat on the ground, shrugging his shoulders. I was hungry, hence I needed to eat. What kind of explanation was that? It was the essence of the problem itself. Kirk's mind felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through it, yet he no longer dared to view Lucy through the lens of insanity. Lucy, sitting there, shook his head and said, I have long told you all that the food and medicine are problematic. Especially the medicine, it is not a tool for clearing the game. It was prepared by our great Tom, correct. It is not a stabilizing medication, rather, it exacerbates the chaos, intensifying one's afflictions. Kirk's brow twitched, and he instinctively exclaimed, How do you know? Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. It was evident before him that this fellow had transformed after consuming it. What does it matter how I know? It simply is what it is. Lucy found it inconvenient to elaborate, as this was essentially a facet of his own mask's abilities. The gluttony mask allows the energy from consumed food to be stored, but if not released, it poses the danger of bodily explosion. If it were merely a meal of over 100 cans, given Lucy's current constitution, he shouldn't find it unbearable. Yet, from the first bite, he sensed something was amiss. An overwhelming surge of energy was distinctly wrong. Furthermore, under the influence of gluttony, if one ingested something toxic, they would be impervious to it. However, as the accumulation of food energy increased, so too did the degree of mental chaos. If those medicines were indeed tranquilizers, they should have been akin to sugar pills for Lucy. Such a violent influx of energy and mental disarray indicated that the medication was undoubtedly poisonous and of a highly toxic nature, toxic enough to lead everyone present to believe themselves afflicted, toxic enough to drive all into madness, even altering their consciousness to make them believe they required that medicine. In fact, from the moment I entered the hospital and saw the mission, I conceived a remarkably simple method for clearing the game. If I were to kill everyone, wouldn't that suffice to clear it? But later I realized something was amiss. That patient mentioned he had been tormented. Who tormented him? Previous players. No, they couldn't possibly overpower Wang Ao, and such a thing wouldn't drive him mad. Moreover, look, the red light still flashes, yet the punishment hasn't arrived. Who will punish me? Who is tormenting them? Lucy rose, taking a step forward, gazing down at the tin robot Tom, his mask's mouth agape as if to swallow him whole. Why won't you answer me, the one who is truly afflicted the most? Tom. You smell delightful. I can sense the scent of human flesh emanating from you. I have discerned it long ago. Chapter 52, Engage. Who says I am an intellectual contender? Upon hearing Lucie's inquiries, Zhu Qian instinctively took a step back, placing Kuerk protectively in front of him. What this foreigner was saying seemed far less sensible than the reasoning of his own comrades. Meanwhile, Kuerk stood there, his body seemingly petrified, his expression dark and unyielding. He was reluctant to accept the notion that he had, on an intellectual decoding level, been outmatched by this evidently deranged individual from the very beginning. And now, in retrospect, it appeared that perhaps there was a semblance of logic in what had been said. In fact, apart from the issue with the drugs, he felt that the entire situation was not particularly convoluted. But now, there was no need for him to ponder further. Are you referring to me? Tom finally spoke, seemingly astonished by Lucie's assertion. However, the three individuals present quickly discerned that his voice had undergone a transformation. Gone was the mechanical quality. Now, his tone was sharp and hoarse, reminiscent of someone whose vocal cords had been irrevocably damaged. Oh, is that so? If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. He. How did you deduce that? Kuerk. Isn't it you who has admitted it? Shouldn't you be struggling a bit right now? Is it really that difficult? Lucie spread his hands in a mocking gesture. From the very outset, this game has an inexplicably simple feel to it. Identifying the most afflicted individual, this premise essentially suggests that, given sufficient time, it can be accomplished. Regardless of whether the final answer points to someone here, myself, you, or even a mere cockroach on the ground, with enough time, this small space can indeed yield the results through exhaustive algorithms. Heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river. I believe there have been players in the past who have identified you, haven't there? At this moment, Tom also turned to face them, his iron-clad head glimmering with intensity as he spoke. Before you arrived, this place had seen a total of 4 groups. Among them, only one person made such an identification, deeming me the ultimate target. Lucie chuckled. The others, upon consideration, simply couldn't withstand the pressure, could they? Tom acquiesced silently, continuing, can you guess what happened to that successful? You arrived a bit late. Had you come earlier, you might have savored his flavor. This statement elicited a wave of nausea from everyone present, including the audience. However, to Lucie, this was of little consequence. A hint of anticipation even flickered across his masked visage, and he remarked, I see, that might indeed be a bit of a regret. If I were to become a meat paste later, remember to feed that fellow named Wyneo a bit more. He probably harbors quite the grudge against me. He. This revelation left Tom momentarily speechless, seemingly taken aback by such a person, even doubting the severity of the other's affliction. It appears you are ready to embrace your fate. He. Lucie laughed as well, slowly taking a step forward. Yet, with this movement, a sound akin to heavy objects being compressed filled the air. Zhu Qian, glancing out of the corner of his eye, witnessed Lucie's step leaving a deep imprint on the ground, an indentation as profound as a knuckle, as though a steamroller had crushed it. I mentioned, the tasks in this game, from the first half, seem overly simplistic. Thus, the challenge must lie in the latter part. Resolving you will likely not be a trivial endeavor, Tom. But I know you are bound by numerous constraints. For instance, you cannot act unless a player violates the rules, or when I struck you on the head, you had to remain unresponsive, among various possibilities I have yet to consider. Upon hearing these words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something he held dear had been exposed. But you need not concern yourself with such matters. I do not intend to waste time on them. You said I am an intellectual contender. Reasoning, strategy, these are mere stopgap measures when one lacks sufficient strength, but now, I believe it is time to commence. Shall we engage, the illustrious Tom? Before he could finish his sentence, his fist was already in motion. Such a breach of combat etiquette. Boom, boom. The simultaneous sounds of thunder erupted as both figures were sent hurtling backward. A massive fist imprint appeared on Tom's specially reinforced head, as Lucie's ambush left him no time to evade, sending him flying with a single blow. Finally facing an adversary, Lucy unleashed his full strength for the first time, bolstered by the energy he had absorbed, exhilarating however. At the same instant, he suffered severe injuries. The thick iron door of the initial room inexplicably crashed down, barreling toward Lucy. He was baffled as to why this object seemed to accelerate without distance. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force caused the iron door to explode upon impact, scattering fragments like shrapnel. Lucy was propelled like a projectile. The deafening roar caused half the wall to collapse as Lucy lay amidst the rubble, yet he felt an unusual elation. Countless shards of iron were embedded in his body, and his bones appeared not to have fully healed, but his pain threshold surged by 10 points in an instant. Har 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 har. You are far more useful than that, Waneo. In the room at the end of the prison, Waneo, while exclaiming, Lucy revelled in the exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. It was not painful, merely blissful. He raised a hand and pressed it against the adjacent iron door, which happened to be Long Wu's sick room, situated closer to the front. With a firm grip, he astonishingly pressed his hand into the door, then twisted forcefully in a clockwise motion. The 10-centimeter-thick iron door emitted a violent, teeth-grinding creaking sound as iron shavings were flung outward. The entire door took on an unexpectedly pliable quality. The iron door crumpled like fabric, swirling around Lucy's hand to form a magnificent vortex at its center. This action dislodged the door, which he hurled toward Tom's trajectory with the precision of a thrown dart. The massive iron door whistled through the air, generating a turbulent gust that nearly unseated Kuurk, whose face paled in shock. Could this individual truly be that formidable? He. Lucy's expression behind the mask was one of sheer enjoyment. This power was not inherently his, yet he could wield it freely, a sensation most intoxicating, making the long wait to explode worth it. It felt akin to spending money that wasn't yours, immensely gratifying, not unlike a woman who isn't yours. Chapter 53, Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Lucy did not linger for too long. He understood that even in the infernal game, the ultimate means of a resolution should not involve a direct confrontation with his opponent. Just like in his first novice game, the method for clearing it should not entail the direct slaying of the guide. Yet, who could blame him for being the chosen of pain? Who could fault him for aspiring to reach the pinnacle and experience the sensation of suffering? Therefore, my apologies, Tom, but it seems that a battle is inevitable. He was aware that his previous punch was unlikely to incapacitate his adversary, whose strength was formidable. Thus, he began to bolster his own power on the fly. First, he utilized 20 points of pain value to elevate the mysterious spirit, whose purpose remained unknown, from level 1 to level 3. Only then did he meet the learning criteria and employed the recently acquired special skill learning scroll, Special Skill Scroll, Extraction. Acquired powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand. Your right hand possesses the ability to learn autonomously, allowing you to proficiently manipulate any object, provided your right hand can operate it. Description: if you are unsure how to proceed, simply entrust it to your brother. In an instant, an esoteric sensation coursed through Lucy's right hand. There was no extraordinary feeling, merely an illusion that his hand had become more agile. This marked his first acquisition of a transcendent level skill, and he realized that skills were indeed categorized by levels. According to the game's description, they were divided into 4 types: ordinary, powerful, frenzied, and forbidden, which was rather straightforward. This ordinary skill lottery scroll could only yield ordinary and powerful skills, and he considered himself fortunate. With no time to ponder further, Lucy hastily continued to draw. His equipment had remained unused, saved for a moment of necessity, with the hope of potentially trading with others. Yet it was abundantly clear that this moment was indeed one of necessity. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll X2, a reward from his previous flawless completion, fully redeemed. Acquired Epic Weapon, Enigmatic Cloak. Enigmatic Cloak. Capable of transforming into any attire based on your desires and thoughts, it possesses a certain degree of defensive capability, perfectly shielding against handgun bullets fired from a distance of 10 meters, and it has self-repairing properties. Description: you may think this item is trivial. Is this what an epic weapon is? You might ponder, but trust me, this item is truly magnificent, and it saves money. Lucy. Is this what an epic weapon is? Even if your description has echoed my sentiments, I must reiterate. Acquired Epic Weapon, Hell's Roar. Hell's Roar, a weapon shaped like a handgun, or it could be classified as a hand cannon. Attacks are divided into 3 tiers. Beginner tier does not consume energy, and the bullets fired possess the power equivalent to that of rifle bullets. Advanced level consumes 0.5 energy, with attack power equivalent to that of a small howitzer. Hell's Roar level. A true embodiment of Hell's Fury, self-adjusting based on energy consumed. The higher the energy expenditure, the more terrifying the attack becomes. The recoil increases correspondingly. Description: charging method, harvesting life for energy. Do not question the scientific validity of this concept, it has been established as such. Oh. Lucy stood up in surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Judging by the length of the description, this item seemed far more substantial than that elusive cloak. At least it appeared to possess some substance. Hell's Roar, indeed, sounds promising. After a moment of contemplation, Lucy rose to his feet and glanced at Tom, who had also managed to rise from the rubble. Tom's condition was evidently not as dire as his own. Aside from a dent in his skull, he appeared to sustain no significant injuries. However, Lucy's situation was markedly different. His wounds were severe enough to warrant admission to an intensive care unit in a conventional hospital. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. As his pain threshold increased, he resolved to consume medicine. He produced a bottle of basic recovery potion and quickly downed it, embodying the essence of gluttony as he gulped it down with remarkable speed. You mean to say you are unscathed? Tom, whose brain had settled into a semblance of coherence, gazed at Lucy in astonishment at his resilience. The previous player who had deduced his identity had perished from a single strike. Was this fellow truly so formidable? Bang! In response, a gunshot rang out as Lucy seized Hell's Roar and aimed it at Tom. With the firearm in his right hand, Lucy found the scholar's skill surprisingly useful at that moment. Having never handled a gun before, he transformed into a master marksman, effortlessly hitting the bullseye with a single shot. Tom's mechanical arm lifted, arcs of electromagnetic energy illuminating it as it drew a metal plate towards him, shielding himself in advance. Clang! The metal plate was penetrated, leaving a mark on Tom's forehead. He had managed to block it, but not entirely. Tom, enraged, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the bystanders, Kirk and Ju Qian, who were merely spectators. Kirk the player, your deduction is indeed correct. The one in the gravest condition is he. Will you not lend your assistance? Kirk, did you not just admit that this was a reveal dungeon? Is this not a frenzied combat scenario? In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, realizing he had failed against a madman in his area of expertise, prompting him to make a swift decision. Mental disruption, he directed it straight at Tom. He still possessed enough resolve to engage with his adversary. The sensations of chaos and madness rebounded instantaneously, yet an astonishing truth emerged. It was still not as potent as the backlash Lucy had incurred. HMPH, Tom let out a low grunt and carelessly waved his hand, causing metal within the room to respond as if it were an extension of his own body, launching several iron spikes. Run! Ju Qian's agile boots expelled a gust of air, propelling him forward and knocking Kirk down, but one iron spike struck directly into Kirk's thigh. Thanks a bunch. Don't eat the sour radish. Clutching his thigh, Kirk found himself incapacitated. Before Tom could revel in his triumph with a few taunts, there was a deafening explosion, as the iron plate shielding him was shattered, sending him hurtling backward from the terrifying shockwave. Hell's Roar, advanced level, energy remaining, 49. 5. How miserly, even the energy provided at the outset is not fully replenished. Tomcat is also incensed. Countless hollow gaps have emerged in the wall, arranged in a manner that would provoke discomfort in those with a fear of clusters. A multitude of iron spikes hurtle forth from these voids, hurtling towards Lucy. Lucy steps as steady, undeterred, donning his ethereal cloak, he strides boldly into the onslaught of iron projectiles. With his right hand, he unleashes Hell's Roar, firing in second gear. His left hand retrieves a vial of intermediate recovery potion. If necessary, he shall consume it. Come, let us inflict mutual harm. Chapter 54, Who is the Robot? Boom, boom, boom. The Hell Roar at this moment cannot merely be described as a pistol. It is unequivocally a cannon. It is only through Lucy's formidable power that he can manipulate it with such finesse as if it were an extension of his own being. Under normal circumstances, a cannon would require a cooling period and a reloading interval between shots, yet Lucy is unencumbered by such limitations. Ignoring the recoil, the roaring muzzle remains utterly still, steady as if he were playing a game with cheats. To be fair, Lucy indeed possesses such advantages. However, since the game does not impose penalties, it hardly matters. The thunderous sounds continue unabated, all metallic apparatus in the initial chamber, along with massive chunks of concrete, ascent soaring into the air, accumulating before Tom. Yet, this amassed volume proves utterly ineffective. What appears to be a formidable bulk cannot withstand the barrage unleashed by Lucy. The entire room is engulfed in a cloud of dust and smoke. Metal fragments and severed wires litter the space, rendering visibility nearly impossible, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to stand upright. The violent shockwaves propel Tom, encased in his iron shell, which is equipped with internal electric propulsion, backward with each successive blow, making it a challenge even to maintain his footing. Ju Chen, accompanied by Kuer Ku, has already taken flight, abandoning this injured figure in the corner while he begins to navigate the room, searching for any opportunities to assist. Tom's metallic exterior is riddled with scars. The intense bombardment has even caused the edges to curl. Following yet another deafening explosion, the armor protecting his shoulder is violently dislodged. A pained growl escapes Tom's lips as he finds himself compelled to retreat for the first time, his treaded feet propelling him swiftly to the top of an incline. Beneath the dislodged armor lies a human shoulder, devoid of any skin, charred beyond recognition. The level of charring reveals that it was not Lucy's onslaught that caused this devastation. Rather, it is evident that he had originally welded himself to the outer layer of iron armor. What lies beneath this iron shell is indeed difficult to articulate. I knew it, a barbecue flavor. In the distance, the voice of Lucy resonated, offering no respite to his adversary. The cannon in his hand continued to roar as if it were without cost, expending merely 0.5 of its energy. He could unleash 100 rounds. Have you modified your body as well? Tom exclaimed, lifting his gaze while evading and parrying within the confines of the room, incredulously questioning the relentless approach of Lucy. To him, Lucy had transcended the bounds of humanity. It was not solely Lucy who had been launching unidirectional assaults. Tom had been fighting back as well. With so many iron stakes hurled, no matter how agile one might be, evasion seemed implausible. In Tom's original estimation, enduring a barrage from the opponent's artillery would leave Lucy nearly defeated by the time he could retaliate, yet, his own iron stakes had nearly been expended, while the enemy's cannon fire showed no sign of abating. Was this individual defense truly that formidable? However, upon closer inspection, Tom realized that Lucy had not attempted to evade at all. At that moment, several iron stakes protruded from his body, resembling a scarecrow, utterly disregarding his own condition as he pressed forward. Blood stained the severed stakes, and the exposed bones of his shoulder gleamed with an eerie pallor, eliciting a wave of revulsion in Tom. Was this even human? What kind of indomitable fighting spirit was this? His abdomen, shoulders, and thighs were all impaled by iron stakes. Such grievous wounds would incapacitate any ordinary person, yet for Lucy, it was an entirely different matter. It is the very pain value 7.6 that cloaks his vital area with a hazy shroud, while the gluttonous mask serves as an impeccable defense for his head. As long as it is not an instantaneous kill, he remains impervious to harm. Ju Chen finds it utterly incomprehensible to fathom the nature of such suffering. Even if the opponent is indifferent to pain due to mental afflictions, it seems improbable that he could continue to fight in this condition. Boom! In response to his thoughts, yet another shot from the hand cannon erupts, propelling Tom backward, crashing into the wall. Hey, comrade, it appears your neck is gushing blood, Ju Chen remarks, a twinge of trepidation evident in his tone as he addresses Lucy. His fear is unavoidable. The scene of battle before him has far surpassed his understanding. The personnel who previously provided him with intelligence analysis are now rendered ineffective, silenced by their own ignorance. The combat prowess of this individual appears to rival that of an entire squad armed with firearms. Since the onset of this game, they have yet to comprehend such phenomena, unprepared for the psychological toll it exacts. Can this truly still be considered human? Lucy touches his neck, finding it stained with crimson. No worries, it hasn't severed the artery, he replies nonchalantly, tilting his head back to down a bottle of mid-grade healing potion. Instantly, all his wounds cease bleeding, followed by an astonishing process of self-repair. If it had severed an artery, I would likely require a high-grade recovery potion. He chuckles as he nonchalantly extracts a metal spike from his abdomen, hurling it back at Tom. Tom swiftly evades, unwilling to confront the blow directly. The spike crashes into the wall with a resounding thud, creating a sizable hole, its force rivaling that of the previous cannon fire. One by one, spikes are extracted from his body, transforming into new projectiles aimed at Tom, forcing the metallic behemoth to clumsily dodge. Why are you dodging? Did we not agree to face each other head-on? Lucy expresses his dissatisfaction with Tom's actions. Tom, in a fit of rage, retorts, "Who the hell said that? Could I possibly match you in that regard? No, logically speaking, my defensive capabilities should far exceed yours." Who among us is the robot? This marks the second question that springs to Tom's mind, following the inquiry of who is the lunatic between them. "Look me in the eye, you spawn." Lucy fires another shot directly at him, which Tom deflects with a metal plate drawn towards him by electromagnetic force. However, amidst the disorientation from the explosion, a spike follows closely behind, hurled toward him. Sizzle, the agonizing sound of metal scraping resonates as the spike pierces Tom's chest. His expression shifts dramatically, and as he raises a hand, the floor beneath Lucy suddenly erupts, launching him into the air and embedding him in the ceiling, which subsequently collapses, crushing him back to the ground. "You seek death." Tom's eyes blaze with a fierce light, as if provoked by an untouchable nerve, causing the entire room to warp. The surface of the room's bricks peels away, revealing the inner metal and rebar structure, which begins to frantically coalesce, piling upon Tom, growing ever larger. "What you say is true. From the very beginning, has it not been a fight to the death between us?" Chapter 55, The Prison Riot, The Roar of Life Harvest, Bar. Lucy spat out the gravel and blood from his mouth. As his strength began to wane, he finally managed to execute the action of spitting. He cleared the stones off his body, his fingers stained with blood, and pushed himself up from the ground. Feeling around, he confirmed that none of his bones were broken, everything was all right, as if nothing had transpired. Chosen of suffering, pain value 3. What does that mean? Is this the second phase of the boss? Did I just trigger that? It doesn't seem like I've taken much damage. This game feels rather poorly made. The plot and modeling are rather mediocre. Lucy mumbled incoherent words that no one could comprehend, transforming into a drug-fueled warrior as he downed a vial of basic potion. A little should suffice, for it seemed his body could not withstand too much torment. It appeared that his reputation as a drug-fueled deity would need to endure for some time. Thus, the most vital resource in this game for him was likely potions. Given his high consumption rate, he would need to purchase more for the next game. Casually, he fired a few rounds at Tom, shattering many of the metallic fragments that had gathered around him. However, Tom, with his enormous physique, had ceased to evade and began to withstand the onslaught. Due to the accumulated layers of damage, he could no longer be sent flying. A circular electric arc formed around the spot where the iron stake pierced Tom's chest, pulsating with an unusual glow, creating a powerful magnetic field that attracted everything nearby. At that moment, the iron stake embedded in Tom's chest was rapidly oxidizing for an unknown reason, becoming riddled with rust, yet the energy that had amassed around it continued to intensify, distorting the air's refraction of light. The entire exoskeleton armor emitted a sizzling sound as the moisture in the air condensed and evaporated, enveloping this already gigantic figure in a shroud of mist. Flesh and blood are weak. Mechanical ascension. Tom's head, now towering at least 3 meters high, seemed to be in a daze as he muttered something incomprehensible. Lucy began to wonder if that iron stake had indeed brought his opponent to the brink of death, as Tom now appeared to be in a state of uncontrollable frenzy, having activated some switch within himself. TSK, this is becoming quite difficult to contend with. It seems I may have underestimated the situation. You think you're achieving mechanical ascension? You're merely a brute, Tom Stark, and you still have a long way to go. Sitting on the ground, bloated and weary, Lucy took a moment to recuperate, awaiting the automatic repositioning of his internal organs. Upon turning his head, he discovered that the door beside him had swung open. It was the same door he had removed to attack Tom earlier. Inside sat Long Wu, who appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding outside. Why had he not been fed or given medication recently? A madman had invaded the prison, and the commotion today was unprecedented. Wait, why is this madman looking at me? Lucy peered through the door at the familiar face, revealing a benevolent smile beneath his mask. Oh hey. Have you eaten? Long Wu remained silent, merely shutting his eyes with a look of despair, as if unwilling to confront the grim reality before him. Lucy raised his hell roar, aimed it at Long Wu, and adjusted it to the first gear. Bang bang crack, the iron chain snapped. After a series of gunshots, all the chains binding Long Wu broke apart, granting him freedom within the prison at last. He stared blankly at his hands, feeling somewhat lost. You are free now, old predecessor. Consider this a gesture of hospitality. I consumed your potion. How do you feel? Do you sense your clarity returning? Lucy flashed a grin, then rose to his feet, his strength nearly restored. He fired off 2 rounds, stirring up a cloud of dust, and then retrieved the sharp blade from his backpack. Though he had always wielded this knife, it now felt strangely familiar in his hand, as if he were a master swordsman. The scholar's hands indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. After savoring the familiarity of the blade and performing a few flourishes, Lucy thought to himself, chosen of suffering, grant me some enhancements. Strength, 2430. Agility, 1015. Speed, 1015. All 3 attributes surged, and Lucy worried that excessive strength might lead to a lack of coordination. Coupled with the sharp blade's triple damage enhancement, he weighed the knife in his right hand before swinging it with force, causing it to carve a graceful arc through the air, instantly piercing through layers of metal as if they were mere paper. The blade's glint swiftly approaching the head of the metallic behemoth. In Tom's eyes, the flicker of rationality had vanished, but he instinctively tilted his head to evade this lethal strike. Swish, the knife embedded itself into the side of Tom's metal head. Dark red and yellowish substances began to ooze out, appearing grotesque. Lucy raised his weapon, intending to capitalize on Tom's injury with 2 more rounds, but as he pulled the trigger, the prison floor convulsed like waves, sending Lucy flying. In the next instant, a cacophony akin to firecrackers erupted behind him, as all the iron doors in the circular corridor, save for the one containing the player, exploded outward. The doors, propelled by a howling wind, surged toward Tom, becoming part of his colossal form, resembling a grotesque assembly of toys. At this moment, Tom's immense body pressed against the ceiling, reaching a terrifying height of 5 meters, his figure resembling a heavy, crumbling titan of war. Look at this scene. This could easily serve as a mid-boss in any Soul-like game, Lucy remarked, preparing to switch the hell roar to its 3rd gear. Meanwhile, the prison reverberated with a chorus of howls. What is that sound? Instinctively, Lucy turned around, astonished to see nearly 90 patients from the adjoining cells bursting forth, frantically shouting in the already distorted corridor. Then, in unison, they turned their heads. Over 80 pairs of eyes, thoroughly washed over by the lust for blood, locked onto Lucy with an unyielding stare. A woo with an inexplicable roar, the nearest patient lunged across a 20-meter distance, resembling a wild beast as he pounced upon Lucy. His hands, claw-like, sank into Lucy's arm, and then he opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite into Lucy's neck. Crack! Several teeth shattered as a fiery red barrel had already been thrust into his mouth beforehand. Bang! A yellowish-white substance erupted from the back of his skull, splattering against the wall, while the once mad glint in his eyes met Lucy's merciless gaze. Life Harvest. Energy 1. Chapter 56, A Warning. Ignoring the warning and proceeding with the installation. I am uncertain whether you are under some form of control or simply deranged, utterly lost as to what to do. Lucy gazed at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, then turned his attention to the group across from him, individuals who had completely lost their sanity. He threatened them with a steely voice. The response he received was a primal roar, devoid of humanity. These once captive criminals had transformed into fiends. Indeed, they were akin to famished specters. Those who had once trembled in fear under Lucy's torment now stood before him, devoid of any comprehension of fear, staring at him like mindless zombies. Lucy adjusted the hell roar to its lowest setting. Should he need to eradicate these minions, he wished to conserve his energy. Given the uncertainty of any innocence among you, I shall grant you an opportunity. As he spoke, Lu Si mimicked the motion of loading the hell roar in his hand. I will count to 3. If you can return to your quarters, I shall regard you as human. With that, Lu Si kicked the lifeless form at his feet, sending it tumbling into the throng. However, upon a brief observation, he realized that no one seemed to comprehend his words, as those nearest to him continued to advance. The expression on his mask shifted slightly. 3. Bang bang, with 2 gunshots echoing through the air, 2 figures collapsed to the ground, and the energy of hells were surged by 1. 5. It appears that each individual's kill contributes differently to the energy. At this moment, the value of life is starkly quantified, establishing a clear distinction. Are these individuals experiencing some sort of issue? How have you manipulated their minds? At this juncture, behind Lu Si, the colossal entity known as Tom had nearly taken shape. Lu Si turned to gaze at this immense figure and inquired, Core, I merely implanted a tiny something in their minds. You possess quite the humanitarian spirit, don't you? At that moment, Tom's voice had completely shed its original calm mechanical tone, transforming into that of a raving lunatic. Hey! Lu Si scoffed, realizing the truth. No wonder they say you are the most deranged here. The people here are entirely under your control and manipulation. What nonsense about illness. Pathetic creature, you consider yourself a madman. It seems you are merely a fool lost in your own world, comforting yourself. Tom. The massive steel body stiffened for a moment, as if struggling to comprehend. What does "you consider yourself a madman" mean? Is madness truly a title worthy of pride? You have controlled these fools, so what are you playing at? Everything you do here is merely self-indulgence. Pretending to be God in front of a crowd of subjugated imbeciles, you are nothing more than a plaything in this game. Behind his mask, Lu Si's words became increasingly venomous, launching a fervent tirade. Particularly with his final remark, it struck a nerve with Tom. You are but a plaything in this game. You are but a plaything in this game, as if you are not a plaything in this game yourself. Play. Oh, there is much to play with. I have not implanted anything in these players who entered later. Watching them resist, watching them descend into despair, I find it utterly fascinating. And you? You shall become the most entertaining of all my toys. Call me the Great Tom. It was evident that Tom had truly lost his composure. After a furious roar, all the patients emerged, charging towards Lu Si en masse. Simultaneously, the powerful magnetism within him began to take effect, solidifying everything against him, compressing the steel slabs. Ants can kill an elephant. Lu Si dared not be careless and risk a mishap. He leapt through the distorted corridor, his red firearm intermittently roaring, claiming one life after another. Under attack, his pain value increased, killing others. The energy of hells were surged. Lu Si was winning twice over, an unparalleled victory. The players' minds are unaltered, correct? Lu Si's foot pressed against the wall's protrusion as he adjusted hell's roar to the 3rd level, energy at 5%. Zhu, please find a way to release the remaining players. Zhu had never anticipated such a chaotic battlefield. Merely surviving amidst the turmoil was already commendable. I believe in you, comrade. Activate the starting mechanism. A terrifying energy sphere materialized on the wall where Lu Si held hell's roar. Upon charging, it unleashed a powerful strike against the enemy. Good. Zhu glanced at the battle unfolding before him, feeling helpless to intervene. Gritting his teeth, he consented, then produced a peculiar object from seemingly nowhere, rushing into the adjacent room. Having prepared for scenarios akin to an escape, he had exchanged for relevant tools in advance. Boom! Lu Si's projectile struck the opponent with the force of a tempest, erupting into an even more intense cacophony than before, red light clinging to the Cybertron-like metallic body, resonating with continuous explosions. A 5-meter-tall robot raised its arms defensively. Though it claimed to withstand the attack, its towering form was seared bright red by the heat, even the edges of its metal beginning to melt. Tom staggered back from the impact, his massive form bending as he knelt on one knee. Cautiously, he looked up at the weapon in Lu Si's hand. Despite this adversary's tenacity, it was this very weapon that posed the true threat to him. He then raised his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and all the remaining patients grasped their heads in agony, blood gushing from their orifices as they emitted pained wails. Subsequently, they surged towards Lucy, all vying for the hell's roar in his grasp. A purely offensive, epic weapon, its power was indeed formidable. While Lucy harvested the lives of the puppets lunging at him, he also had to dodge the frantically flying shards of metal and iron stakes. Those speeding metallic fragments were no different from bullets. He then began to escalate the energy levels of hell's roar, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Tom. Warning: due to limited physical capacity, it is inadvisable to select an excessively high single energy output. Whack. You can still speak. Lucy looked at hell's roar in his hand, astonished. Warning: due to limited physical capacity, it is best to keep single output within 20. Stop the nonsense. No refusals, max it out for me. The arrow is on the string. Are you really considering capacity at a time like this? Everyone knows what to do in situations like this. Ignoring the warnings, he initiated the installation. Chapter 57, The Sun from Hell, Achievement Unlocked, Severed Hand. At this moment, the hell roar was firmly lodged at 20 of its third gear, and under Lucy's determined maneuvering, it began to escalate further. It surged to 50%, yet, in its charged state, a multitude of frenzied patients had already crawled onto him, those completely under control clinging to Lucy's waist, utilizing their entire body weight in a futile attempt to restrain him. Humanity had been entirely forsaken. As primal instincts surged forth, they began to wield any conceivable weapon at their disposal, sharp fangs and claws, leaving various marks upon Lucy's body. Previously, Lucy had effectively eliminated 1/3 of their numbers with precise shots from his pistol, a commendable feat for someone still inexperienced in such lethal endeavors. According to international military statistics, a combat unit suffers a loss of combat effectiveness once casualties exceed 1/3, often leading to demoralization or even mutiny, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, despite Lucy's merciless slaughter of 1/3 of their ranks, their resolve remained unshaken, as they continued to surge forward, one after another. It was a battle that could scarcely allow for mercy. Thus, it became evident that the most formidable fighting force comprised those devoid of self-awareness. At this juncture, they seemed to perceive Lucy's hell roar as a charging opportunity, madly lunging towards his hands. Simultaneously, at least 3 or 4 individuals clung to Lucy's arms, gnawing at him like a pack of ravenous wolves. Although his firearm was temporarily rendered useless, Lucy wore an expression of bewilderment. With his right hand still gripping the hell roar, he seized one assailant by the head, squeezing with all his might. In an instant, the victim's eyeballs bulged forth, akin to a compressed ball ready to burst. Grasping the individual's head, he swung it like a sack, subsequently slamming it against the wall, resulting in a catastrophic explosion akin to a watermelon smashed with force. The use of a gun was predicated upon the hell roar's ability to absorb life force for recharging. It was not that it lacked the capacity to kill. Tom had now fully assembled. The special metals distributed throughout the prison walls and floor had all adhered to him, transforming him into an artificially synthesized titan. Suddenly, his metal head turned as if he had spotted something, glancing towards the corner where Cork had been lurking. "Player Cork, what troubles you? He is the most gravely ill individual in the prison. Why do you not act? You hardly seem like a competent player." Cork had initially resolved to remain inconspicuous, hoping to slip through unnoticed, perhaps to see if the red-masked figure could indeed triumph. However, upon meeting Tom's gaze, his mind nearly exploded in panic. What should he do? He was not a combat type. His primary skills lay in analysis and decryption, which, as he had just experienced, had already failed. "I understand," but at this moment, Cork's mind raced, contemplating how to stall for time. In the next heartbeat, a multitude of iron spikes rained down upon him. Gunpowder was an inefficient means of energy supply, propelled by electromagnetic forces. These projectiles were no less potent than firearms. Lucy might be reckless enough to withstand the onslaught, but Cork knew he could not afford to take such a risk. Thus, as the attack commenced, Cork hastily pressed the withdrawal token in his hand and exited the game. Although it was regrettable to see his hard-earned points and previously flawless rewards vanish in an instant, he was far less resolute than Lucy when it came to preserving his life. Observing Cork's sudden disappearance, Tom was surprised, though he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After dispatching the pests, he lunged towards Lucy, standing 5 meters tall, his head carved a trail of sparks against the prison ceiling. His fist, elevated high, was nearly the size of Lucy's torso, emitting a powerful steam propulsion, augmented by a fierce electromagnetic thrust, as he delivered a devastating blow to Lucy. In the process, he obliterated a patient clinging to Lucy, reducing them to mere pulp. This strike was akin to a collision with a bulldozer. For any other protagonist, it would have been enough to send them tumbling into another realm. Yet, Lucy merely soared through the air, crashing through a ward wall, coughing up blood as his pain meter spiked by 6 points. The completely controlled patients, undeterred by their leader's brutal execution of one of their own, once again swarmed upon Lucy, granting him no respite. Despite the successful strike, Tom was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable dread, sensing an ominous threat poised to claim his life. He was aware of Lucy's remarkable resilience. He did not believe that one punch could truly incapacitate him. Thus, Tom dared not adopt the previously playful demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. He charged forward, intent on neutralizing Lucy once and for all. Just as he took a step, a thunderous crash resounded, the sound of metal striking metal reverberated, and Tom's comparatively dainty head snapped back. A chain had struck him with brutal force, and he was utterly unprepared for the emergence of another foe within the prison. Looking up, he beheld a figure leaping high, bound by 4 iron shackles, none other than the liberated Longwu. In his eyes now burned hatred and an unwavering resolve, free from confusion and despair. With a deft flick of his chain, he executed a chokehold on the robot, a move that was almost comically absurd. Meanwhile, those former players who managed to break free, possessing even a modicum of awareness, began to assault the war machine before them. They were no ordinary individuals. While their combat prowess might not rival Lucy's, they were certainly capable of posing a significant challenge to Tom. Tom's massive frame was forcibly toppled, kneeling on one knee, although he could soon throw them off. This quality assault presented him with considerable trouble. It dawned on him that these individuals had gone 2 days without medication, their mental states no longer reflecting the total brainwashing of before. The drugs had all been consumed by Lucy. Was this all part of his plan? As Tom seethed with rage at the realization that these playthings had begun to resist him, a thunderous roar erupted from the pile of patients in the distance. "Clear the way." This command was directed at the players. Tom then witnessed a radiance enveloping everything in front of him, a blinding red light, the hell roar, now delivering a single output at 50% energy. It was as if the sun from hell had descended upon the earth, heralding its arrival with a cataclysmic welcome, crashing down upon Tom, who had no means of evading in such a confined space. Following this strike, the overwhelming heat instantaneously vaporized several individuals that had been advancing towards Lucy. While the powerful recoil shattered Lucy's right arm, the bones of his shoulder protruded from his back, and his right hand, clutching the hell roar, was severed at the elbow, the flesh and sinew unable to sustain themselves, flying away into the air. In this third game, after suffering 2 consecutive leg injuries in previous rounds, Lucy had now endured a severed hand. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58. Rending iron, the decaying flesh beneath steel. In Lucy's eyes, everything before him had transformed into slow motion. He slightly raised his head, watching as his severed right hand soared through the air. A comforting warmth enveloped his chest, imparting a cozy sensation. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his tattered cloak shielding his vital organs, now scorched a fiery red by the radiant sun that seemed to hover nearby. Beneath his coat, blood bubbled like boiling water, surging with effervescence, ultimately congealing into a sanguine fuel that clung to his form. Pain chosen, pain value 3. To Lucy, this entire experience could be summed up as a cozy feeling. Surprisingly pleasant, yet he knew that, theoretically, he was gravely injured. It was impossible to truly bask in such comfort. With swift reflexes, he fished out a bottle of basic potion, clamping it between his teeth. He then sprang, leaping on tiptoes to intercept his own flying hand with his left, grasping it firmly. Whether he had a hand or not was secondary. The primary concern was that the legendary weapon, the hell roar, could not be lost, as his current combat prowess would otherwise be severely lacking. This formidable adversary was truly beyond the capabilities of an average player. Only Lucy could withstand this, with an immunity to pain, coupled with an unparalleled physical resilience among humans, and bolstered by medication and a relatively decent weapon, he could brazenly confront this hellish mode of the game, disregarding the original completion methods. Engaged in battle, he remained oblivious to the profound astonishment experienced by the spectators outside. Among the myriad of flawless players, Lucy's visual impact was indeed unrivaled. Within Lucy's hyperspeed dynamic vision, although everything unfolded in a slow-motion semblance, the reality was astonishingly swift. The sequence of events, the bombardment, the severed hand, the recall-induced burns, all occurred simultaneously, not exceeding 1 second in totality. Now, the sun from hell had descended upon Tom, unleashing a terrifying detonative roar. The hospital was instantly engulfed in blinding white light, an intensity unbearable to the human eye. Anyone possessing even a modicum of rationality turned away, evading such a fierce glare. The entire prison was suffused with an unbearable heat wave, the epicenter of the explosion hot enough to liquefy metal, causing those who ventured too close to recoil in horror. The output from a single strike had exceeded the standards of an epic weapon, advancing further beyond the pinnacle. Perhaps the hell roar had never anticipated such a terrifying singular capacity for devastation. "Hey, are you all right?" Amidst the searing gusts, a familiar voice emerged. Zhu Qian, wielding a handheld demolition tool, forcibly pried open the iron door and rushed towards the direction where Lucy had been. Zhu Qian had successfully completed his task, liberating those players, and upon hearing the terrifying commotion outside, he hurriedly emerged. He needed to ascertain that the red-masked figure could not perish. To him, everything revolved around humanity. The game had only just commenced, and the emergence of such a talent was too significant to allow them to die. The qualities and mental fortitude displayed by Lucy led him to believe that even if the game could not be completed, preserving this individual was paramount. They could always start anew. After sprinting several paces through the smoke and blinding light, Lucy's figure finally came into view. Zhu Qian halted abruptly, his steps frozen. Before him stood a blood-soaked silhouette. The cloak enveloped his torso, rising and falling vigorously, signifying the heartbeat beneath. The dried bloodstains lent a tragic hue to his appearance. In his left hand, he clutched his own severed right hand, while the right still grasped a firearm, a potion clenched between his teeth as he administered it to himself. Zhu Qian found it difficult to articulate the shock that gripped him at the sight before him. His feet felt rooted to the ground, immobilized for what felt like an eternity. He gazed at the sculptural figure before him, questioning whether he was witnessing a scene from a film, until Lucy spat out the potion bottle, shattering it on the ground, jolting him back to reality. "Are you all right? Didn't I just take a potion? What's wrong?" Lucy mused as he inspected his body. "Is there any blood gushing from me?" Not really. Even the sight of his severed limb had been cauterized by the searing heat. Zhu Qian observed how Lucy nonchalantly held his own severed hand, his demeanor unfazed, and the mental defenses within him began to crumble further. The scene before him was far too graphic. It was difficult to fathom that the game had only just begun, and already such a person existed in this world. Did he lack the sensation of pain? Lucy had little time for idle chatter. He detached the hell roar from his right arm and handed the severed hand to Zhu Qian. "Hold this for me, step aside, it's not over yet." Gazing at the severed hand thrust before him, Zhu Qian felt a chilling tremor coursing through his soul, instinctively accepting it with both hands, lost in a daze. With his left hand gripping the hell roar, which had recently harvested a significant amount of life energy, there remained approximately 10% of its power after the last shot. Lucy shifted to a higher setting, firing while advancing towards the massive figure lying amidst the ruins. Though lacking the scholar's right-hand support, he no longer required precision. He simply needed to unleash destruction. The adversary, already on the receiving end of a solar blast, was undoubtedly suffering. The central metallic structure had been utterly obliterated, the metal melting and gradually solidifying. The metallic framework of the arm had fractured, rendering the attached iron plates utterly useless, akin to human bone snapping while still tethered by flesh. Tom's original form lay exposed, gazing in shock at Lucy, who was relentlessly attacking despite having lost a hand. The roar of the second setting rendered the colossal robot incapable of reassembly, scraping along the ground and carving a trench in its wake. Long Wu, Long Liu, and the others, armed with iron chains, ensnared the robot's joints, preventing the battered machine from unleashing any further might. They had not exchanged words with Lucy, yet an unspoken combat synergy existed between them. Depleting the Hellroar's ammunition with dismal marksmanship, Lucy surveyed the wreckage of Tom strewn across the ground and holstered his weapon. The electric arcs flickered once more on Tom's chest, attempting to utilize magnetic force for reassembly, but in the next moment, Lucy leapt directly onto him. Ignoring the searing metal beneath him, Lucy stood atop Tom's iron plating, gazing down from his elevated position. Crack, with his left hand descending like a chisel, he carved a gaping hole into Tom's chest, the agonizing screech of tearing metal echoing as Lucy forcefully ripped apart the iron plating that encased him. Oh! For the first time, Tom emitted a human-like scream of agony. Beneath the iron shell lay decayed, charred flesh, oozing with pus. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. Holding the metal sheet in his hand, Lucy cast a glance, only to see a look of disdain manifest on the mask he wore. The sheet was marred by a repulsive, leather-like substance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was likely human skin. Tom had truly melded the entire metallic shell, effectively welding himself into it. What significance does this hold? Lucy muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Surely, the notion of mechanical ascension did not imply this. No wonder the scent of human flesh lingered. This individual had fused his being with the metal, yet the human body's natural circulatory system would undoubtedly reject such a union. Pus, scabs, and the very act of welding together, this man had relentlessly subjected himself to this torment for uncountable years within this infernal hospital. In terms of self-mortification, Lucy merely sought amusement, for the true paragon of masochism was undoubtedly our illustrious Tom. Chosen of pain, pain value 1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lucy realized he had drawn a tad too close to the searing metal. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. His choice to confront the challenge head-on was indeed intended to accrue pain points. Tom, your affliction is undeniably severe. Tom stood with his foot planted on his adversary's chest, yet for reasons unknown, his resolve faltered at those words. Great Tom. Call me Great Tom. He howled, his right palm aglow with arcs of blue electricity, as if he were still intent on resisting. Boom, with a force of 30 points, his foot shattered the opponent's shoulder, pinning the body amidst the heap of scrap metal. Chosen of pain, pain value 1. The searing metal and sharp edges continued to inflict harm upon Lucy's flesh, yet he paid it no mind. These were not fatal wounds, and he could not afford to grant his opponent a chance to retaliate. Crack, the metallic shell on his right shoulder was torn away, revealing the flesh beneath. Chosen of pain, pain value 1. Crack. The head of the ironclad automaton was partially wrenched free, exposing a horrific visage that would surely require pixelation. Chosen of pain, pain value 1. Boom, the lower half's tread mechanism was obliterated, unveiling the grotesquely contorted legs, entirely deformed and scarcely resembling limbs, a mere mass of flesh grotesquely crumpled together, akin to the practice of foot binding, yet encompassing the entirety of the lower half, crammed within the treads. Chosen of pain, pain value 2. Lucy stood atop the colossal heap of steel debris, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the prostrate Tom, dismantling his form while disregarding his own injuries, relentlessly shattering the defenses of his adversary. Ultimately, he had stripped away half of the iron armor with his bare hands, revealing a diminutive, distorted figure within. The horrific appearance of his foe compelled Ju Qian, who stood nearby, to avert his gaze, unable to bear the sight. However, upon bowing his head, he caught sight of Lucy's severed hand and instinctively raised it again. Goodness, is this the most afflicted individual, I concede. Is it truly possible for someone to reduce themselves to this? It is as if he subjects himself to daily torture. I'm nauseated, I can't take it anymore. Overwhelmed by revulsion, the onlookers found themselves too stunned by Lucy's remarkable turnaround to dwell on Tom, who had been stripped of his exterior. Lucy's primary objective was to annihilate every motor within his opponent's body. Having observed sufficient progress, he ceased his skinning. In truth, for Tom, who had welded armor to his very being, removing the iron shell was akin to skinning. You know, I have an intriguing tidbit to share with you. You could have fashioned the machinery into a humanoid mech that you could don. Tom gaped, his contorted visage illuminated by two pulsating orbs that radiated hatred. Die! Great, Tom mumbled incoherently, once more grasping a metal spike, yearning to retaliate. Bang! The hell roar's most rudimentary mode, a single shot, concluded the twisted and malevolent existence of his opponent. Life energy. 4. This time, the gain was notably substantial. With his adversary's demise, the pain value dissipated, and a somewhat fatigued Lucy sat silently amidst the ruins of steel. This dungeon truly posed a considerable challenge. Had it not been for the hell roar, his decision to confront the ordeal head-on might have led to dire consequences. At this moment, only Ju Qian and Lucy remained among the players who had succeeded in clearing the dungeon. The other patients had mostly perished, while the veteran players who had assisted in combat now sat vacantly on the ground, as if their souls had departed. Just then, a luminous object floated forth from Tom's lifeless body, reminiscent of loot dropping after defeating a boss in a game. Seriously, does this thing resemble a game item so much? Lucy observed, somewhat exasperated, as he approached the floating book and seized it. Tom's diary. Hugh, of sound mind, writes a diary, a lunatic. Now that makes sense. Uncertain of the book's purpose, Lucy instinctively opened it. Strive, endeavor. I shall amass great wealth. Next year, I shall have the most beautiful models in my establishment. Strive, endeavor. Upon merely flipping the pages, Lucy was confronted with a deluge of chaotic imagery, visions of Tom's past. Tom, lacking in education and stature, with an unremarkable background, was nevertheless well versed in the principles of success. Convinced he would amass great wealth, each day, he boasted online, fabricating elaborate tales about himself, relishing in the thrill of provoking others into frustration. Eventually, his parents aged, no longer able to support him, necessitating that he seek employment. Thus, driven by the desire for wealth, he began to indulge in wild fantasies. Upon hearing of the potential for profit in short videos, he embarked on creating them. Upon learning of the riches of internet fame, he envisioned himself as a celebrity. Upon discovering the allure of writing novels, he yearned to pen one. He joined numerous group chats, entrepreneurial forums, and work groups, fervently striving. Boss, you're incredible. Please, take me under your wing. A boss surely earns millions annually. How modest. When shall I transform into a boss myself? No sleep for me tonight. I must toil relentlessly. He lavished praise upon the skilled, belittled the novices, and thus strived for over a decade, yet remained destitute, achieving nothing. Tom had lost his sanity. Strive, endeavor, I shall amass great wealth, I shall control all, for I am the greatest, the most. I must. In the depths of his unending despair, he was guided by a peculiar force to a prison. Lucy's head jerked back abruptly. He ceased perusing the book, vigorously shaking his head before forcefully closing it. This book harbored issues. In just a fleeting glance, an overwhelming tide of information surged into his mind. Moreover, this information was imbued with chaotic, negative emotions, laden with all the basest desires of human nature: laziness, folly, apathy, depravity. Had he not worn a mask that already muddled his mind, he might have succumbed to its influence. The potency of this object is astounding, Lucy pondered in astonishment. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Related sequence items detected. Related sequence props found in the backpack. Shall the sequence upgrade proceed? Chapter 60. A brand new S-Class sealed object. Lucy, with his eyes closed, tilted his head to one side, his mind inundated with negative emotions as he struggled to regain his composure. This was the very moment when Lucy felt utterly drained. Had it been during the 2 days he had spun the entire prison's rations, he might have been too delirious to care about such matters. However, at present, this foolish diary still held some significance. What? Hearing the game sounds resonating in his ears, Lucy inquired with a hint of curiosity. Detecting an upgradable sealed object. Detecting relevant items in your possession. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upon closer inspection, Lucy realized that the so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket nestled in his backpack, a remnant from when he had achieved a perfect clearance for the second time, an opportunity to win a random sealed object. What level can it be upgraded to? It will be at a higher tier than the current level. Lucy. It feels as if you've just made an absurd claim. When I asked about the upgrade process, you merely stated it would be higher than the current level. Is it possible it could downgrade as well? What a nonsensical game prompt. At that moment, the notification chimed once more. The current Tom's Diary is at the pinnacle of B-class sealed objects. Oh, what a timely reminder. Sealed objects and weapons are both unique items produced within the game, but the distinction lies in the fact that weapons do not possess explicit side effects. In contrast, sealed objects are akin to a double-edged sword, particularly those ranking higher in the sequence, as their side effects can often be unbearable. Luce speculated that this item was likely designed based on SCP conventions, lacking originality and bearing a hint of the cursed. Nonetheless, when wielded effectively, the special abilities of sealed objects can be extraordinarily formidable. For instance, his own mask had yet to showcase its true potential, yet it had already conferred numerous advantages. Having only utilized 2 out of 7 abilities, he had yet to experience the overload mode of each. If upgraded, it should at least reach A, or even S, Luce mused, feeling that this option might yield greater rewards compared to a direct lottery draw. Ju Chen had just witnessed Luce with the book and, driven by curiosity, approached him. As he did, he caught sight of Luce abruptly slamming the book shut and turning his head away. Ju Chen, is this really necessary? My friend, are you that wary of me? To alleviate the awkwardness, Ju Chen cleared his throat, uncertain of where to place his hands, glancing around as he spoke. I suppose this means the game has concluded, right? It should be over now. Game concluded. Players may choose to settle immediately or wait half an hour for automatic settlement. As if to ease Ju Chen's discomfort, the game's background music re-emerged. Simultaneously, all spectators were met with a sudden blackout. 2 lines of subtitles appeared before everyone. The game has ended. Please explore other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. Divine Selection Paradise welcomes you to become a player as well. Every game conclusion echoed the same message to all viewers. Yet, those with awareness had already immersed themselves in the game, while the majority preferred to remain as mere audience. They held themselves aloof, detached from risks, yet ultimately they gained nothing. Is it over? Nearly 2 days spent in this game instance. The prowess displayed by the master every time extinguishes my desire to participate. It's utterly terrifying. Wait, isn't it true that this instance should be unbeatable? That overwhelming foe was something the current players could actually defeat. Rankings, isn't there supposed to be a global ranking? I want to see him at the top position. Even in complete darkness, the crowd remained, captivated by the pre-game ranking predictions that held the attention of everyone, even the world at large. Inside the game, Ju Chen noticed that due to the audience's disconnection, he could no longer reach the staff outside. This sensation was unsettling. He was left to confront the anomaly alone. Although he had previously been solitary, the psychological difference between being observed and unobserved was palpable. Ju Chen recalled the other's earlier behavior and felt a twinge of anxiety that he might suddenly turn violent and devour him whole. Here? Ju Chen, seemingly snapping to attention, handed over Lucy's severed right hand. Lucy did not rush to accept it. Instead, he turned to regard him, holding the Tom's Diary aloft as he spoke. This item is mine. You have no objections, do you? Ju Chen blinked in surprise before nodding vigorously. Indeed. It's yours. After all, you did most of the work, and we merely rode your coattails to victory. Having worked in an organization at the universe's edge, Ju Chen possessed a high emotional intelligence. Feeling somewhat guilty, he acknowledged that ultimately only the 2 of them had cleared the instance, making him the sole beneficiary. Isn't there a proper way to clear the game? Ju Chen tentatively probed after some contemplation. Certainly not. Relying solely on brute force is not a rational approach. At this moment, Lucy's mental state had normalized, allowing for coherent conversation. However, identifying loopholes, gaining trust, and conducting thorough analyses are all time-consuming endeavors. Ultimately, a confrontation is inevitable, though perhaps not against his full capacity. Lucy offered a brief explanation and casually accepted his right hand back, yet, only he understood that his choice to confront head-on was primarily driven by the need to release the power of gluttony and to accumulate some pain points. They were far too weak. Each time he inflicted pain upon himself, it was woefully inadequate, Zhu Qian observed Lu Si, who, despite his body being marred and battered, appeared strangely unperturbed, leaving him somewhat speechless. He pondered whether there existed another player capable of replicating Lu Si's performance. At the very least, the memory of the preceding event sent shivers down his spine. It had been excessively violent. Are you really not going to? Just as Zhu Qian prepared to engage him further and confirm their identities, he suddenly realized that Lu Si had vanished from sight. Without a word, Lu Si had already entered the final game settlement screen, departing from this infernal asylum. Zhu Qian. Game concluded. Upgrade. Upon entering the restoration space, Lu Si's entire being floated in a warm, gentle embrace. He immediately began the upgrading process for the diary in his hands. The lottery ticket for a random sealed object in his backpack slowly disintegrated into ashes, while the damaged Tom's diary was enveloped in radiant light. Sequence B-class sealed object, Tom's diary, undergoing phasing upgrade. You have acquired a currently undocumented, brand new S-class sealed object. Designation S-147, The Confessions of the Disheartened. Chapter 61. The triumphant triple completion, the interdimensional backpack, S-rank. Lu Si felt momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated encountering such a stroke of fortune, which had instantly elevated his rank to S. The concept of an S-rank sealed item was beyond his comprehension, as his original Sin Mask was merely A rank. Though it ranked high, there remained an essential disparity between A and S. Was his luck truly this extraordinary today? Contemplating this, Lu Si hurriedly began to examine the pertinent descriptions, only to discover that Tom, this self-destructive fellow, had indeed bestowed upon him a remarkable treasure. Sequence S-147, The Confession of the Disheartened. A crystallization of a disheartened individual's emotions throughout their life, magnified, ultimately coalescing into an item of law-like power. The book comprises 100 pages. The further one delves, the more intense the negative emotional feedback experienced by the user, and correspondingly, the damage inflicted upon the reader escalates. Special use exhibits remarkable efficacy against spiritual and mental adversaries. Warning: if you simultaneously read and flip through this book, you truly are a great person. Description: should you ever harbor the illusion that your life has been rather pleasant lately, rest assured, a few more glimpses at this tome will swiftly remedy that. A distinctly double-edged sword description. It appears akin to a form of mental assault. The description did not specify the exact magnitude of this item's power, leaving Lu Si in the dark regarding its true potential. However, the classification as S-rank undoubtedly spoke volumes. Lu Si had no interest in experimenting on himself. While he was unafraid of physical harm, he preferred to reserve such mental attacks for future encounters with enemies. With a sigh of relief, he began to listen to the assessment of his gaming achievements this time around. Total participants 7, 125, 948. Air completion count 1, 862, 459. Air number of perfect completions 4, 956. Your completion rating, SSS rank, perfect completion, current consecutive perfect completions, 3 rewards are being calculated. Special event triggered, deviated from the original completion path, engaging head-on with the game's most arduous conditions, earning the achievement medal. Chaotic Marauder, Epic. Reward points earned, 6,000. Reward items, Intermediate Healing Potion X5, Advanced Healing Potion X1, Game Exit Token X1, S-rank sealed item, The Confession of the Disheartened, Legendary Weapon Core, Heart of Machinery. Triumphant Triple Completion Reward. For your outstanding performance and successful transference of items from the external world, you are awarded 1 unit of interdimensional backpack space. A cascade of rewards awaited him, as each pursuit of a perfect completion was characterized by high risks and high returns. Especially noteworthy was the single unit of interdimensional backpack space. Lu Si noticed that one compartment of his backpack interface had transformed into a resplendent gold. Gazing at its simple description, his heart momentarily skipped a beat. This backpack compartment allows for the intermingling of game and reality. permitting items to traverse between both realms. If the game empowers formidable players with the potential to alter the world, then this backpack compartment signifies the true commencement of the game's transformative influence over reality. The ability to extract items from the game. What a profound concept. Should Lucy choose, he could effortlessly cast the confession of the disheartened into the real world, thereby spawning an inexplicable urban legend that no one could elucidate. Not to mention the potential for far more destructive weapons, poisons, and other such items in the future. Furthermore, these items could be carried entirely covertly, evading detection by any known monitoring tools, their effects unnoticed by all. No one could ascertain if one were strolling down the street with a nuclear bomb concealed about their person. The latent threat to society was immeasurable. Lucy surmised that if this were to come to light, he would be branded a terrorist on the spot. This is the reward for the triumphant triple completion. After regaining some composure, Lucy recognized that this item must indeed be rare. Few would likely possess it. Currently, how many individuals in the world have achieved a triumphant triple completion? Surely not many. With this thought in mind, an idea sparked within him. He retrieved his enigmatic cloak, wrapping the hell roar, the sharp blade, the confession of the disheartened, and a plethora of potions together. He fashioned a substantial bundle. Then he attempted to place it into that compartment of the interdimensional backpack. Only a single object may be placed within. Players are advised against clever tricks. Lucy, oh come on, this is a single object. It has merely different components. This contraption is called Tom Robot. What, isn't he composed of various components? Is there even such a thing as something entirely natural and indivisible? Lucy began to argue. The game has its own criteria for determining single objects. Even matter is composed of molecules. Please place a single item within. Seeing his bug exploit ineffective, Lucy pondered briefly before deciding to place the enigmatic cloak inside. As a functional item, it proved highly useful, saving him the expense of purchasing clothing while also providing protective capabilities. Subsequently, Lucy awaited his perfect completion rewards in silence, mending his body and restoring his optimal state. This was the reason he dared to recklessly use his body in each game. Gradually, he succumbed to a deep slumber. After an indeterminate interval, Lucy awakened once more in his somewhat cramped quarters. He furrowed his brow slightly. Perhaps it was the rising tide of his strength that had led him to ponder whether he ought to reside in a more comfortable setting. TSK, why was he beginning to care about such extraneous matters? Strength should always take precedence. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the enhanced prowess he now possessed compared to his previous game entry, feeling considerably satisfied. He wondered how long until the next game. As these thoughts lingered, the notification chime of the game resounded in his mind, signaling the conclusion of the round. Third game, all players have concluded. Personal performances are being compiled. The peak leaderboard will be released to all selected participants in half an hour. We hope everyone chooses to become a player and join this glorious contest of strength. Game module loaded. Language module. All players will receive automatic translation of all languages. A new game mode has been activated. This was the announcement delivered to all selected participants, and soon Lucy received a customized message. Dear player, due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength, congratulations on entering the peak leaderboard. Please select your name before the official announcement. Would you like to use Lucy as your leaderboard name? Chapter 62. The pinnacle unveiled, #1 in the world. Lucy listened to the voice echoing in his mind, gazing at the question posed before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he promptly declined. No. I refuse to use my real name. Very well, please choose an in-game title for yourself. Anything will do, as long as it isn't my real name. By the way, will I be publicly visible on this ranking? Do you confirm the use of the name? Anything will do, as long as it isn't my real name. By the way, will I be publicly visible on this ranking? Lucy. Is your brain malfunctioning? Is that a name? Do you confirm the use of the name? Is your brain malfunctioning? Is that a name? Lucy. This artificial intelligence was nearly amusing enough to provoke laughter from him. Lucy felt a touch of frustration, pondering whether he was truly unable to communicate with the game at this moment. Should he resolve this immediately? Exit the naming interface. Do you confirm the use of? Lucy, momentarily bewildered, waved his hand dismissively, deciding to simply proceed with naming. This artificial intelligence truly possessed a peculiar sense of humor. The Pinnacle leaderboard was about to be unveiled, and if he continued to dawdle, he feared the name would inadvertently be assigned to him. Originally, he thought it would suffice to let the game generate a name based on his characteristics, but now that he was responsible for it himself, he found himself entangled in indecision. If he concocted a name at random, there was a chance it couldn't be changed later, leading to various unforeseen complications. After a brief contemplation, Lucy resolved to draw inspiration from his mask and its associated titles. Original Sin Mask. Original Sin Walker, Miracle Walker is still grinding in the wild. Forget it, let us go for something a bit more dramatic for the game name. After a moment of internal deliberation, he ultimately settled on a name with the game interface. Sin. Do you confirm the use of the name, Sin? Confirm. Game ID confirmed. Your image on the Pinnacle leaderboard will be derived from your in-game avatar. We wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. May your valor soar to the heavens. With those polite phrases concluded, the game's voice fell silent once more. Lucy sat up from his bed, draping a mystical cloak over himself, transforming into the appearance of a school uniform, and began leisurely scrolling through his Redmi smartphone. On various entertainment websites, news articles were now saturated with posts related to the Divine Selection game, with updates about major entertainment stars and current events relegated to mere footnotes. The Divine Selection paradise, the game poised to change the world, was gradually becoming mainstream, with an ever-increasing number of chosen ones being selected daily, although most of the chosen ones were hesitant to become players and opted instead to remain spectators, their interest and yearning remained unwavering. Numerous experts emerged to voice their discontent, advocating for a boycott of the game. However, such news had become inconsequential, as no one truly cared. At this moment, the singular focus of everyone lay on one matter: the unveiling of the Pinnacle leaderboard was imminent. In truth, even Lucy himself harbored a profound curiosity regarding this outcome. Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? By what means had they done so? With the augmentation of the tortured chosen, having achieved 3 consecutive perfect completions, what kind of prowess did the other heroes of this world possess? As he casually scrolled through the largest social media platform in the country, Lucy encountered a plethora of grassroots speculation, featuring guesses from various top players about the current strongest contenders emerging in the public eye. Within this discourse, Lucy spotted skilled players from different nations, including himself. However, his portrayal was marred by excessive bloodshed and violence, rendering many more respectable images unsuitable for sharing. Ultimately, in the minds of the masses, he was merely perceived as a maniac donning a mask. Pinnacle unveiled. The game has commenced 3 times, giving rise to numerous formidable players. To encourage everyone to strive for greatness, we will establish a Pinnacle leaderboard. The top 10,000 players will receive corresponding medals, while the top 100 will be showcased on the leaderboard. Long-term placement on the leaderboard will yield unexpected benefits. We wish all players the best of luck. The same announcement echoed in the minds of over 20 million chosen individuals worldwide, the voice carrying a soul-stirring resonance that sent shivers down their spines. Subsequently, a golden leaderboard materialized on each player's game interface. Lucy hardly scrutinized it, swiftly scrolling from the bottom upwards. Most players were not using their real names, whether this was due to a desire for anonymity or a wish to adopt a more appealing moniker, it remained unclear. However, few shared his penchant for masking their identities. The majority of the chosen ones displayed their faces. As he rapidly ascended the list, Lucy stumbled upon a startling revelation. From the 70th position onward, nearly all players had achieved 3 consecutive perfect completions. This indicated that, theoretically, their power levels were closely matched. The distinctions among them might be attributed to slight variations in performance and luck. For instance, some might have drawn lucky weapon lottery tickets, while others did not. Some players wielded epic-grade weapons that transformed into formidable vehicles, while others received cloaks that altered their appearances. The disparities were still significant. Certain players might have already been confirmed representatives of specific organizations, bound to relevant factions, thus their personal descriptions were boldly displayed. Number 17. Thomas Reno, Ability Description. Exceptional physical prowess and combat skills, proficient in various known human weaponry, capable of operating all vehicles in the world, currently possesses the ability to create clones, and his body appears to have undergone modification. Other abilities unknown. Related information: member of a U.S. secret task force, responsible for executing presidential directives. All documentation pertaining to completed missions is destroyed post-operation, leaving no data behind. Such backgrounds were directly unearthed by the game. Lucy E. Mused. Number 14. Black Mountain Bear, codename, ability description, enhanced physique, possesses the superpower of beast transformation, resilient life force, and immense destructive capability with notable recovery abilities. Related information. Involved in the planning of Russia's Dead Hand system. Number 8. Sun, codename, ability description, possesses rage-level abilities, a merciless Sun, the player with the shortest cumulative completion time across the first 3 games. Related information. Suspected to be of Chinese origin, the world belongs to the Chinti society. Lucy's gaze sharpened slightly. The description and claim sounded somewhat familiar. Chinti society, this related information must have originated from him. They truly spared no opportunity for self-promotion. Was he the supreme leader of this organization? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lucy finally scrolled up to the top of this seemingly inconsequential leaderboard. Number 1. Sin, codename, World Number 1. Chapter 63, Challenge Mode. The first person to attract attention upon realizing that he had truly secured the top position, Lucy's gaze grew more earnest. Thankfully, it seems that his deliberate attempts to enhance his skills through reckless gameplay had yielded results. To be candid, the honor of ranking is not of paramount importance. However, it would be somewhat difficult for Lucy to accept if he were to remain inferior in strength despite achieving the first place. He scrutinized his profile description closely. Number 1. Sin, codename, ability description, possesses an abundance of abilities with no representative skill, holds a unique understanding of the game, frequently analyzing methods to maximize its difficulty, and willingly places himself in perilous situations. Suspected to have severe psychological disorders. Suspected of self-destructive tendencies. Considering various factors such as combat prowess, in-game performance, and psychological resilience, the first position is well-deserved. Related background. Unknown. In the background section, any player wishing to conceal their identity could be marked as unknown. The singular distinction in Lucy's case was that his ability description contained slightly more elaboration than others. The irony was that it conveyed a plethora of information while simultaneously revealing nothing substantial. It possessed a certain aesthetic akin to taking off one's trousers to fart. Nevertheless, this could be seen as a positive aspect, as Lucy currently held various sealed items, skills, upgrades, and equipment. If he were to reveal all his secrets, he would undoubtedly feel at a disadvantage. The game had implemented commendable privacy protections, providing all players with only generalized descriptions of their abilities. However, his photograph was rather conspicuous. It depicted Lucy during a battle in the Demon Hospital, pierced by several iron spikes, with deranged individuals gnawing and tearing at him from his neck and thigh. Yet, Lucy remained unyielding, his feet firmly rooted as if anchored to the ground, his red mask adorned with a grotesque and sinister smile, his right hand wielding the hell roar, firing steadily. The image resembled a still from a Hollywood blockbuster, leaving Lucy momentarily unable to recognize himself. Wow, what is going on? Am I really this impressive? Lucy chuckled to himself. At that moment, wearing the mask, his mind was consumed by the chaos of battle, oblivious to the image he projected. Now, in a state of relaxation and normalcy, he could not deny that he appeared rather dashing. As soon as the leaderboard was published, a stark first place emerged across various media platforms. The most fervent discussions revolved around the nationalities of the top players. In modern society, the competition between nations ultimately boils down to a contest of talent. especially in the case of top players who might one day wield the power to influence global affairs. When a skilled individual emerges from one's own country, even if there is no direct connection, a sense of national pride compels many to take pride in the achievement. With Lucy being the world's number one, and his identity still ambiguous, he immediately ascended to global stardom. Is the world's number one really this handsome? This transcends human boundaries. I've already downloaded the image as my wallpaper. Is this a privilege of being first? It's so striking. How is this ranking determined? What gives him the right to be first? I don't see where he outshines the others. It seems a Korean website has already confirmed that the sin is Korean. The cacophony of discussions erupted from that day forth, and Lucy swiftly became one of the most recognized figures overnight. Stop. At that moment, in the office of the K-province government in southern Haegwa, the computer screen suddenly froze. Ju Qian stood beside the computer, directing staff members as they played a video. This frame. Enlarge it, slow it down, extract this moment. As a special operations officer, Ju Qian wielded a measure of authority, commanding from the side. The content displayed was the scene from Lucy's third game, where he revealed Zhao Jiaqing's business card. Though he held it carefully, a corner was still visible. Let us see, Zhao, right? Ju Qian murmured to himself, gazing at Lucy, who had just been a colleague half an hour prior and was now the world's number one. I knew you could do it. There's no way anyone could surpass you in this world. The world's number one player is one of us from Haegwa, perhaps even one of our own. Ju Qian's excitement was palpable. Are you certain? Another staff member inquired hesitantly. Of course. I spent 2 days with him in the same game, facing life and death together. How could I mistake him? Ju Qian replied, growing agitated. The staff member, speechless, responded, I meant, are you sure he is one of us? If he is not one of us, yet possesses a business card, that raises questions. In any case, report to the organization, check the database, and search for anyone with the surname Zhao. The world's number one cannot be snatched away by other organizations or even lost to foreign hands. That is unacceptable. As Ju Qian spoke, his expression grew serious, his gaze fixed intently on the figure in the red mask on the screen. The staff member couldn't help but smirk, saying, you speak of sharing life and death, yet you were merely tagging along for the clearances, flamboyant red-clad man. Ju Qian, gasp. Lucy gazed at the overwhelming flood of news regarding his status as the world's number one, inhaling sharply. It's hard to say what capabilities various organizations possess. I am unsure if there are individuals with abilities akin to mind reading. I wonder how long I can keep this identity concealed. A sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis washed over Lucy. He found himself pondering a singular thought. If he were to open the door tomorrow and find a heavily armed synthetic battalion waiting outside, would he be in a position to negotiate terms? It seemed rather unlikely. I must participate in more games. Lucy mused, considering that if the pain from self-harm didn't count, he could manage to inflict a few cuts on himself daily. Game update. New mode activated, challenge mode. Just then, the game's notification sound chimed once more, rousing Lucy's spirits. Surely, none of you players believe yourselves to be inferior to others, and now, the opportunity to prove yourselves has arrived. Players may issue challenge requests. Those ranked outside the top 100 may challenge players within the rankings. If an outside player achieves a higher number of consecutive perfect clearances, the ranked player must accept the challenge. If a ranked player initiates a challenge, please refer to the specific description for details. We encourage everyone to enthusiastically challenge one another to prove who is truly number one. Lucy stared blankly at the notification before him, feeling an inexplicable sense that the final line seemed to be directed at him. Being the world's number one was not merely about attracting attention, it also felt as if the game itself was targeting him. Ding! As he pondered this, another notification chimed, and a message appeared on his personal interface. Player number 79 Inch Park Buchung has chosen to challenge number 1 Sin. Will you accept the challenge? Chapter 64. The Ultimate Challenge. The fourth game. The 7 Wonders of the Campus. As soon as the challenge mode was released, Lucy received an invitation to compete, showcasing an unparalleled efficiency. One could only surmise that the title of a world's bester indeed attracts considerable attention. However, upon glancing at the notification, Lucie's immediate reaction was, "How am I only in 79th place? What nonsense is this?" According to the usual narrative tropes, would it not be expected that the second place would be a golden-haired prodigy, a paragon of talent, who feels it a disgrace not to claim first? And yet here we are, with the 79th place contender challenging me, with a dismissive air. Lucie felt no inclination to take this seriously. He lay on his rickety dormitory bed, clutching his second-hand Redmi phone. What audacity to challenge me! Yet soon, he noticed another peculiar detail. Park Bu-chung, who in their right mind would name their child that, a Korean, perhaps, given his extensive knowledge as a senior in high school, he recognized the name Bu-chung. What a strange moniker. Does he have a relative named Chin Bu-kong as well? Lucie indulged in a mental tirade against this challenger from the kingdom of Dahanming, reclining on his bed without any urgency to accept. This individual even used his real name. Does he think it sounds appealing? Suddenly, he received a message from the 79th place challenger through the same channel. "So, you are the one who claims to be first. A masked coward, as you would say in China, a rat hiding in the shadows? You even gave yourself a code name of a sin. It seems you are aware that occupying the first place without the capability to back it up is the gravest of sins. Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you do, I suggest you take a screenshot of your ranking. It may be the last vestige of glory you will ever possess. If you lack the courage, then be content as a turtle retreating into its shell." The barrage of taunts continued, seemingly designed to provoke Lucie into accepting the duel. He skimmed through the messages, quickly losing interest. Heroes abound in this world, but this challenger was clearly not among them. This fellow was akin to a mudfish that had somehow transformed into a spirit. The provocations were juvenile, reminiscent of the schoolyard bullies Lucie had encountered before. One could only wonder how he managed to secure the 79th position. For the moment, Lucie chose to ignore him, not because he was uncertain about accepting the challenge, but rather because he felt compelled to participate in any game that arose. Missing out was simply not an option. Yet, he wished to wait a while longer, hoping for a challenger of higher rank to present themselves. If he were to engage in battle, it ought to be with someone formidable. After all, given the attention his first-place ranking garnered, there should be no shortage of challengers. Did none of the top 10 harbor any discontent towards him? However, after sitting on his bed for over 10 minutes, Lucie realized that most high-ranking players were far from reckless. The majority possessed the wisdom to recognize that engaging in combat with an unknown powerhouse for the sake of a fleeting ranking was not prudent. He received a plethora of challenges, yet all were from those ranked outside the top 100, with some not even making it into the top 10,000. Were they truly so reckless, aspiring to rise to prominence in one fell swoop? After pondering for a moment, Lucie decided to respond to the challenger with a simple message. "Fool." He then wasted no further words on this individual, promptly blocking him. Challenge accepted. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Itaewon, South Korea, Park Bu-chung rolled out of bed, seething as he read the elegant Chinese message transmitted by the system. Infuriated, he slammed his fist on the bed. After all the taunts and provocations he had unleashed, the so-called first place had the audacity to reply with a mere insult. Such a lack of decorum was astounding. "Shiba. Those Chinese," he muttered through clenched teeth, then resolved to have a proper conversation with this sin. However, upon discovering he had been blocked, a cacophony of shouts and the sound of objects being hurled filled the room, causing the butler standing outside to tremble in fear. Bang! Suddenly, the door burst open with a kick, startling the butler, who turned to Park Bu-chung and bowed slightly. "Prepare the car. We are heading to the Blue House." Park Bu-chung's face was ashen, yet inexplicably, a smile began to form. "I shall be representing our great Dahanming kingdom for 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, Lucie would enter the challenge mode in 6 hours. This was remarkably efficient. He would not have to wait 3 days to participate in the next game. The only issue was that he had just concluded the previous game, with no time to rest and the relentless pace continuing. Although he theoretically felt restored, the tension lingered. Lucie relished this. Of course, his immediate priority was to request a leave of absence. He opened the contact page on his Redmi. Yesterday 2108, Xiantong, Did the game conclude? How did it go? My organization's outline is ready based on previous business models. Would you like to join? Yesterday 23:15, Sia and Tong. 9:08, Sia and Tong, what kind of game is this? 13:45, Sia and Tong. Are you still alive? Lucy mused that the likelihood of death was indeed considerable. Regrettably, I'm still alive, but I've come down with a severe illness and may not make it to school. Please help me request a leave. He clicked send. 18:26, Sia and Tong. You can't possibly have been selected for that challenge mode, can you? Lucy, surely, it's not that obvious. And you really dare to guess that I'm within the top 100? I'll stop there, please help me request a leave. I suffered food poisoning in the last game, I'm unable to leave the restroom today. He clicked send. Having concocted a flimsy excuse, Lucy glanced at the game start time. Over 5 hours remained. He decided to put his phone aside, closed his eyes, and attempted to rest. It was best to be in good spirits before the next game commenced. 18:27, Sia and Tong. If it's food poisoning from the game, your self-repair may not be sufficient. Do you have any potions? Use them directly. Skeptical, he replied briefly. Then Sia and Tong glanced at the message in her game interface. Time passed swiftly. When Lucy opened his eyes once more, the game time had arrived, and he found himself directly on the game's initial page. Welcome to the chosen paradise, esteemed number 1, Sin. This game features the challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the campus. As the challenged, you may select the difficulty level. Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Lucy recalled that Sia and Tong had once mentioned that the game possessed 4 levels of difficulty. This challenge mode, however, did not include the ordinary first tier. Hell mode. Lucy quickly scanned the description and made his choice. Chapter 65, The Mask of Original Sin, Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed. Hell mode. Commendations for your courage, strongest player. Given that this is a challenge mode, it slightly diverges from the normal gameplay of the past. After all, in previous levels, even if players engaged in some competition, it was primarily a contest of interests. Ultimately, everyone was teaming up to slay monsters, and the true villain was, in essence, the game itself. However, their difficulty contained within is, in fact, directed towards Lucy, the challenger. Players within the rankings can challenge each other, and the challenger has the autonomy to accept or decline the duel. Yet, should one refrain from engaging in combat for an extended period, there may be some unseen penalties. Should they choose to accept the challenge, the challenger will dictate the game difficulty. Hard. Both challengers face identical levels of difficulty, engaging in a conflict to determine the ultimate victor. Nightmare, the challenger will encounter increasingly adverse conditions, but should they triumph, the rewards will surpass those of the opponent. Hell. The challenger will find themselves in a wholly disadvantageous position, and the challenger will gain a portion of in-game authority. However, should the challenger emerge victorious, they will be rewarded with a substantial prize. Simultaneously, the challenger will experience a backlash, incurring certain penalties. Luce, upon reading these descriptions, primarily focused on the latter part. This is a hellish ordeal. The crucial aspect is the backlash. If one wishes to challenge me, they must pay a price. If I lose my top ranking, does that mean you simply accept your defeat? Both players confirmed. The game difficulty is set to Hell mode. On the other side, Park Booching nearly laughed himself to tears upon seeing this game notification. You truly dare to select Hell mode? Do you look down upon me? With a sinister expression, Park Booching pressed the confirmation button, astonished that this sin would make such a decision. Let me trample on your head and ascend to the pinnacle of this world. When I bring you to the brink of death in the game, be sure to record your pleas for mercy. This last remark was directed towards the audience in his live stream. The Great Han Kingdom had officially promoted this event, and at this moment, his live stream boasted a considerable audience. If a supreme player were to emerge from their nation, it would significantly bolster the cohesion and international confidence of the Great Han Kingdom, potentially even enhancing its global standing. Meanwhile, the rules of the game were simultaneously presented to the players. This mode is a competitive challenge, as the participants are not on the same team. Any messages sent by the audience regarding the opposing party in any live stream will be invisible to the players. Specific winning conditions for both parties in challenge mode will be determined based on the game itself. If either party utilizes a withdrawal token, it will be deemed a victory for the opposing side. There are 10 minutes remaining before the game begins. Please prepare your equipment and potions. Lucy observed that the game had rectified some bugs, thinking to himself that this would make the game slightly easier. How is it that this game seems intent on assisting me? He opened his backpack and, after some contemplation, decided to purchase additional supplies from the store, strategically underestimating his opponent, yet tactically cautious, especially when it aligns with his playstyle. Previously, he had expended too many potions in one go, so Lucy spent several thousand points replenishing his stock of basic and intermediate healing potions to 10 bottles each. As for the advanced potions, which he had been reluctant to use, he ultimately decided to acquire 5 bottles. This should suffice, right? As long as he has potions, he would essentially be invulnerable unless killed in one blow. The remainder consisted of various medals, weapons, and seals, all of which he prepared to take with him. Regarding his mask, the prompt appeared once more. Mask of Original Sin, please select whether to use the currently unlocked Greed or Gluttony. No? Lucy replied, randomly select a new one. Initialization complete. The type used this time will be randomly chosen from the emotions that have not yet been unlocked. Lucy had been clear from the outset that he had yet to fully harness the power of his Mask of Original Sin. While the game was still in its early stages, his priority was to unlock as many emotional masks as possible. Just in time, a reckless challenger had come forth. Game ready. Initializing. Hell game loaded. May all players enjoy the experience. The 7 wonders of the campus. Subsequently, Lucy found himself engulfed in darkness before entering another scene. Lifting his heavy head, it felt as though he had taken a delightful nap during his senior year Chinese class, only to be awakened by the sound of the bell signaling the end of class. Upon glancing up, he found it quite coincidental that the classroom resembled his own from senior year, the partitioned blackboards and nearly identical arrangement of desks, with single desks on either side of the front row. Lucy began to suspect whether he had merely fallen asleep in the classroom, and that this so-called divine game was merely a dream. Observing the familiar surroundings, he instinctively looked around at his classmates. Upon turning around, he spotted an individual resembling someone wearing a helmet, and Lucy immediately recognized him. Despite one eye being obscured by a faint blue screen and the other completely covered by the helmet, as well as his chin and mouth being wrapped, the other features were too distinctive to ignore. Lucy was not like Dong Ge. He was not face-blind. Isn't this my challenger? Who are you? Sierra Antong was equally taken aback. She had merely accepted the randomly matched game notification at the onset of challenge mode. After all, compared to the normal game mode, challenge mode posed relatively less risk to life. You could have anticipated that she would immediately receive a notification for the hellish difficulty. Her mind had gone blank, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she tearfully pressed the confirmation button. Was there truly someone so idle as to impose this difficulty upon her? What kind of person had she matched with? Then, she saw a masked figure sitting beside her. The moment she beheld the pale green mask before her, everything began to make sense. Xiantong instantly recalled the various games this individual had participated in, remembering his unreasonable and exceedingly brutal performances, and felt as though her life had already been halved. The challenge mode is not a solo instance. Participants will be assigned game-related personnel for both the challenger and the challenged. I am your teammate. Suppressing her inner fear and anxiety, Xiantong attempted to respond calmly. Luce. So that is how it is. It seems she had thought she was in a similar situation. Damn, are there truly so many challengers? He was now very much inclined to ask, if you are here, did you bother to ask me for leave? Lucy remarked, so, what is your role? Hearing the somewhat cold tone from him, Xiantong felt an immense pressure. She had analyzed his abilities over several games, leading to some conjectures. If her assumptions were correct, the mask he currently wore was pale green. Roth, Gumi, Among the Seven Deadly Sins, Chapter 66. The powerful always enjoy an initial advantage. The gunfire of the seven deadly sins is accompanied by corresponding colors, a fact well known to frequent offenders. Initially, there was the blue mask. Within the game, Lucy was desperately seeking money, valuing wealth over life, and blue symbolizes greed. Following that was the red mask. In the game, Lucy began to indulge in gluttony, consuming everything in sight, with red representing gluttony. Anyone with a modicum of relevant knowledge, particularly those who have analyzed this formidable player, could readily deduce the meaning behind Lucy's mask color. Xie Antong was evidently one such individual. Upon observing the pale green mask adorning Lucy's face, alarm bells rang in her mind. Why is it rage? The situation is dire. Given this person's behavioral patterns, it seems entirely plausible that he might even turn on his teammates. Unconsciously, merely by sitting beside him, Xiantong began to contemplate the issue of the exit token. Luce, too, realized that his tone moments prior had been somewhat uncharacteristic. His intention had been to inquire about the purpose of the game's teammate arrangements or to assess the abilities of his counterpart. However, his words had been bluntly reduced to, "What is your role?" This was an exceedingly unfriendly question, yet in light of the rage, it appeared so reasonable and intimidating that one would hesitate to contest it. Pale green, Gumi, rage. Personality effects, taciturn, cold, irritable, I am the blazing fire that consumes the world. Benefits, mental oppression, inflicting intense psychological pressure on the weak-willed, comprehensive enhancement of combat capability, agility, and defense. All effects intensify with the degree of rage. Immunity to all mental disturbances. Any mental assault merely amplifies the user's rage. Side effects: irritability, diminished rational thinking, yet heightened intuition. All negative emotions will transform into rage, and if uncontrolled, one may become a murderous lunatic. As this was the first use, it defaulted to normal mode, without entering overload. However, Lucy had no intention of entering overload. Upon reading the description, he felt a twinge of fear. Is this what a normal person is like? This is nothing short of a chosen Spartan. Rage is notoriously difficult to control, for one does not recognize the irrationality of their anger while engulfed in it, and it is all too easy to sink deeper. The fire that consumes the world. Just like now, when Xie Antong hesitated for a few seconds without responding, he began to feel irritable. This was a familiar acquaintance. Had it been a random match, Lucy might have felt an inexplicable urge to lash out. Are you inquiring about my abilities? After being confronted by Lucy, Xie Antong, realizing that the other party was likely in a state of rage, quickly adjusted her approach and spoke up. You are the strongest player. If I possess any abilities, it would be my wealth. Lucy, lacking patience, interjected before she could finish. And what use is that? Wealth is immensely valuable. Regardless of the world's upheaval, having power and riches will always afford one a certain advantage. For instance, my equipment might even surpass yours. She gestured towards the helmet atop her head, continuing, This, the Eye of Providence, is a legendary weapon. Lucy. At her words, he momentarily fell silent, taken aback by the mention of a legendary weapon, something he himself did not possess. What gave her the right? Not everyone desires to engage in combat within the game. If one merely stumbles upon a fortuitous opportunity and acquires a top-tier weapon through luck, then using this chance to exchange for everything desired from the highest echelons of power, thus opting not to return to the game, is the choice of many. In truth, since the game's inception, resources had rapidly coalesced around a select few. As Xie Antong spoke, she noted that Asina seemed to momentarily calm, choosing instead to reveal her value. Perhaps you haven't paid much attention, but the challengers on the other side are likely members of Korea's elite class. I possess their data. They represent all of Korea in this battle. Their equipment will certainly be on par with mine, which may also explain their audacity to challenge the top rank. Otherwise, why would they be foolish enough to seek certain death? Lucy. Thought he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. In essence, this challenge involved 4 players, 3 of whom belonged to the elite class. Only he, the first, was an exception, and he was being treated as a mere target, a stepping stone for others. The divine selection game, this entity destined to alter the world, still harbored far too many unaltered elements. In that instant, an unusual rage surged within him, inciting an impulse to obliterate something, yet he was uncertain of his target, as if a fierce fire blazed within his chest. Meanwhile, Sierra Antong acutely felt a palpable shift. It was as though something had tightened around her throat, an overwhelming fear gripping her heart like a massive hand. Before her, a sinner appeared to transform into a ferocious tiger, a predator keenly aware of its prey. He is angry. Simultaneously, a flurry of data streams flashed across the blue lens before Sierra Antong's left eye. In that moment, she comprehended something profound. This strongest player was likely not merely from a disadvantaged background. He was possibly harboring a far more dire situation. Sierra Antong wisely chose to remain silent, just as a voice echoed throughout the campus, announcing the game's prompt. Challenge mode, game, the 7 wonders of the campus. Sin, representing the black faction, must locate and decipher the 7 wonders of the campus within 24 hours. Failure of the black faction results in victory for the white faction. The brief statement offered little useful information. Is that all? A series of symbols began to materialize on Lucie's mask. After all, this was the hell mode you chose. Sierra Antong mused silently. Nevertheless, since they were already here, witnessing the intensity of the world's foremost game was also a worthwhile experience. With that thought, the eye of providence atop her head commenced its operation. The 7 wonders of the campus were, in truth, long-standing tales that everyone was well acquainted with. However, within this context, they had surely undergone significant alterations. It was imperative to discern potential discrepancies. Firstly, this classroom was undoubtedly problematic. From the onset of their exchange, it had been exceedingly noisy. Aside from the 2 of them, the surrounding students exhibited peculiar behaviors, as if each were afflicted by hysteria. The individual in the back seemed to be playing with his own snot, twisting it into shapes. Beside him, 2 others were dancing with their shoes perched atop their heads. At the podium, several individuals appeared to be mimicking gorillas, howling wildly. The entire classroom was cluttered with white sculptures meant for sketching, creating a striking dissonance with the chaotic environment. The blue lens shimmered with a constant flow of light, resembling a computer processing data, as Sierra Antong's mind entered an ethereal state of absolute focus. If this classroom were to correspond with. Just as she was fully immersed, boom! Suddenly, a deafening cannonade erupted beside her. Chapter 67 Kill. The Sigmar man never babble. Sierra Antong was startled into a shiver, abruptly withdrawing from the profound sea of analytical thought, turning bewilderedly to her side where Isina stood. At that moment, Lucie donned a green mask emblazoned with a prominent, gripping the hell roar, which he had adjusted to its 2nd mode, shattering the classroom blackboard. Why did you fire? Sierra Antong gazed at him in utter confusion, her train of thought utterly disrupted. She had always prided herself on being an analytical genius, having meticulously gathered data on all known top-tier experts. This all-seeing eye was the most perfect tool tailored to her abilities. All-seeing eye, a legendary weapon, perceiving oneself, all beings, and all things. Top-tier data analysis tool. Theoretically capable of deconstructing and analyzing all objective existence, provided sufficient mental and physical energy. Description: all things are interconnected. It is merely the inability of individuals to perceive this connection. Omniscience equates to omnipotence. She had already entered a state of focus, beginning to unravel the enigma surrounding the 7 wonders of the campus, a popular urban legend. However, Lucie's gunshot nearly startled her soul out of her body. I implore you, esteemed one, could you not display such volatile emotions? Previously, while observing Asin and navigate challenges, she had felt the formidable strength emanating from him, a chaotic blend of violent aesthetics intermingled with profound logic. Yet now, having truly become teammates, the pressure emanating from this foremost player felt even more overwhelming than the game's inherent difficulties. The impact of that gunshot was particularly significant in the context of the classroom. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, as if a pause button had been pressed. Every expression was frozen in the previous moment, and the 20-odd strange students within the classroom fixated their gazes on Lucie, who had just fired. However, not a single face displayed fear. Observing the peculiar expressions frozen on her classmates' faces, Xie Antong's all-seeing eye compared them to the image of normal humanity in her mind, producing an inexplicable sensation of dissonance. Pseudo-humans. A single word flashed through her thoughts. These individuals appeared indistinguishable from humans, yet their movements and demeanor conveyed an unsettling discord. In broad daylight, merely sitting there instilled a chilling sensation, as though she were ensconced in a haunted house. Fortunately, the most terrifying entity within this haunted setting sat right beside her. Shut up and keep it down. Lucy surveyed the room. Under the augmentations of his rage-infused mask, his instincts sharpened, alerting him to the abnormality in their surroundings. Yet, all negative emotions transformed into anger, leading him to feel increasingly irate as he observed these bizarre students, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to strike. What is the all-seeing eye? Lucy inquired, the first instance of him actively seeking information from Xie Antong. Analysis and reasoning establish connections. Theoretically, with merely the information at hand, one could deduce who the next president of the United States will be. So, where is Park Boo-ching now? Given sufficient time, it can theoretically be deduced. Xie Antong replied. Lu Si nodded, twirling his hell roar with one hand. Thus, you locate him, and I will eliminate him. Xie Antong. Your reasoning is undeniably sound. However, the rules of the game stipulate that your victory condition involves deciphering or destroying the 7 wonders of the campus, not simply eliminating him. Moreover, given your selection of Hell mode, the game's freedom is ostensibly open to the adversary, making it unlikely for you to locate him directly. Xie Antong spoke candidly, though she felt a twinge of regret as the words left her lips. This fellow might currently be in a furious state. Would he misconstrue her words as criticism? What are the 7 wonders of the campus? You don't know? Xie Antong was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that this had been a viral sensation on the internet quite some time ago. If he was unaware of this, the game's difficulty was indeed exceedingly infernal. She hastily elaborated, the 7 wonders of the campus are a series of urban legends that circulated widely online, detailing 7 supernatural incidents occurring within educational institutions. They include Hanarko in the restroom, the 13th step at night, the human models in the biology classroom, the moving statue of Nanamiya, the piano in the music room at night, the tears of the portraits, and the sound of basketballs bouncing in the empty gym. However, in Hell mode, I surmise these 7 tales have undergone various modifications. Park Boo-ching has likely altered them beyond recognition, rendering them unrecognizable from their original forms. After Xie Antong finished speaking, Lu Si slowly lowered his head, the mask beginning to reflect a contemplative expression. Yet, in reality, he was not pondering anything at all. He had barely grasped the essence of the 7 incidents from her description. They sounded rather dull. So, these are 7 special events occurring within the campus. Indeed. Xie Antong nodded. You previously mentioned that you possess quite a background. Xie Antong, confused by his query, opted not to respond, thinking it wiser to remain silent. Do you carry a nuclear bomb with you? What? The lenses before Xie Antong shimmered erratically as the all-seeing eye seemed to glitch, rendering her incredulous as she stared at Sin. Do you carry a nuclear bomb with you? Lucy reiterated. Since this occurs within the campus, this approach appears to be more effective. Kill them all. As he uttered the command to eradicate them all, the murderous intent within Lucy surged violently. Xie Antong. I must say, esteemed one, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from overthinking while wearing that mask today. Suddenly, the classroom, which had been quiet for quite some time, erupted into chaos once more. Those previously halted by Lucy's reprimand resumed their frenzied antics, as if his earlier threat had been utterly disregarded. Lucy? Hey, this entire corridor is the most unruly. You wretched beasts. At that moment, a corpulent figure waddled through the door, cursing vehemently. Judging by his weight, he must have weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, his belly sagging to his knees, and a glass water cup clutched in his greasy hand. Especially the two of you. He pointed his greasy finger at the only two individuals in the class who remained unaffected, Xie Antong and Lu Si. Endless racket. A bunch of useless trash has infiltrated this class, and yet you remain unambitious. You worthless scum born of a mother who never raised you. I truly, Xie Antong sensed that the game's plot had been triggered, but a sense of dread gripped her heart. As expected, from the corner of her eye, she noticed Sin's expressionless green mask as his hand slowly raised the gun. With a forceful slap on the desk, the rotund man bellowed, "You little bastard! You dare defy me? Try moving. What do you intend to do? Come on, give it a shot. If I dodge, I won't be called Wang Longfei. I'll..." Bang! The classroom echoed once more with the resounding gunshot. Chapter 68, Game Punishment, Game Benefits. The gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the air. A bullet wound appeared on the ample forehead of Wang Longfei, while a vast mist of blood splattered across half the wall behind him. Crimson, ivory, and golden droplets painted the surroundings, a testament to his substantial form. His eyes remained wide open, a fierce and brutal expression frozen on his face as he fell rigidly to the ground. "What did you just say your name was?" Bang! "Who were you just cursing at?" Bang, bang. Lu Si adjusted the hell roar to its first gear, firing several shots into the lifeless body on the floor without wasting energy. The hefty figure trembled with each impact, these shots purely an outlet for his fury. Wang Longfei was already beyond salvation. For someone who had successfully claimed a name, meeting his demise so early was nothing short of a miracle. The entire classroom paused for a moment, then swiftly returned to its mundane state, as if the gunplay and corpse bore no significance. Those who played with their noses continued to do so, while others picked at their feet, and some remained upside down, shedding their trousers. In this chaotic scene, only Xie Antong appeared to be a semblance of normalcy. Beneath her helmet, her mouth slightly agape, she felt her mind teetering on overload. She had watched videos of the game Sin, which, while previously chaotic, at least revealed its underlying intentions. Now, however, it was utterly inscrutable. This might trigger some form of game punishment, as Xie Antong murmured weakly, realizing she had little time to analyze the situation. Almost immediately, she recognized her ominous foresight had indeed come to fruition. A crimson light suddenly flooded the classroom, and a chilling mechanical voice echoed within the room. "Warning, warning, player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures will be enforced." Upon hearing this proclamation, a rare smile appeared on Lu Si's otherwise irritable visage. Indeed, that was his intention. When lacking information and unsure how to contend with an opponent, the solution lies in provoking them to confront you, thus gaining subsequent insights. Whether you hunt down your adversary or they come seeking you, the outcome remains unchanged. As the red warning lights blared, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the room. Lu Si's body became ensnared, as if the very rules of the game were constraining him, slowly pressing him back into his seat, resembling a well-behaved student in a classroom. Meanwhile, Xie Antong was thrust violently against the back wall by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, the 20-odd classmates produced an array of batons, spiked clubs, and whips from seemingly nowhere, swaying and stumbling as they encircled Lu Si. Their antics resembled those of wild men from the mountains, now clad in school uniforms, as they began their frenzied assault. Chosen of Pain. Pain value 1. Chosen of Pain. Pain value 1. Lu Si felt an urge to laugh, but the sensation of being besieged reignited his fury. How splendid it was that we could accumulate pain value so effortlessly. Game punishment, game benefits. This announcement of punishment resonated with all players, including the challengers who could hear it. Park Buchung was still engrossed in deciphering the permissions the game granted him, strategizing how to maximize his advantages. Xie Antong had surmised correctly. He was indeed a player cultivated through abundant resources, armed with top-tier weaponry from the South Korean government and leveraging his family's amassed wealth. He stood ready to challenge the pinnacle of glory, all while under the watchful gaze of the great cold nether nation. Should he succeed, he would ascend to unparalleled heights. From that moment forth, his name would hold more power than anything else in the great cold nether nation. What significance did being first hold? The game had only just commenced. How formidable could one truly be at the outset? He had to secure his position. As long as he triumphed, lost in reverie, he suddenly heard the game's alert tone, causing his lips to curl into a wild grin. Was it truly this simple? Perhaps it was a tad too fortuitous. Meanwhile, viewers from the great cold nether nation, watching his live broadcast, erupted in excitement. Park Boo-chung, you will undoubtedly prevail. You've already won half the battle. I knew it would be simple, our great cold nether nation's players are the strongest. Park Boo-chung is the ultimate player. While others celebrated with champagne midway through the match, the South Korean players, having only just begun, were already pouring copious amounts of champagne for themselves. Park Boo-chung gazed at the game announcement screen, his smile broader than an AK, but in an effort to maintain his composure, he feigned humility. Hey, the game is indeed simpler than I anticipated. However, I shall not grow complacent. I will ensure the throne of the strongest player remains with our great cold nether nation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Si had concluded his punishment, and the group that had surrounded him began to withdraw, stowing away their blooded implements as they retreated. They resumed their bizarre activities, with some continuing to play with their noses and others shedding their trousers. Lucy sat quietly in his seat, his trench coat remained unblemished, yet crimson blood seeped from his cuffs and pant legs. The atmosphere in the room was akin to the calm depths of the sea, concealing a storm poised to engulf everything at any moment. Sia Antong intended to approach, but the oppressive ambience rendered her unable to move. She understood that Sin might be teetering on the brink of a murderous rage. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. Lucy gradually rose to his feet, elegantly adjusting his blood-soaked cuffs and straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At that moment, his mask bore no expression, reflecting the cold light of the room like a mirror. You think you can leave after the beating? His calm words, devoid of any furious outburst, seemed directed at no one in particular, as though he were speaking to himself. In the next instant, he once more seized his firearm, aiming it at the back of a person who had just been hammering him with a stick, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The figure collapsed, and everything unfolded with eerie naturalness, the gunshot echoing like a death knell throughout the empty classroom. Kill. Warning, warning, player Sin has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures will be enforced. Chapter 69, Lucy. I do not accept your suggestion. As the ominous warning echoed once more, all the students who had previously acted like mere puppets stiffened and turned in unison. For a brief moment, they gazed blankly at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, as if struggling to comprehend the unfathomable occurrence before them. Subsequently, they lifted their heads, their expressions somewhat rigid, directing their gaze towards Lucy. A throng encircled Lucy, and for a considerable time, none dared to approach. Their expressions seemed to convey a silent plea. No. Come on, buddy. Lucy lowered his firearm, awaiting the familiar constraints and limitations of the game, his gaze never wavering from the crowd before him, sensing the palpable and oppressive aura of murderous intent emanating from Lucy. Sia Antong realized that any further words from her would be futile. The leash on the beast had been irrevocably loosened, and there was no hope of reining it in now. All she could manage was a simple, remember to take your medicine. Sia Antong was well aware of Lucy's formidable prowess as a drug-fueled warrior within the game, and she could only hope that this formidable figure would not inadvertently lead her to her demise. Now that would indeed be intriguing. As for herself, she began to scrutinize the furnishings within the room, her omniscient eye transforming everything into data, arranging and combining it for her dissection. Possessing the all-seeing eye, she understood that the world's coincidences were anything but chance. With sufficient calculation, even a pencil could be the catalyst for a murder. Thus, if the game were purposeful, it was reasonable to presume that the permissions granted to Park Boo-chung were limited to the 7 urban legends positions. Consequently, the peculiar classroom where they had initially spawned must indeed be the site of one of the 7 great urban legends. Even if it had undergone excessive modifications, it ought to retain some fundamental characteristics that would not be altered. What was the most bizarre aspect of this classroom? Numerous places were adorned with sketch-like sculptures, which, while seemingly innocuous, begged the question, was this the only type of prop available? As for the sculptures, perhaps the moving statue of the second son, after Park Boo-chung's alterations, they could all be classified as sculptures. That seemed plausible enough. However, what of these strange classmates, and that Wang Longfei who had been shot dead in an instant? Were they merely NPCs, useless, simply fodder for Park Buching's machinations? Standing at the back of the classroom, Xie Antong observed everything, contemplating other possibilities. Meanwhile, Lu Si, surrounded by a group, was subjected to punishment. The warning chime of the penalty resonated simultaneously in Park Buching's vicinity, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Huh. Did I violate the rules again? Bro, am I designed levels and traps truly that formidable? Has the penalty mechanism been triggered once more? Come on. Hey, it appears our so-called strongest player is indeed not living up to the hype. I merely hope he possesses some self-awareness. If he truly cannot handle it, he should withdraw. I only require him to hold the top rank, it is not imperative for him to perish. Before the audience in the live stream, Park Buching continued to craft his image. On the other side, Lu Si had completed his punishment, his blooded form rising as he consumed a vial of basic medication and raised his firearm once more. Wait, Zui, you might indeed need to eliminate these individuals. Suddenly, Xie Antong, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke up. What else is there to do? Lu Si halted his finger on the trigger, the fierce aura surrounding him instantly shifting to envelop Xie Antong. However, please hear me out. For your next shot, aim for that snotty fool, striking him squarely in the nose. Hearing Xie Antong's instructions, the recently engaged individual, who had turned to continue fiddling with his nasal discharge, looked back in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. No way. You're quite the live wire yourself. He had originally appeared rather foolish, but now, he exuded an air of surprising sagacity, yet, he was afforded no opportunity to voice his thoughts. Bang! The gun fired, and the hellish roar consumed the life within the flash of fire. A gaping hole appeared in the center of the snotty fool's face, and he crumpled lifelessly to the ground, his eyes remaining wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. The other students seemed oblivious, continuing their activities with an unsettling indifference that was chillingly terrifying. A sound escaped Lu Si's throat, as if expressing confusion. The previously recurring penalty phase of the game did not materialize this time. Xie Antong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she had caught on in time. Her deductions had proven accurate, allowing her to identify the issue before Lu Si's fury spiraled completely out of control. This classroom was indeed one of the urban legends, albeit twisted into its current frenzied form. The body part sculptures, combined with anatomical sketches on the blackboard, and the myriad colors staining the floor, led her to initially believe it was an art classroom. Coupled with the presence of sculptures, she instinctively surmised that this urban legend might pertain to the moving statues. However, the behavior of the students and their conspicuously directed peculiar actions clearly suggested they were not without purpose. Hence, the anatomical sculptures could also serve as teaching aids. The sketches on the blackboard were unmistakably depictions of dissections, potentially used for instructional purposes. The colors on the floor, aside from being dyes, could also signify various reagents from a laboratory. This place might very well be a laboratory, a biological laboratory. Thus, the urban legend could be identified as the human models of a biology classroom. These human models could genuinely originate from human anatomy, sourced from a dissection lab. These students were not students, they were not human, they were disparate body parts. If one were to listen closely, the faint scent of formaldehyde lingered upon them, their essence lay within the core of their bizarre movements. For instance, that incessantly snotty fool was, in essence, his nose. Once all this information coalesced, every hypothesis became reasonable, and Zui's shot confirmed it all. Destruction of the nose, and the game's penalty was averted. This urban legend had effectively been unraveled. The only dilemma was that Xie Antong had yet to ascertain the critical essence of some individuals, thus she could only guide Zui towards the more certain targets. Your next shot, aim for the legs of that individual over there, who is upside down and incessantly dressing himself with his feet. Yet this time, no gunshot followed. Lu Si turned his head, a thought-provoking expression adorning his pale green mask. Xie Antong felt a shiver run down her spine, uncertain of what had gone awry. In the next moment, Lu Si raised his hand, firearm in tow. Bang! A shot rang out, the report echoing ominously. Warning, warning, player Zui has violated the game rules, forcibly disrupting the game process. Immediate punitive measures are now being enacted. Chapter 70, The Fear of Park Byung, Addiction to Violations. A gunshot rang out, and a body collapsed to the ground. The game's punitive measures had once again manifested, and along with it, shattered was Xie Antong. Why shoot for the head? What compelled you to disregard my counsel after merely observing me for a moment? Do you have ulterior motives? Is your current state truly conducive to rational thought? As a highly proficient crime analyst, she found herself perplexed. She believed she had unraveled this bizarre enigma. She could not fathom where her reasoning had faltered. So, what exactly was his objective? Unbidden, Xie Antong recalled her initial encounter with their crime game, the gruesome image of a severed leg and the multitude of speculations surrounding him. Back then, she had scoffed at it, but now an unsettling chill coursed through her. Couldn't he possibly harbor a peculiar penchant, could he? Meanwhile, she was not the only one engulfed in confusion. Park Byung on the other side felt equally bewildered. Upon hearing the game's warning sound echo once more after a few minutes, he sensed something was amiss. Wasn't he this too rapid? Triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes, this felt decidedly off. What were you doing? Despite possessing a high degree of autonomy, he found himself utterly unaware of his opponent's actions, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, causing his heart to race. No, this guy is rather peculiar. Citizens of the Great Hanming Kingdom, please enlighten me on what he is doing over there. If it's too simple, I shan't design so many challenges thereafter. Although his internal sentiments were far from pleasant, he forced himself to maintain a facade of bravado, refusing to show weakness. Yet, he neglected the fundamental limitations of the game. Viewers in a competitive state were prohibited from providing hints. Consequently, the messages that filtered through were nothing but a series of bizarre garbled texts. He persistently. TSK. Damn it, why is everything so useless? As he gazed at the chaotic strings of gibberish floating across his screen, Park Byung couldn't help but mutter a curse. However, this irritation soon faded, for he was acutely aware of the following content. Wow, what are they saying? They claim we are useless. They've forgotten the game rules, yet dare to utter such outrageous words. We are clearly doing our utmost to assist. The game's challenge mode is advantageous for you. Surely, Park Byung wouldn't he bring shame upon us, would he? Within the borders of the Great Hanming Kingdom, few dared to speak to Park Byung in such a manner. However, in this online realm, amidst the game, no one felt particularly concerned about him. In an instant, rage surged within him, compelling him to erupt in expletives, yet he had to remain cautious of his image, stifling his ire. Everyone, please remain calm. That was not my intention. I was not referring to you. Rest assured, I will prevail. Will he win? He will. On the other side, Lucy had transformed the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He mercilessly executed the punishments, raising his weapon and taking the life of one punisher after another, each shot striking true. Throughout this ordeal, he uttered not a single word, nor did he utter threats. It was sheer carnage. Each act of punishment seemed less a retribution from Lucy and more a countdown to the demise of these punishers. With each countdown reaching its conclusion, a life was extinguished, only to be followed by a new countdown. Until everyone was exterminated, this was a mental dismemberment. Lucy said nothing, yet at that moment, those supposed soulless beings were imbued with an overwhelming sense of terror. Their movements retained an unsettlingly perverse quality, yet each action grew increasingly sluggish, as if they were apprehensive of something. They recoiled from Lucy, desperately attempting to distance themselves from him. However, the rules of the game compelled them to administer punishment to Lucy. Lucy's wrath had incited fear in those who were meant to be devoid of consciousness. This bizarre scene rendered Xie Antong momentarily speechless, feeling profoundly out of place within it. Furthermore, she gradually observed that the movements of these pseudo-beings began to distort for reasons unknown. Previously, a diminutive woman had placed her right leg atop her head, hopping forward, and Xie Antong had speculated that her essence must have been her right leg. Yet now, amid her fearful countenance, she had replaced it with another leg, continuing to bounce. Could their essence truly switch? Xie Antong found herself perplexed. During this time, she tentatively advised Liu crime, saying, striking the head will almost invariably trigger the punishment mechanism. The parts one mentioned are their essence. They are not human. Lucy, seemingly oblivious to her words, continued his relentless rhythm. Being struck, rising, shooting, being struck. An aura of darkness enveloped him, as if he were a black hole of emotions, with Lucie at its terrifying center, engulfing all who ventured near in an overwhelming sense of dread. Though he was battered and blooded, with crimson seeping from beneath his trench coat, and the area around him splattered with scarlet, he exhibited no signs of weakness. Rather, his aura intensified, as though he had awakened a primal fury. This atmosphere did not encroach upon Xie and Ong, thus her experience remained relatively untroubled, though she sensed the air within the classroom growing thin, enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. Warning! Warning, player crime has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game's progression. Warning, warning, player crime has violated game rules, forcibly disrupting the game's progression. Warning! The game's punitive alerts resounded every 3 minutes, akin to the call of an executioner, yet it was not Lucie's life that was at stake. At this moment, Park Bu-kung was rendered numb. The incessant notifications of a crime violating the rules echoed in his ears, transitioning from initial elation to subsequent numbness, and now to palpable fear. He was not in close proximity to crime, nor did he know what crime was currently engaged in. What should have been a source of joy now sent shivers down his spine with each resounding alert. What transpired over there? Why were his teammates outside unable to contact him? Logically, if something truly went awry, they should have reached out to him, right? The punitive notifications were delivered with remarkable precision, each occurring exactly 3 minutes apart, as the game's penalization period was also 3 minutes. This meant that crime was incessantly transgressing the rules. Park Bu-kung sat in a classroom at the edge of the campus, his fingers interlaced, his complexion ashen. Could any of the bizarre tales or traps he had devised lead to such a situation? Have you become addicted to violations? Chapter 71, The Substitute Death Technique. Did you notice this earlier? Moreover, the most pressing question is, why are my teammates unable to reach me? What on earth went wrong? In his design, he considered nearly every possibility, yet he never anticipated that violations would occur in such rapid succession. If it were not due to his own rule design, it could only be their sin that he himself perpetually violates. What could his purpose be? Has he lost his mind? Is he simply laying back and winning effortlessly? Although he has often fantasized about his own victory, he never envisioned such a simplistic method. Could it be that this first player truly possesses no strength, and he is the chosen one? Park Bu-chung's lips curled into a wry smile as he sank into his musings, only to be met with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, casting doubt upon himself. His mind remained in utter chaos. At this moment, Sin, far removed in some unknown realm, had not yet done anything to Park Bu-chung but had already deftly grasped his psyche, subjecting him to relentless inner turmoil. Regardless of the circumstances, he is the one violating the rules. He is the one facing the consequences. I am unaffected. He chose this hellish mode himself, and it is only fitting that he faces the game's repercussions. In this challenge, he is pitted against me and the game. The advantage lies with me. For reasons unknown, Park Bu-chung began to mutter to himself, who asked him. One could only surmise it was an attempt to bolster his own spirits. After instilling a few empowering thoughts within himself, he finally felt a semblance of relief, his emotions gradually calming. 3 minutes later, when he did not hear the sound of game punishment once more, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over him, and he looked up in confusion. After a moment, the game's notification chimed again. The 7 wonders of the campus, the human anatomy model in the biology classroom, the black player has completed it. Current progress. 17, remaining time, 23:17:08. Upon hearing the voice once more, he focused intently, realizing that it sounded different. It was not as he had imagined. Cleared it. How could it be cleared? Park Bu-chung was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that the advantage lay with him? In such a short time, how could it have been cleared? Moreover, he had been in violation the entire time. How could he have passed the level? Was it his teammates? Yet, they had only been brought in to hinder his progress. I protest, divine chosen paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear it? I need to know. I have never heard of a game where one can clear levels solely through violations. He was violating just a few minutes ago, and now he has cleared it. Park Bu-chung found it hard to accept this blow, and he began to question the game directly. However, the game paid him no mind, offering not a single response. Not everyone is like Lucy, who can provoke the game and still emerge victorious with a badge. After being ignored by the game, Park Bu-chung could only silently endure the rejection, pacing back and forth. He felt miserable, yet there was nothing he could do. He did not possess the spirit of Lucy, who would test the game's limits with his life, and could only seethe in frustration. This was all too bizarre. Wait. The overloaded brain of Park Bu-chung finally recalled something, and he began to reread that message, the human anatomy model in the biology classroom. The biology classroom, aren't my teammates there? He became anxious. Was this person utterly useless? How could they clear the level while continuously violating the rules? At that moment, he wanted to contact them urgently and understand what had transpired. Then, the game notification sounded once more, shattering his mindset completely. White player, Jin or Liu, has exited the game. The game continues. And this Jin or Liu was, in fact, Park Bu-chung's teammate in the biology classroom. What? In an instant, Park Bu-chung's face transformed into a meme, resembling that of the bewildered black man. Violating continuously, then clearing the level, and now his teammate has exited. What is happening? Is this game truly at sin? Hellish difficulty? No, this is the hellish difficulty directed at me. A few minutes earlier, after the punishment concluded, Lucy rose from the pool of blood, tidying his clothes and collar, and turned to face the last remaining individual. The person appeared somewhat numb, standing there, while his colleagues, those pretentious beings, had turned into a carpet of corpses. The terror in his eyes stared unblinkingly at Lucy. Just moments ago, he had been wielding a stick, fiercely attacking Lucy. However, a stick could not slay the strongest player in this world. Now he likely understood that his life was drawing to a close. He was fortunate. Lucy had randomly eliminated a lucky soul, leaving him for last. He was also unfortunate, as he had reached this point and could only face Lucy now. Such a pity. Lucy finally spoke, though no one knew to whom he addressed his words, and then he raised his gun. Pseudo-person, what the hell do you mean by that? Bang! The gun fired, and the last person fell to the ground, plunging the classroom into silence. Lucy turned to look at Xie Antong, who had been standing silently at the back of the classroom. Xie Antong quickly raised her hand and spoke, "It's me, I'm your teammate, not one of them." "Lucy, I know." At that moment, the vast expanse of corpses on the ground transformed into black smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a scattering of body parts, the remnants of a human form, exuding a strange odor. Simultaneously, the game clearance notification echoed. Xie Antong approached, eager to ask Sin why they insisted on such actions, yet, she noticed Sin was now bowing their head, immobile, staring at the dismembered limbs on the ground, once again raising their gun. What? To desecrate the corpses? Suddenly, a portion of the scattered body parts surged upward, forming the shape of a person in midair, sprinting toward the exit. Without a moment to react, a gunshot rang out, and Lucy shot through the figure's thigh. R. A scream pierced the air as a figure fell, clutching their leg in agony. "Stop! I'm not Park Bu-chung, I'm just..." Before the words could finish, Lucy unleashed a hellish roar at second gear. Kill. Jin or Liu, unable to contemplate further, used an exit token, letting out a shriek amidst the searing heat before disappearing from the scene, exiting the game. At this moment, all the information previously witnessed flooded back into Xie Antong's mind. Jin or Liu's special ability, substitute death technique, allowed him to divide his body into multiple parts, with only one being the true vital point. Any damage to other areas would not lead to death, not even a blow to the heart. Xie Antong had been unable to distinguish which part of the pseudo-person was the real body because they bore Jin or Liu's components, which could also move and mimic the original. If an incorrect strike was made, it could result in all the pseudo-people being taken down, yet the wrong location would remain elusive, preventing the game from clearing and misleading both Xie Antong and Lucy into thinking they had guessed the clearance method incorrectly. So, was that why Lucy insisted on taking the risk of violations to eliminate the pseudo-people? Did you notice this earlier? Xie Antong exclaimed in shock, turning to the masked, reticent Sin. Lucy. What did I notice? Chapter 72, gradually increasing difficulty. confidence restored. Lucy found himself perplexed by Xie Antong's perception of him, yet he chose not to clarify. In his current state, all his rational thought was devoted to suppressing his violent and murderous impulses, in an effort to prevent himself from spiraling out of control. He was loath to engage in conversation, speaking only served to irritate him, and with irritation came the urge to kill, an overwhelming compulsion to destroy. Thus, at this moment, Lucy, when refraining from violence, appeared far more composed than during his previous bouts of greed and gluttony. He even exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a taciturn, aloof god among men, yet, in truth, this was merely a facade, a tranquil lake concealing a tempest beneath its surface, a bloodthirsty beast lurking beneath an exterior of refinement. The first campus miracle had been unravelled, and the time taken to decipher it was less than an hour, shattering most of Pu Buching's illusions. At this juncture, the corpses and blood on the ground had dissipated into black smoke, leaving only a scattering of dismembered limbs, a sight that was decidedly unsettling. Xie Antong surveyed the array of human specimens, replaying the events in her mind over and over. How could this be? Although her intellect had yet to fully harness the power of the all-seeing eye, it was, after all, a legendary weapon. She had not discerned the true nature of these individuals quickly enough. What level of sin is this mask, or is it merely a testament to the other party's acute intellect? When did you realize that some of the limbs belonged to those from the second floor? Lucy replied. I didn't notice. After this brief statement, he consumed a bottle of basic recovery potion to restore his condition. Initially, he had taken one bottle, followed by a mid-tier potion, and now he was restored to a state even better than before. This initial bizarre tale had purely served as a reward for him. In fact, he had not overthought it. Unlike Xie Antong's assessments, he had not been preoccupied with the notion of completing the challenge. His intention to slay the Punisher was solely for the sake of punishment itself. The stillness of the corpses was not a result of his keen observation of the telltale signs of the second floor, but rather an instinctual awareness akin to a beast sensing the gaze of something watching it in the wild, a pure instinct. May I inquire about your motives behind your previous actions? Upon hearing Sin's response, Xie Antong pondered numerous possibilities in her mind before tentatively posing her question. In response, Lucy adjusted his disheveled cloak, altering its outward appearance, and forcefully shook off the blood that clung to it. I was just warming up. Moreover, it has now been proven, he declared, stretching his limbs vigorously, a broad smile emerging on the pale green mask he wore. These bizarre games can all be completed through brute force, right? Xie Antong's pupils constricted sharply. Although Sin was smiling, the violent aura surrounding him intensified. This indicated that, in this instance, he was immersing himself in the game to test its completion methods. If the game's penalties were not fatal, and if all potential threats could be eradicated, then he intended to charge through without reservation. A wave of frustration washed over her as she struggled to keep pace with the mindset of someone so erratic. Initially, she had thought she had cracked the puzzle at the pinnacle of the game, only to discover that he had never intended to collaborate as a team. Meanwhile, Pu Buching had also received game notifications and new reminders. The black player, Lucy, had completed a game, and the hellish difficulty was beginning to reveal itself. The permissions granted to Pu Buching were escalating. With each bizarre tale completed by Lucy, he could impose a restriction on Pu Buching. The level and scale of these restrictions were also progressively increasing, becoming more perverse with each passing moment. For instance, when Pu Buching attempted to write, "From now on, Sin cannot breathe," the game promptly rejected it. Such restrictions were impossible to enact. As he scrutinized the game screen before him, he repeatedly tested its limits, meticulously plotting his next moves while muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, useless, no messages relayed, and they just exited the game. Isn't the second floor highly ranked domestically? Didn't they claim to possess life-saving skills? They just quit outright. Why not just die directly? What spineless wretches, what on earth are they doing over there? Goddammit, utterly useless. He had managed to restrain himself. Had it not been for the numerous onlookers, he would have unleashed a more vulgar tirade. It was understandable, however, that his opponents felt baffled by their inexplicable success, while their own teammates had retreated without transmitting a single message. His situation should have been exceedingly favorable, yet, the second floor had no choice. It was not that they wished to withhold information, but rather that Lucy had left them no time. Dividing their attention among various doppelgangers, whenever Lucy violated the rules, the game mandated that they enforce penalties, leaving no time to relay messages. Each punishment concluded, and Lucy was immediately upon them with another shot. The second floor, paralyzed by fear, had no opportunity to communicate. As for the final shot that struck his leg, had he lingered for even a moment longer, Lucy would have reduced him to ashes, rendering communication moot. Lucy's mask of fury prioritized efficiency, allowing no time for conversation. Ultimately, this resulted in Pu Bucheng finding himself in a state of utter confusion. However, his expression soon brightened again as he spoke, "But it matters not. Rest assured, the victor shall ultimately be me. It's merely one round, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It only serves to highlight the incompetence of the second floor. My restrictions will ensnare him, plunging him into an abyss. He shall pay dearly for his arrogance." With this declaration, Pu Bucheng pressed the confirmation button once more. A segment of the audience from Hugo watching his live stream was left speechless. Confidence restored once more. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in the minds of the players. The black player has successfully completed a campus miracle. The white player now issues the first restriction. Among the black players, at all times, at least one must remain within the realm of the bizarre game. Chapter 73. I did not underestimate him, I just want to kill him. Listening to the voices echoing around him, Lucy and Xie Antong both paused, preparing for the next scene of strange tales. Initially, Lucy felt a twinge of annoyance. Was there really a need for last-minute rule changes? Xie Antong also frowned slightly, realizing from the description of this rule that such restrictions were likely not mere coincidences. This must be a tactic of division, a means to separate the two of us. Lucy finally grasped what the limitation entailed. Anger often clouds one's judgment, igniting frustration before thoughtful contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "Well, that works out perfectly, Xie Antong. What does that mean? Do you have to be so blunt about considering me a burden?" Nevertheless, she sighed, acknowledging that while the all-seeing eye, when fully developed, would not lack in combat prowess, her current abilities did not primarily manifest in battle. Furthermore, even with some combat capability, it would likely pale in comparison to this formidable individual before her. Thus, she proactively stated, "All right then, the rule is quite clear. At any given time, one person must remain within the game scene. You're stronger, so I'll stay here while you proceed to the next level." Seeing her take the initiative, Lucy readily agreed, "All right." With that, he strode confidently toward the door. "Wait. Not so fast," Xie Antong interjected, exasperated by his eagerness to unleash chaos. "Help me take this outside and throw it into the sky." She handed him a metallic sphere, scarcely 2 centimeters in diameter, its surface hard and unyielding. At that moment, she appeared strikingly cyberpunk, with a pale blue screen flickering data in front of her right eye, while her left eye was obscured by a helmet. Pointing to the covered eye and then to the metal sphere, she proclaimed, "This is my eye. Toss it into the sky. It will allow you to observe your surroundings and discern the correct location for the game." Lucy squeezed the sphere slightly, assessing its sturdiness before nodding in understanding. Additionally, wear this. Xie Antong, akin to a treasure trove, produced an earphone-like device from seemingly nowhere. "Stay in touch, and for heaven's sake, don't lose it." Lucy took the device, bringing it to his ear, and it instantly transformed into a fluid form that enveloped his ear, providing a secure fit without any sensation of wear. "What level of weapon is this?" Lucy inquired instinctively. "Epic level." Lucy. He couldn't help but squeeze his trench coat, thinking he had finally encountered an epic weapon even less useful than himself. "Furthermore, there are a few matters I'm unsure if you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. Firstly, this newly imposed restriction may very well apply after each level. Secondly, it's likely that there is more than one teammate on Park Bucheng's side." Xie Antong seemed to grasp the current state of Sin, so she refrained from unnecessary words and delivered her conclusions directly. For Lucy, in his state of fury, this straightforward manner of communication was preferred. He had indeed overlooked these details, considering them inconsequential, as his instincts did not perceive any threat to his life. Just be cautious. With that, Lucy stepped out of the classroom, leaping from the third floor to the ground below, and forcefully hurled Xian's eye into the sky. The metallic sphere spun a few times in the air before vanishing from sight. In the eerily quiet classroom, Xian found a seat in the back row, holding her breath and closing her eyes. The campus was enveloped in silence, the sun was obscured, clouds were absent, and the sky was not blue but a dreary grey, as if a bucket of paint had been overturned onto a canvas. The entire world exuded a desolate ambience, instilling a sense of oppression in the heart of Lucy. Fueling his anger, wandering aimlessly through the campus, he was deep in thought regarding one pressing matter: what magnitude of power would be required to bring down the entire teaching building with a hellish roar? Even if it were possible to demolish the building, collapsing the entire school seemed rather challenging. What a nuisance. At that moment, Xian's voice crackled through the earpiece, calm and steady, almost robotic in its precision. I'm not certain about other locations, but there is only one gymnasium in this school. Thus, the sound of dribbling in an empty gymnasium, regardless of its variations, should originate from this singular place. Location, Lucy responded. Look up. Lifting his gaze, he observed the metal eye of the all-seeing eye moving rapidly overhead, refracting a spectrum of colors that formed an arrow directing Lucy's path. Moreover, while Park Buchung's abilities are vastly inferior to yours, I must remind you once more. He may possess high-level support and excellent equipment, so do not underestimate your opponent. Perhaps due to Lucy's absence, the oppressive aura of dread dissipated, allowing her thoughts to regain clarity, empowering her to speak more freely. I did not underestimate him, Lucy replied, lifting his gaze to respond. I merely wish to kill him. His tone was steady, devoid of personal vendetta, as if stating an undeniable fact. Lucy stretched his body, and amidst the fog-laden campus, an echo reminiscent of legendary martial artists resonated through the air. The countless previous punitive strikes had indeed been akin to an actual battle. Lucy was now in a state of readiness. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at the entrance to the gymnasium. Before stepping inside, the sounds of fierce competition erupted from within, a cacophony that felt incongruous with the rest of the school's atmosphere. Standing at the threshold, Lucy hesitated not for an instant, boldly striding in, unapologetically embodying the role of an intruder. Upon entering, the indoor table tennis arena was alive with the sounds of balls bouncing, while the badminton court echoed with the fierce scuffing of feet and the whoosh of swift smashes. The deafening shouts from the basketball court were punctuated by the occasional whistle, creating a vibrant tapestry of noise. Amidst the clamour, it appeared that the school's sports culture was quite robust. HMPH. As Lucy stepped further in, he surveyed the scene, muttering to himself, there seemed to be quite a few people. From his vantage point at the entrance, the entire venue was laid bare before him. In the midst of the raucous arena, not a soul was present. Chapter 74, the ineffable task of delay. The once vibrant arena lay eerily desolate, an unsettling silence permeating the air, exacerbated by the inherently sinister atmosphere of the school. A chill crept down one's spine as the oppressive ambience lingered, while those who ventured into this haunting space remained blissfully unaware of the lurking dread. Lucy stood at the center of the expansive stadium, enveloped in an aura of dark foreboding. Sounds reverberated around him, strikingly vivid yet devoid of any visible source. Surrounded by a multitude of voices, none of which he could see, he felt as though he were an isolated island, engulfed by both fear and solitude. This place could drive even the most steadfast individual to madness if lingered in during daylight, and a visit under the cover of night would likely induce fainting spells. To facilitate the audience's understanding and future gameplay, the visuals were presented from a first-person perspective. Previously, they had watched videos of Sin, observing the deranged torturing the game, but this terrifyingly atmospheric instance was their first encounter with such a scenario. Why on earth is there a horror theme here? No way, my cabinet just moved. I can't watch this anymore. The other miraculous tales on campus are already eerie. The method to conquer sin is already quite violent. Normal decryption might be even more terrifying. Xian, observing through the omniscient eye, found the situation rather troublesome. The scene bore a distinctly Chinese horror essence, and crucially, its apparent emptiness rendered her data analysis nearly impossible. Standing in the arena's heart, Lucie raised his chin slightly, a look of confusion creeping onto the mask he wore. Addressing the vast emptiness, he repeated, "So many people, though visually imperceptible." He felt an unmistakable clarity. Within this seemingly confined space, countless eyes were fixed upon him. It was an instinctual awareness, akin to the primal rage of a beast, magnified to an unsettling degree. Just as everyone felt the situation stagnating, unsure of how to break the impasse, without reason, Lucie raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to distort momentarily as a bullet hole appeared on the distant floor. Yet, apart from that, nothing else occurred. It was merely a casual shot. However, the expression on his wrathful mask shifted to one of earnestness, his brow furrowing as he swiftly drew his gun, directing another shot to a different spot. The gunfire erupted continuously, Lucie's right hand transforming into that of a Western gunslinger, wildly firing at various corners of the room. Though each shot was singular, the rapid succession and lack of cooling made it sound like a barrage, echoing through the chamber as if a machine gun was unleashed. The once bright and orderly gymnasium swiftly morphed into a war-torn battleground. The backboard of the basketball hoop shattered, the badminton net lay strewn across the floor, and the walls and ground were riddled with bullet holes. Yet, the cacophony of voices persisted, undiminished, intertwining with Lucie's gunfire in a bizarre symphony, as if performing a macabre dance. Onlookers stood in bewilderment, their minds racing. No one comprehended his actions. Within the stadium, Sin seemed to have lost its mind, firing indiscriminately without effect. What does this mean? Has he gone mad? It seems that violent tactics are futile here. Of course, there's not a single living soul in sight. Shooting into the arena is pointless. I thought he might charge through, but now it's clear that finding a solution is imperative. Due to Lucie's increasingly bizarre behavior, most spectators suspected he was teetering on the edge of insanity. In their earpieces, Xiantone's voice broke through. What are you doing? The expression on Lucie's mask twisted in frustration as he surveyed his surroundings. He sensed a palpable presence all around him, a multitude of eyes observing with a considerable degree of malice. Most of this malevolence was subtle, making it difficult for him to discern whether it was mere illusion, as if invisible spirits encircled him. Yet just moments ago, a jarring instinct had pulled taut a string in his mind, directing him towards a more potent aura of hostility, one that felt almost real. Thus, he fired his weapon. However, he was acutely aware that he had not struck his target. The moment he raised his gun, the intense malice dissipated, reappearing behind him. With each subsequent shot, he aimed towards the clearly malevolent positions, eager to discover what transpired, yet every attempt ended in failure. The vast expanse felt like a cosmos filled with countless dim and lifeless stars, among which one would occasionally flicker, captured by Lucie's heightened perception, yet these stars would only twinkle momentarily. The moment he lifted his gun, the luminous star would shift to a new location, often behind him, entirely contradicting its prior position. Lucie's firing grew increasingly rapid, yet it proved futile. The flickering malevolence eluded even his bullets. To the onlookers, he appeared utterly deranged, as none possessed his acute intuition to sense the room's malice. In a corner of the gymnasium, an unseen figure held its breath, intently observing Lucie finally cease his gunfire, hastily initiating contact with Park Buching through the game's internal communication. "Hey, Mr. Park, the Sin is here with me now." Anxiously, he endeavored to minimize unnecessary chatter. Park Buching, In an instant, elation surged through him as he beheld the individual reaching out. "The gymnasium, correct, excellent, Fan Ren, keep him occupied. I am aware of your abilities, ensure he remains here indefinitely." Fan Ren swallowed hard, continuing, "That is precisely what I was about to mention. It seems I have been discovered." "What?" Park Buching's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood, gazing towards the distant gymnasium. "How did he manage that?" "I'm not sure, but among my many spiritual entities, he fired at my true form. Though my spiritual form shifts rapidly, every shot he took subsequently was directed towards the location of my true self. I have evaded numerous times." Only then did a semblance of relief cross Park Buching's expression as he replied, "So, he cannot capture you, correct?" Fan Ren, regardless, the difficulty of this supernatural tale's resolution primarily hinges upon you. Confound him, mislead him, delay. Your task is to stall. You bear the weight of the great cold underworld's expectations upon your shoulders. Chapter 75, Where the Eyes Cannot See, the Heart Will Guide You. In conclusion, Park Boo-chung could not resist the temptation to make a grand statement, casting a heavy accusation upon Fan Ren. He remained oblivious to the immense pressure Fan Ren was enduring and indifferent to his very survival. All he cared about was witnessing the figure of his sin being ensnared, which brought him a peculiar delight. The game comprised 7 levels, each presenting its own eerie tales, all to be completed within a mere 24 hours. This time frame was, in fact, exceedingly tight. Should any level prove to be a stumbling block, coupled with the restrictions he had imposed on Lucy's teammates, time would slip away rapidly. Moreover, he found himself at a loss when contemplating Fan Ren's abilities and any potential solutions he might possess. The capability was perfectly aligned with the haunting atmosphere of the sports arena. It did not necessitate the defeat of sin, but merely required the extension of time to achieve victory. In his original plan, this level was intended to be the one that prolonged the timeline the most, yet unexpectedly, Sin had already advanced to the 2nd level. Fan Ren, please do not be so utterly useless. After ending the call with Park Boo-chung, Fan Ren took a deep breath and continued to navigate the tense atmosphere of the sports arena. Indeed, after preparation, his abilities rendered him invincible in his home turf. His entire prowess lay within his skill, a berserk-level ability, Spiritual Doppelganger. Fan Ren could manifest a spiritual doppelganger, which required time to prepare and could not stray too far from his main body, no more than 100 meters at most. This doppelganger possessed no offensive capabilities, rather, upon nearing a human, it induced feelings of despair and fear, yet Fan Ren could not fathom why this was utterly ineffective against Sin. It seemed like a rather impractical ability, but as long as he remained within 100 meters, he could seamlessly interchange between his spiritual form and his physical body. His actual body was in a state of concealed presence, utterly undetectable. Such an ability lacked aggression. Fan Ren's current, spiritual, self could not even control the actions of his doppelganger at will, but in the context of the haunting sports arena, it had transformed into a formidable tool for stalling. Fan Ren had always believed that as long as he had ample time to prepare, even the world's greatest could do nothing to him, and now, it was indeed time to put that belief into practice. Yet, only when facing Lucy did he truly feel the oppressive aura, a palpable sense of inexplicable dread that deterred him from approaching. After all, this was a game of dodging bullets. With every lift of Lucy's hand, he swiftly exchanged positions with the doppelganger in the gun's blind spot. Though he avoided any misfire, the psychological pressure remained substantial. Furthermore, he could not comprehend how Sin had discerned the location of his true body. The world's strongest, did their abilities not verge on the preposterously comprehensive? To outsiders, Lucy's prior actions appeared as if he were firing at thin air, devoid of meaning. Coupled with his previous brash and reckless nature, most spectators assumed he was merely losing his mind, shooting at nothing. Except for Fan Ren, concealed within the air, no one could grasp the perverse precision of Lucy's every shot. Perhaps we should explore other locations first. Shooting aimlessly at the sports arena serves no purpose. I feel that Sin is currently in a state unsuitable for analysis and decoding. Perhaps we should let the blank observe and proceed to the next scene. 24 hours, time is indeed pressing. Let us not succumb to the Koreans. The audience began to strategize, though their suggestions were mere casual remarks, for seasoned viewers understood that Sin never heeded their commentary. Suddenly, after a period of stillness, Lucy raised his gun once more, aiming directly at the position of Fan Ren's true body. Fan Ren, at the instant Lucy lifted his hand, an alarm rang in Fan Ren's mind, prompting him to instantaneously swap positions and appear behind Lucy. Engaging in a tug-of-war with such a formidable figure was no small feat. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Rumor had it that this individual was merciless, with one instance reported to have involved cannibalism. Fearful, however, Fan Ren soon sensed something amiss, his pupils dilating in shock. The gun did not fire. Lucy's gesture was merely a means to ascertain how Fan Ren had evaded him. A meaningful smile gradually appeared upon the light green mask. So you do not dodge bullets. You merely observe my movements. With this realization, Lucy relaxed his grip, causing their hell roar in his hand to clatter to the ground before vanishing into his backpack. Pressing his earphone, he instructed, "You may leave now and explore other areas." "Xiantong. Are you certain?" Seeing Lu Si nod, the metallic sphere in the air spun twice before decisively darting away. Xiantong understood that since Sin had made a decision, her presence here was likely inconsequential. Soon, the once bustling sports arena was left in silence, with only Lu Si standing solemnly. Gradually, he closed his eyes beneath the mask, tuning out the cacophony around him, immersing himself entirely in the primal instincts of the beast within. After all, the arena was devoid of any spectators. It was best to simply shut his eyes. At times, where the eyes cannot see, the heart will guide you. Tell me, which is swifter, the bullet or I? His voice was low, yet it reverberated above all the noise in the arena, akin to a tiger's roar silencing the wilderness, clearly reaching Fan Ren's ears. For a moment, Fan Ren was taken aback, unable to comprehend to whom this remark was directed. How could a human possibly outpace a bullet? But in the next instant, every hair on his body stood on end as a figure loomed larger in his vision, an overwhelming sense of imminent death enveloping him. Switch, boom, in the next heartbeat, a deafening roar erupted as Lu Si's right leg came crashing down with tremendous force, akin to a mountain-splitting axe striking the ground. The resounding impact left a massive dent in the floor of the badminton court, fissures rapidly spreading throughout the arena. Fan Ren stood at a distance, shock stabilizing his senses as he observed. He understood now why Lu Si had sheathed his gun. It was because he had made no overt movements, even as he sprinted forward while facing away. While not as swift as a bullet, it was far more unpredictable. Yet, how could it be possible? How could a human possess such speed? Fan Ren had never encountered anyone like this. Even if the opponent were the world's champion, he could never have fathomed that a person's body could become a lethal weapon. Were his Achilles tendons forged from steel? Yet, he had no time for astonishment. Before he could catch his breath, a terrifying gust of wind bore down upon him once more, the menacing mask radiating the aura of death, surging toward him again. All Fan Ren could feel was one overwhelming thought. It seemed this time, there would be no escape. Chapter 76, Rampage and Loss of Control, inflicting pain with a touch, transition, without the luxury of deep contemplation. Fan Ren could almost perceive the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, a malice that seemed to seep through the very pores of his being. In an instant, he hastily repositioned himself, narrowly evading the threat once more. Boom, as he glanced back, the spot where he had just stood erupted once again, debris and smoke swirling around, obscuring Lu Si's figure within the chaos. Moments later, the haze was shattered by a powerful gust, and from within, Fan Ren instinctively knew that it could only be yet another manifestation of sin. Did his muscles truly require no respite or build-up? The astonishment in his heart scarcely had time to settle before he vanished from his location again, swiftly swapping places with his spiritual entity. In the next moment, the basketball hoop behind him was obliterated by a single strike, fragments scattering across the ground. Cold sweat drenched Fan Ren's back. It was evident that Sin, the world's foremost entity, was not merely a title. With such physical prowess, it far surpassed any player he had ever encountered. Were all the top-ranked individuals on the game's leaderboard of this caliber? His own transitions with his spirit were effortless, merely a thought away, yet his adversary pursued him with flesh and blood. In this relentless chase, he felt as though he was constantly on the brink of peril. As for why he must evade rather than confront, Fan Ren could only scoff at those who would suggest such folly, who would dare to stand against such a force. The fact that he had not yet retreated entirely was a testament to his resolve. He dared not ponder whether he could withstand his opponent for a full 24 hours. Once faced with the reality, he found himself contemplating a singular notion: could this game truly lead to his victory over such a foe? The very premise of parsing the level hinged upon a supernatural narrative. In a one-on-one duel, Fan Ren suspected this monstrous entity could effortlessly rend him asunder. That would indeed be an insurmountable predicament. Transition, once more, he narrowly dodged a lethal assault, distancing himself as he warily observed the rampaging beast within the arena. For now, his only recourse was to exert every ounce of his strength, striving to keep this creature at bay for as long as possible, for this challenge represented the great cold Ming Kingdom, and leniency was simply not an option. Suddenly, amidst the vast and echoing sounds of the sports arena, a chilling laughter resonated. It was Lucie's voice, and after witnessing his consecutive failures, the power of his wrathful mask began to escalate, prompting an uncontrollable, maniacal chuckle. "You little brat, run quite fast, don't you?" A grotesque smile split the mask in two, resembling a deranged grin stretching from ear to ear. Boom! The ground beneath him instantly formed a massive crater, the terrifying backlash launching his body forward, hurtling towards Fan-Ren.At this juncture, Lucie had entered a state of frenzy, teetering on the edge of losing control, his laughter erupting spontaneously. Without pausing for breath, without respite, he charged forward in a relentless sprint, akin to a clockwork automaton, his speed so great that it left only after-images in his wake, nearly impossible for the human eye to track. With each of Fan-Ren's transitions, he executed sharp turns, attempting to slow Sin's relentless pursuit, yet, no discernible effect materialized. Lucie's unyielding charge showed no signs of abating, the intensity of the chase leaving Fan-Ren gasping for air. Though merely a matter of switching places, the psychological pressure was beyond human endurance. He-hey-har-har-har-har. Moreover, throughout the arena echoed an eerie laughter that conveyed no hint of joy, instead sending chills down the spine. Fan-Ren experienced a disconcerting illusion, likening himself to a helpless little girl fleeing through a dark alley, pursued by a deranged killer. Though an imperfect analogy, the psychological strain was undeniably similar: fear, helplessness, and the dread of a grim fate should he be caught. The arena lay in ruins, a testament to the devastation wrought, with shattered equipment and torn flooring scattered about. Suddenly, the cacophony of explosions abruptly ceased. Lucie stood amidst the wreckage, enveloped in smoke and dust, finally halting his advance. The sports arena had been reduced to chaos, the air thick with haze, the scoreboard above swayed precariously before crashing down. The fury-laden mask on Lucie's face silently grinned, as he lowered his gaze to his right hand. In his grasp lay a half-foot-long piece of grey fabric, the initial attire of a game player. Just moments ago, Fan-Ren had succumbed to the overwhelming psychological pressure, his mind faltering for but an instant, allowing Lucie to tear away a fragment of his clothing. That sensation was akin to brushing against the very hand of death. Fan-Ren's face flushed crimson, breathless and cautious. He could not fathom why Sin had suddenly ceased his assault, yet this brief moment of respite was invaluable. The weight of his anxiety was suffocating. Was this game truly a challenge to the best? Why did it feel as though he were trapped in a hellish nightmare? Glancing at his torn garment, Fan-Ren remained haunted, hastily seizing this fleeting opportunity to contact Pu Buching. The internal game channel connected. "Hello, Mr. Pu, prepare for the aftermath." Pu Buching replied, perplexed. "What do you mean, prepare for what? I can't hold on much longer. This creature is truly terrifying, very terrifying." Fan-Ren reiterated his sentiments, emphasizing the horror he felt. Pu Buching, bewildered, "What, you can't hold on? It's only been a few minutes." "What are you talking about? What's happening?" Fan-Ren had already terminated the call, damn it. Within the arena, Lucie examined the tattered fabric in his hand, his rage beginning to subside, if only slightly. After all, he did not wish to truly lose control. Holding the evidence in his palm confirmed his instincts. Indeed, someone was here, radiating malevolence. How did you not escape this time? You cannot evade either. Observers who had previously believed Sin was merely acting out without reason were left dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the clothing fragment. What the hell, where did this come from? There really is something, it's tangible, which means the boss was chasing someone. Physical exorcism actually works, now I'm getting chills. The opponent's speed is astonishing, and yet they still haven't been captured. They must be quite skilled. If Fan-Ren could witness the audience's commentary, he would surely be left aghast. Fan-Ren, what, skilled? Me? Lucie stood rooted in place, fixated on the fabric for several long moments. The smile on his mask grew increasingly deranged, and he mused within his mind, good, it's confirmed that someone is present. Game over, Pain God's chosen. Level up. Chapter 77, Did I Let You Go? With a mere thought, the personal strength data panel concerning himself was summoned forth. After excluding equipment and other items, Lucie's current personal strength points could undoubtedly be described as extravagant. Strength 13 speed, 15 agility, coordination 15 luck, 3. Spirit, 3. Aside from the enigmatic purpose of luck, which Lucy had not yet utilized, the other statistics were far superior to those of other players. The allocation of points to spirit was rather inefficient, a ratio of 1:10 that Lucy deemed unnecessary. He preferred the tangible, clear-cut nature of physical strength. In the previous encounter, Lucy had amassed a considerable amount of pain points, and with some earlier accumulation, he now possessed over 40 points. Beneath the rage mask, Lucy had little inclination to meticulously calculate. Since he intended to engage thoroughly with his opponent, he decided to allocate a more significant enhancement to himself. Contemplating this, he dramatically increased his speed and coordination in one swift motion. It was akin to going all in. Speed enhancement, 1530. Coordination enhancement, 1520. For now, he disregarded strength, focusing primarily on augmenting his speed. His personal speed value had been doubled through pain points. Uncertain of the nature of the entity lurking in the shadows, be it human, ghost, another player, or some other game existence, he felt compelled to expose it. The sensation of being toyed with was infuriating. While Van Ren believed himself to be in a perilous situation, Lucy held a different perspective. In his view, he was merely chasing a bothersome mouse that kept evading capture, and he was utterly unable to seize it. Each failure only served to stoke the flames of his anger further. Although Van Ren had been running for a considerable time, the delay was minimal, but Lucy's rising anger had certainly accumulated. While wearing the gluttony mask, Lucy had not contemplated cannibalism, yet now, he genuinely craved to consume flesh. This elusive entity seemed to possess extraordinary abilities akin to teleportation, which only heightened his irritation. Now, with his speed doubled, he felt as if he were treading upon the wind, experiencing a disconcerting sense of lightness. If he could corner his opponent earlier, he felt significantly more confident now. From a distance, Van Ren lay in wait, holding his breath, observing Sin, anticipating the next move. Despite not understanding why the opponent had halted, he felt an unsettling premonition, akin to a thorn in his back. Suddenly, Lucy turned his gaze toward Van Ren's location, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as if their eyes had locked. Van Ren was certain he was in an invisible state, yet that glance left him feeling utterly exposed, as though stripped bare, with his heart skipping a beat. "My friend, you are revealing your breath." The rage mask grinned widely, addressing Van Ren's position. "Fear, like the scent of blood, could unveil all your secrets." Van Ren's muscles tensed instantly, as he held his breath, bracing for a new wave of pursuit, yet Lucy did not rush to strike. Instead, he gathered his sleeves and took a few deliberate steps towards Van Ren, nonchalantly stating, "I hope you are prepared. The boss has entered phase 2. What? Van Ren froze, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind those words. It felt as though Lucy had transformed into an entirely different person. However, without warning, Lucy's measured pace erupted into a sudden sprint, arriving before Van Ren in an instant. Conversion. Van Ren's nerves were taut, and the moment Lucy's footfall initiated, he had already executed a teleportation. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Despite having teleported, the howling wind still whipped against his face. The pale green mask had arrived, with no time to ponder how this had transpired, or why he had been confronted immediately after teleporting. Van Ren barely managed a second teleportation in the blink of an eye, narrowly escaping disaster. Lucy's charge was preemptively calculated. Driven by fear, Van Ren had instinctively teleported to the farthest distance from Lucy, taking the most significant return angle to maximize his sense of safety. Yet, such behavior became remarkably predictable. Thus, Lucy's first assault was not aimed at capturing his opponent. Instead, upon arrival, he pushed off the ground, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Indeed, as soon as he moved, the primal instinct of the beast within him sensed a presence nearby. This second attempt, however, still eluded capture, yet Lucy's hand struck out with the force of an iron rod, cleaving through the air in a bloody arc. Though the area before him appeared vacant, blood spattered forth, splattering across the already damaged floor. The air was filled with unmistakable, anguished groans. Van Ren was injured, however. He could not evade Lucy's third surge. With unrelenting momentum, Lucy's hand finally grasped something corporeal, his fingers digging forcefully into the flesh of his target, smashing through 2 advertising boards beside the arena. Lucy slammed his captive to the ground, leaving him utterly defenseless. The air warped as a figure gradually took shape. It was Fan Ren, who had painstakingly concealed himself for so long. Cough, cough. A metallic taste filled Fan Ren's mouth as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. At least he was a competent player, not succumbing to death under such pressure, yet, in that moment of capture, Fan Ren's mind went blank, truly blank, overwhelmed by a domineering and unreasonable aura. The fury diminished Lu Ci's rationality, imposing an unparalleled psychological strain on others, particularly his adversaries. The suffocating fear rendered Fan Ren unable to think, while the excruciating pain coursing through him awakened buried memories within his genes. Especially in their current positions, one atop the other, it was a primal fear ingrained in his very bones, that of a predator capturing its prey, of slaughter, of being devoured. With no time for astonishment, Fan Ren's survival instinct kicked in. He flipped his hand and produced his exit token. However, as soon as it emerged, a tremendous force seized his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, it felt as if his hand were caught in a hydraulic press, the pain rendering him senseless to everything else. R. Amidst his screams, that immense force crushed his muscles and tendons. A cacophony of ominous cracking sounds echoed, rendering him unable to grasp anything. The exit token slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground. Before him loomed the grotesque, grinning visage of the pale green mask. "What's the hurry? I asked if you could leave." Chapter 78. Even crying counts as time. Lu Ci's grip tightened increasingly, causing blood to seep from Fan Ren's wrist, his flesh brutally pressed against the bone, as if Lu Ci intended to crush him utterly. Fan Ren continued to scream, entirely engulfed by terror, reduced to meaningless wails. He deeply regretted agreeing to partake in this game. Although it had nothing to do with him, why was he, rather than the challenger Park Buchung, the one suffering? The moment he witnessed the exit token drop to the ground, a sense of despair enveloped him. He knew he was doomed, unlike Jin Erlu, who, despite the unknown horrors he faced, managed to escape the game and preserve his life. What about him? As he approached the end of his nearly 30 years of existence, his life began to flash before his eyes, and he found himself reflecting on the past, as if awaiting death. At that moment, the excruciating pain in his wrist suddenly eased, replaced by a tingling sensation, the pain vanishing entirely. Fan Ren, what does this mean? Has my hand already been crushed? Images of mangled flesh flashed through his mind, and he turned away in despair, only to discover, Lu Ci had released his vice-like grip, no longer applying further pressure. Stunned, Fan Ren felt a fleeting sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, that relief was short-lived as a deep voice resonated beside him. Why are you howling? Lu Ci pressed down upon him, momentarily bewildered. How could a grown man scream so pitifully? He couldn't comprehend it. The sight only tempered his anger slightly. He hadn't even stated his intent yet. What was this person's issue? It was merely a grasp of the wrist. It wasn't as if he had broken it. This was nothing like the adversary he had envisioned. Lu Ci had initially expected to encounter a typical, brainless antagonist, one who would provoke him after being subdued, then desperately retaliate, only to be dispatched with a single blow. Instead, he found this pitiful excuse for a foe. Unbeknownst to him, his own appearance was fearsome. The rage emanating from him coupled with the pale green mask gave him an ominous, ghastly visage, akin to a famished spectre emerging from the depths of hell. Upon raising his gaze to Lu Ci's mask, Fan Ren let out another unbidden scream. Lu Ci, am I truly that hideous? Fan Ren felt as though he was gazing not at a human, but rather a grotesque beast, salivating hungrily, while he stood before it like a meal laid out on a platter. He intends to kill me, he desires to devour me. The veins on Fan Ren's forehead bulged as these two thoughts spiraled relentlessly through his mind, leaving him utterly incapable of rational thought. The moment the exit token slipped from his grasp, he felt as though he had already glimpsed his own demise. Please don't kill me, I'm merely trying to survive. I didn't even dare to lay a hand on you. It's Park Buchung who challenged you, not me. I have no desire for the top spot. I beg you, spare my life and let me go. Killing me would serve no benefit to you, would it? I have an elderly mother to care for. In all honesty, observing such a contestant left him feeling a mix of amusement and irritation. Initially, he had perceived the opponent as possessing formidable survival skills, perhaps a master, but it was evident that fear had led him to allocate all his points to survival abilities. Hee, Lucy chuckled in disbelief, lifting Van Ren and propping him against the wall. If he could amuse the furious masked Lucy, perhaps Van Ren was indeed a remarkable individual. Lucy began, I have a few questions for you. Questions were fine, but Lucy's previous laughter had nearly terrified the urine out of Van Ren. What on earth was he laughing about? He trembled, hardly processing what their criminal had just said, focused solely on his own pleas. Please, don't kill me, we can discuss this. I'm not appetizing. Don't eat me. Lucy, seeing his demeanor, decided to forego further banter. He patted Van Ren on the shoulder and inquired, this place, there must be many things, right? The kind you can neither see nor touch. Could you enlighten me on what's going on? Seemingly cautious not to frighten Van Ren further, Lucy spoke in a calm, gentle tone, if you can't provide an explanation within 10 seconds, I will press your head into your pelvis. I'm quick. It won't hurt. At that, your two heads would be reunited. Van Ren's previously calmed demeanor shattered instantly. All he could hear was the looming threat of the man before him intending to crush him. He erupted into cries once more, though this time they lacked sincerity, producing only sound without tears. Boom! Lucy kicked the wall beside Van Ren's head, irritation lacing his voice, crying. Does crying count as time? I'll count to 10. 1. 10. With that, Lucy unleashed his infernal roar. Please, 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 what about the 8 numbers in between? Give me a moment to think. Van Ren lunged forward, clinging to Lucy's leg. Yes, it's mine, I did it. If you're sensing many things, they must be my spirits. Spirits? Lucy echoed. Exactly, just like that. Van Ren hurriedly explained his abilities, akin to reciting a monologue, fearful that even a slight omission might provoke their criminal into ending his life. Lucy listened, momentarily bewildered. Spirits, you say, can you retract them? I can't, that's the truth, they can only dissipate on their own once out of range, Van Ren quickly replied, hoping for release, thinking those things would vanish with him. Can't? Well, that's just perfect. With that, the furious mask donned a grin once more. To be honest, Van Ren was the individual who had caused the furious mask to exhibit laughter more than anyone else. Perfect, Van Ren felt puzzled, suddenly sensing a tight grip on his shoulder as Lucy secured him against the wall. Were you diligent in your studies? Read more books. What? Before Van Ren could process this, a grey book materialized before him, radiating an almost hypnotic allure that drew the eye irresistibly. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the title on the cover, The Confessions of the Disheartened. As the mesmerizing grey enveloped him, the cover of the book slowly opened, flipping to the first page. In that instant, Van Ren felt his life was a profound failure. Before the strongest player, he resembled an ant. Perhaps it was best to perish here. He was weary of living. Simultaneously, the gymnasium erupted with a series of unearthly, shrill wails, reminiscent of ghostly lamentations. Chapter 79, skipping the lesson, background, and animation, then killing within the arena. A haze of grey mist erupted in clusters, only to vanish swiftly, leaving one with a sensation as if they had merely imagined it. The entire space contorted momentarily. A series of piercing shrieks accompanied by faint explosions resonated, reminiscent of dust being stirred by a gust of wind, as if an invisible fireworks display had unfurled within the venue. Lucy could distinctly perceive that the vast malevolence that had been fixated upon him was gradually diminishing, its eradication resembling that of clearing a game of Tetris. Moreover, the once boisterous atmosphere of the arena was progressively succumbing to tranquility. The lively sounds of sports were steadily silencing, fading into oblivion. It appeared that even those disturbances were orchestrated by Van Ren's spirit, a ruse devised to ensnare Lucy and keep him tethered in this place. Park Bu Cheng and Van Ren had meticulously plotted everything, yet they had overlooked Lucy's formidable strength. The S-rank sealed object, having been unleashed for merely a few minutes, rendered the arena eerily serene, obliterating the multitude of spiritual manifestations that had previously thrived. Bang! Lucy forcefully closed his book, stowing away the confessions of the disheartened. The S-rank sealed object was indeed remarkable. Such a simple page had eradicated Van Ren's spirit with ease, and the backlash was distinctly apparent. The adverse effects on Lucy were primarily emotional and psychological. However, due to the influence of the rage mask, he remained oblivious to them. At that moment, as he flipped open the book, an inexplicable fury ignited within him, as if the entirety of existence had failed to meet his expectations. The sight of Van Ren before him was irksome, inciting a desire to kill. The arena's disarray was displeasing, evoking a wish to demolish it. The very institution itself was a source of irritation, provoking thoughts of destruction. In essence, everything in the world seemed to conspire against his desires. It was as if a black hole had consumed all remnants of warmth and reason within him, transforming them into an overwhelming rage bent on annihilation. Lucy now comprehended the description of rage. He was indeed the blazing fire that could incinerate the world. This book was best left unread. Too much exposure to the sacred texts could lead one to commit heinous acts without a moment's hesitation. Once the book was closed, an unsettling silence enveloped the arena, as if the previous clamor and excitement had been nothing more than a figment of imagination, never having transpired. Silence was indeed preferable, save for one individual. I feel so defeated, I am nothing at all. Perhaps death would be better. Van Ren collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently, as though he had been utterly broken. His nerves twisted and contorted beyond recognition, having been terrorized by the rage mask and subsequently influenced by the concept of the disheartened. His mind was on the brink of collapse. Lucy, already in a foul mood, observed Van Ren's pitiful state and inquired with unexpected kindness, "What is the matter? Do you wish to die? Do you require my assistance?" In an instant, a spark of determination ignited in Van Ren's eyes, and he sprang up from the ground, retreating several steps. "No, no, brother. I was merely jesting. I was speaking nonsense. I desperately want to live. I yearn for life so intensely that I can hardly sleep, fearing that if I doze off, I may never awaken." All negative emotions were swept away in an instant, and the powerful will to survive rendered Van Ren oblivious to any notions of despair. He realized that snatching a life from the jaws of sin was no small feat. While the challenge mode lacked definitive conditions for victory or failure, being caught and killed by sin was undoubtedly a personal failure. Glancing sideways, Van Ren noticed the exit token on the ground, contemplating how to retrieve it when Lucy naturally bent down to collect it. Ignoring Van Ren's internal turmoil, Lucy strolled toward the center of the arena, faintly hearing the sound of a basketball being dribbled. Yet, his primal instincts detected no malice lurking within the venue, nor did he perceive anything amiss. Although he had eliminated all distractions, he struggled to conceive the actual gameplay content. Eliminating erroneous options did not equate to discovering the correct one. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lucy found himself disinterested in the standard approach to completing the game. Was there not a ready-made solution before him? Turning to the bewildered Van Ren, he asked, "What is the game here?" Van Ren cautiously replied, "I'll tell you, but you mustn't kill me. You may choose to remain silent." Lucy responded with calm detachment. "Please? I must tell you, it's imperative." Van Ren stood at attention. Basketball, the opponent is a basketball player. The rapidity of Van Ren's transformation astonished all observers, yet it was undeniably a shrewd survival tactic. And then Lucy continued, encouraged by Van Ren's cooperation. "Then I truly do not know, this is the truth, I can only sense things slightly because I can differentiate spiritual bodies. The precise method to clear the game is known solely to Park Bu Cheng. Why not seek out Park Bu Cheng? Torture him instead, I am of no use for that." Lucy. Van Ren had effectively discarded any pretense of loyalty, eager to sell out his ally, for if it weren't for Park Bu Cheng, he would not be facing the current harbinger of death. Lucy. Spiritual bodies were a futile endeavor, devoid of any tangible pain to extract. He had little desire to analyze further. He simply wished to expedite the completion of this bizarre narrative. This may require analysis of the backstory. It seems the protagonist of this tale has been waiting for someone capable of defeating him on the basketball court. Additionally, he likely possesses a tragic past, having dropped all pretense of integrity. Van Ren spoke earnestly, as if he were Lucy's comrade. All right, enough of that. Lucy interrupted, where is he located? In terms of gaming mechanics, deciphering and analyzing were exceedingly inefficient actions. Had he been wearing the greed mask, he might have entertained some thoughts on these matters, but in his current state of rage, he was only inclined to strategize during combat. It was akin to bypassing the tutorial, disregarding the background narrative, skipping the cutscenes, and plunging directly into the gameplay, weapon in hand, prepared for slaughter. I do not know who I am, nor where I am. I only know that I crave carnage. Fan Ren, slightly bewildered by Lucy's demeanor, found himself in a state of compliance, indicating a particular location. That spot had been ravaged beyond recognition. The basketball hoop had been toppled by Lucy's earlier strike, now lying in a different area. Lucy approached, retrieved the basketball hoop from the ground, and with a resounding thud, plunged it straight into the earth. Then he once more produced the Confessions of the Disheartened, opened it, and laid it flat upon the hoop. Chapter 80. The Game of the Undead. Fan Ren was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the scene before him, watching as Lucy placed a book flat on the rim of the basket, utterly perplexed by the action. However, it did not take long for him to comprehend the significance of this gesture. The Confessional of the Disheartened, resting upon the basket, could only be disturbed by human intervention. A mere breeze would be powerless to stir it. The soft echoes of basketballs bouncing in the gymnasium filled the air, and suddenly, with a swift whoosh, the book seemed to be propelled outward. Moments later, the pages quivered slightly, as if something ephemeral was dissolving upon them, and then, silence enveloped the space. The atmosphere remained hushed for 3 seconds, all sounds fading into oblivion. Subsequently, a sharp, piercing scream erupted from beneath the basketball hoop, sending chills throughout the entire arena, as if something was on the verge of erupting. Lucy's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of energy, he leaped onto the hoop, perching himself on the edge of the backboard, seizing the Confessional of the Disheartened, crossing his legs, and bracing himself for the impending confrontation. An aura of fury radiated from him, merging with invisible grievances, akin to a fierce clash between dragons and tigers. In truth, Lucy was uncertain of what would transpire next, while Fan Ren huddled in a corner of the gym, trembling in fear, hoping to remain unaffected. Soon, the chaotic and confrontational energy gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the environment. An unexpected game notification chimed in Fan Ren's ears, one he had never contemplated. Campus 7 wonders, the sound of basketballs in an abandoned gym. Black Side challenge successful. Challenge progress, 2-7, remaining time. 22 hours 39 minutes and 46 seconds. Fan Ren was taken aback. Is this really it? So simple. What was all the torment I endured before? Was it merely a social experiment? Yet, recalling the damage that book inflicted on spiritual entities, coupled with the words spoken to him at the beginning of the game by Pu Bucheng, many things began to align rationally. Pu Bucheng had told him at the time, your abilities are unique. This gym challenge poses no particular difficulty. However, I have tailored it specifically for you. This challenge aligns perfectly with your spiritual entity. As long as you can withstand it and remain undetected, no one will be able to escape this challenge. Regrettably, Fan Ren did not manage to endure. In Pu Bucheng's vision, with countless spirits akin to basketball-playing ghosts mingling together, no one would be able to identify the correct target. Moreover, with Fan Ren causing disturbances on the side, no one could locate him either. If a normal individual were to attempt to eliminate distractions and seek the crucial clue amidst the chaos, they would be ensnared in Pu Bucheng's trap. But Lucy was not a normal individual. The furious mask detected that someone was watching him from the shadows, and thus, it was imperative to eliminate the source of the scrutiny. He dares to unleash malice upon me, seeking death. As Lucy observed the situation unfolding, he was initially prepared for another round, feeling a tinge of irritation at how easily this matter had resolved itself. Shortly thereafter, an unexpected game voice notification echoed, perplexing him. Whiteside player, Fan Ren, has exited the current challenge mode. Ho, Lucy mused, hadn't he already confiscated Fan Ren's exit coin? Could it be that the opponent had also acquired an exit coin from game rewards? Turning around, he noticed Fan Ren still standing behind him, equally bewildered, patting down his body as if checking for missing pieces. Lucy furrowed his brow and spoke, didn't you claim your name was Fan Ren? Were you deceiving me? Of course not. Fan Ren exclaimed in desperation. What on earth is happening? Why have I exited? Fan Ren had never encountered such a situation, and strictly speaking, it was likely that no one else in this world had experienced anything like it. He was still present in the game, yet paradoxically considered to have exited. The game announcement had concluded, and his attempts to communicate with his teammates through the game's internal messaging had failed, as that channel was now closed to him. Even his own livestream had vanished, and when he checked his screen, it displayed nothing but darkness. What am I now, a game of the undead? Surely, my teammates would think I've been replaced by some imposter with ulterior motives. Fan Ren was engulfed in confusion. His exit coin was no longer in his possession, and even if he wished to exit, he found himself utterly incapable now. All traces of his status within the game had evaporated. There were no viewers, no teammates, and no one was aware of his continued wandering. Particularly concerning was the presence of this seemingly malevolent figure before him. Could he trust that he was indeed Fan Ren? If this individual could not discern his identity, he likely wouldn't bother to clarify. Forcing a smile, he addressed Lucy. Truly, my friend, you must believe me, I have no reason to deceive you. Perhaps you could return my exit coin, I could leave, and you could calm your anger without resorting to violence. Lucy remained silent, merely lifting the hell roar in his hand, transferring it to his right. Please, we can discuss this, there's no need for violence, Fan Ren stammered, nearly losing control in fear. How could this individual not believe that he harbored no ulterior motives? If you doubt me, ask your audience. I've lost even my livestream perspective. Lucy ignored him, switching hands before stowing the hell roar away. He pressed down on his earpiece. Hello. Once he established a connection with Xie Antong, Lucy turned and walked towards the exit of the gymnasium. I see you've progressed swiftly through the challenges, came Xie Antong's voice after a brief silence. It was rather straightforward, Lucy replied succinctly. Do we have any leads on the next ghost story's location and content? Essentially, I've pinpointed a general area, Xie Antong continued, providing surprising optimism. The music and art classrooms offer clear direction. I have a rough target in mind and will guide you there shortly. The restroom and the 13th level staircase are less straightforward. I have some preliminary ideas, but I'll need you to explore those areas to assess the game's trigger conditions. It seemed that both had grown accustomed to the current dynamics of Sin, communicating with an efficiency reminiscent of a well-oiled machine, solely focused on conquering the game. It's odd, the pressure from their conversation is palpable. I wonder if Pu Bucheng can withstand this intensity. This is quite disrespectful, it hasn't been long at all. Honestly, I'm feeling exhilarated. As long as I sense a problem, I can directly inform Sin, and he'll handle it. Of course, it's enjoyable to play at max level. Who wouldn't want to be a prominent ally? So, does someone up there have a way to obtain legendary weapons? Chapter 81, each with their own agenda. Dealing with you is quite simple. Lucy's pace in navigating the challenges had reached a frenzied peak, leaving observers breathless. At last, the battle concluded. In this moment of respite, he could finally indulge in some casual conversation on different topics. Xie Antong's eyes had once again returned, soaring through the air in circles, poised to initiate a new round of guidance towards the music classroom. Lucy understood that many elements of the Seven Wonders were shrouded in mystery. If the confessional of the disheartened possessed a formidable counteraction against spirits, then wielding such a tome might prove more advantageous than a firearm. Thus, he grasped the book with purpose, adjusting his attire to present himself with an air of scholarly elegance, resembling a refined university professor. This striking contrast momentarily rendered Xie Antong speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected demeanor. The metallic orb circled twice in the air before spotting the despondent Fan Ren in the gymnasium and inquired, who is that individual? Just a passerby, perhaps his only aspiration in life is simply to survive, Lucy replied. Very well. Additionally, Park Bu Cheng should be devising new restrictions, considering we have just cleared another challenge. Do remember to exercise caution, he added. Watching Lucy's figure gradually fade from view, Fan Ren finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the nearly ruined floor. With his mind a blank slate, he felt a sense of bewilderment regarding his current predicament, uncertain of what steps to take next. Having been expelled from the game system, was he expected to wait idly? What must Park Bu-cheng think of him? What do the citizens of the great cold underworld perceive him as? Given Park Bu-cheng's character, he would likely deem him utterly useless. Was he not currently lambasting him profusely? Would the unfortunate soul also direct his frustration towards him? Setting aside other concerns, Fan Ren's assessment of Park Bu-cheng was indeed quite astute. Shibar. How long has it been? This was a level tailor-made for that fellow, and he couldn't even endure for an hour before it ended in failure. Moreover, why was there not a single word of communication before his exit? How can they all be so inept, incapable of relaying even a message? With over 100 avatars, each capable of instantaneously swapping places with a mere thought, how could even 100 swine fail to utter a word before perishing? Shibar. At this moment, Park Bu-cheng was seething with impotent rage. He had never anticipated that a couple of games would secure his victory in the realm of sin, yet the silence of his teammates upon exiting the game was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, with Fan Ren's game screen now completely vanished, the audience of the great cold underworld in the streaming room, particularly those who had not witnessed Fan Ren's perspective, began to speculate and malign. Fan Ren's performance is indeed hard to defend. The level that dragged on the longest ended so abruptly. I've checked, and it seems Fan Ren has some Chinese ancestry. That explains it, a traitor from within. Shibar. At this juncture, Park Bu-cheng was devoid of the inclination to maintain his image or converse with his audience. An overwhelming sense of crisis began to take root within him. Although the game grew increasingly difficult, and he had myriad restrictions to impose, the unprecedented speed at which the elusive Sin was conquering levels left him feeling unsettled. All a human, how could a mere 3 games reveal such a vast disparity? Shibai. It must be that my teammates are utterly worthless, resulting in this debacle, purely inept. The suggestion interface had long since appeared, yet he hesitated to exercise his authority, imposing new restrictions on the opposing side. Doubt had begun to cloud his once unwavering confidence, leaving him uncertain of how to ensure his victory with absolute certainty. The thought of losing was too daunting to entertain. Shibar, it must be due to my teammates' foolishness. I designed this meticulously, a millimeter. As if struck by a sudden revelation, Park Bu-cheng's urge to curse momentarily stilled. An idea taking form in his mind, with a slight smile, he began to input new restrictions into the game interface. Since my teammates are all inept, how can one presume that the adversary's allies will be competent? At this moment, Lu Si had been guided by Sierentong's eyes to a special arts and physical education building, arriving before a classroom on the lower level. This is the place. I am most certain it is a site of urban legends. However, the specifics of how to trigger it depend on the game. How to clear it also relies on you. Lucy nodded, having grown accustomed to individual navigation. Such a feeling was the epitome of freedom for him. This cooperative approach imposed no constraints upon him. Very well, I shall address matters here first, while you confirm the other locations. Lucy's statement bore a hint of impatience, the most tactful expression of his simmering frustration. Just as he was about to step inside, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, wait, you mentioned only 4 subsequent games, correct? Having cleared just 2, that implies there is still 1 remaining. Upon hearing the matter concerning Sin, Xiantong responded, indeed, that one should be the most concealed. I have yet to uncover it. I will continue to search shortly. Lu Si frowned slightly. His instinct suggested that Xiantong's tone seemed somewhat off. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns, merely acknowledging her before entering the classroom. In the biology classroom, Xiantong sat alone amidst the clutter of the vacant room, legs crossed as she conversed with Sin. At the moment she uttered, I have yet to discover it, unbeknownst to anyone, a plaster model of lips behind her curled into a subtle smile. He says a classroom can only host a single urban legend, yet equally unknown was that, while facing away from the plaster model, Xiantong's lips also betrayed a slight upward curve. The all-seeing eye surely cannot have blind spots, for I possess eyes at my back. In this delicate atmosphere, the game's restrictions finally made their belated appearance. The black side player has successfully navigated the second campus wonder. The white side player now imposes the second restriction. Among the black side players, every individual in this challenge mode must possess a history of clearing campus wonders. Upon hearing this restriction, Xie Antong could hardly suppress a grin, nearly bursting into laughter. She lifted her head, her expression laden with significance. Oh, Park Bu Cheng, though the mindset and behavioral patterns of a sin are challenging to analyze, predicting your moves seems rather simple after all. Chapter 82, Scheming and Anticipation Conditions. Lu Ce stepped into the classroom before him, and upon hearing a voice near him, he paused momentarily. Xie Antong had nearly perfectly anticipated Park Bu Cheng's thoughts. However, Lu Ce remained somewhat oblivious to the extent of her abilities. The all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon, while undeniably impressive, her combat prowess seemed to be lacking, or rather, it had yet to be demonstrated. Did she also have to pass a trial? Wasn't that rather absurd? What if she failed? Did that mean he would also be deemed a failure in the challenge? It felt utterly ridiculous. This game was a challenge mode, a contest between him and Park Bu Cheng. There had been no prior stipulation regarding the consequences of her failure. Contemplating this, Lu Ce sensed that the issue might be more significant than he initially thought. As he entered the room, the door closed automatically, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. Yet, Lu Ce paid little heed to this, pressing the earpiece once more and inquiring, "Did you hear the game restrictions just now?" "I did," Xie Antong replied. "You confirmed the game's difficulty as hell level before selecting your teammates, which subsequently matched you with me. It has been confirmed on Park Bu Cheng's side. He has more than one teammate, indicating he has additional support. However, for you, the challenge itself is hell level, which implies that the teammates assigned to you, including me, are meant to hinder your progress." As she spoke, she stood up, seemingly bored, and began to meander around the classroom, occasionally adjusting the positions of the sculptures within. At that moment, she had already rearranged all the sketch sculptures in the room. Listening to her remarks, Lu Ce fell silent for a moment before responding, "Well, you seem quite self-aware. Is your tone always so brusque? All right, enough with the pleasantries. Among these eerie tales, do you find any that seem relatively simple?" Lu Ce adopted a more serious demeanor. "You can choose an easier one. I'll incapacitate them, and you can finish them off without—" At this point, she had yet to disclose her circumstances to Lu Ce, as she had already surmised Park Bu Cheng's intentions. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed her all-seeing eye helmet, causing the armor beside her ears to liquefy, extending downward to envelop her headphones before reshaping itself. Subsequently, a slender neural spike pierced her skull, the pain causing her brow to furrow. However, she uttered not a word. Her thoughts transformed into sound, transmitted directly to Lu Ce's ears. "Zui, I hope you won't make this public. The words I am about to convey will not be heard by the audience, nor will Park Bu Cheng be aware, only we two can comprehend. Lu Ce, the weather at this school is truly dreadful." Xie Antong nodded in satisfaction and continued to communicate telepathically. "To make a long story short, whether or not I become a burden to you is not your decision to make, but rather one dictated by the game. If the game has such an agenda, your increasing strength may yield adverse effects, and Park Bu Cheng is currently pursuing this approach as well. Nonetheless, I believe we might be able to turn this to our advantage." Lu Ce was uncertain how to feign ignorance. Wearing an enraged mask made it challenging for him to engage. "Hey, why the silence? In any case, the forthcoming game will likely not primarily focus on restricting you, but rather on exploiting me as a breakthrough point. Your current game must still be completed with thunderous momentum. Instill fear in them, make them panic. Once completed, I predict that the next additional restriction imposed will be the death or withdrawal of any member from the black team. Counts as a challenge mode failure. His previous additional restriction was insufficient, thus this one is necessary. As long as you strike hard and fast enough, I am 90% certain I know what Park Bu Cheng is contemplating." Xie Antong spoke rapidly in her mind. Though only she and Zui could grasp the conversation, the audience remained utterly perplexed. Yet, the content of her speech was intriguing. She had completely accepted that Zui could swiftly conquer the eerie tales, even violently. She did not propose a secondary plan, as if everything were a matter of course. Under normal circumstances, Zooey would not be incapable of clearing the challenges. Upon hearing Lucie's lack of dissent, Xie Antong tentatively stated, "Therefore, I believe this can be utilized. If, after you clear this round, the additional restrictions are as I surmised, I hope that during the upcoming challenges, you will be open to considering my suggestions, even if at times I may not provide reasoning." She understood that Zooey was not easily communicable in a furious state and could only present her conditions during relatively calm moments. Otherwise, everything could spiral out of her control, and if Park Buchung managed to exploit her as a breakthrough to victory, she would find it intolerable. Lucie was uncertain of what she was contemplating, nor was he entirely clear on her plans, yet he sensed the confidence in her words. If her failure could indeed impact him, it appeared to be the only pressing issue at hand. It seemed she was confident in her ability to resolve it. All right, Lucie replied. Is this room an art classroom or a music classroom? Hearing the voice from Zooey, Xie Antong felt as though she had achieved a victory, unable to suppress a smile. Although she currently found herself amidst the eerie atmosphere of the tales, the psychological pressure of negotiating with Zooey was evidently far greater. Having engaged in 2 rounds of challenge mode, they had finally established a preliminary strategy. Everything was in place. Moreover, she realized that under normal circumstances, Zooey still possessed a degree of rationality and communicative potential, as evidenced by his deliberate attempt to speak on unrelated topics to obfuscate matters. He was indeed cautious when necessary. Let us proceed as discussed. Feel free to reach out at any time. With that, Xie Antong exited the unique telepathic communication, feeling mentally drained and slightly pale. On the other side, Lucie. So, is this classroom an art classroom or a music classroom? Chapter 83, Your melody is enchanting, but I am pressed for time. Why is there no response? My inquiry was not meant to be elusive. Lucie lifted his gaze and casually glanced around, only to be captivated by a portrait hanging on the wall. The figure within the painting appeared to emulate the Mona Lisa, smiling serenely as it gazed forward. I recall my teammate once mentioning a peculiar tale regarding a painting's tears. Am I correct? Lucie mused, his thoughts drifting as he stepped closer to investigate. Is it you? What are you laughing at? Do you not intend to shed a tear? Lucie stood before the portrait, remaining motionless for several moments, as if engaged in a silent mental duel, locking eyes with the image. He found himself at a loss, for typically, one would wait for the other to strike first before devising a strategy to confront the target. However, this time, he sensed no uncanny atmosphere emanating from the portrait, nor any malice lurking within. It seemed this entity was rather formidable, its ability to conceal its presence remarkably astute. As he maintained his unwavering stare at the portrait, the spacious room was suddenly filled with the hauntingly beautiful strains of a piano. Lucie turned his head stiffly, following the sound to a corner of the room where a grand, red-draped Steinway piano resided. It sat quietly, exuding an air of classical elegance, as if it had been there for countless epochs, evoking a profound sense of solitude. Lucie swore that the piano had not been present when he entered. It must have materialized out of nowhere. Thus, the eerie tableau was not about your weeping portrait, but rather the piano's melody in the evening classroom. He had been pitting his wits against thin air. In an instant, the previously composed mask of anger began to overload, its shimmering light shifting and ultimately coalescing into a visage of fury. TSK, that woman Xie Antong could have been clearer. Not you, why don't you speak? In a fit of indignation, he struck the wall with a punch, shattering both the portrait and the plaster around it, debris scattering across the floor. The portrait, can I speak? I vaguely recall that this seems to be a horror game. Why does it feel so comical? Is there any sage among us who can analyze whether this sin holds any deeper significance? Even the piano is bewildered. It has emerged on its own. It seems that Puxin has made a blunder. Had this piano remained hidden, it could have controlled the protagonist for a considerable duration. Having grown accustomed to their sin motif, the audience continued to revel in a light-hearted atmosphere amidst the challenges of this horror game. Suddenly, all the curtains in the music classroom were drawn shut, plunging the entire room into utter darkness. A crack. The sound of a match striking broke the silence, and amidst the pitch blackness, a glimmer of light appeared where the piano stood. Observing the dim and flickering illumination, Lucie remained still and remarked, "What a heartwarming scene." The audience, now immersed in the sinister ambience, found themselves at a loss for words. Only you could find warmth in this moment, it seemed. Within the room, the melodious piano notes seemed capable of soothing the soul, and a hauntingly ethereal female voice suddenly resonated. "Would you care to join me in a piano duet?" The voice was light and melodious, embodying all that is beautiful, compelling one to acquiesce. What a lovely voice. It feels like falling in love. Wait, hold on, hasn't Kongbai discussed the characteristics of each horror tale with Sin? I researched this tale. If it is indeed the piano's melody at night, one must not listen to this tune, nor should one play along. The audience members supporting Lucie grew anxious, but their concerns were in vain. Such information was obscured in the challenge mode, and Lucie was oblivious to their comments. Thus, guided by the ethereal voice, Lucie slowly approached the piano. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the ancient Steinway, its keys dancing freely, producing intoxicating melodies. "Would you join me in a duet?" The ethereal voice beckoned once more, tempting Lucie like a siren luring sailors in the depths of the sea. Simultaneously, several keys began to shimmer with pink light, seemingly directing Lucie to play in accordance with their rhythm. He pondered before the piano for a few moments, then suddenly inclined slightly, offering a gentle bow. "Your melody is enchanting. But I am pressed for time." Just as the audience was left wondering about his intentions, thinking perhaps this rage had taken a turn, he straightened up and with all his might, struck the Steinway with a powerful blow. First, the courtesy, then the onslaught, the exquisite, archaic Steinway exploded in an instant. No ordinary metal or wood structure could withstand such force. The sound echoed like that of a demolition, as the piano disintegrated like a child's toy, its pieces scattering throughout the classroom, some even striking Lucie, reducing them to dust. Lucie cared not for any method of passage or prohibitions. In his view, since the essence of the horror tale revolved around their piano's melody, shattering it was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As the piano shattered, the room darkened significantly, and Lucie's instincts alerted him to the emergence of a something. With the presence of something, there was a means to communicate, whether it be human or spectre. As long as it existed, it could be dealt with. The stirring, melodious, and somber piano notes erupted in unison, for music possesses the power to sway human emotions, each piece akin to countless threads, tugging at the soul, urging one to succumb. A row of crimson-lit keys flowed forth. Indeed, they flowed, encircling Lucie in a grand circle. The room turned ominously dark. The once soft pink light extinguished. Lucie remained stationary, then suddenly took a few steps forward, yanking down the classroom curtains. Darkness, pitch-black darkness. Outside the window, it was no longer day, but an abyssal black, as if such darkness had not graced the earth since the dawn of humanity. Lucie pressed his ear against the headset and inquired, "Is it dark now?" "No, you may have entered the realm of the horror tale," Sir Antong surmised, realizing that a sin he had likely begun. "Understood." Lucie nodded. "If there is no completion signal in 10 minutes, do remind me." Chapter 84. The unyielding contestant from the cold nation, 1 shot, 2 lives. Upon completing his words, Lucie ended the call and began to observe his surroundings within the room. His greatest concern was the possibility of his mind being ensnared, leading to a misjudgment of time, much like when darkness had suddenly enveloped the outside world moments ago. He required an accurate sense of time, thus he entrusted this task to the relatively safe Sia Antong. If time had indeed gone awry, it would imply that they had entered the game scenario, clearly indicating that a new urban legend had been triggered. After all, the sound of a piano resonating in an empty classroom at the witching hour. "Classmate, may I join you in playing a tune?" The ethereal voice re-emerged, this time resounding with an unsettling proximity, as if a beautiful woman were leaning on his shoulder, whispering softly into his ear. At that moment, Lucie felt as though he were adrift in a dreamlike cosmos, surrounded by darkness, with an array of bizarre, ethereal piano keys floating before him. These keys formed a circular pattern, enveloping his body in a grand circumference, even encasing him from behind. Lucie's instincts sharply alerted him to the presence of another being at his back. It felt as if someone were pressed closely against him, akin to a haunting spectre, softly lamenting and extending an invitation, reminiscent of a sorrowful beauty. He raised his fist and struck forcefully toward the piano keys, yet his blow seamlessly passed through the shimmering illusion of the keys, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. Realizing his attack had failed, Lucy frowned slightly and pivoted to deliver an elbow strike. However, he found nothing to connect with. The entity clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off. The 7 great urban legends of the campus were all woven with such ghostly essence. "Hey there, handsome, may I join you in playing a melody?" Their haunting voice echoed once more from behind him, now laced with a teasing tone, even boasting slightly, as if reveling in Lucy's inability to rid himself of her presence. Lucy thought, are there no other words? Sheets of musical scores began to float into view, shimmering golden sheets dancing in the air, adorned with various notes, each corresponding to a melody that played repeatedly around Lucy. There were enchanting serenades of love, melancholic and poignant. There were resounding battle cries, transporting listeners to a roaring battlefield. A medley of lyrical, bluesy, jazzy tunes, both refined and vulgar from across the ages and cultures, surged forth, leaving Lucy questioning whether he was hallucinating strange internet songs, such as a big banana. He shook his head vigorously, a wave of intense emotions suddenly surging within him, as the cacophony of diverse music tugged at his feelings. The sheets of music continued to multiply, generating new compositions as the melodies swirled around him. The entity clinging to his back seemed to grow increasingly triumphant, her tone swelling with pride. The power of emotion is boundless. When a person experiences a tumultuous whirlwind of joy and sorrow in quick succession, it is akin to a wire being bent repeatedly. There inevitably comes a day it will snap. As long as Lucy remained entrapped and without a means of escape, he would ultimately descend into eternal subjugation, becoming a slave to the music. At least, this was how Fan Ziyan perceived it. Indeed, Park Buchung had many teammates, each possessing commendable skills, many reaching the level of the legendary Zhu Jian, and she was merely a concealed ally in this challenge, presently brimming with indignation. This was due to Park Buchung's recent communication, wherein he had issued certain directives. Lucy's 2 rapid completions had left her teammates without a single update, instilling a sense of dread in Park Buchung. Even a pig could sense the terror of a sin at this juncture. Thus he had somewhat lowered his standards, merely hoping to secure his eventual victory. As for whether he bore any sin strength, he no longer clung to such an obsession. In his view, did it truly matter who was strong? What mattered was who claimed the title of champion. He had already envisioned utilizing this opportunity to secure first place, leveraging his family's influence to become a local emperor with extraordinary powers. He would still participate in the game. Exiting the game meant losing everything. Failing could even lead to death. With so much wealth at his disposal, why risk his life? Thus, Park Buchung temporarily suppressed his folly and curbed his arrogance, opting for a more prudent course of action. He subsequently offered a word of caution to Fan Ziyan. The nature of sin was peculiar, perhaps formidable. This challenge was not crucial in design, so rather than seeking to defeat sin, it was best to prolong the encounter. The most critical issue was to ensure that information was relayed back. In a certain sense, Park Buchung did not believe Fan Ziyan could triumph over Lucy. He was already plotting the subsequent urban legends, yet, in the present moment, Fan Ziyan held a differing opinion. Her abilities were clearly well suited for this challenge, and the Yasin before her appeared rather mundane. She could not discern how this entity could pose any threat to her. Although she had been astounded when the opponent shattered the piano with a single blow at first, it had inadvertently escalated the challenge to a second phase. The opponent had not even attempted to solve the riddle before resorting to brute force, thus raising the difficulty. Her assessment of a sin was that it was simple-minded but physically adept. She wondered how her predecessors had faltered. "Classmate, may I join you in playing a tune?" Once more, she remarked playfully, resolved to confront this so-called number one. She had truly lost faith in the supernatural. "Are you human or a ghost?" Lucy inquired, having turned several times, only to find the entity persistently clinging to him, an intangible yet tenacious sensation that furrowed his brow. "I am both human and ghost," Fan Ziyan replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Lucy had merely posed a question, yet this individual had answered earnestly. Moreover, she continued, "Let us play a piece, if only for a fleeting moment, as the world's number one. My ability is spirit possession, and the girl behind you is a product of the game itself." She has now become my vessel. You cannot capture me, do not waste your efforts. Lucy. Who asked you when will you learn to curb this penchant for self-introduction? In other words, you lack a physical form. One could also exist physically. As she spoke, the girl leaning against Lucy gradually solidified. To an outsider, it appeared as though a man and woman were standing back to back, a scene of exquisite beauty. Fanzian subtly controlled her form to gain a semblance of substance, provocatively leaning against Sin. In this interplay of solidity and ethereality, she wielded full control. And the next moment, bang, the infernal roar of flames erupted, as Lucy fired a shot into his abdomen. One shot, two lives. Chapter 85. I do not relish killing, yet I may lose control. As Fanzian felt the subtle movement of Lucy's muscular back, she had already transformed into her ethereal form. Yet, it was too late. A muffled groan shattered the melodic strains of the piano that filled the classroom. The anguish and restraint in that sound were unmistakable, disrupting the previously harmonious chaos of the room. Now reverted to her spectral state, Fanzian cast a glance at her upper abdomen. There, a bullet hole marred her form, despite the fact that her incorporeal body would not bleed, and the pain would be significantly diminished. The sharp pangs and the instability of her spirit made it abundantly clear that her current condition was dire. Particularly troubling was her mental state. She was engulfed in distress as she grappled with the harrowing truth. She had been shot. This marked the first time in her life that she had sustained such an injury. She was utterly at a loss as to what to do, let alone how to revert to her physical form. Would it hurt? Most alarmingly, she could scarcely believe what had just transpired. In her original design, she had intended merely to tease the formidable figure behind her, waiting for him to turn to retaliate, at which point she would instantaneously possess her ghostly form. This was not merely a provocation, it was a calculated move to incite his emotions in keeping with the eerie ambience. This man would inevitably be driven to madness by her, but he had shot her directly. The angle of the shot had left her no time to react, and the only scenario in which she could not evade was a bullet fired straight at her abdomen, a direct hit. What kind of monster was this? The Iasena had not yet driven her mad, yet she was already teetering on the brink of insanity. In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, the singing in the room began to falter, and once more, Lucy's voice resonated behind her. His tone was steady, as if he bore no signs of injury. "Classmate, would you care to perform a piece with me?" Fanzian found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing with determination. She resolved that she must not revert to her corporeal state until she had dealt with this man. "Do you know that I am showing mercy?" Lucy's voice was calm yet restrained, as if he were suppressing something within. Fanzian was uncertain of his meaning and remained silent. Due to the design of the scenario, in her spectral form, she found herself pressed back to back with Lucy, unable to see what lay before him. Had he truly suffered no consequences from firing at her? What kind of ruthless individual was he? No, she could not afford to delay. The notes must continue to multiply. With this thought in mind, her ethereal hands began to dance across the keys behind her, conjuring sheet music that floated in the air. Each sheet tugged at Lucy's reason, assaulting his nerves and intensifying his rage, yet he remained remarkably composed. "Had I shot my neck just now, you would be dead." A chill ran down Fanzian's spine. The position of Lucy's neck corresponded almost perfectly to where her head rested. Though the notion of shooting oneself in the neck seemed utterly absurd, she suddenly sensed that the man behind her spoke with earnest intent. He would dare to do it. An inexplicable fear gripped her. She felt as if she were teetering on the precipice of life and death. Even in her spectral form, impervious to nuclear devastation, she remained devoid of any sense of security. The man behind her exuded a suffocating aura, ready to erupt and consume everything in its path. "Unfortunately, you will not have that opportunity," Fanzian retorted defiantly, hastily crafting more sheets of music, weaving a web to ensnare her prey. "You should withdraw now," Lucy reiterated. "Classmate, would you care to perform a piece with me?" was her response. For reasons unknown, she felt that this statement would determine her fate. "I am very regretful." Lucy's previously restrained tone began to dissipate. Had anyone been able to observe him, they would have noticed his eyes slowly transforming, as if his pupils were dilating. Gradually, his eyes became pure black. I do not relish killing, yet I may lose control. This eerie scenario was designed to manipulate emotions, and thus if he were to lose control, it would not bode well for her. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the classroom, chilling Fanzian to the bone. On the pale green mask of fury, two dark, cavernous eyes appeared, and the corners of the mouth began to crack and dissolve. Their confession of the disheartened suddenly floated into view, aligning itself with the sheets of music in the air, causing the floating notes to tremble. Subsequently, Lucy's left hand turned the page of the book, while his right hand rested on the piano keys before him. The scholar's right hand exhibited masterful playing technique. As the first page turned, the text of their confession of the disheartened appeared chaotic, resembling a haphazardly assembled dictionary of disorderly words, writhing in a frenzied sequence. Lucy gazed at the disarray, and with his right hand, he commenced to play. The scholar's right hand, regardless of the method of performance, transformed the confession into a symphonic piece. Instantly, an unusual sound erupted in the classroom, strikingly discordant. It was as if the Vienna Golden Hall had been performing a symphony only to be abruptly interrupted by a rock band. Emotionally, Fanzian's music was multifaceted, designed to exploit the full spectrum of human feelings, perpetually tormenting them. Conversely, Lucy's outpouring of emotion was solely anger, unreserved and unrelenting. That fury bore an overwhelming aggressiveness, swiftly overshadowing all else, while the ethereal sheets of music and piano keys began to tremble under the illumination of their confession of the disheartened. Fanzian. What is happening? No one answered her query. Lucy's left hand turned the page to the second. His right hand moved with such rapidity that it appeared to leave an afterimage, as if a legion of demonic entities had emerged from thin air, ruthlessly assaulting the other musical notes, rebounding upon the core of this arrangement, Fanzian. Since Lucy had uttered the words, "I am very regretful," scarcely 2 minutes had passed. Fanzian felt a suffocating grip on her soul, her ethereal form quaking. She sensed that the spirit she had possessed was on the verge of collapse. Should it disintegrate while she remained in this state, it would spell her doom. Yet if she reverted to her corporeal form, this monster behind her, combined with her gunshot wound. As Lucy turned to the third page, Fanzian finally resolved to retreat. She would transform into her physical form and withdraw her exit token. In the fleeting moment between those two actions, the grotesque mask loomed before her, its right hand poised with a momentum that seemed to carry the weight of mountains, swinging round to strike her face. The scene resembled a heavy hammer descending upon a mound of clay. 2 minutes earlier, Lucy had declared, "I am very regretful." Chapter 86, The Brutal Side, breaking the fastest record. 2 vials of poison lay before you. Which one would you choose to drink? A rational individual faced with such a dilemma would naturally decline both options, yet, this was precisely the predicament that Fanzian had encountered moments ago. She had not anticipated such a rapid and drastic turn of events, nor the ferocity of her adversary's counterattack, which threatened to shatter her ethereal form. Ultimately, in a bid for survival, she opted for the vial that appeared less lethal. However, the moment had arrived for her to confront the consequences of her choice. Unlike Xie Antong, she lacked a vigilant disposition. After discovering her teammates were guilty, she had immediately produced her exit token and had not relinquished it since. Her ability to manifest as a spirit had provided her with a false sense of security, leading her to let down her guard. Lucy's movements were alarmingly swift, surpassing the reflexes of mere mortals, resulting in a scene that was both gruesome and, at times, nauseating. With a resounding crack, a slap struck her face, generating a sonic boom and igniting a fleeting spark. The stunning beauty of one side of Fanzian's visage collapsed instantaneously, her features shattering as if mold from clay, blood and bone fragments spraying through the air, mingling with glistening liquid. Not only had her teeth been obliterated, but her jaw had also been sent flying, leaving her remaining cranial structure in a state unfit for viewing without pixelation. The force of the blow was merciless. On the other hand, the emotional provocation of this eerie tale was undeniably potent. This was the moment when Lucy exhibited his utmost fury in this game, teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. The remaining eye of Fanzian was now fully bloodshot, trembling violently as if it had witnessed the most horrific sights imaginable, her entire body convulsed involuntarily, a manifestation of her mental collapse and the instability of her nerves. Her half-open mouth gaped wide, yet no anguished cries escaped, only muted whimpers of pain could be heard. The musculature of her oral cavity and the structure of her throat had been utterly annihilated by that singular strike, along with the tearing of her vocal cords. Even her cervical vertebrae had succumbed. It was a miracle her head remained attached. The impact of Lucie's strike was enough to confer a doctorate upon a plastic surgeon. Her entire physique was sent spinning like a top, flipping through the air several times before crashing heavily to the distant floor. Fanzian's body had completely lost control, resembling a discarded sack. Her brain matter jostled within. Ordinarily, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness, yet the excruciating pain and profound terror compelled her to cling to consciousness. The only thing she could do was grip her exit token tightly, as if it were her final lifeline, refusing to let go. Just as her senses began to wane, a laughter akin to that from the depths of hell echoed in her ears. He. In an instant, Fanzian, who appeared on the verge of death, had a flicker of survival instinct illuminate her remaining eye. Retreat, exit, this was her sole thought, lingering in her mind. In the next moment, a terrifying kick descended upon her, and she vanished, the final footfall crashing down onto the floor. Yet, a scattering of flesh and a pool of blood remained on the ground, leaving one to wonder if any of her components had failed to depart. Lucie continued to chuckle oddly, standing amidst the carnage, silently observing the remains beneath his feet, his right foot relentlessly grinding the remnants into a pulp, extracting the essence. Ultimately, the entire floor was punctured beneath his weight, revealing glimpses of the layer below. Such a brutal tableau was far more unsettling than a straightforward gunshot. The spectators were left in stunned silence, a palpable chill coursing through them as they gazed through the screen. Moreover, Fanzian was a living person, not merely a figment of the game, and she was undeniably a beauty. None could fathom how guilt could transform from a relatively stable emotional state into this horrific spectacle. This doesn't feel right. This is far more terrifying than murder. I can hardly bear to watch. That scene made me feel nauseous. She's a girl, such a heavy hand. Honestly, it's a bit off-putting. Many felt disoriented. Lucie's ruthlessness had left a significant psychological mark. Some discerned that guilt was manifesting an evidently disturbed emotional state, and yet the fury had not dissipated. Lucie was not inherently a sadistic individual. He was, in fact, rather normal. However, at this moment, rage had nearly extinguished his reason. Although the earlier strike had alleviated some of his pent-up wrath, the sensation of fury had not fully dissipated. His rationality had yet to regain control. He had foreseen this, hence his warning. Had Fanzian not exited at that moment, her fate would have been irrevocably sealed. He was unable to govern himself, and his destructive impulses remained overwhelming. As the melodies that floated through the air began to shatter and disappear, it was evident that this eerie tale was nearing its collapse. At that moment, a voice crackled through the headset. 10 minutes have passed. How are you faring? Lucie, still unable to rein in his tumultuous spirit, emitted an incomprehensible laughter from his throat. Xie and Ong, what do you mean, my friend? As she pondered the bizarre behavior of her companion, a series of explosive detonations resonated from the other end of the earpiece, akin to a demolition crew invading a village. Xie Ong furrowed her brow, perplexed by the unfolding events, and swiftly directed her sight to the scene. The 7 wonders of the campus, the piano music in the classroom at night, Black Team Challenge successful. Challenge progress. 3-7, remaining time, 22:27:56. The announcement of success echoed, marking the swiftest completion of this challenge yet. Unyielding, Fanzian had nearly rendered herself lifeless while simultaneously setting this illustrious record. Upon Xie Tong's arrival at the site, she beheld the devastation of multiple classrooms, an entire floor obliterated, and there stood Guilt, calmly adjusting his cloak amidst the ruins. Chapter 87, Perfect Anticipation, Hunter and Prey. What just transpired here? Initially, Xie Tong, who had just received the notification of passing the level, found herself perplexed. Having cleared the stage, she was left wondering about the inexplicable laughter and sounds of battle she had just heard. Had she encountered a formidable opponent? Nothing at all, nothing happened, Lucy replied with remarkable composure, dusting himself off with a calm demeanor, holding in his hand the confession of a disheartened individual, exuding an air of cultured tranquility. The ruins surrounding them were, of course, the result of his earlier outburst, a consequence of his uncontrollable rampage. At this moment, the enigmatic cloak revealed its true merit. Were it not for its protection, Lucy would surely be left bare. The worth of an epic weapon is undeniable. After venting his fury and promptly closing his book upon completing the eerie tale, Lucy regained his composure, his personal rationality triumphing once more. He now appeared serene and untroubled, a stark contrast to the violent persona he had just exhibited when he had shattered Fan Ziyan's skull with a single strike. Yet, Xie Antong, surveying the disarray around her, found herself at a loss, struggling to identify which classroom was which. She could surmise that this disarray was a direct result of Lucy's earlier loss of control, and she wondered who could have driven him to such extremes. In a fit of desperation, he had hastily completed the level in a mere 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the audience, who had witnessed their sin unfold, could barely contain their astonishment. Wait, is he seriously changing faces like that? How can he talk to his teammates while sporting an entirely different demeanor? Isn't this a sign of potential psychological fragmentation? In less than 2 hours of gameplay, Lucy's transitions between elegance and brutality had become rather excessive. Yet, there was little he could do. The moment he donned the mask of fury, he understood that he could not afford to let himself spiral into chaos. He had to constantly wrestle with his anger for control over his own body. Anger is distinct from chaos. It is an unfathomable abyss that engulfs reason. If Lucy wished to avoid complete loss of control, he had to perpetually remind himself to maintain mastery over his emotions. Hence, he presented an unsettling facade, oscillating between violent outbursts and an innocent demeanor. After circling Sin twice, Xie Antong discerned that the other party seemed relatively unperturbed. She silently hoped he wouldn't lose control entirely. If he did, it would spell disaster, and she might have to make a hasty exit herself. All right, we mustn't tarry, Lucy said as he adjusted his coat and tucked the book under his arm. Where to next? Actually, there's no rush. As Xie Antong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. She could sense the lingering fury within this individual, now subdued but still eager to vent. Just a moment, remember what I mentioned earlier, we need to wait for Park Buching's next move. Now that you've passed so quickly, his restrictions will be imposed shortly. Indeed, Park Buching was intently focused on the game screen, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a case of varicose veins. It had only been an hour and a half since the game commenced, yet they were already halfway through. The thought of Sin's prowess had tempered his expectations for failure, leading him to believe that it was not an unbearable outcome. Especially in this level, he had never truly expected to retain Lucy. Losing was merely a part of the plan. However, what he could not accept was the game's notification. White player, Fan Ziyan, has exited the game. Damn it, what a waste. Why was there no feedback? Was there something wrong? He had explicitly stated that victory was not the goal. If things went awry, there was no need to exit. The crucial part was retrieving information about the opposing player's abilities, combat strategies, equipment, and special skills. Was that too much to ask? Why did they all exit without uttering a word, leaving behind nothing? At this moment, Park Buching questioned the meaning of life itself. Earlier, he had remarked that Fan Ren's skills only bought them a moment's reprieve, yet Fan Ziyan had barely lasted 10 minutes, allowing the opponent to rack up achievements. Is there truly no issue? Park Buching inquired of the game once more. Game sad smiley. Shabar. After cursing, he began to mutter to himself. It's fine, everything remains under control, it's merely 3 games, and we haven't reached the end yet. His calmness stemmed from the fact that he had placed his bets on the final 2 games, one of which he was confident would enable him to eliminate any player in existence. The challenge had exceeded his expectations. Even if Sin proved to be extraordinarily skilled, capable of overcoming that level, he still had contingencies in place. His traps would target the opposing team's other member, the unranked Xie Antong. Dealing with a nameless female player would surely be straightforward. Even if he were to lose to Lucy, this game would still be his to win, as he had prepared for all scenarios. In his mind, he envisioned himself as a spider, having woven an intricate web. The more the opponent believed they were on the brink of success, the closer they drew to failure. With a sinister smile, he inscribed the restrictions he had long devised. The black team player has passed the third campus miracle, and now the white team proposes the third restriction. The death or exit of any member from the black team counts as a failure in challenge mode. The moment the voice echoed, Xie Antong erupted in laughter. Perfect anticipation, it seemed that dealing with Park Buching was rather simple after all. At this point, she began guiding Lucy toward the next location of the eerie tale. It appears my instincts were correct. Do you remember what I mentioned earlier? Xie Antong's voice resonated in Lucy's earpiece. He nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "It seems your conditions have taken effect. Now, tell me, what do you wish for me to agree to?" Xie Antong stood up in the classroom, stretching her limbs before rummaging through her backpack for equipment. First, you must not lose the headphones. Second, when you are nearing the end of this level, please inform me. Understood. Lucy, too, honored his commitment. He would not inquire about the reasons. Chapter 88, Dual Line Operation. She must not have discovered it yet. After Lucy responded with a simple agreement, he took a deep breath and stepped back into the room. Previously, he had felt a twinge of boredom. The scenes unfolding before him offered no sense of impending danger. Immersed in the corresponding eerie narrative, he was merely venting his frustration. However, after Xie Antong had conveyed her demands, he instinctively sensed that something intriguing was about to occur. The simplicity of the challenges posed by Pu Buching seemed unlikely to persist. Surely, more engaging situations awaited him further along. He hoped for pleasure and stimulation, otherwise, his wrath would inevitably be unleashed upon her. As he entered the room, his gaze swept across the expansive central exhibition classroom, where various renowned paintings adorned the 200 square meter space. Lucy recognized he had arrived at the designated chamber. He relaxed his taut nerves, allowing the wild beast within to gradually emerge from its cage, preparing for a new round of conquest. The pale green mask began to shimmer with a different radiance, revealing a visage that appeared simultaneously enraged and compassionate, laced with a trace of mirth. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the vacant room. "This is the art classroom, isn't it? Is there anyone who wishes to shed a tear? We're pressed for time." Outside the classroom, the all-seeing eye, a dark golden metallic sphere, circled twice before confirming Lucy's entry. The light within the classroom twisted, becoming dense and impenetrable. She understood that the game of sin had commenced. Thus, she manipulated her all-seeing eye to return, extracting what resembled an insulin syringe, and injected it into her temple. The sight was somewhat chilling, the large syringe inducing a wave of discomfort among the audience watching the game, yet, she seemed unaffected by the pain. Rather, an expression of indulgence washed over her after the drug was administered. As her eyes opened, her pupils transformed into a mesmerizing deep blue, akin to sapphires buried in the depths of the ocean, radiating an unusual confidence. She too was a warrior of substance. However, while Lucy's substance was intended to repair his physical form, allowing him to engage in wild combat without concern, hers targeted her intellect, a mere amplification of brainwaves. The all-seeing eye would extract her mental prowess. The stronger her brain, the more capabilities she could unlock. At that moment, her cognitive development had reached a remarkable 25, and as she lifted her gaze, the entire classroom, the entire world seemed transformed. Every object ceased to be mere matter. They reflected not only light but also their intrinsic information, their past and present. In other words, she had become a different entity from the one she had been moments ago. Having spent considerable time in this classroom, the second eerie narrative, hidden yet dormant, began to feel rather simplistic. It was merely a repetition of a scenario she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Rising to her feet, she selected a David statue from a collection of neatly arranged sculptures. The figure represented a quintessentially handsome Western man, with deep-set features that appeared lifelike, exuding a hint of a human spirit despite being a mere sculpture. Xie Antong smiled, her demeanor more frail than her usual composure, as she tenderly caressed the David's head, her voice gentle as if soothing a child. He has begun over there. I have a premonition he will be swift. So, shall we commence? Why aren't you smiling? Come, share a smile. I recall you laughed for times when you were behind me before. Caressing David's head, Xie Antong smiled at it, and the room fell into an eerie silence. In the next moment, the entire collection of sketch sculptures began to tremble violently, as though an earthquake had struck. The face of the David statue, gripped by Xie Antong, contorted into a grotesque and furious expression. Oh dear, he is angry. You refuse to laugh, yet it seems you ought to meet that fellow. Perhaps then you would behave. With that, Xie Antong hurled the David statue to the ground. Both participants initiated their dual lines, embarking on a new round of challenges, one compelling the painting to weep, while the other forced the statue to smile. Meanwhile, Pu Bucheng observed the unfolding events with a slight smirk, surprised by the situation before him. Although he was in the dark about the condition of the two adversaries due to his teammates' exit, he was well acquainted with the triggering state of the eerie game. Presently, the tears of the portrait and moving statues were both poised at an activated state. As for the tears of the portrait, he regarded it with indifference, for it was the only scene lacking any teammates, a purely game-driven scenario. Initially, the matching mechanism had included 5 participants on the white side, including himself. Now, however, 3 had withdrawn. With insufficient personnel, he held little expectation for this challenge. Having sliced through previous levels with ease, he anticipated minimal difficulty ahead. The crux of the matter lay in their moving statues. This had been his design from the outset, mirroring the first eerie narrative, to obscure intentions while forcibly separating the two. In his design, the weaker blank would likely remain stationary, poised to trigger the game scene at any moment. Now that the scene had been activated, it validated his judgment. Pu Bucheng felt elated. This was the first piece of good news he had received since entering the game. He had intended to wait until Sin had exhausted itself before deploying his strongest eerie narrative in hopes of achieving a swift victory. Their blank narrative served as a trump card, a contingency plan. If Sin proved insurmountable, he would use an eerie narrative to stall it. When reinforcements were impossible, he would personally resolve the issue with that woman, and the outcome would be the same. Unexpectedly, the scene had triggered now. It appeared that luck was not on her side. Fortunately, he had anticipated these possibilities, preemptively establishing the game restriction that declared the exit of either participant results in failure. She likely remained unaware of the web she had fallen into. Chapter 89, Simultaneous Clearance, a surprise for Park Bu-chung. As he entertained delightful thoughts, Park Bu-chung initiated a conversation with his final teammate, a hint of eager anticipation gracing his countenance. Strangely, among the allies he was paired with, there was not only a formidable player from the Han Ming Kingdom but also a budding star whom he had pursued for several months yet had not yet garnered the chance to engage. Logically, it should not pose a significant challenge for someone of his caliber to connect with a small celebrity, but the absence of a prior encounter only intensified his desire to do so. When he was facing the first challenge, his confidence was unwavering. Basking in the limelight, however, after a series of unfortunate failures against several formidable foes, coupled with his teammates withdrawing, his spirits had somewhat dimmed. Yet, at this moment, a glimmer of good news emerged. His meticulous planning had borne fruit. On one hand, he sought to boast, while on the other, he aimed to allocate roles effectively. Hello, Sheryar. It seems we have some promising news on our end. Sin. His significance has diminished, his strength no longer influences the game's outcome. I merely wish for you to take a look. Throughout their exchange, he conveyed that Kongbai had fallen into a trap while simultaneously encouraging his final teammate to reap the rewards. This approach was not only prudent but also served as a token of goodwill. Ascending her to confront the opposing female teammate would bestow her with credit. Moreover, it allowed him to maintain his dignity. For how could he, the man facing Sin, actively engage with a woman? It was a masterstroke of opportunism, though Sin continued to advance through the levels while his teammate remained inexperienced. His schemes and designs had consistently proven successful. In gaming, as in life, one must employ strategy rather than brute force. Surely, it is individuals like me who are destined to emerge victorious, for reasons unbeknownst to him. While Xie Antong had yet to falter, Park Bu-chung had already concocted a narrative in his mind that spanned at least 10,000 words. His imagination was remarkably potent, and the speed of his daydreaming far surpassed that of the average person. Observing the occasional glimpses from the audience in Huigua, they were left somewhat speechless. Witnessing Park Bu-chung's enigmatic smile, his eyes vacant as he gestured animatedly, they were left puzzled about his thoughts. What is he so pleased about? Is he aware that Kongbai is nearing completion? This individual certainly appears a bit unhinged, though his affliction differs entirely from that of Sin. What caliber of cerebral capacity is this? Is this his superhuman ability? Amidst a flurry of critiques laden with implicit game-related information, Park Bu-chung remained oblivious. Occasionally, he would check his live stream, where the comments he encountered were solely focused on the prowess of Tahan Ming Kingdom and Mr. Park's brilliance, as these discussions bore no relevance to the game's content, thus rendering them visible. This constituted a vast echo chamber of information, enabling him to indulge in his fantasies and bask in the scant good news, allowing him to drift freely within his imaginings. The audience could only remain mute, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. In the art classroom, amidst the chaos, Lucy pressed his headphones to his ears and commenced a conversation with Xie Antong, as the promises made earlier necessitated fulfillment. At this juncture, every artwork in the room lay in tatters. Masterpieces such as Sunflowers and Starry Night were carelessly strewn across the floor. Since they were not portraits, Lucy had refrained from damaging them. The Mona Lisa's smile bore a single puncture at its forehead, her once smiling lips now devoid of mirth, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. The creation of Adam had been torn in half, the human likeness reduced to mere fragments. Renowned paintings, both familiar and obscure, now drifted about, frames shattered and canvases ripped, some littering the floor, while others were pinned to the walls. Moreover, all partitions and decorative walls in the room had been thoroughly dismantled. The opulent space had been reduced to a mere shell. Upon entering, Lucy immediately began the process of disassembly, initially expecting the presence of another individual, yet finding none. Consequently, the game's progression was notably simpler than before, as the lamentations of the defeated echoed throughout, suppressing the lingering spirits of resentment within the room. To Lucy, the game was exceedingly straightforward, bordering on unremarkable. With a swifter pace than the previous endeavor, he neared completion. Only a final task remained as he sought out Xie Antong. Hey. I am almost done here. What are your plans? Given the relatively low difficulty of this stage, Lucy felt little ire, maintaining an emotional equilibrium. Oh, greetings, it appears you have indeed progressed swiftly. The chest, limbs, and all had been pierced by a steel skewer, writhing within the painting, tears flowing from its eyes. The originally horrifying tableau now evoked a sense of pity for some inexplicable reason. I still require one more shot. Oh, Xie Antong acknowledged, turning to survey her surroundings. Unlike Lucy's space, the biology classroom retained its original condition, the desks and chairs unchanged, devoid of ruin or disorder. The sole distinction was that all the sketch sculptures in the center of the room had formed a 2-meter-tall figure, standing in an exceedingly bizarre pose. Each segmented sculpture bore a small jet propulsion device, providing 360 degrees of valence to control the movements of the statue. Whenever the sculpture attempted to extend its leg, the device at the knee would apply counterforce, effectively stifling its motion and even resulting in adverse reactions. A mobile statue, your every action is at my mercy. Countless such modules had coalesced into the lifeless figure before them, rendering it immobile. Regardless of the final potency of this mysterious entity, it would remain utterly ineffectual. The eyes of the David sculpture were wide open, fixated on Xie Antong, who simply shrugged in response and uttered 7 words. Apologies, but it's a matter of physics. Thereafter, she addressed Sin through the earpiece. All right, I will count to 3, and at 1, you shall fire to resolve that side. Let us bring a touch of surprise to Park Bu-chung's otherwise mundane existence. Chapter 90. No Way Out, The Last Escape, Surprise. Lucy furrowed his brow, immediately sensing something amiss. Xie Antong had never spoken in such a manner before. Clearly, she must have taken some action on her end that necessitated synchronization with him. Translate. What do you mean by surprise? A surprise is 180,000 taels of silver, Xie Antong blurted out, then hastily retracted her statement, saying, just fire your weapon. 3, 2, 1. Regardless of the circumstances, this bizarre game must be completed, and Lucy moved his right index finger, shooting through the image of despair before him. Are you still shedding tears? One shot and it's obliterated. Subsequently, a barrage of explosions echoed through the earpiece, crackling like firecrackers, and Lucy's brow tightened in confusion about what was occurring on her side. Within a minute, 2 consecutive notification sounds resonated throughout the game, as if preordained. Campus 7 wonders, the tears of the portrait, black side challenge succeeded. Challenge progress, for 7, remaining time. 22, 14, 26. Campus 7 wonders, the moving statue, black side challenge succeeded. Challenge progress, 5-7, remaining time, 22, 14:24. What appeared to be a plethora of Campus 7 wonders, coupled with various permissions, seemed daunting from the outset. However, having reached this point in less than 2 hours, the speed of completion was astonishingly swift, even accelerating, especially with the recent 2 challenges. There were no prearranged teammates or messages. Everything unfolded unexpectedly. Pu Buching had been driven to the precipice, abruptly forced to confront the final gambit, devoid of any buffer. Yet, upon hearing the 2 completion sounds in his ear, Lu Si felt no joy. Instead, his brow knit in displeasure, the pale green mask he wore reflecting his annoyance. This seems to be the urban legend you mentioned you couldn't find, doesn't it? Do you wish to complete the challenge yourself? I can handle it, why complicate matters? Lucy's expression bore a hint of irritation. To him, such actions, though they might advance the game's progress, also heightened the risk. He was unaware of Xie Antong's capabilities, nor did he intend to find out. From the very beginning, he had resolved to tackle the game solo, particularly after the introduction of the teammate limitation. Not doing so means he can predict your actions. By doing so, we can anticipate his judgments. Xie Antong offered a rough explanation, though she refrained from delving into specifics. Moreover, this approach allows us to confine the opponent's available limitations within a predictable and acceptable range. She had long prepared her arguments, but Lucy was not particularly receptive. So what are your combat capabilities? Xie Antong felt a throbbing headache. At times, she questioned whether she had overestimated Pu Buching. She remained uncertain about the extent of permissions granted to him by the game, which rendered her hesitant to voice her thoughts. He was the hunter, and if she deciphered his intentions, the roles of hunter and prey could be reversed. However, if he became aware of her deductions, myriad complications would ensue. She could only hope that Pu Buching truly was a fool. Thus, she cautiously proclaimed, I assure you, all subsequent battles will rely on your prowess. You are the key to victory. Keep your earpiece on and be mindful of the forthcoming limitations. Lucy. It turned out that Pu Buching was indeed a fool. In his fervent daydreaming, he failed to contemplate the intricacies of strategy and counter-strategy, a common flaw among those who occupy advantageous positions. Upon hearing that 2 urban legends had been simultaneously resolved, one of which was from their Blanca side, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Wait, why is your teammate also so formidable? My teammates seem utterly inept. Instead, he felt a sense of desperation. Since guilt was difficult to contain and confront, he had expended all 3 limitations targeting blank, binding the game's outcome entirely between the 2 of them. Now, as he sought to devise a new set of limitations to effectively counter guilt, he found himself at a loss. The sunk costs were too high. Not taking action against blank meant that the previous 3 limitations were squandered. Moreover, with 2 games concluding simultaneously, he found himself with 2 opportunities for limitations yet no particularly sound strategy. The remaining 2 games were formidable, one being a trump card meant to deal with guilt. The other trump card, the one he had naively believed had gone unnoticed, was their moving statue targeting blank, which had indeed just been unraveled. Thus, the only source of reassurance he possessed was a singularly powerful urban legend, yet he had no information about the two individuals on the opposing side. TSK, it must be this way, his mind, muddled as if submerged in glue, slowly rotated, and he logically deduced the only path available to him. Why not forego using a trump card against guilt, and instead devise a strategy to tackle the most challenging game against blank? Consequently, without ample time to reflect or strategize, Pu Buching commenced drafting his fourth demand within the game interface. The black side player has successfully completed the fourth campus wonder. The white side may now propose the fourth limitation. White side team Pu Buching may now track the movements of black side members, view only, no dialogue. As the voice faded, two blurred screens appeared before Pu Buching, revealing the messages his three teammates had failed to relay, thereby wasting one of his in-game conditions. Guilt had always worn a mask, maintaining that guise, but blank was the first time Pu Buching had seen their face. The helmet obscured over 60% of their features. Without familiarity from real life, it would be nearly impossible to recognize them. Why is everyone hiding their faces? Just as he was observing, the image of Xie Antong suddenly lifted her head, gazing in his direction and even waving a hand in greeting. Pu Buching felt a wave of awkwardness. He had no idea how she had found that angle, perfectly aligning with him. He then turned to the other screen, where a guilt resided, only to discover Lu Ci's pale green mask displaying an expression of indifference, also looking at him. In the next instant, he drew out a hell roar and fired a shot in his direction. Chapter 91, What constitutes a perilous situation? In a moment of distraction, Fan Ren stumbled, and from behind the screen, Park Bu-cheng was startled, instinctively dodging and nearly losing his balance. Observing the sudden draw of a firearm from his opponent, Park Bu-cheng's mind momentarily blanked, fear impairing his basic judgment, compelling him to evade. Yet, in reality, he and Lu Ci were separated by a considerable distance, and strictly speaking, he was not even within the confines of their campus. At that moment, no matter how formidable Sin might be, it was improbable for it to transcend space and deliver a bullet to him. Nevertheless, emotions are involuntary. In that instant, fear took hold of him as he gazed at the pale green mask, an alarm ringing in his mind. As time wore on, his initial confidence had waned. Glancing warily at Lu Ci, he noted that the pale green mask remained fixed upon him, prompting him to inquire of the game. Hey, does the game display my perspective when I look at them? No. This marked the first occasion the game acknowledged him, responding to his query, albeit in a similarly perfunctory manner. TSK. How do they even see me? With little time to ponder this predicament, Park Bu-cheng hastened to compose his next constraint. There was no leeway for further contemplation. What had initially seemed a guaranteed victory had evolved into a life-or-death struggle. On the other side, Xie Antong could observe because she had thoroughly deciphered the room over an extended period, becoming intimately familiar with every facet. She even knew the quantity of sand lodged in the crevices of each brick, and any slight irregularity in the airflow was perceptible to her. Thus, she was well aware of the potential vantage points, albeit only within that room. Beyond its confines, she remained oblivious. As for Lu Ci, it was even simpler. Pure instinct, rage followed his feelings. Xie Antong fixated on what appeared to be a spot of scrutiny, whispering softly into her earpiece. I suspect this guy is about to impose some restrictions to force me to leave. I might be somewhat difficult to eliminate in this room. As she contemplated, a message from Park Bu-cheng arrived. The black player has passed the fifth campus miracle. Now the white side must propose the fifth restriction. No member of the black team may linger too long in a single horror scene. Xie Antong. Sometimes, when things progress too smoothly, I can't help but feel as though I'm being played. Originally, her plan was to play along, gauging the opponent's actions, leveraging a Sin's of formidable strength to disrupt their thought process and lead them into her judgments. What began as a mere game of hunter and prey had transformed into something far more sinister, akin to puppeteer and sorcerer, as the opponent's maneuvers mirrored her own thoughts with unsettling precision. Now, they were nearing the final moments. The decryption and the mutual gambits were nearly complete. Park Bu-cheng's intellect was somewhat lacking. Of course, under the influence of cognitive enhancement drugs and the omniscient eye, she deemed it reasonable to perceive her opponent's intellect as inferior. Provided everything proceeded smoothly, the outcome hinged purely on Sin's absolute might. At that moment, Lucie's somewhat irritable voice cut through. These restrictions seem to be primarily aimed at you. A weak opponent only targets soft fruit, Xie Antong. She had also discerned that beneath the mask of fury, one should not expect emotional intelligence. So, what is the next challenge? Hurry up. Before I clear this stage, do not place yourself in peril. If I lose because of you, the last words bore a clear undertone of threat, yet Xie Antong, with her newly heightened intellect, inexplicably perceived a menacing undertone to his statement. I am no longer in any danger. I will guide you and manipulate Park Bu Cheng's psyche. My tasks are complete, the real threat now lies with you. Xie Antong settled into a chair, crossing her legs. In truth, the designs thus far appeared to direct his animosity towards me, yet the actual danger has been augmented for you, Lucie paused, clearly perplexed by her words within the simplistic thought process fostered by his rage mask. I have but one question. You absolutely trust in your strength, correct? Xie Antong spoke with newfound seriousness. The next two horror scenarios may be somewhat peculiar. Should a sin truly prove insurmountable, then she would be at a loss. Within the campus, a girl in 12-centimeter heels, exuding a girl group vibe, was conversing with Park Bu Cheng, discussing what he termed the most critical moment. Her name was Yi, the final member of Park Bu Cheng's team. At that moment, she suddenly spotted an individual. Upper, I think I see someone. Who? Park Bu Cheng, tense with nerves, demanded. It appears to be Fan Ren, our teammate. Yi's words were tinged with hesitation. Oh, a teammate, Park Bu Cheng exhaled in relief, only to abruptly realize something was amiss. He had exited the game. No hurry, you must enter the horror game venue. He is not Fan Ren, it is highly likely to be Sin. He possesses a mask that can alter his appearance. Upon hearing the mention of a Sin, Yi's complexion paled instantly. She discarded her high heels and bolted, resembling an athlete in full flight. Hey Yi. Fan Ren, having finally spotted a teammate, felt a flicker of joy, only to witness her fleeing, prompting him to chase after her, but she only accelerated. Coming to a halt, he resigned himself to understanding her thoughts, feeling a sense of desolation. What on earth is happening in this game? Why is it that no one wishes to converse with me? What is the situation? In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, suddenly feeling a chill at his back as a voice emerged from behind. What do you wish to say? Turning around, Fan Ren was confronted by the pale green mask. Chapter 92, Have I Been Deceived or Robbed? Luring the snake from its hole. Fan Ren, he had been oblivious to the meager charitable deeds he had performed in his daily life, and now he was facing the consequences. Why had he encountered him here? Why are you still here? Lucie gazed at the player before him, the one who had caused him the greatest trouble in the game, and felt inclined to engage in further conversation. I actually wish to withdraw as well, but my exit coin was taken by you, Fan Ren lamented, his voice dwindling with each word, ultimately softening his tone, concerned that he might inadvertently provoke the formidable figure before him. Although the current culprit appeared calm and reasonable, he had witnessed the other's ferocious side, a sensation akin to being ensnared in hell, which left him trembling at the thought. Oh, are you implying that this is my fault? Lucie's mind processed this notion simply, leading him to draw forth the hell roar. Fan Ren, no, how could that be? Of course, the fault lies entirely with me. It is all my fault for participating in this game and wasting your valuable time. Let us converse amicably. Why brandish your weapon? Confronted by the muzzle of the hell roar, Fan Ren's mind sprang into action, spewing forth a stream of words, and he promptly leaped aside to evade the gun's aim, raising his hands in surrender. His instinct for survival was as fervent as ever, rendering his dignity inconsequential. Lucie deemed him the sole intelligent player in this bleak realm. What are you doing? Fan Ren hesitated, unable to admit that he was merely seeking his teammates. At the moment of his elimination, after Lucie had departed, he had initially felt a flicker of joy, relieved to remain in the game, preserving his extraordinary abilities. After all, who would wish to withdraw unless their life was truly at stake? However, he soon realized the gravity of his situation. He had become utterly isolated, without any notion of how to proceed. The game had marked him as eliminated, barring him from participating in any activities, devoid of live broadcasts, unable to contact his teammates, and left with nothing to occupy himself. He had hoped to exit automatically once the game concluded, but the eerie atmosphere of the campus left him feeling unsettled, uncertain of the game's current status. Eventually, as time stretched interminably, he could no longer remain idle and resolved to seek out his teammates, which offered him a semblance of reassurance. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, first met with distrust from his comrades, and now confronted by this harbinger of doom. Van Ren was nearly in tears. All he desired was to survive. Why was it so arduous? Observing the other's expression of utter dismay, Lucie remained silent, leveling his weapon at him. Please, I am not here to seek my teammates. Lucie, Van Ren. With that utterance, both were rendered speechless. Van Ren realized his blunder and could only helplessly declare, I have been declared eliminated by the game, as you have heard. I am utterly in the dark, unaware of when I might escape, or even if I can. My teammates even suspect I am you. By the way, if all else fails, she just headed in that direction. You can deal with them, just don't come after me. Van Ren felt no moral qualms as he readily sold out the previously mentioned EYA, for the threat of the gun was rather intimidating. Lucie glanced towards the direction indicated, listened intently through his earpiece, and then proceeded in that direction. Hey! Gathering his courage, Van Ren called out, could you return my exit coin? It serves you no purpose, return? Lucie turned, his tone, I meant to say exchange. Van Ren quickly corrected himself, taking a few steps forward and rummaging through his backpack for various odds and ends. Primarily, these were some medicinal items and a few energy recharge batteries. Energy recharge battery. Used for any energy-consuming items produced in the game, can restore energy. These are all that remain in my possession. The total value should certainly exceed 1 exit coin. All of it? For the first time, a hint of surprise pierced through the voice behind the mask of fury, the expression on the mask betraying a touch of disdain. Just this little? It is quite a lot, considering I have only cleared the game twice. All the good items I possess consist of this skill and the potion that enhances spirit, and I have already utilized them, so I cannot offer you anything more. Van Ren's expression was earnest, his eyes seemingly pleading, you must trust me. Lucie paused, scrutinizing him for a moment before nodding, very well. With that, he collected the items before him and turned to leave, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. The swiftness of his actions left Van Ren feeling somewhat relieved. After all, possessing the exit coin granted him a modicum of peace. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, gradually realizing. Where is my exit coin? He hadn't returned my exit coin. He sprinted a few steps forward, only to find that the culprit had long vanished. Even if he could catch up, it seemed futile. Van Ren stood in shock. Had he been deceived, or was this indeed theft? After walking quite a distance, Lucie continued conversing with another on his earpiece. He's quite a decent fellow. I nearly forgot to take his belongings, and he offered them up. Xie Antong nearly burst into laughter on the other end. It's been about 10 minutes. Lucie gradually halted his steps. Why have I been circling the campus endlessly? What is going on? His impatience grew. His instincts hadn't indicated any suspicious locations, as if the campus's bizarre tales had been entirely purged. The last 2 tales are likely transient, lacking a fixed location. I was uncertain before, but now that you've traversed the area, and your instincts remain unresponsive, we can be fairly certain. So? Lucie twirled his weapon. Clearly the subsequent tales would present greater challenges. Hence, we must lure the snake from its hole. Xie Antong declared, approaching the classroom door. Opening her game interface, she was met with a countdown, indicative of the latest restrictions imposed by Pu Buching, prohibiting her from lingering in a single scene for too long. Including her previous time, she now had only 5 minutes remaining. Now, Proceed to the restroom nearest to the direction pointed out by Fan Ren. Once inside, refrain from doing anything initially, and maintain communication with me. Oh, and remember. Make sure to enter the ladies' restroom. Chapter 93, Simple Stench, Ultimate Pleasure. He felt somewhat uneasy about the mention of the women's restroom, yet considering the game was fraught with supernatural elements, he surmised that such matters might not be of great concern. Thus, he dismissed his thoughts and proceeded in the direction he had chosen earlier. At that moment, it seemed he was the sole inhabitant of the campus, wandering aimlessly. Even Fan Ren, who had been nearby, had vanished, presumably seeking refuge elsewhere. He, a challenger by nature, now appeared akin to a boss, meandering about without any intention of concealing his presence, searching for those in hiding. Park Bu-cheng and the others had successfully hidden themselves. In fact, they were indeed evading detection. Ever since he had discerned the movements of the two, Park Bu-cheng had transformed into an enthusiast of silent drama, fixated on the two soundless screens before him. Now, witnessing the movement of a Sin, it seemed that their blank figure was also contemplating an exit from the room. He hastily reached out to his final teammate, Yu. Sierra, Sin may be heading in your direction. Yu was instantly taken aback, for in terms of strength, she was the weakest among the ranks of the Great Hanming Kingdom, having stumbled into this game purely by chance due to Park Bu-cheng's influence. As a mere singer lacking any substantial backing, her mental fortitude was frail. Upon hearing that a Sin was approaching, she nearly quivered with fear. In a high-pitched voice, she pleaded, Opper, must I really stay here? Can we not switch places, or perhaps you could confront him instead? I lack confidence. The sultry tone from the other end left Park Bu-cheng in a state of turmoil, yet he remained cognizant of the situation, soothing her with gentle words. My plan is absolutely foolproof. You need not confront him, simply ensure he is ensnared within the realm of horror tales. We are on the verge of victory, do you still not trust me? Yu. She longed to voice her disbelief, for her proximity to Park Bu-cheng was solely motivated by his background and wealth. What capabilities could he possibly possess? All right, enough of this. He should be arriving shortly, and I am quite pressed for time. Remember, under no circumstances should you engage. At this juncture, Lucy had arrived at the entrance of the women's restroom. Having never set foot in such a place, he was finally about to undertake this a maiden venture. Is this the place? As he uttered the words, he did not await a response, confidently stepping inside. In any case, it was prudent to investigate first. Upon entry, he discovered that the decor was indeed quite distinctive. Notably, the urinals had vanished, and every inch of the space was partitioned into stalls. The sanitary conditions were rather mediocre. Yet, the most crucial aspect was the large mirror that greeted him upon entry. Lucy gazed into the mirror, only to find it devoid of any reflection. His image was entirely absent. Upon the pale green mask, a grotesque smile gradually emerged. For reasons unknown, after wandering for what felt like an eternity, he had finally located his destination. I've arrived. I can confirm that the beggar in the restroom resides here. Pressing down on his earpiece, Lucy directed his gaze towards the mirror, raising his firearm. Yu, trembling. Do not fire. Just then, Xiantong seemed to anticipate his intentions, urgently calling out. This was her first moment of such desperation since enhancing her mental faculties. Under no circumstances should you act. Do not trigger the game's scenario. Remain there. You should not be able to escape. Try to keep your eyes shut and avoid looking at the mirror. This is crucial, as it pertains to the outcome of the game. Fueled by fury, Lucy instinctively desired to inquire why, yet he sensed a weight in Xiantong's tone that prompted him to temper his rage. He holstered his weapon, tightly closing his eyes, and replied, Very well, please be swift. Xiantong, surprised by her success in calming Sin, had little time for contemplation. It was now her turn to act. As the time limit approached, she exited the room and casually ascended a staircase to a secluded landing. Glancing upwards, she noted a total of 12 steps. Her all-seeing eye had surveyed the entire campus, including various basements and desolate corners. None possessed 13 steps. Some were standard 12-step configurations, while others boasted grand staircases of over 20 steps. Thus, if her judgment held true, Xie Antong lowered her gaze to the steps beneath her, ascending one by one. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12. As she ascended the 12 steps with clarity, there remained yet the final tier before her. Suddenly, the surrounding light dimmed, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable dread, an oppressive ambience enveloping her. Both the insights of an omniscient eye and the judgments of her developed mind conveyed the peril of this place, warning any who dared to approach against entry. Yet, Xie Antong smiled. This uncharted sensation ignited a thrill within her. Adjusting her headphones, she stepped forward onto the 13th step. In an instant, silence enveloped the space. Though the stairway appeared unchanged, it felt as though she had entered a vacuum, the stillness unnerving her. The stifling air seemed to solidify, rendering the atmosphere damp and viscous. At that moment, a figure descended from the upper level, moving with a measured cadence, exuding confidence. "Hello, Miss Kong," he greeted. A figure with the Korean aesthetic, striking yet possessing an almost effeminate quality, materialized before Xie Antong. HMPH. Upon his arrival, Xie Antong scoffed, bluntly retorting, "Fool." The simplicity of her insult was a delightful indulgence, leaving Park Buchung momentarily dazed. Park Buchung, he had envisioned countless scenarios for this encounter, yearning for the sight of the girl before him, yet this particular moment was beyond his expectations. Before he could respond, Xie Antong sighed, her earlier excitement dulled by Park Buchung's presence, irresistibly compelled to say, "Let me take a guess." The two final urban legends are mobile in nature, particularly this 13th step, which you can summon at any time. Thus, this was intended to be a good means of stalling. Your confidence led you to believe that possessing this would guarantee victory, though I suspect the game imposes certain restrictions upon you. Yet, this is also the most formidable level. You fear the strength of sin, hence you ensnared him in a comparatively defensive stage, intending to leverage the game's constraints to force me out and then eliminate me. And then you would claim victory, correct? Park Buchung's expression shifted from green to purple, ultimately settling into a cold smirk as he replied, "What if you guessed right? It is already too late." Xie Antong directed a captivating yet perilous smile towards the fool before her. So, all my caution, all the misdirection of my gaze, including my body language after realizing you could see me, was merely for the heir to witness, was it not? You never once questioned any of this. Park Buchung, is that truly the case? Chapter 94, The Rook and King Exchange. Hello. Oh. At this moment, Xie Antong felt somewhat uncomfortable as she gazed at the unremarkable figure of Pu Buchung before her, momentarily at a loss for words. This individual, ranked 79, although she understood that his prowess stemmed from enhanced equipment, how could such an individual find their way into the realm of heroes, where countless remarkable talents abound? It could only be said that the game had merely commenced, and the true experts had yet to distinguish themselves, granting these lesser players an opportunity. Initially, Xie Antong had believed she had stumbled into a high-tier match, facing a challenge of the utmost difficulty, which had provided her with an exhilarating experience she had never encountered before. Yet, was a Sin the only true expert among them? The immense pressure she felt when confronted by Sin had led her to form unrealistic expectations regarding the individuals listed on the leaderboard. You truly have no fear of death. Do you not even bother to examine your opponent's profile before challenging him? So, the only task you have before you now is to eliminate me, and then everything will be perfectly resolved, correct? In the air, at least 10 unseen eyes fixated intently on Pu Buchung, a manifestation of the omniscient gaze at its maximum capacity. She meticulously observed every muscle on his face, particularly scrutinizing whether this man was indeed the finest of actors. "Ha!" Pu Buchung chuckled. "It is not absolutely necessary to proceed in such a manner. We are civilized individuals, unlike the uncultured savages. We do not attack women indiscriminately, particularly not a beauty such as yourself. If you wish to withdraw now, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Alternatively, if you are concerned about losing your equipment, you may hand it over to me. We can discuss the matter of equipment trade once we have exited this predicament." As he spoke, Pu Bucheng donned a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be remarkably chivalrous, yet it came across as exceedingly greasy. Xiantong, well, this man exhibits an excess of humor. Had it not been for Sin insisting on a hellish difficulty, this challenge would hold no significance whatsoever. However, it made sense. Any clear-minded individual would not dare to challenge the world as number one without comprehending the game's reward and penalty system, nor the strength of their opponent. Pu Bucheng, seemingly confident of his victory, descended 2 levels and continued his soliloquy. Sometimes, the outcome of a game is not solely determined by the strength of a single piece. That would be utterly valueless. Much like chess, if the king is captured, you lose, the game concludes. However, the king is not the strongest piece. In fact, in terms of combat ability, he is quite weak, almost akin to a burden. The queen is powerful, as is the rook, but it is irrelevant. If the king falls, their strength amounts to naught in the face of defeat. You, under my design, have unwittingly become the king of this game, seamlessly walking into my trap. As for your previous allies, they are merely pawns in my grand scheme. Everything has unfolded according to my plan. You did not genuinely believe you would emerge victorious, did you? Without anyone posing a question, Pu Bucheng confidently articulated his strategy before turning his gaze towards the now petrified Xiantong. Well, I trust you now comprehend your predicament. Make your choice. I can spare your life, and we can consider ourselves friends. Xiantong, your foolishness resembles a caricature crafted by a third-rate novelist, the only distinction being your misguided confidence, which lends you an air of unintentional humor. Upon hearing himself insulted, Pu Bucheng's expression darkened, and with a cold laugh, he retorted, "It seems Miss Kong is somewhat oblivious to the situation." What? Do you think you can prevail against me? In the words of your fellow compatriots, would that not be akin to shedding tears only upon seeing a coffin? Xiantong surveyed the self-absorbed Pu Bucheng before her and shrugged. This is a guaranteed death trap. Once triggered, the only recourse is brute force. I am well aware that I cannot contend with you here. Her acknowledgement was so self-evident that Pu Bucheng found himself at a loss for comprehension. If she knew she could not win, why continue speaking? However, are you confident in your ability to defeat that fellow over there? Xiantong pressed, employing a tactic of provocation. Him? Sin? Pu Bucheng scoffed derisively, shaking his head. This level has been specifically designed for him. I am certainly confident in my ability to deal with him. Yet, since I have already captured you, the king, why should I concern myself with his fate? In Pu Bucheng's eyes, victory was already within his grasp. The victor writes history. Who cared whether he could triumph over Sin? It was all mere boasting anyway. Xiantong observed this man, seemingly as gullible as a blank canvas, and her curiosity piqued. She had initially intended to inquire further about how to resolve this situation should the opponent not trigger the event. At that moment, however, she heard Sin's voice through her headset. That should be enough. Can you cease this idle chatter and initiate the process? Hurry. Xiantong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you anticipate this?" It was rather evident. At that moment, Lucy stood in the middle of the women's restroom, confronting the eerie, empty mirror, his eyes shut. When Xiantong had instructed him not to open his eyes, there had been a sense of urgency tinged with panic in her voice, an anxiety he recognized all too well. That sensation was the fear of not having one's safety assured. From that instant, Lucy surmised what the other party had been hinting at all along, leading him to ultimately decide to heed her advice and refrain from making a move. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have smashed the mirror upon entry. Pu Bucheng, talking in my presence. Why not ask him if he has any reflections after his failure? Surely, he must have had enough of being the world's #1 these past few days. Xiantong looked up, casting a sympathetic glance at him. You spoke at length about chess. Did you not consider the possibility of castling? Wishing you the best of luck. As her words fell, Xiantong swiftly raised her hand and pressed down on her headset. Switch. The space warped, and her image took on an ethereal quality before shattering and reassembling in an instant. Everything transpired so swiftly that Pu Bucheng was caught completely off guard, his confident smile still frozen on his face. Before him, the seemingly frail figure vanished, replaced by a silhouette adorned with a light green mask. "Hello," Lu Si greeted, lifting his gaze. Chapter 95 The Sole Fatal Urban Legend. Do not be mortally wounded. Time and air seemed to crystallize in this moment, as two figures stood facing each other on the 13th step of the staircase. I have found a rather fitting image, which I shall share shortly. Lu Si faced Park Bucheng, whose smile had entirely frozen on his face, the corners of his mouth twitching as his facial muscles betrayed an inability to maintain any semblance of mirth. Merely standing there, the psychological shift he experienced was starkly different from before. In the face of the previous emptiness, Park Bucheng had felt a sense of assurance, but the presence before him now evoked an inexplicable sensation of his heart momentarily halting. Even the most primitive of creatures, devoid of intellectual refinement, instinctively feel terror in the presence of a predator's aura. Park Bucheng swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the figure before him, entirely forgetting his earlier bravado of dealing with sin is no problem. Meanwhile, Lu Si was appraising Park Bucheng, the first time he had seen this audacious young master who dared to challenge him. Weak, it was abundantly clear that his limbs bore no signs of physical training, let alone combat experience. His skin appeared pristine, yet even with a superficial disguise, the telltale signs of excessive indulgence were evident. Lu Si even suspected that this fellow had applied makeup prior to entering the game. "Why are you silent?" "I recall that when you challenged me earlier, you were quite loquacious." Lu Si pinched his shoulder, seemingly relishing the idle chatter with his non-threatening adversary. His mood had significantly improved, with the 7 urban legends now complete. Only the confrontation remained. To him, fighting, under the guise of rage, was the singular skill he excelled at, and the simplest task at hand. How can this be? The urban legend has clearly been triggered. This is another dimension. How did you get here? Park Bucheng uttered in disbelief, yet at this juncture, his futile words were tinged with humor. "That, I cannot say. You would need to inquire with her." Interconnected headset, a true integration of communication. Though it superficially functioned merely as a communication device, indistinguishable from any Bluetooth headset, it was an epic-grade weapon. Its true capability lay in spatial exchange, allowing the operator to swap positions with another user, disregarding any constraints, spatial barriers, or spoken incantations. The exchange could only be utilized once before requiring recharging, yet this singular ability to bypass any limitations rendered it an epic-grade weapon. Lu Si had sensed the peculiarity of the device when Xie and Tong repeatedly emphasized the necessity of bringing the headset. Indeed, others wielded superior items, while his own elusive cloak was the weakest among the epic-grade weapons. As he pondered this, Lu Si absent-mindedly rubbed the edge of his cloak. "You might need to take this seriously. I require your assistance here." From the other end of the headset, Xie and Tong's voice resonated. In the pitch-black restroom, the sound of water began to echo, as if a leak had occurred. Had one been able to open their eyes, they would have seen the sinks and stalls oozing crimson blood. The scarlet fluid was rapidly encroaching upon Xie and Tong's feet, and within the mirror, a dark-haired girl gradually emerged. The girl's eyes had vanished, leaving only 2 hollow sockets, from which a tongue writhed incessantly. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the restroom, yet Xie and Tong stood motionless in the center, her eyes firmly shut. She even refrained from activating her all-seeing eye, knowing that this particular challenge was of their opening one's eyes equals death variety. The moment she truly opened her eyes or glanced around, the catastrophic trigger would be engaged. This was a common affliction among urban legends involving mirrors. However, she was equally confident that if she refrained from looking, the entity would be unable to unleash its full potential, and she would withstand it. Thus, even as the sounds, temperature, and atmosphere around her narrated a terrifying tale, she resolutely kept her eyes closed, avoiding any self-destructive impulses. "I understand," Lu Si promptly replied from the other end. Moreover, in every version of folklore, the 13th step is the most perilous, possibly the sole fatal urban legend. When I was there earlier, my all-seeing eye already conveyed the level of danger. You must take this seriously and not underestimate your opponent. Be cautious not to be mortally wounded. What did you say? The status of the rage mask on Lucie's face suddenly shifted. Be killed by him. Xiantong hastily ended the call, her remark purely intended to amplify Sin's rage meter, hastening its transition into a battle state. After all, she was taking a considerable gamble. Should Sin truly falter, her own predicament would undoubtedly be dire. On the other end, the epic-grade weapon, the interconnected headset, creaked under the pressure of Lucie's 2 fingers. In truth, he did not require Xiantong's assistance to stoke his anger. Although he appeared composed, he was already quite incensed. The sight of Park Buchung's foolish demeanor was irritating enough to trigger his disdain for incompetence, particularly vexing because, why did such a creature dare to challenge him? How could someone of such a background even rank 79th? Park Buchung, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden chill, as Sin before him began to adopt an increasingly grotesque expression, resembling a black hole, with the surrounding space appearing to collapse inward. Resolutely, Park Buchung steeled his resolve and commanded Uya, eliminate that woman over there. Turning back to Sin, he declared, it matters not, you are the same. In an instant, Lucie interrupted, do you not think you are standing too close to me? In the next moment, an alarm blared within Park Buchung's mind. The urban legend had bestowed upon him a fragment of demonic power, heightening his alertness. He leapt backward, only to behold his right arm, now a severed appendage, connected by sinew and flesh. That was his own right arm. Lucie lunged, intending to sever his opponent's head, but alas, he succeeded only in dismembering a hand. Oh! The excruciating pain he had never endured surged through Park Buchung, causing his body to twist and swell, skin tearing, muscles inflating, as horns sprouted from his head. In that moment, the staircase began to writhe, as if countless malevolent entities sought to emerge from the walls, the floor, and the steps themselves. Chapter 96, The Power of Expansion. A song of ice and fire. The entities surging forth from the steps are tangible. Upon entering the 13th tier, it feels as though one has crossed into an alternate realm, distinctly unlike any previous challenge. And no longer are there ethereal beings or assaults of a psychological nature. Instead, there are visceral malevolent spirits and demons, sprouting wings, and adorned with horns, their forms grotesquely amalgamated from various creatures. Since the inception of this chosen paradise, such a complete detachment from reality, an utter divergence from the human realm, has never been witnessed before. It is as if one has abruptly transitioned from an understandable human domain into an entirely different dimension. The world has only observed 3 games thus far, and the spectators are ill-prepared psychologically to confront the scene before them. Isn't this a tad excessive in its supernatural elements? No, it's pure combat. This level seems devoid of any puzzles. Doesn't that imply inevitable death under normal circumstances? I simply find it unfair. If this challenge features such nightmarish entities. Meanwhile, Park Buchung, now transformed into a crimson demon, clutched his severed right arm, wailing in agony. Yet, even as he howled, he gradually realized that the pain was not as acute as before. The site of the amputation began to congeal, forming a fleshy lump, initiating a new cycle of growth. Park Buchung gazed in astonishment at his own body, clenched his fist with fervor, and felt the surging, overwhelming. Is this my body? Is this the strength I possess? The red demon that Park Buchung had become lowered his gaze upon his now completely altered form, experiencing a moment of discomfort and even panic. However, the exhilarating sense of power swiftly overshadowed these feelings, enveloping him in a rapture of strength. His height had soared to 3.5 meters, and as he looked down upon the diminutive Sin, a sense of confidence welled within him. The demons had nearly all emerged from the subspace, and the staircase had initially adapted and expanded considerably, yet, under the weight of the multitude of enormous demons that continued to materialize, the once expanded staircase now appeared exceedingly cramped, creating a scene of chaotic congestion. On the walls, a head protruded, its diameter nearly 2 meters, with a distorted, mutated mouth dribbling a viscous mixture of green and yellow saliva. Sin, ensconced within this throng of towering demons, appeared frail and insignificant, akin to a solitary boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea, seemingly isolated and vulnerable. Yet his presence emanated an aura akin to a black hole, drawing the surrounding space inward as if under the influence of a formidable force. That was the essence of fury. Each demon exuded a sense of foreboding, a dread potent enough to shatter the sanity of any individual, leaving many spectators, even those separated by a world of screens, feeling physically unwell. Nevertheless, all of this served as sustenance for the fury, the pale green mask morphing chaotically with frenetic patterns. Sin stood silently, a stoic figure amidst the tumult. Beneath the mask, his rationality was rapidly eroding as he surveyed the monstrous beings encircling him, feeling oddly at home within this chaos. Har! Har 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 har. On the other side, Park Byukung, his power swelling to its zenith, erupted into laughter, suddenly realizing how foolish he had been. Dismissing concerns of caution and the title of world's strongest under his newfound might, how could he possibly lose? With dozens of times the strength surging within him, he was utterly lost in this power, effortlessly collapsing an entire row of railings with a mere nudge. Have you decided how you will perish, Sin? In the corridor of the subspace, Park Byukung opened his gaping maw and bellowed at the figure of Lu Si before him. Power can lead to disorientation, especially such transient strength. When Lu Si had shattered his genetic locks and gained tremendous power, he too had experienced a swell of arrogance, yet Park Byukung was far more foolish. I will kill you. At this moment, Park Byukung's sanity began to fray, his mouth a jagged maw of sharp teeth, his original dentition shattered, blood and saliva dripping uncontrollably. His mind was clouded. Under the influence of the demon's assimilation, his consciousness felt as fragile as paper. The wind howled as his massive form surged forward, a terrifying gale trailing behind him, as he charged at Lu Si. His arm swung like a whirling mace, crushing toward Sin. Yet, Lu Si mirrored the charge, advancing rather than retreating, eschewing any hesitation born of uncertainty regarding his opponent's strength, and collided head-on. Neither combatant had full knowledge of the other's capabilities, but their motivations were starkly different. Lu Si's speed was extraordinary, allowing him to strike first. Before Park Byukung's punch could fully extend, their fists collided. Fist met fist, boom. The initial impact resonated like a missile explosion, as the air where their fists connected erupted into scorching white smoke, an invisible shockwave radiating outward. The shockwave crack, then came a peculiar sound. Park Byukung caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. His shoulder had bulged, and numbness enveloped his entire arm, pain radiating from his shoulder, evidently forced outward by immense power. In an instant, this extraordinary spectacle seemed to momentarily paralyze the surrounding demons as well, causing the air to thicken, and the murmurs from their moors to diminish. Lu Si lifted his gaze, the pale green mask now emanating dark energy. I sincerely hope you possess the capability to kill me. In the next heartbeat, his fist transformed into a palm, seizing Park Byukung's massive fist, and with a forceful twist, the sound of crackling fireworks ensued. The entirety of the demon's arm twisted grotesquely, its once orderly muscles contorting violently. Blood erupted outward like a geyser, reminiscent of wringing out a soaked rag. Park Byukung released a howl of agony. That legendary weapon, A Song of Ice and Fire, Chapter 97. The first metal-triggered, chaotic brute with a jarring explosion that pierced the air. Park Byukung forcefully withdrew his hand from Lu Si's grasp. At that moment, his once robust arm now hung limply, resembling a strand of overcooked noodle. The crimson hue of his arm was once again saturated with blood, flowing rhythmically as if it had been dipped in dye. His fist bore 5 conical indentations, evidence of Lu Si's brutal assault, the very pivot around which his arm had revolved. The thick, demonic bones within his arm were shattered, causing Park Byukung to grimace in agony. The inflated bravado that had surged within him due to his strength had now considerably subsided. With his hands rendered useless, he felt as though he ought not to engage in direct confrontation. "Kill him!" A thunderous roar echoed through the stairwell, accompanied by the radiant glow of the legendary weapon, the Song of Ice and Fire, behind him. From the outset, Lucy had been acutely aware of the Song of Ice and Fire. His instincts recognized what posed the greatest threat. His innate combat instincts compelled him to act without hesitation. After witnessing Park Byung being pushed back, he surged forward with relentless determination. This was a battle of life and death. Having initiated the conflict, Lucy was resolute in denying his opponent any chance to recover. However, Lucy soon realized he was seemingly immobilized. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his torso was enveloped in frost, while his feet were firmly encased in ice, rendering him unable to move. Song of Ice and Fire. Legendary weapon. Description: the activation of all skills requires spiritual enhancement. The more potent the skill, the higher the requisite spiritual foundation. Yet, with the Song of Ice and Fire, even a modicum of spirit suffices to unleash ice and fire magic far exceeding its inherent spiritual strength. After 3 rounds of gaming, by a series of fortunate coincidences, this weapon had fallen into Park Byung's hands, granting him the confidence to represent the great cold Nether Kingdom and challenge the pinnacle. Originally, this was intended to be his trump card. Upon discovering such elevated game privileges, he had become increasingly arrogant. Fate has a way of ensuring that those destined for downfall are led to hubris. Experiencing a genuine magical assault for the first time, Lucy, who had grown up in an era devoid of magic, found himself momentarily disoriented. Although the damage inflicted may not have been more severe than that of a saw cutting through flesh, the circumstances were entirely different. Just as he was caught off guard, the icy grip had already ascended to his neck, the bone-chilling cold rendering him as if his very soul had been frozen. Chosen of Suffering. Pain value 1. Even before Lucy could fully comprehend the situation, the pain value had already been recorded. With a forceful strike against his chest, he shattered the ice that had formed, while his right foot casually twisted, obliterating the nearly half-meter thick ice. However, this at least bought him a few precious seconds. Around him, the demons began their charge. Perhaps in this strange tale, they encountered a capable adversary for the first time. A hellhound was the first to leap forward. Though labelled as a dog, its proportions resembled that of a tadpole, with its enormous head dominating 90% of its body. Its mouth, over a meter in diameter, opened wide, attempting to devour Lucy whole. Lucy extended his hands, seizing the upper and lower rows of its razor-sharp teeth enhanced by Park Byung's Song of Ice and Fire. The rows of fangs blazed with flames, instantly piercing through Lucy's palms. Chosen of Suffering. Pain value 1. Chosen of Suffering. Pain value 5. Empowered by hellish fuel, the hellhound's bite was laced with a toxin that amplified human suffering, translating to an increased pain value for Lucy. Upon tasting blood, the hellhound spiraled into a frenzy, intensifying its bite, yet found itself unable to close its jaws. Its head continued to grow larger, while its diminutive body writhed in desperation, emitting cries reminiscent of an infant. But how could Lucy feel any sympathy, regardless of its grotesque appearance? Even if a true infant were to approach, he would still respond with force, with a resounding rip. The sound of tearing leather echoed as Lucy forcefully. Blackish-red blood and yellow-green entrails splattered over him. The pale green mask he wore was now stained crimson, rendering his already fearsome visage even more grotesque. On that mask appeared the sinister grin reminiscent of past gluttonous encounters. His eyes were pitch black, and his mouth stretched grotesquely to the roots of his ears, yet at that moment, Lucy did not smile. Nevertheless, one thing was clear: unrestrained fury unleashed without regard for consequences was, in itself, a source of exhilaration. A goat-like demon charged forth, only to have its horns wrenched off and thrust into its own eyes. A nearby creature, resembling a fleshy ball, was met with Lucy's fist driving its head into its own abdomen. In a matter of seconds, the scholar's right hand managed to ensnare a creature with multiple tentacles, rendering it a lifeless knot. Park Byung continued to unleash ice and fire magic, augmenting his flame. It appeared that Lucy's failure was merely a matter of time, yet the more he fought, the more alarmed Park Byung became. Lucy seemed to have entered a state of ferocity, transforming into a relentless killing machine, and the once terrifying demons now resembled mere fodder. Related medal triggered. Chaotic Brute. Chaotic Brute. Triggered upon entering a large-scale war mode, rationality decreases, desire for slaughter amplifies, personality becomes frenzied, ignoring all fatigue and injuries, non-lethal. However, upon the conclusion of the battle, all accumulated fatigue and pain will erupt simultaneously. Empowered by the Mask of Fury and the Chaotic Brute medal, Lu Ce had completely cast aside his rationality. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: combat, slaughter, madness. The battle within the subspace did not disturb the external world, and soon, an hour had elapsed in the outside realm. This duration had surpassed Fan Ren's record. As both Lu Ce and Xiantong had entered the final stage, effectively disappearing within the subspace levels, Fan Ren found himself utterly alone in the campus. He had traversed the eerily silent grounds, encountering not a single soul, nor even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. While Lu Ce had fought in the arena, he could still hear the sounds of collapsing walls, which, albeit terrifying, the 18 soul snatchers, the medallion of the Lord of Slaughter in the end, Fan Ren found himself utterly powerless, even resorting to uttering the name of a sin. Although that harbinger of death was ruthless, he was still a person, which prevented Fan Ren from feeling as though he had been unceremoniously cast into another world. Moreover, that individual possessed a keen sense of perception. Calling out to him would likely prompt a swift response to come and end his life. At that point, he could simply beg for mercy. Fan Ren's thoughts were optimistic, yet the reality starkly contradicted his expectations. From tentative probing at the outset to ultimately bellowing in the campus, he received no response whatsoever. Several times, Fan Ren considered that if he were to glance back and behold the terrifying pain, yet, in truth, no one emerged. Neither adversaries nor allies, neither games nor spectators, everything seemed to dissipate like a distant dream, leaving no trace behind, and he was utterly at a loss as to which direction to take. Sin, you truly deserve to die. Why did you have to take my exit token? Fan Ren muttered softly, glancing furtively around, as a profoundly terrifying thought crept into his mind. Could it be that the game had ended without his knowledge, leaving him eternally trapped here? In the subspace, the 13th step. At this moment, Park Bu-chung had undergone his 4th transformation, now taking the form of a creature with a dog's head and human body. His previous demonic forms had either succumbed to the backlash of demonic energy or had been brutally obliterated by Lu Ce. He turned slightly, casting a wary glance at a large gaping hole beside him. There, the staircase's wall had collapsed, revealing an opening 10 meters in diameter, through which endless deep space could be seen. Beyond the hole lay chaotic temporal currents. This was, after all, subspace, shattered moments ago by Lu Ce's concentrated blast of energy. Park Bu-chung was unaware of the nature of that weapon. It was merely a device not much larger than a handgun. Sinna had wielded it, shouting a 50, and in an instant, his previous incarnation, along with a host of abyssal demons, had been obliterated. The memory of that terrifying inferno still sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, this was his territory, otherwise, that single shot would have surely spelled his demise. What caliber of weapon was that? Was it also of legendary status? The complexity of Park Bu-chung's thoughts was overwhelming. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he sank to the ground. His strength had utterly drained. Even the legendary enhancements of the Song of Ice and Fire had depleted the last vestige of his stamina. Meanwhile, their 13th step had reached the zenith of its power, summoning the mightiest of demons, 18 soul snatchers. Each one bore beast's head upon a human form, including griffins and lizards, with Park Bu-chung now one among them. Park Bu-chung opened his mouth, wishing to taunt, but the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. The disparity was too vast. This challenge could not be faced head-on, yet Sin insisted on charging forward, disregarding his own safety entirely. And now, although the numerous great demons had perished, he still remained alive. Had such players emerged in this world? Such a being transcended the realm of humanity. Should such an existence even be possible? Fear and desire danced upon Park Bu-chung's canine visage. Fear arose from the sight before him. The once dark corridor had transformed into a vivid tapestry of colors. Red served as the foundation, complemented by various hues, the blood of the fallen demons and the gruesome scenes of gore and brains. Just an hour prior, Iyasini had painted the space with the lives of those demons, akin to a frenzied artist. This was only possible because the deceased demons would be devoured anew by the subspace. Otherwise, the corpses would have long since piled high. And no one could comprehend Lu Si's strength better than Park Byuchung at that moment. Even the spectators who watched alongside him could not fathom it. Only he understood the ferocity of the beast he had faced during that hour. Luc appeared on the brink of collapse, giving the illusion that Park Byuchung was on the verge of victory. Yet, he had experienced that deception several times before. In battle, amidst slaughter and severe injuries, one merely needed to consume a healing potion and continue the fight. Even Park Byuchung felt weary at the sight. He found himself reluctant to lift his gaze to cast an ice and fire spell. Nevertheless, desire flickered in his eyes. If he were to triumph, the world would know of the monster he had vanquished. There was no need to explain how he had achieved victory, merely affirming that he had succeeded would suffice. Thus, he dared not make any extraneous movements, remaining in a state of stalemate. In the venue, the scene within the horror tale appeared somewhat peculiar, with all present frozen in place. Each of the 18 soul snatchers wielded a soul-snatching iron chain, piercing Luc's body and ensnaring a piece of his bone. Luc's explosive power, augmented by the relentless enhancement of the Wrath Mask, had surpassed the current limits of the game. Even the 18 demons could not rend him asunder. Yet, Luc too was cautious, refraining from any hasty actions. All remained in standoff. The misty cloak draped over him bore no distinction from being submerged in a river of blood, with 18 iron chains embedded in his body, slowly seeping blood. He sat upon the steps, his feet comfortably resting on the adjacent tiers. The wounds covering his body had become numerous to count, while the misty cloak, akin to the most devoted lover, concealed his every embarrassment, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy despite the chains that pierced him. In this horror tale, Luc never regarded himself as the challenger, nor had Park Byuchung or the demons dared to perceive him as such. He was the greatest nuisance here. Now, ensnared by the 18 chains, Luc was engaged in reading. Each chain tugged at his bones, sapping his strength and tainting his soul. Yet, as he gazed upon the confessions of the disheartened, the pollution of his spirit and mind dissipated entirely. In the eyes of the 18 soul snatchers, the man they had ensnared was steadfast as iron, utterly unyielding, his soul more resilient than his flesh. On the other hand, he was accumulating his wrath. Player Sin has triggered an in-game achievement, earning the legendary medallion, Lord of Slaughter. Amidst the cacophony of demons' wails, the game's voice echoed for the first time in his ears, disrupting Luc's contemplation, prompting him to angrily retort, "Could you kindly refrain from prattling?" With a decisive tilt of his head, he resolved to take a bold step, gulping down a vial of high-grade restorative potion, commencing a frantic restoration of his injuries. Pains chosen, allocate points. Chapter 99. The Slayer's first encounter with the Divine. Power 30-50. Luc has not added anything else, merely augmenting his strength. Up to this point, his magical offensive capabilities have not been his forte. He has relied solely on his physical prowess, and there is no need for embellishment. Today, he shall indeed break through myriad laws with sheer force. What does it mean to grow stronger with each confrontation? Luc's current state embodies this principle, for this is a corporeal battle, not the ethereal skirmishes of your. In such a contest, he shall sustain injuries, bleed, and accumulate pain points. Now seated here, he has regained a semblance of lucidity. In other words, he is in a state of respite from combat. The side effects of the chaotic berserker have fully manifested, delivering to Luc a bounty of pain points and an overwhelming sense of weakness. It feels akin to the utter exhaustion one experiences after sprinting 1,000 meters only to be faced with the task of performing 30 pull-ups. Yet, wounds are trivial matters. The potions of the Divine Selection Paradise are practically a cheat code in this regard. Luc has even administered to himself a vial originally intended for weapon enhancement. However, the accumulation of pain points presents a truly formidable challenge. Pu Buching and the 18 Soul Reapers have been locked in a stalemate with Lucy for an indeterminate duration, each side hesitant to make a move, uncertain of the consequences that might ensue from breaking the deadlock. Yet, Pu Buching begins to sense that the dark aura surrounding him grows heavier as he observes his opponent engrossed in his reading. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he feels a tightening in the claws of his hand, perhaps a mere illusion. One hand grips a claw, while the other clutches a small statue of approximately 10 centimeters. His last precious possession. As Sierra Antong had remarked, Pu Buching indeed possesses a wealth of valuable items. However, this particular artifact is beyond his control. Should he dare to use it, though Lucy would likely perish, it would render the spectre of this challenge utterly futile. Thus, the other side's spectre must not falter. Furthermore, he is reluctant to expend such a precious item. Pu Buching initiates communication with Uya on the other side, inquiring, "Hey, what is happening over there? Has it not been resolved yet?" At that moment, Sin, who had been seated on the steps engrossed in reading, happens to lift his head. Instinctively, Pu Buching shudders. Now, confronted by that pale green mask, he finds his prior confidence has dissipated, replaced by a profound and unwelcome sense of dread. In truth, he has long since lost this battle. He no longer perceives himself as a contender of the same caliber as a Sin. Unconsciously, he tightens his grip on the statue. "So it's just you few big and small cats, right?" A voice devoid of emotion emanates from beneath the furious mask, startling all 18 beast-headed individuals into momentary shock. 18 Soul Reapers. Perhaps they had not anticipated being likened to a few big and small cats. "I merely wish to inquire," Lucy asserted, forcefully tilting his neck to reveal his alluring jawline, the sound of cracking echoing. "What are you all waiting for? Why do they resemble NPCs in a game?" "I am awaiting the restoration of my stamina and injuries, the accumulation of pain points. What are you waiting for? Waiting for death?" His voice suddenly escalated an octave, shattering the delicate balance, as he seized one of the hooks embedded in his body and yanked with great force. The remaining 17 chains instantaneously began to exert counterjoint force, dislocating bones in various places such as the hip, collarbone, and scapular. A normal person would have lost all capacity to resist at this moment. However, Lucy has never been a normal individual. His entire skeletal structure creaked ominously, yet he remained undeterred, forcibly pulling the chain he had grasped towards him. The lizard-headed creature felt as though its body was no longer its own, being propelled forward with tremendous force. In the next instant, it found itself face to face with a Sin. The triangular pupils of the lizard shrank to pinprick size, and before it could react, a resounding crash echoed. Lowering its gaze, it found Lucy's arm embedded deep into its chest, having pierced through entirely. Raising its head again, through blurred vision, it beheld the mask adorned with a broad grin. One less. The 18 Soul Reapers were entirely unprepared, and Pu Buching could not have foreseen that the man before them could nearly double his strength in an instant. Could it be that he had been holding back before? Yet that notion defies all logic. Lucy had indeed not held back, but the prowess of the immortal Lu is not linear in its escalation. No one could provide answers to their bewilderment. Having thoroughly unleashed his potential, Lucy was now poised to conclude the encounter. To be frank, the intensity of this challenge is undeniably formidable, explaining Pu Buching's earlier confidence. However, it has come to an end. With one less participant, the formation of the 18 has descended into chaos. In an instant, the 18 famished spectres transformed into mere yo-yos, each being yanked back by Lucy and then obliterated with a single punch. Either their heads were shattered, or their chests were pierced, all executed with remarkable efficiency. When he reached Pu Buching's canine-headed figure, Pu Buching outright severed his connection to the chain, demonstrating a lack of resolve. A rout akin to a mountain collapsing. "What is the situation on your end?" "It can't be resolved immediately. She isn't even opening her eyes," Uya's feeble voice responded. "Shabar." With one final curse, witnessing his efforts unravel, Pu Buching angrily hurled the statue from his grasp. Sequence A-001, Reflection of the Old God. Release in any scenario with demons and twisted powers, capable of attracting his gaze. A simple description, yet it is the pinnacle of A-grade. In the next moment, the very fabric of space solidified, a manifestation of a potent law that even Lucy ceased his slaughter. All eyes turned simultaneously towards a singular direction, and then, in the stillness of the space, they listened to the rhythm of their own heartbeats. It resembled their own heartbeat, yet felt as though it were detached from their bodies. A pressure emanating from the soul surged forth from that direction, as a singular vertical eye slowly opened amidst the distortion of space. Instantaneously, all 10 remaining Soul Reapers, including Pu Buching, collapsed in abject submission. This was true prostration. Their limbs sprawled on the ground, heads pressed firmly against the earth, bodies trembling as if faced with an existential nemesis, confronting an utterly unassailable superior. Upon the stairs, only Lucy remained standing. Lucy, too, felt a degree of confusion, his eyes shimmering with golden light, uncertain of the events transpiring before him. Legendary Medal, Slayer.